A month later, Yuhi found herself pregnant, and the once indifferent male could no longer remain passive. Shall we engage in a battle of wits between the male and the female? Shall we punish the unfaithful male? No need for your intervention. I shall take charge. Thus, the formerly pitiful Yuhi transformed into the beloved center of attention, especially after indulging in feasting and merriment for over 3 months, resulting in the birth of 3 white tiger cubs. Upon hearing of Yuhi's remarkable fortune of having multiple offspring in one birth, other prominent tribes dispatched their most handsome males to charm her. Elder Xian Shi, the Obsidian, leader Qing Fan of the Peacock tribe, and Mu Fei, the young master of the Snow Wolf clan, among many other striking males, arrived uninvited, vying for Yuhi's affection in a display of jealousy and rivalry. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Beast Realm. Pain. Following the intense agony, a series of vivid memories replayed incessantly in Yuhi's mind. As she gradually recognized that she had somehow transmigrated, a chilling wave of coldness surged from her face. Plop, plop. The unfortunate female, who had fallen from the cliff, was met with further misfortune. Having already lost considerable blood from the fall, she was now caught in a downpour. The alternating sensations of warmth and cold activated Yuhi's will to survive. She struggled to open her eyes, but the heavy raindrops cascading upon her made even that simple act feel insurmountable. There's a female here, but alas, she seems destined to perish. Just as Yuhi resigned herself to her fate, a voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of amusement, broke through the gloom. Beneath the shrouded veil of a dreary rain, a tiger and a leopard drew closer, astonishingly capable of articulating human speech. It was the leopard who spoke, while the tiger, upon observing the feeble breathing of a female on the ground, did not even lift its eyelids, its voice imbued with indifference. She is merely a female. If she dies, it is of no concern to us. Indeed, upon the conclusion of this statement from the previously gentle and smiling male voice, Yuhi sensed their imminent departure. Help me, I am a shaman. The final utterance of shaman was so faint that one might believe it to be a figment of the imagination. Yet, the tiger and leopard halted in their tracks and abruptly turned back. The shaman, as an indispensable role within the tribe, was known for healing and discerning remedies from poisons. If this female were indeed a shaman, her rescue would hold significant merit. What a fortunate female, the gentle male voice remarked once more, as the leopard transformed into a slender, willowy man. He bent down and carefully lifted Yuhi into his arms. Water. Unbeknownst to her that she had been rescued, Yuhi, in her state of unconsciousness, instinctively sought aid from the world around her. It was only when refreshing water was poured into her throat that she ceased her feeble murmurs and drifted back into slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Yuhi regained consciousness, her vision initially vague, revealing shadowy figures that gradually became clearer. You're awake? Here, have some water. Thank you. Yuhi cast a fleeting glance at the man's face and then murmured her gratitude before eagerly drinking the water he had brought. Once she had finished, the young man offered her some fruit wrapped in leaves. The conditions here are quite rudimentary, and we currently have little to offer you. Please have some fruit. The fish soup will be ready shortly, he said. To his words, Yuhi felt a pang of sadness in her nose, momentarily uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from her own heart or that of the original owner of this body. She had grown up in a family that favored sons over daughters, and after much struggle, she managed to escape that life with the help of a kind benefactor who enabled her to attend university. The original owner of this body had not fared much better an orphan. She had endured her loneliness. After growing up, she developed feelings for a male in the tribe, believing he reciprocated her affections. Little did she know, he was merely pursuing her to gain favor with another female he admired, deceiving the original owner into imparting her shamanic skills to his beloved. Once his aim was achieved, they conspired to lead her astray, ultimately pushing her down a hillside. In her final moments, the original owner could not fathom how the very male who had vowed to bond with her and raise offspring could turn against her in favor of another female. However, while she remained oblivious, Yuhi, as an observer, grasped the situation with clarity. The Wu Mountain tribe was merely a small community, devoid of a priest. Though there were 2 shamans, the elder had entrusted all her knowledge to the original owner. This meant that upon the elder's passing, The original owner would become the sole shaman in the tribe, and with that, her status would naturally ascend. The female, who conspired against the original owner, recognized this vulnerability and sought to usurp her position, manipulating her devoted follower to approach the original owner. Intentionality. Despite being a shaman, the original owner possessed a timid and insecure disposition, coupled with the peculiar temperament of the elder shaman, who often compelled her to consume bizarre herbs. The original owner was left with profound psychological scars, causing her to lower her head in conversations. Over time, she found herself devoid of close female friends within the tribe, and even the males kept their distance from her timid demeanor. Ironically, the only one who showed her kindness happened to be one of her tormentors. How tragic, it was the original owner, and she were equally pitiful, both existing in a world devoid of love. Yet, why should those who inflict harm continue to live comfortably in this world? She yearned for their demise. If the original owner could not exact vengeance, she would take it upon herself to do so. His sudden tears left the young man utterly flustered. "Hey, please don't cry. I haven't bullied you," he exclaimed, fearing a misunderstanding. Upon hearing his words, Yuha quickly shook her head. "I'm sorry, I'm just overwhelmed with joy at having survived. I'm truly happy." She indeed felt elated, having escaped the clutches of death. The thought brought forth uncontrollable tears once more. Who wouldn't fear death? Rest assured, this place is very safe. However, you must understand, given the challenges orcs face in procreation and the scarcity of females, many tribes regard females as vitals. Strategic resources, seldom banishing them lightly. Needless to say, Yunshi remarked that this female might indeed be a shaman. The status of a shaman within the tribe is arguably second only to that of a priestess. Could it be that she was deliberately abandoned in the wilderness? Contemplating this, the young man's gaze towards Yuha was tinged with uncertainty and curiosity. How is it possible for a female to be alone in the wild? As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. After all, having just endured a brush with death, the lingering fear in her heart had yet to fully dissipate. Yuha yearned to weep for 3 days and nights, rejoicing in her rebirth. When it came to dealing with men, Yuha was experienced. She merely needed to outmatch them in their own game. However, she had not practiced her tea skills in many years and was uncertain whether her abilities had diminished. "Did you fall from the hillside? Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, the young man's confusion deepened, and he glanced at Yunshi, who shook his head in response. This female had indeed plummeted from a cliff. Yet Yuha insisted. "Yes, the slope was rather steep. Had I known this would happen, I would have taken Lu to another location to gather herbs. Now I have fallen, and I have not collected any herbs. I can only imagine how anxious Lu must be." The female spoke with a trembling voice, her arms wrapped around her knees, embodying a sense of guilt and regret. In the eyes of the beastmen, shamans were exceedingly precious beings unless one committed a grave error. The likelihood of a shaman being cast out was virtually non-existent, given their esteemed status within the tribe. Only the original owner could be so easily deceived, genuinely believing that the scoundrel male had sincere intentions of forming a partnership and bearing offspring with her. In order to fulfill the scoundrel's desire to embrace a child at the earliest opportunity, she actually followed his instructions and secretly fled the tribe in search of fertility medicine. In truth, this was merely a fabricated pretext concocted by the scoundrel male to bring about her downfall. Chapter 2. The toxic flower of desire. You claim to have fallen from the hillside, yet when we rescued you, you were at the precipice. Devoid of the male orc you spoke of, Yunshi, clad in a flowing robe, approached gracefully and knelt before the suddenly wide-eyed female, a playful smile gracing his features. Could it be that you were lured out by that male, intent on your demise? The words "he wants you dead" struck Yuha with a jolt, momentarily stunning her with his striking appearance. No, that cannot be. He promised me he would become my mate in a few days. How could Lu harm me? You are deceiving me, deceiving me. As the last 2 words escaped her lips, she clutched her head, her face pale, shaking her head vehemently. It cannot be true. Lu would never hurt me. The original memories she possessed clearly indicated a fall from the hillside, yet unbeknownst to her, that scoundrel of a male had carelessly cast her down the cliff for his own safety. For a prolonged moment, the female gazed vacantly at the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks in large droplets. Observing her despair, Yunshi raised an eyebrow and signaled to the young man nearby, who hastily approached to comfort Yuha. After some time, her glazed eyes shifted slightly as she numbly accepted the fruit offered by the young man, her previous joy replaced by a haunting numbness and tranquility. Meanwhile, Yunshi moved closer to a handsome male, whispering, "My lord, this female poses no threat. It appears she is merely a pitiable creature deceived by a male." The handsome male acknowledged with a soft grunt, then closed his eyes, returning to his meditative state. She was merely a female, someone he never truly regarded. Yuhi lowered her head, methodically consuming the fruit in her hand, while her mind raced with thoughts. Upon awakening, she had focused solely on venting her emotions and concealing the truth of not being the original owner of this body, inadvertently overlooking the fact that these several beastmen were clad in such exquisite attire. The garb of these 5 beastmen clearly indicated they were not from the nearby tribes. The Nada forest was teeming with strange creatures, and the beastmen who established their home here typically lived only marginally better than primitive humans. Materials like linen and silk were utterly absent, let alone the luxurious silks adorning these masculine figures. Could it be that these beastmen hailed from the grand cities beyond? The original owner had memories of such cities being built outside, as every year before the onset of the rainy season, nomadic tribes would venture into the Nada forest to engage in trade with the local tribes. Although she had never ventured there herself, being one of the 2 shamans of her tribe, she had encountered beastmen seeking her aid for their injuries. "Yuhi, your name is rather charming. How about I call you Xiaohe? You may call me Meng, and from now on, you shall refer to me as Meng." Yuhi was uncertain whether this young man was naturally exuberant or simply felt pity for her being deceived by a male. Regardless, she remained unaccustomed to his warmth, softly uttering his name before quickly returning to her contemplations. After all, she had just endured a harrowing experience, and it was only natural to feel sorrow and remain silent. Soon, upon noticing her somber demeanor, Meng scratched his head and stepped aside. The following day, these beastmen set out at dawn to continue their journey. The wounds on Yuhi's body have yet to fully heal. Meng, after uttering an apology, embraced her and followed closely behind them. "Little female, is the Wushan tribe far from here? How many orange-tier orcs are there?" The strength of orcs varies by rank, from weakest to strongest: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Upon learning that the male Yuhi favored was merely an orange-tier orc, Yunshi suddenly developed a keen interest in conversing with her. Thus, she inquired about the tribe where the original inhabitant had once resided. Yuhi pondered for a moment, estimating there to be 7 or 8, though she seldom wandered within the tribe and was uncertain if there were more. "Aren't you a shaman of the tribe?" The tiger orc beside Yunshi, known as Mu, abruptly questioned. However, with the tree granny present in the tribe, everyone seeks her assistance first, so I rarely venture out. What Yuhi refrained from expressing was that the original inhabitant suffered from profound insecurity, believing herself unattractive and fearing to frighten others. Yet, from the gazes of Meng and the others, it seemed the original inhabitant could hardly be deemed ugly. Mu fell silent once more, and shortly thereafter, they paused to find a shaded spot to rest. Observing them gather around the remarkably handsome male, Yuhi felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from asking further questions. Quietly seated in the corner, nibbling on wild fruits and the jerky they had provided. "Little female, may I pose a question? Is there a peculiar plant known as love flower in your vicinity? If someone were to fall victim to the poison of the love flower and did not seek out a female for an antidote, would they ultimately perish?" Yunshi inquired with a beaming smile. Yunshi's expression turned grave. Yuhi swallowed hard, believing that there was still a chance for rescue. How long has he been afflicted by the flower of emotion poison? Has he engaged in any activities on his own? If so, there may still be hope. After a moment of silence, Yuhi dared not imagine any orc possessing such restraint. If the poisoning had only persisted for 7 days, he might be able to alleviate it gradually through self-relief, though the process could be rather distressing for you males. Should it exceed 7 days, however, I would be at a loss. The only option left would be to find him a female, and even then, salvation might be uncertain. Yunshi turned her gaze towards her master, the handsome male who briefly lowered his eyes before inquiring, "I have been poisoned for more than 7 days, yet I still feel the urge. Do you think the method you mentioned could allow me to detoxify myself?" As those final words fell, Yunshi's expression shifted, revealing a different light in her eyes. Indeed, she resembled a shaman. Discussing such matters, her demeanor was far from that of a typical female. The striking male cast a profound glance her way before rising and turning to leave, stating, "No need to accompany me." After uttering this, Yunshi and the others refrained from following. The group settled in place, awaiting the male's completion of detoxification before resuming their journey. Yunshi and Mu began to grow anxious as they waited. Mu exchanged a quick glance with Yunshi and then shot a sidelong look at Yuhi. "I will go find the young master. You all stay here." Upon witnessing Mu transform into his beast form and vanish into the underbrush, Meng urgently asked, "Where has the young master gone? Let us accompany you in the search." With that, he glanced at Yuhi, who was nearby, striving to diminish her presence. Panic surged within Yuhi, yet she found herself unable to move. Yet, one cannot simply allow a male's physical troubles to demand such a sacrifice from her life. Contemplating this, Yuhi felt an intensified unease within her. Meng instinctively reached out to save Yuhi, but was halted by Yunshi. It was only upon recognizing that the shadow which had rendered Yuhi unconscious was Mu sure that Meng began to comprehend the situation. "What is transpiring here?" he inquired. "Rest assured, she will not perish. However, the condition of the young master is indeed critical, necessitating that we administer something to her for the young master's sake." As she spoke, Yunshi tossed a green crystal core to Mu Shi. This was the very green crystal that had previously rescued Yuhi. Yet due to her being an outsider, they had only utilized it partially, withholding a second crystal from her. Chapter 3, Detoxification Getaway. Before Mu could approach the waterfall with the unconscious Yuhi, the young master had already spotted him. Disregarding the young master's command, he carefully placed the female on a large stone at the water's edge before swiftly retreating into the woods. Bailan's expression darkened as he waded through the water, only to discover that not only was the female unconscious, but she also appeared to have been drugged. His already foul mood worsened considerably. Ugh! Upon awakening from the heat, Yui found herself abruptly thrust into the water before she could fully grasp her surroundings. Coughing violently and sputtering, she instinctively grasped onto something in a desperate bid for survival. I'm sorry. Upon realizing what she had seized, Yui hastily released her grip and distanced herself from the male. Bailan's expression darkened, yet upon observing Yuhi's clear-eyed demeanor, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yuhi's eyes. She had genuinely believed her demise was imminent this evening. However, the absence of forced submission allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a soft affirmation, she turned and swam determinedly toward the shore. Yet upon reaching the land, Yuhi encountered another dilemma. Her beast skin attire, fashioned from gray lizard hide, had sustained considerable damage from her fall down the cliff. Yet it had still provided some modesty. Now, however, the lizard skin, upon contact with water, rendered her pale skin visible as it surfaced, leaving her in a state scarcely different from nudity. Noticing the trembling female, who leaned against the shore while casting furtive glances in his direction, Bailan frowned deeply. "What is it? You have reached the shore, so why do you not ascend?" Yuhi blinked, her voice tinged with a pitiful tone due to the chill. "My lord, my clothes are soaked." Bailan's gaze instinctively swept over her form, but the darkness of the night obscured his view, revealing only the shimmering surface of the water beneath the moonlight and the soft blush gracing her beautiful features. It appeared the cold water had momentarily subdued the effects of the potion. "I possess no garments suitable for a female," Bailan stated, pausing for a moment before wading through the water toward her. Upon his approach, Yui instinctively recoiled slightly. Observing her reaction, Bailan halted and clarified. "I have no clothing for a female. If you do not mind wearing mine, you may take it and put it on." At his words, Yui felt a surge of complex emotions. "Thank you." Bailan uttered a soft acknowledgement, gesturing towards a certain spot on the shore. "I turned my back. Are you going to retrieve it yourself?" Yui followed the direction of his finger and, indeed, caught sight of the edge of some garments hidden in the shadows of the grass. When she turned back, the male figure had already averted his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Yui suddenly inquired, "Do you not require my assistance in detoxifying? I inadvertently grasped you, and you cannot claim to be entirely unfeeling." It was rather absurd to question others about their fears when one's own actions were so lacking in decorum. Bailan nodded, indicating his comprehension. "However, it is unnecessary. Proceed," he replied. Yui softly acknowledged this and, recognizing his lack of coercion, ventured a few more words. "If you wish to alleviate the effects of the emotional flower poison, you might seek counsel from the shamans in the larger tribes. Perhaps they possess a remedy." Once she finished speaking, a tinge of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to add, "Could you please turn away?" In response, Bailan acquiesced with a nod. Yet, before doing so, he cautioned her, considering that you were drugged prior to your arrival, it would be prudent to endure in the cold water. Should you faint, I shall have no choice but to deposit you upon the shore. Yuhi was momentarily at a loss for words, struck by an urge to rebuke him. Bailan might possess a semblance of conscience, though it was scarcely abundant. The thought of being unceremoniously discarded onto the shore felt akin to being forced into a state of undignified exposure. Thus, Yuhi resolved to endure. However, despite her determination, she could not ignore the waves of heat surging from her abdomen, relentlessly assaulting her reason. After much thrashing, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Bailan. Bailan did not anticipate that this female would possess such remarkable endurance. As he observed her rationality teetering on the brink of dissolution, he offered one final warning. I could render you unconscious and carry you away. The thought of being exposed was intolerable to Yuhi. Furthermore, could she truly remain unresponsive if she were to faint? Rather than succumb to such a fate, she pondered the idea of indulging with this male. Ultimately, she harbored a desire for her own functions to remain intact. Yet, what if he were incapable? How could she extinguish the burning desire that had ignited within her? It was excruciating. Throughout that night, Yuhi felt as though she had been performing a prolonged solo act, and just as she could no longer endure the chilling disregard, tears threatening to spill, a sudden downpour of sweet rain descended, swiftly transforming into a tempest. Before long, she found herself a mere leaf adrift upon tumultuous waves, tossed about until exhaustion claimed her consciousness. The following day, upon awakening, Yuhi discovered that daylight had already broken, and she was cradled in someone's arms, seated upon the back of a magnificent golden tiger. Awake? Would you care for a sip of water? Bailan's voice, tinged with a low timbre, reached her from above. Yuhi instinctively tensed, but recalling the intimate acts they had shared the previous night, she deemed it too late to feel shy. She relaxed her body and responded with a soft hum. A green water gourd was then offered to her. After taking a couple of sips, she expressed her gratitude. Bailan lowered his gaze, observing the frail female nestled in his embrace. There's no need for thanks. I assured you that I would provide a satisfactory explanation for last night's events. If you are willing, we could consider becoming partners. Yuhi remained silent, unfamiliar with Bailan, the orc, and hesitant to respond without careful consideration. Moreover, she felt a tinge of anger regarding the events of the previous night and was unwilling to easily forgive Mu and Yunshi for their treachery. What if I do not wish to become your mate? She suddenly inquired, how shall we account for the matter of them drugging me? A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. Both Yunshi and Meng turned their gazes toward this exchange. Bailan's voice remained steady and unperturbed. What would you like to do? At her words, a flicker of something crossed Bailan's eyes as she slightly nodded. Very well. Was there truly no hesitation in her agreement? Yuhi questioned whether she had misheard. Yet Bailan was sincere. That very evening, she instructed Mu and Yunshi to line up and administer the drug to her. Once they had done so, she seized each of them and tossed them into the frigid waters of the lake. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhi acknowledged, This individual was indeed intent on providing her with an explanation. Chapter 4. Return to the tribe, the Wu Mountain tribe. Ultimately, it was said that Yuhi had stealthily eloped with a male from another tribe, being one of only 2 shamans in her tribe. Her departure led many orcs to secretly curse her as ungrateful and a traitor. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it was revealed by outsiders that Yuhi had been deceived into leaving the tribe and had nearly met her demise in the process. Did she claim she was deceived merely to absolve herself of blame? A shaman ought not to venture outside the tribe alone. Did she not realize this? Was it not her own folly, lured by the charms of a male from the outside, that compelled her to abandon her tribe? Thus, her near demise outside was, in essence, a consequence of her own actions. The speaking female exuded a remarkable authority within the tribe. Upon her utterance, the other orcs were immediately swayed. Indeed, Liv's words rang true. Had she not ventured outside the tribe herself, how could she have nearly met her demise beyond its borders? The voice that articulated this sentiment was achingly familiar. Yuhi turned her gaze and beheld the flamboyant female, flanked by several males, one of whom was Lu. Yuhi interjected, Why do you not comprehend why I left the tribe, Lu? Who was it that sought me out time and again? And it is well known that I seldom venture beyond the tribe's confines. If outsiders had truly infiltrated our territory, would the patrolling orcs have failed to notice? Thus, what chance did I have to encounter any external orcs? As she spoke, her fervor intensified, and her exquisite features were marred by tears, resembling weeping pear blossoms. The orcs who had come to denounce Yuhi's betrayal were momentarily taken aback, and soon a female murmured, "Exactly. Yuhi is so timid. Even in the presence of the tribe's males, she keeps her head bowed and refrains from speaking. How could she possibly have followed an outsider?" Liv's audacity was indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this, many orcs recalled the nature of the original female within the tribe. Indeed, a creature so timid could hardly possess the courage to run away with an external male. They deemed it far more plausible that the original had been deceived into leaving. This was particularly the sentiment held by the elder females, who had all experienced the sweet nothings of males in their youth. Consequently, a wave of sympathy enveloped Yuhi, as they consoled her, saying, "Yuhi, we all understand that you are not of that nature. It was our misunderstanding. Please cease your tears, for excessive weeping is detrimental to your health." Liv, too, was culpable, for how could she unfoundedly accuse Yuhi of consorting with the males outside? Liv had not anticipated that her slander would rebound upon her. Yet, given their camaraderie, were they not free to speak as they pleased? Yuhi had initially stifled her tears, but upon hearing Liv's words, she found herself weeping anew. She refrained from defending herself, well aware that such explanations often muddled the matter further. Through her tears, she implored, "Liv, you truly harbor no fondness for me. Then why do you constantly have Lu deliver gifts to me, claiming you long to be friends? If you genuinely dislike me, I shall depart, distancing myself so as not to intrude upon your sight. In truth, my demise would matter little. No one would mourn my absence." How absurd. Before the other females could respond, a voice laced with barely concealed ire resonated from behind. Yuhi, her vision blurred by tears, turned to see Bailon approaching with a stern countenance. He reached out, grasping her, and declared, "If there is no place for you here, I shall take you away." In an instant, Yuhi's heart was thrown into disarray. Only when he pulled her closer did she hear the startled shrieks of a few young females. Coming to their senses, embarrassed, she hastily extricated herself from Bailon's grasp, asserting, "Did I not make myself clear? I shall not accompany you. In the tribe, only the tree granny and I remain as shamans. Once she departs, I will be the sole shaman of the tribe, hence I cannot leave. More importantly, she has taken over the original host's body and is constantly seeking to fulfill her desires. For instance, she wishes to avenge the original host and ensure that Liv and Lu, this wretched pair, pay for their misdeeds. Additionally, she intends to take on a disciple for the original host, so that even in death, the original host will be remembered. Yuhi has already resolved that once she repays the original host's kindness, she will seize the opportunity to leave with the nomadic tribe. After all, the tribe is the original host's home, and possessing what rightfully belongs to another in their own abode renders her, an impostor, perpetually uneasy. As Yuhi pondered these matters with her head bowed, Bailon's voice, calm and steady, reached her ears. "I am aware. So I shall wait until you genuinely wish to depart with me before I take you away. This is a separate matter." Bailon furrowed his brow and continued, "I know you possess a kind heart, but one must not coddle male orcs, for indulgence only leads to further mischief." His words carried an air of irony, as if he were not a male orc himself. Noticing Yuhi's peculiar gaze directed at him, Bailon calmly retorted, "Do you not know whether I am a male orc?" In an instant, 2 blushes crept onto Yuhi's cheeks, and she shot him an indignant glare before turning to flee. Bailon made no effort to pursue her, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. "Ahem, young master." Yunshi and Mu appeared behind Bailon, having approached at some unknown moment. As Bailon cast a cold glance at them, Yunshi felt a pang of guilt, yet could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Young master, do you truly intend to bond with this young female? She herself has stated that you may regard that night as merely an act of gratitude for saving her life. Why must you?" Mu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, "If the young master feels indebted to her, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate the male who sought to harm the young female tonight. Once that male beast is dispatched, the young female, as a shaman of the tribe, will find her life thereafter filled with peace and joy." Young master? This is akin to a wealthy bachelor from a grand city marrying a girl from a remote village. Would his family easily accept such a rural bride? Even if she is highly educated, fair-skinned, beautiful, and holds a respectable position as a doctor, the prejudice of her origins is not easily dispelled upon first meeting. Having patiently awaited the conclusion of their discourse, Bailon observed as both Yun Shi and Moon nodded in unison, indicating they had finished speaking. He then instructed, investigate the identity of the male who deceived he into leaving. Among that group of beastmen, there were a few who harbored significant malice towards he. Bailan's intent was to focus on these particular beastmen. Straightening her expression, Yunxi responded, very well, I shall look into it. Though I noticed there was a female among those beastmen, we could extract information from her male counterpart. Mu suggested without hesitation. It seems they all share the same den. Perhaps it was that female who orchestrated the plan to harm the young female. The words suddenly illuminated Bailan's thoughts. After all, he was a shaman, and if the male who harmed her had no actual misconduct, could it be possible that other beastmen were instigating it? Perhaps it stemmed from comparisons and jealousy among females. Meanwhile, Yuhi, who was sunning herbs behind the stone house, remained oblivious to the fact that Bailan and the others were merely spectators of a dispute. Combining some facts she had overheard, she had already pieced together the truth to a considerable extent. At this moment, she felt a wave of darkness clouding her vision. Despite the fact that the sunny days of the rainy season were not particularly hot, she was experiencing symptoms akin to heat stroke. Chapter 5. Liv's visit Xiaohe. Meng was also assisting in drying the herbs. Upon noticing that Yuhi's complexion appeared rather abnormal, he immediately set down what he was doing and rushed over. Xiaohe, are you all right? Let me help you sit down. Your face seems a bit off. Should I fetch a shaman for you? Meng's incessant chatter in her ear caused Yuhi considerable discomfort, prompting her to interject. Meng, I am a shaman myself. Realization dawned on Meng as he understood. Indeed. Xiaohe was a shaman. Then what is wrong with you? Is it serious? After being assisted to sit, Yuhi felt considerably better. She touched her forehead and then her wrist, shaking her head. I'm fine. Perhaps I just haven't rested well these past couple of days. The cruelty exhibited by the dog, both male and female, was truly astonishing. Not only had they caused the original host's demise, but in order to facilitate Liv's ascension, they had even tarnished the original host's reputation. If the previous Yuhi had encountered this situation, given her timid and introverted nature, she likely would not have found anyone willing to listen to her explanations among the beastmen in the tribe. A packet of poison eliminated the true culprit, avenging the original owner and ensuring that no third witch would arise in the tribe. Her position as one of the two witches would remain unchallenged, albeit the original owner's already tarnished reputation would further deteriorate. You should rest well. I will assist you in drying these herbs, Meng said, thumping his chest with conviction. Yuhi chuckled, her tone sincere. Thank you, Meng. If she were to express gratitude for anyone since arriving in this world, it would undoubtedly be this male before her. Whether stemming from sympathy or guilt, he had always treated her with kindness. Meng was momentarily dazzled by Yuhi's rare smile. Yet he recalled the young master's instructions and quickly waved his hand, stating, it's nothing. You are female, and such labor should rightly fall to us males. Please rest now. The young master had indeed mentioned that Xiaohe would be his partner, urging Meng to be more attentive. Although Meng was somewhat puzzled by what the young master wanted him to pay attention to, he simply adhered to the young master's words. Xiaohe was a fine female, and it was only natural for the young master to take a liking to her. Very well. Yuhi did not hesitate, acknowledging her need for adequate rest to prepare for the forthcoming challenges posed by Liv and the others. However, what surprised Yuhi was that in the following days, among the orcs who came seeking her, she did not encounter that troublesome pair of canines at all. Had they realized their attempts to tarnish her reputation were futile and begun concocting other sinister plans? The female, believed to be on the verge of despair, now faced her first significant setback in life. The males in her household, unbeknownst to them as to whom they had offended, lay incapacitated at home. Particularly, Lu had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days. To make matters worse, the old herbalist, having made an appearance once, carelessly tossed aside some herbs and departed. She repeatedly insisted that this was a test for Liv, proclaiming that if Liv could heal her males, she would acknowledge her as a witch. This old crone was clearly being malicious. It was merely a matter of a few herbal remedies, yet she refused to offer any assistance. Liv lamented bitterly to her males. I certainly know which herbs could restore you, but we simply do not possess enough. The herbalist won't allow me to fetch herbs from her. Isn't this driving us to our doom? The dark-furred male, lying on the bed, felt a shadow cross his eyes upon hearing her words. That madwoman should have been dealt with once and for all. Observing Liv's reddened eyes, struggling to hold back tears, he comforted her. Fear not, Liv, I have a plan. If the herbalist refuses to provide the herbs, there is still another place in the tribe that might have them. You should go there. Upon hearing this, Liv immediately grasped the implication and nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I will obtain the herbs from her. If she refuses me, a fierce expression crossed her face. Then she should not blame me for being ungracious. Determined, the following day, Liv made her way to the stone dwelling where Yuha resided. Upon entering, I beheld the tall and handsome male, who was engaged in conversation with Yuhi, perhaps recounting something amusing, as Yuhi could not help but chuckle softly. Her eyes sparkled with joy, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor marked by insecurity and gloom. Reflecting on the tumultuous days I had endured, I found it perplexing that Yuhi seemed to be living so comfortably. Why could she not, upon my return, remain in the shadows as she once did? How could this unwanted female possibly thrive better than I? Perhaps the jealousy in Liv's gaze was too overt. Once Yuhi finished her laughter, she turned her attention towards the female by the door. Liv, what brings you here? Without the presence of outsiders, Yuhi felt no need to feign fragility. Instead, upon noticing the weariness hidden behind Liv's eyes, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. It seems you have encountered some troubles. Indeed, what a fitting retribution. Yuhi, was it you? Did you orchestrate this? How could you be so malicious? If there is a grievance, let it be directed towards me. Why must you target my mail? Before she could finish her tirade, Liv's gaze glistened with unshed tears as she glanced at my lawn beside Yuhi. If my bond with Elle has incited your resentment, I accept full responsibility. After all, I was unaware of your affections for Elle. For Elle's sake, you, with your timid nature, dared to venture out to gather pearl grass. Indeed, she possessed a modicum of tea expertise, however. What made her penchant for male admiration even more irksome than ordinary green tea was her insistence that others join in her adulation. Yuhi chuckled softly. Why would I harbor resentment towards your bond with Elle? Do you not share the same feelings for him? Otherwise, when he presents me with gifts, why do you always accompany him? You harbor feelings for him, and in due course, he reciprocates. It is only natural for you to be together. If that is the case, why seek to harm Lu? The decision to unite with Lu rests solely upon my shoulders. Were it not for his deep concern for you and the sorrow he would experience upon your demise, I would not subject myself to such indignity. Yet you, who have so brazenly pursued a stranger, feigned death to provoke Lu's anguish. Now, you even. Li Fa paused, then vehemently reproached Yuha, asking how one could allow such harm to befall Lu. Do you possess no conscience? Has Lu passed away? Yuha suddenly inquired, her brow furrowing. Her implication suggested that Lu was on the brink of death. Observing this, Li Fa mistakenly believed Yuha still cared for Lu, while Bailon cast a chilly glance at Li Fa. Chapter 6. Strike if you must, but must you choose the occasion? Li Fa felt an inexplicable chill at her back, yet she suppressed her inner delight and stated, No, but he has been in a coma for several days. Yuha, my male companion was injured while protecting Lu. Do you possess any medicinal herbs for his wounds? Surely, you do not wish for Lu's demise, do you? Had this been the original owner, it is conceivable she would have been unable to bear witness to Lu's death. However, the Yuha standing before Li Fa is one who has been betrayed by family in modern times. What sympathy could she possibly harbor for a murderer? As for Li Fa's male companion being injured while protecting Lu, that is a matter of her household and bears no relevance to her. Yuha, will you stand idly by and allow death to prevail? Li Fu was utterly taken aback by Yuhi's words, and she immediately began to scream, insisting that Yuhi was not capable of such cruelty. Yuhi's expression darkened, although she recognized that Li Fu's outburst was merely a desperate attempt to lash out. The thought that the real Yuhi had been harmed by them enraged her further. She approached Li Fu and delivered a flurry of slaps, berating her as she did so. If I am not Yuhi, then pray tell, where's the real Yuhi? Are you not pleased to have caused her demise? When you begged her to teach you how to identify herbs, did you ever contemplate how you would end up in this situation? You inflict harm upon others and yet demand sympathy. Your current plight is a direct consequence of your own actions. Let me make this clear. Even if I possessed healing herbs, would you know how to utilize them? Do you think being a shaman is as simple as mixing a few herbs? You fool. Do you understand why the tribe refuses to acknowledge you as a shaman? Allow me to enlighten you. If I were to poison you today, you would perish in a few days, and no one would ever suspect me. That is what it means to be a shaman. And you are merely a worthless imbecile. How dare you aspire to be a shaman? With each slap, Li Fu was rendered speechless. Once known as the timid female who was often mocked by the tribe's orcs, she now spoke with urgency and fervor. If one had not witnessed this transformation firsthand, Who would believe that this was the same Yuhi who had once been so self-conscious and introverted? After a moment, as realization dawned upon her, she shrieked, "Yuhi, how dare you strike me?" Slap. Yuha delivered another resounding slap, so forceful that it sent her adversary crashing to the ground. "You strike me, yet you choose the day?" She scoffed. "Yuha, have you lost your mind?" "Truly you have," Leave exclaimed, clutching her swollen face in disbelief as she gazed at the onlookers, Bylon and the others, who stood idly by. "Are you not males? Will you merely watch as she assaults me? Did you not witness her attack?" "We did," Bylon replied coolly, casting a disdainful glance her way. "Your audacity is quite remarkable. She struck you so hard that her hand bears the pain." A chuckle erupted from Ming, unable to suppress his laughter. Indeed, as Bylon had noted, Yuha's hand was sore, and she was shaking it to alleviate the discomfort. "Are you all right?" Bylon inquired, and she opened her palm to show him, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance as it flushed red. Then he furrowed his brow, advising, "Next time you wish to strike someone, let Yunshi handle it." Yuha blinked in surprise. "I didn't think much of it at the time. My temper flared. Who would contemplate such things? Well, I shall be more cautious next time." Bylon responded with a good-natured smile, warming her heart and causing her pulse to quicken involuntarily. "Yuha, do you still dare claim you have no ties to them?" Leaf seethed, witnessing the male's indifference toward her while they showed such concern for a female who had always been beneath her. "You are all in cahoots. Mark my words. I shall inform the tribe about you and these outsiders, and you shall not remain in the tribe as a shaman. I alone am the rightful shaman of the Wushan tribe." With that, she covered her face and hurriedly fled the scene, seeing her so nimbly rise and run. Yuhi frowned slightly. Bylon, misunderstanding her concern, spoke soothingly, assuring her that everything would be all right. Only then did Yuhi reveal a smile and respond affirmatively. Meanwhile, Mu furrowed his brow as he gazed at Yunshi, questioning her earlier interference. He sensed that the female was once again stirring trouble. Ming nodded in agreement, remarking that the female's jealousy was palpable. When the young master was comforting Xiao He, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet, the young master was not her mate. Why should she object to another male's kindness towards Xiao He? What did she expect? Were they truly going to beat her half to death and cast her aside? Yunshi glanced at them, contemplating that it was far easier to deal with Ya, who had always remained in the shadows, as he posed no such complications. This was the Wu Mountain tribe. Were they intending to assault their females on another's territory, effectively severing the young female's ties to her tribe? Upon hearing this, Mu raised an eyebrow. If such actions could drive the young female away from her nurturing tribe, it might not be entirely unfeasible. "I advise against it, however." Yunshi seemed to anticipate Mu's thoughts, cautioning that the young master would be furious. A male as proud as he would never allow the young female to leave him unwillingly. Did they not see that the young master was striving to win her over? Should they dare to undermine him at this moment, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Mu promptly fell silent. It was Ming who, scratching his head, suddenly brought up Liv's visit that day. An instant of silence enveloped the air. Yunshi gently patted Ming's head and said, "Go assist Xiaohe in drying the medicinal herbs. Such mentally taxing matters are not suited for you." It was precisely because of his youth and innocent disposition that the young master chose not to dwell on Ming's continual reference to Xiaohe as a little female. That night, after much contemplation, Ming stealthily inquired of Yuha, "Do you harbor a grudge against that female?" Yuha lowered her head and softly affirmed, "Do you believe my actions towards her were excessive?" Ming hastily waved his hand, "Not at all. I merely think that, given your kind temperament, she must have done something to deeply wound you, prompting such a response. Moreover, I heard you mention that she caused you harm." The original owner would not cling to Lu, for regardless of her choice to remain unwed to a male, her role as the shaman of the tribe would afford her a respectable life. However, it was precisely this shamanic identity that Lef coveted. Despite knowing Lu's affections lay with her, she still incited Lu to approach the original owner. Truly, she wishes to claim all good fortune for herself. Chapter 7. Schemes. Lef loses favor. The news of Lef being slapped soon spread throughout the entire tribe. Some females, skeptical that Yuha could be capable of such an act, sought her out for clarification regarding the incident. Upon arrival, they found Yuha directing several foreign males in the grinding and drying of medicinal herbs. Noticing their presence, Yuha wiped the sweat from her brow and stood to greet the female. "Ayun, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek your assistance in delivering some herbal remedies to Lef." A look of astonishment crossed Yun's face. To left? With a gentle smile. Yuhi nodded slightly. Previously, she had sought my assistance in acquiring herbs, but after our quarrel that day, I completely forgot to provide them to her. So, did you truly strike her? Yun questioned in confusion. Why? I was overly impulsive that day. In the midst of Yun's puzzled gaze, a fleeting sadness crossed Yuhi's face, and she hesitantly confessed. Upon her arrival, she accused me of being the reason her male companions, including Lu, were harmed, claiming that my affection for Lu led to my resentment over their union, which prompted me to incite by Lan and others to inflict injuries upon them. However, when she came, I was entirely unaware of such matters. My anger got the better of me, and I struck her a couple of times. Just a couple of times? Yun furrowed her brow, yet everyone claims her face is severely bruised from your blows. Yuhi's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she became visibly restless. I am truly sorry. I had no idea my strength was so great. Nevertheless, her words that day were exceedingly harsh, and her eyes began to well with tears. Yun, may I prepare 2 doses of anti-swelling herbs for Li Fu? Could you kindly deliver them to her? Please do not mention that they are from me. Simply say they were obtained from Granny Tree. Additionally, could you assist me by checking on her and her male companions, particularly Lu? Given Yuhi's evident concern for Lu, coupled with Li Fu's discreet revelations to the tribe's warriors about Yuhi's long-standing affection for Lu, Yun's curiosity about their relationship swiftly eclipsed her astonishment at Yuhi's capacity for violence. Do you truly harbor feelings for Lu? Yuhi curled her lips in a self-deprecating smile. Once, she held a deep affection, which is why she never contemplated enforcing any restrictions. She had believed that he would find happiness with Liv. Yun pondered Liv's relationships with several males in the tribe and realized that perhaps she was unaware of Liv's popularity among the males, as she often mingled with them daily. Consequently, the males vied for each other's attention, consumed by jealousy. Yuhi uttered a soft exclamation, contemplating the married male. Why concern herself with him? She had once cherished those feelings, yet since he had chosen another female, it was best to let go. There were plenty of unmarried males in the tribe. Without further ado, she alluded to the male standing beside her, suggesting a potential connection. Thus, it is evident that gossip can easily distract one from more pressing matters. When Yun arrived, she harbored doubts about Yuhi's sincerity, yet as she departed with the herbal remedies Yuhi provided, she retained only the memory of the several males surrounding Yuhi and Liv. Engaging in delightful gossip, she felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing her intentions to ensnare Liv had succeeded. The medicine was undoubtedly potent, yet the more effective the remedy, the greater the side effects. It remains uncertain whether Liv had ever heard the adage during her time as a student. Perhaps she had, but likely failed to retain it. Although Liv found it peculiar that the old crone would deliver medicine, the males in her household could hardly endure the daily torment of watching their female companion languish in bed, reliant on other males for care. That night, Liv was instructed to administer the medicine to them, and thus, the cries of several males echoed through the vicinity, causing grief to all who heard and tears to those who witnessed. Just a couple of days later, Yuhi learned of the commotion caused by Liv seeking out Granny Lu. Upon hearing the news, Yun immediately rushed to find Yuhi. Xiaohe, please tell me honestly, is the medicine you gave me truly safe? I used only the finest ingredients. How could there possibly be an issue? Yuhi replied. Yun, she, and the others even followed closely behind, ensuring that Liv indeed utilized the medicine. Could it be that Liv secretly added something? Yuhi pondered, a strange expression crossing her face. Did she not claim to recognize some medicinal herbs? Upon hearing this, Yun shook her head. I had never heard her mention any knowledge of herbs before. Even the old orcs rely solely on experience. After you departed, she suddenly claims to be knowledgeable. Who would believe that? Granny Lu is certainly not fond of her, and the older orcs regard her with skepticism. Only those male orcs who are on friendly terms with her would blindly trust her. In response, Yuhi pressed her lips together, contemplating. If the medicine I provided truly caused an issue, I fear Granny Lu would berate me once again. Yun instinctively remarked, Granny Lu does have a fierce tongue. I believe your previous demeanor was shaped by her scolding. Noticing Yuhi's surprised gaze, Yun felt she had stumbled upon a certain truth. Do you doubt it? Just recall how you behaved while staying with Granny Lu, always with your head down, like a mute. At present, she is being cared for and cherished by several males, which brings a smile to her face, and she even exhibits signs of rebellion. Does this not indicate that Granny Lu failed to nurture you properly? In the tribe, whose female is not treated with utmost affection. Yet, poor Yu-hee, devoid of both mother and father, is incessantly commanded by Granny Lu to perform various tasks, often receiving scolding without any praise, even for her diligent efforts. Truth be told, Ayun believes it to be a miracle that Yu-hee has survived to adulthood under the guardianship of Granny Shu, for if it were her, she would have succumbed to despair and leapt into the river. Upon hearing this, Yu-hee felt a sense of camaraderie with Ayun's sentiment. Had the original owner's parents been present, she would not have experienced such a profound absence of love. Noticing Yu-hee nodding in agreement, Ayun became even more animated in her discourse. She recounted the previous mistreatment by Granny Shu towards the original owner, and it dawned on Yu-hee that many matters were indeed known to the tribe's beastmen. Yet, due to a lack of personal stake, no one was willing to confront Granny Shu for the sake of an unwanted little female. The original owner had grown up in an environment where she was entirely overlooked by all the beastmen. How could she not feel inferior? Upon arriving at Liv's stone dwelling, they coincidentally overheard Granny Shu's scathing remarks. Did you not claim to recognize herbs? Where are your eyes? You can identify other herbs, yet these ones elude you? Each meticulously prepared package contains effective healing medicine, albeit with some significant side effects. But which medicine is devoid of side effects? It may cause pain, but they are all males. What of it? They are already gravely injured. What have you been using prior? If you do not resort to potent medication, do you intend for your males to remain incapacitated for life? You mindless waste. How dare you assume the role of a shaman? Go away. In the future, when I am no longer alive, if anyone in the tribe encounters a male in such a predicament, let them come to you for treatment, and may they spend the rest of their lives bedridden. What nonsense! How dare you come to disturb me? The fierce reprimand of the elder tree woman echoed, followed by several subdued voices of agreement. Yes, yes, elder tree woman, Liv is young and still needs more experience. Please do not be angry. Anger is not good. Not good. Indeed, Liv may not be capable, but there is also Yuha. Yuha is a shaman you personally trained. A great master produces outstanding disciples. And that is universally true. As the group exited the stone house, they encountered Ayun, who had come to observe the commotion, and their gazes met Yuha. Chapter 8. Unveiling the true nature of the law upon seeing the elderly female with white hair at the forefront. Yuha was uncertain if it was a conditioned reflex inherited from the original owner of this body, but when her eyes met those of the elder tree woman, she instinctively lowered her head. It was only when Ayun nudged her that she suppressed the peculiar emotion rising within her and lifted her gaze to meet the elder's eyes. Upon hearing the elder's distinct tone, her heart raced unexpectedly. She pressed her lips together, concealing her unease, and softly addressed, "Elder, how have you been lately?" The elder tree woman's response was a reprimand, devoid of any concern for Yuha's well-being. Peace of mind. What peace can you find? As long as I can move about, it is not some heartless fiend who suddenly appears at my doorstep, accusing me of administering the wrong medicine. Humph. How can one hold good medicine in hand and still blame me for the wrong dosage? Such ill intentions and ungratefulness. The old woman, known as Granny Tree, possesses a rather irksome trait, her disdain for reason. Regardless of the source of one's frustrations, she is disinclined to inquire about the causes, opting instead to unleash her ire without hesitation. Consequently, Liv remains oblivious to the fact that the medicine provided by Ayun was actually sent by Yuha. Granny, I sincerely apologize. I assumed that Liv, having studied for a month or two, would at least be familiar with the basics of herbal medicine. I never anticipated that such a misunderstanding would arise. It is my fault. I should not have claimed that the medicine was prescribed by you simply out of fear that Liv might misconstrue my intentions again. Yuha bowed her head, her face etched with remorse. Observing her demeanor, Ayun felt a pang of sadness. Little Yuha is indeed a commendable shaman. She understands that after having harmed Liv, sending her medicine might only exacerbate Liv's discomfort. Hence, Yuha had requested the delivery in Granny Tree's name. She was merely concerned for Liv's well-being, fearing for her male counterpart's health, and thus asked me to deliver the medicine. If the medicine is indeed safe, then Yuha has committed no wrongdoing, has she? Is it a fault to extend kindness in delivering medicine to Liv? Humph. Delivering what? She is a shaman herself. She can heal herself. Why meddle in others' affairs? How foolish to be infatuated with a useless male, especially when he is already enamored with another female, yet you still come to see him. You are a disappointment. Having been deceived once, you are foolish enough to be ensnared a second time. Granny Tree paid no heed to Yuha's motives for involving her, launching into a tirade. In the course of her verbal onslaught, she even brought to light the prior transgressions of Lu and Liv. Liv, standing behind Granny Tree, felt her heart nearly leap from her chest upon hearing the old crone's final words. Fortunately, after the reprimand from the elder tree, she pointed at Yu-He and exclaimed, "Come here and assist me. Why are you standing there in a daze?" Yet, Yu-He remained motionless. Having realized this was an opportune moment to expose the repugnant deeds of Li Fu and Lu before all the beastmen. "Yes, dear elder, I am truly sorry," Yu-He said, her eyes reddened as she gazed at the elder tree. "I should never have disregarded your counsel and secretly accepted the gifts from Lu. I was fully aware that you detest my deceitful actions, yet I proceeded nonetheless." The elder tree scoffed. "Now you understand he is no good, right? Despite having already consorted with Li Fu, he still bestowed gifts upon you. A fickle male like him hardly deserves a female partner." Yu-He, choking back her emotions, murmured an acknowledgement and lowered her head as she approached to support the elder tree. "Thank you for your magnanimity, dear elder, for overlooking my transgression of secretly taking medicine to Lu. I promise, I shall never engage in such behavior again." The weight of her words resonated profoundly, causing the onlooking beastmen to regard Li Fu with curious and skeptical eyes. They had yet to question her innocence, for it was challenging to conceive that Lu's treachery, which nearly cost the original owner her life, involved Li Fu as well. The beastmen presumed Lu was merely excessively greedy, wanting both a female and more. As soon as the elder tree and Yu-He moved away, discussions among the beastmen erupted, lamenting Lu's excessive behavior, wondering how he could still offer gifts to Yu-He when he was already involved with Li Fu. It became clear to them that Yu-He had been deceived by the males within the tribe. Yu-He is a shaman of the tribe, a rare presence even beyond the confines of the Nada forest. Perhaps Yu-He's reluctance to leave stems from a near-fatal escape, and those outsiders, fearing her defiance, delivered her here. Thus, Lu sold Yu-He, using the proceeds to win Liv's favor. Otherwise, how could Liv have chosen to bond with Lu? I have heard Liv herself declare that she and Lu were merely good friends. This is how rumors are born. By the time Liv and Yu-He realized the truth, the tale of Lu purchasing a female had already spread throughout the entire tribe. This was the first time Liv and Lu tasted the bitterness of slander. Liv fared somewhat better, as she could be seen as a victim in this gossip, garnering sympathy and protection from her former friends. However, Lu's situation was different. After awakening, he found himself met with suspicion and wariness from the males in his household, making it difficult even to see the female he admired. Liv, I did all this for you. You were the one who urged me to approach Yu-He. You promised that if I helped you become a shaman, you would bond with me and bear offspring. How can you go back on your word? Don't abandon me." As he witnessed Liv being taken away by the males of his household, Lu was overwhelmed with emotion and shouted fervently. The soundproofing of the stone house was inadequate. Liv, standing outside, felt her heart sink upon hearing his words. She looked up at her first beast husband, Ae, and said, "It's not like this. Please, let me explain." Ae held her shoulders firmly and replied, "We have known all along. The affairs of the law are unreliable. It was I who ultimately cast Yu-He off the cliff with my own hands, believing that such an act would surely lead to her demise. To my astonishment, she proved to be resilient and survived." Chapter 9. The discovery of pregnancy. Upon hearing these words, Li Fu opened her mouth in disbelief. "Do you not consider me malicious?" Li Fu had always been aware of her allure to males, attributed not only to her beauty and approachability, but also to her lack of the pretentiousness often exhibited by other females. However, she never anticipated that her actions, perceived as exceedingly cruel by others, would be known to Ae, who clandestinely supported her. "What do you think, Li Fu? You must understand that you are our chosen mate, and henceforth, the mother of our offspring." The mention of offspring caused Li Fu's body to tense involuntarily, yet Ae remained oblivious to her discomfort, embracing her with profound affection. "Thus, for your sake, and for the future progeny we shall have, we shall support you in all your endeavors." Nestled in the arms of her male, Li Fu pressed her lips together, suppressing the panic within, and softly acquiesced. After all, the taste perception of beastmen diverges significantly from that of modern humans. On the very first day Yu-He arrived at the tree elder's side, she was reprimanded for her inability to even prepare a meal after venturing outside. Consequently, the tribe reverted to the practice of delivering meals solely to the tree elder, inadvertently neglecting the customary individual delivery to her. In this regard, Yuhi genuinely admired the tree elder, who, in an effort to ensure the original owner complied, would dictate her meals based on her own whims. Every day, Yuhi found herself inadequately nourished at Granny Tree's, enduring her scoldings and insults. Frustrated, she resolved to take decisive action and, under the pretense of seeking guidance, managed to topple the old woman yesterday. Of course, she too fell in the process, but what struck her as peculiar was that, contrary to her expectations of injuring her leg, she felt a strange heaviness in her abdomen at that moment. When she attempted to check her pulse to ascertain whether she was pregnant, she struggled due to her lack of proficiency, having only inherited the original owner's memories. After several attempts, she finally dared to confirm the undeniable truth of her pregnancy. What was she to do? Given the timeline, Bailon would be arriving soon. Should she inform him of her condition? Would he choose to remain in the Wu Mountain tribe for her and the unborn child, waiting for her to resolve the matters of the original owner before they left together? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt as if her head might explode. She could not deny that Bailon's recent demeanor had endeared him to her, nor could she dismiss the burgeoning desire to forge a bond with him and keep him by her side. Yet, could binding a male with the prospect of a child truly be a reliable course of action? A familiar bird call echoed outside, prompting Yuhi to suppress her anxious thoughts and resolve to confront Bailon. Regardless of the outcome, she needed someone to share the burden of her pregnancy. However, the beast man who arrived today was not Bailon, but Yunshi, leaving her feeling suddenly desolate. This was the first time she had heard her people mention their tribe's origins. Was there truly a great tribe, the White Tiger tribe, beyond the knot of forest? As the reproduction of orc offspring becomes increasingly challenging, many orcs find themselves waiting several years, even a decade, to bear a single cub. Fortunately, orcs possess a lengthy lifespan. A typical orc can live for at least 150 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the wait would be unbearable. Is the White Tiger tribe far from the Wushan tribe? Having never heard of it, Yuhi straightforwardly inquired of Yunshi. Yunshi mentioned that Ye is a bird-like orc, which astonished Yuhi momentarily. However, Ye did not hold significant importance in her mind, so her surprise was fleeting as she quickly contemplated a crucial issue. From the memories of the original owner, Yuhi learned that during the cold season, many tribes fear not the lack of food reserves, but rather the possibility that other tribes might not have sufficient provisions and will resort to plundering. They not only seize food, but also female orcs. Consequently, after the cold season, some unfortunate tribes inevitably vanish from the continent. Yunshi did not refute this, although there are many strong individuals within the tribe. Having the young master, a rare purple-tier orc, remain in the tribe during the cold season significantly deters external threats. At the very least, the number of orcs who take the opportunity to cause trouble during this time would be greatly reduced. And the wandering tribes, temporary organizations formed by nomadic orcs seeking survival during the cold season, would also refrain from approaching. The distance was daunting. Yuhi's immediate reaction was to retreat. She had resolved to become mates with Bailon, influenced by his demeanor in recent days, and to remain in the Wushan tribe to raise their cub. Yet, the thought of the White Tiger tribe's remoteness filled her with trepidation. In the modern era, the existence of laws and law enforcement, particularly the ability to promptly alert authorities in times of danger via mobile phones, ensures the fundamental right to life. However, in a primal world devoid of such protections, she could scarcely dare to venture far with a male she had known for merely a month. Thus, could she even broach the topic of her pregnancy? Ideally, one could hope that Bailon might choose to remain by her side for the sake of their offspring. Yet, what then? Was she truly prepared to embrace motherhood? Yuhi gazed at Yunshi before her, mustering the strength to conceal her unease, lest he perceive her turmoil. Once he departed, she allowed herself a bitter smile, lamenting the irony that he was not the one to arrive today. Had it been him, he could have provided her with the clarity she sought, sparing her from spiraling into anxious thoughts. For Bailon had yet to earn her trust to the extent that she would abandon everything to follow him. Chapter 10. An unwelcome pursuit. Bailon remained oblivious to the opportunity he had missed that evening. However, when he returned the following day to deliver food to Yuhi, he distinctly sensed a notable shift in her demeanor, marked by a palpable distance. Furrowing his brow at this change, he inquired, "Did Yunshi say something to you?" Aside from Yunshi's visit the previous night, he could not fathom any other cause for her altered attitude. After all, the pair who posed a threat to you, he were currently preoccupied and unable to trouble her. Bailon and Mu, along with the others, had thwarted their efforts while hunting, and now those individuals were confined to their beds, nursing injuries that, while not as severe as before, still rendered them unable to venture out. Upon hearing Bailan's question, Yuhi shook her head, replying, "No, I merely inquired about a few matters." He spoke candidly to me. Bailan raised an eyebrow. "So the outcome of your inquiry is that we must part ways?" Yuhi rested her chin on her hands. "You will not stay with me in the Wushan tribe, and I have no desire to join yours. It is too distant, and I am afraid." She did not conceal the fear within her heart, perhaps still clinging to some hope. "Oh," Yuhi lowered her gaze, oblivious to the disappointment in Bailan's eyes. However, as a modern individual, she interpreted his words merely as a refusal. Ultimately, their time together had been too brief for them to truly understand one another. A lack of candor often breeds misunderstandings and fosters a rift between them. "Rest assured, before I leave, I will ensure you have sufficient provisions and hides for the cold season. Even if you decline to become my mate, I will not neglect what you deserve." Although the proposal of partnership was rejected, Bailan did not immediately give up. Instead, he considered Yuhi's needs for the winter in the tribe. The dwelling of Granny Tree was undoubtedly the finest in the tribe. Yet the treatment of the original owner was rather ambiguous. Despite being one of the tribe's only 2 shamans, her provisions were subject to Granny Tree's whims. And even her possessions were meager, consisting solely of discarded items that Granny Tree deemed unworthy. They were truly worn and bore a distinct sin of age. Thus, when Bailan offered to stock up on winter supplies for her, Yuhi did not refuse. Instead, she provided him with several bottles of useful pills for her outings. "Thank you. I genuinely need these for the winter, so I shall not be modest. After all, this male is the father of my offspring. It is entirely reasonable to use his resources to nurture them. After giving birth to her young, the males within the tribe should no longer regard her with indifference. She would then be able to select 1 or 2 suitable companions, thus securing a reliance on strength. Once she avenges the original owner, she can depart from the tribe without the concern of navigating the challenges of single parenthood. As for whether the offspring will yearn to acknowledge their paternal lineage upon maturation, that remains the offspring's own affair." In her mind, Yuhi was calculating the future, while Bailan, oblivious to her thoughts, inquired after collecting her medicinal pills. "If you do not wish to bond with me, what of Meng? Or perhaps there is someone else you favor? Retaining one by your side would ensure your safety moving forward." Yuhi was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated such words from Bailan. She shook her head in astonishment. "No, that won't be necessary. If it were you, how would you resolve this?" "Perhaps agreeing and retaining a few." Lif, desperate for her male counterpart, approached Yuhi once more, pleading, "Yuhi, I beg of you, please assist me. Ai and the others are on the brink of despair. I implore you to check on my male. If you do, they will allow her to reclaim all the suffering they previously inflicted upon her." The reputation of a barren woman would undoubtedly deter those from distant lands from extending their aid to Yuhi, were it not for the assistance from those outsiders. How could Ai and his companions have encountered such repeated misfortunes, rendering them incapable of intervening and ensuring that Yuhi would be free from future threats? Reflecting on this, the expression of desperation on Lif's face grew increasingly sincere, and the male orc who had followed her could not help but feel anxious on her behalf, crying out in distress. As he spoke, the male intended to rush forward and forcibly pull Yuha. Liv superficially intervened, urging him not to treat a female so rudely. However, deep down, she relished Yuha's misfortune, for Yuha's betrayal that day had thwarted her aspirations to become the tribe's shaman. Who would trust a shaman that even Granny Tree did not acknowledge, especially with Yuha, the legitimate shaman, still present? "Let go." Yuha stepped back 2 paces, but was still grasped by the hand. With a darkened expression, she retaliated with a sharp slap. "Who gave you the right to treat a shaman of the tribe this way? I am a shaman. If you injure me, can you bear the consequences?" Yuha was nearly beside herself with rage. She was pregnant, and if this led to a miscarriage, the physical toll would be immense. Who would take responsibility? "If you believe Liv is capable enough to replace me as the tribe's shaman, then any injuries your family suffers should be treated by Liv, not by me." Seeing the male momentarily stunned, yet still advancing to grasp her, Yuha delivered another slap and simultaneously stamped on his foot. "Ow! Yuha, what are you doing? How could you hit someone?" Liv, witnessing her friend in a daze after being struck, grew anxious and immediately reproached Yuha. Yuha, unyielding, retorted, "Didn't you once express your desire to become a shaman? I taught you so much back then. Have you learned nothing? If your male is truly grievously injured, why come to me? Seek Granny Tree. She is still here. Coming to me shows you must be desperate. No matter how formidable I am, I cannot compare to Granny Tree. Yuha spoke the truth. When Elder Tree was present, the orcs in the tribe still preferred to seek her counsel. However, individuals like Liv, who approached her directly, were almost non-existent. Thus, Yuha found it quite perplexing. When it came to herbal remedies, she thought perhaps they wished to exploit her. But to summon her for healing? She was not the original owner of that body. A mere surge of emotion would not compel her to follow blindly. Chapter 11. The revelation of pregnancy. There's a black bear chasing me. It's pursuing me. Quickly, kill it. Bylon, for heaven's sake, slay it. Do you wish to witness my demise alongside the life within me? This was the frantic rambling of Yuha upon encountering Bylon. It was the first time she had seen such a massive black bear, and the terror of being pursued nearly stole her breath away. Only when she heard Yuha express his intention to deal with the bear did she find solace under Bylon's gentle caress. However, it wasn't long before silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Meng, witnessing her distress, stammered, young master, she is crying. Comfort her. Indeed, indeed. Yunshi chimed in hurriedly. Young master, you must soothe her. If she is truly pregnant, this weeping cannot continue. Even if she is not. Seeing the little female in such despair is quite pitiable. Bylon, cradling the calico cat, tentatively tried to console her. Do not cry. He has already gone to deal with that black bear orc. Though killing the beast was out of the question. Delivering a sound thrashing to ensure it would be incapacitated for 10 days or so was entirely feasible. Moreover, Yu was cunning. He left no obvious marks, targeting only areas that could remain hidden from public view, leaving Zhuang to endure considerable suffering. It was merely Yuhi's own timidity that led her to wander so far without realizing the situation, still trembling in by Lan's embrace, insisting on avenging Zhuang. Oh, he has been pursuing me relentlessly. The calico cat that Yuhi transformed into curled up tightly, her mewling resonating with a certain pitifulness. After being licked into a daze, Yuhi finally fell silent. Though she remained coiled up, any movement from Bylon would startle her. Young master, shall I seek their clan leader and summon the shaman? Yunshi, having gleaned from Ye's words the identity of the black bear orc who frightened the little female, immediately adopted a stern expression. Bylon did not object, instead glancing at Mu, who understood the cue. I shall hunt for some exotic beasts favored by females. Do remember to gather plenty of wild fruits. Xiaohe enjoys those, Meng quickly reminded him. I will prepare fish soup for Xiaohe. The female cat should have a liking for fish. Upon hearing this, Yunshi raised an eyebrow, lamenting, too bad it isn't tea within our tribe, otherwise, we could catch dragon-eye fish for the little female. The dragon-eye fish are boneless and extraordinarily tender, enjoyed even raw by many females and cubs. Alas, they can only thrive in the hot springs of the snowy mountains, which are quite rare. Then shall I go after that female? Seeing that everyone had tasks at hand, you remained silent for a moment before suggesting. The fact that the little female was still curled beneath the young master, too frightened to emerge, clearly indicated the severity of the day's events. Indeed, came the agreement. An eye for an eye, it is only fair. When Yuhi awoke from a series of nightmares, she was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds around her. In essence, her thoughts were a jumbled mess of confusion. In the midst of their conversation with the tree granny, Yushi's voice took on an unusual gravity as she remarked, Did you know that your disciple, Yuha, is a stone woman? The tree granny, compelled to lower her voice, retorted sternly, Who said that? What do you mean she is a stone woman? If she truly were one, would that male have provided her with food from the very beginning? It seemed someone had pointed out that Livy made this claim, prompting the tree granny to scoff. Humph, you choose to believe the words of a deceiver? She has mingled with males since childhood, lacking any semblance of femininity. Before even reaching adulthood, she feigned pregnancy and insisted it was genuine. When chastised, she blamed her parents and accused me of being harsh. Over the years, I suspect she has spoken ill of me behind my back. Now that her parents scarcely keep an eye on her, you listen to her nonsensical chatter. The notion that Livy feigned pregnancy before reaching adulthood raises eyebrows. Has she engaged in such indiscretions with the males of the tribe? It is no wonder she lacks her parents' affection. After all, no parents would wish to witness their daughter harm her health due to a fabricated pregnancy while still a minor. The rabbits, being particularly sensitive to such matters, must have exerted considerable effort in managing Livy's behavior. Yet, the daughter, in her curiosity, deliberately enticed the males. Yuha gradually pieced together the fragmented voices of the elder beasts, unveiling the unflattering tale of Livy's feigned pregnancy. This was not a matter to be taken lightly, and for Livy's reputation, the chieftain had strictly forbidden any discussion of it among those who were privy to the information. However, it seemed that A Zhuang had stumbled upon this concealed truth from somewhere and inadvertently exposed it. Then came the voice of Bailan, asserting that he was indeed not a stone woman, for it was highly probable that she was now with child. She would need to trouble Granny Shu to examine her pulse. As he spoke, he gently patted the tightly wrapped small female in his arms. The clan leader expressed his astonishment. Pregnant? Whose offspring does Yui carry? I have not heard of her being particularly close to any male. It cannot possibly be Lu. The final syllable of his statement was abruptly interrupted. Of course, the child within Xiao He belongs to our young master. Meng retorted with irritation. Yet, turning to Granny Shu, he added with a hint of deference, Granny, please take a look at Xiao He. She was frightened today. Kindly check if she and the child are well. Granny Shu scrutinized Meng for a considerable time before responding. Isn't she a shaman? Wouldn't she know her own condition? Upon observing Bailan's brow furrow in concern, she scoffed lightly and continued, moreover, in her beast form, I cannot take her pulse. If you wish to ascertain whether she is pregnant, you should determine the beast form of the father and then gently feel her abdomen. The duration of a beastman's pregnancy is determined by the strength of the parent's beast forms. Typically, the more powerful one plays a crucial role in determining the gestation period. I am a white tiger, Bailan stated solemnly. Granny Shu inquired nonchalantly, and how long ago did this occur? Yuhi silently lowered her head. Yet Bailan's tone remained steady, 16 days ago. Yuhi, there was no need to remember it so precisely. Granny Shu, it has been over half a month. You should be able to feel something when you touch her abdomen. Bailan appeared to hesitate slightly. Isn't that risky? It's quite pronounced, with a few small lumps. Bailan articulated his sensations, perceiving his curiosity towards those small fragments. Yuhi let out a soft meow and promptly extended her paw to scratch him. Sensing her fierce protectiveness akin to a mother bear, Bailan softly murmured an apology, expressing, I am merely curious. Chapter 12. The Delayed Affection Curious? How dare you presume such a triviality? Do you not realize that those could very well be offspring? Yuhi had never been a mother in her previous life, yet that did not hinder her anticipation and cautiousness towards new life. As the calico cat bared its teeth and growled at Bailan, Yunxi and the others could not help but cast astonished glances. Throughout that afternoon, Yuhi remained steadfastly by Bailan's side, exuding an almost pitiable obedience. Females tend to be more protective once pregnant, as her male counterpart. It would be wise not to provoke her, lest she succumb to irrational thoughts. The clan leader, having been a beastman himself, immediately discerned from Bailan's words that their shaman was indeed pregnant, although he felt a tinge of regret that the offspring were not sired by a male from their own tribe. The strength emanating from Bailan suggested he hailed from a formidable clan. Should Yuhi bear a child, it would undoubtedly secure their place within the Wushan tribe, which the leader considered fortuitous. Consequently, he exhibited great enthusiasm, sharing extensive advice regarding the care of pregnant females. Upon hearing this, Yunxi urged Meng to hastily jot down all the information. It had previously been noted that the Wushan tribe was a small one, lacking a written tradition. Their history was conveyed solely through oral transmission over generations. As Bailan and the others exhibited their exquisite brush and sheepskin scroll, a sudden surprise washed over the chieftain and the elder orcs. If these few males hailed from a tribe sophisticated enough to possess written language, would their aspirations to win over Yuhi prove successful? They feared they might inadvertently sacrifice the tribe's only young shaman in the process. Noticing the chieftain's silence, Yunxi smiled encouragingly, urging, Chieftain Wushan, is that all? Please share more. It would be beneficial for us to remember, lest we find ourselves seeking answers later. The chieftain exchanged glances with several elder orcs, forcing out a somewhat strained smile. Certainly, I shall share more. He continued, Xiaohe, now that you are with child, refrain from drying herbs by yourself and pay heed to your rest. However, do not confine yourself indoors. It is essential to take walks. Many elder females in the tribe have born children. When you have free time, you might inquire how they typically care for their young. As the chieftain spoke, an odd expression crossed Yunxi's face, a blend of displeasure and subtle mockery, yet he did not interrupt the chieftain. Instead, he encouraged Meng to continue writing. Bailan, diligently grooming Yuhi, noticed her eyes flutter shut in contentment, causing his previously furrowed brow to relax. Once the chieftain finished, He exchanged a knowing glance with Yunshi, who promptly requested the elder orcs to elaborate on the precautions for pregnant females. Regardless of their internal machinations, the authority over the young female was no longer theirs to wield, just as it had never been in the past. Thus, the insights shared by the elder orcs were swiftly depleted by Yunshi. When she turned her gaze towards Granny Tree, the latter frowned with impatience. "Why do you look at me? You should already know what is necessary." However, as a witch accustomed to dealing with various herbs, she added, "Since you are pregnant, take care not to let her come into contact with any herbs that may induce miscarriage or harm the fetus. Beyond that, do not trouble me with further inquiries." Yet, internally, Granny Tree cursed her fate, lamenting the irony of her situation. It seemed that just as her leg was injured, she found herself burdened with the responsibility of overseeing this pregnancy. Unbeknownst to Yuha, her condition had placed her in direct contention with Li Fa. The delay in this confrontation was minimal, for the clan leaders were apprehensive that Yuha might follow Bai Lan and depart from the Wushan tribe. Once Granny Tree was no longer present, the tribe would be devoid of a witch. Thus, they were compelled to expedite Li Fa's training. Failure to do so would leave their orc kin to seek healing from other tribes whenever illness struck, raising concerns about the tribe's well-being. Given that they had only 2 witches, neither of whom were adequately supported. Currently, Yuha's connection to the tribe was tenuous at best. Only when faced with the prospect of departing with an outsider did the tribe realize the importance of cultivating a bond with her. Yet, what could Yuha say in response? The original host indeed held affection for the tribe. Had she been in the original host position, she would have resolutely refused to abandon her home. Having inherited the memories of the original owner, she felt a more profound familiarity with the Wushan tribe, which naturally led her to choose this place as her first stop in the beast world. "Xiaohe, will you truly accompany them?" Yun, a female who frequently visited Yuhi, was unsurprisingly commissioned by the tribe leader and the elder beastmen to inquire about Yuhi's intentions. "I do not know. At least until I bear my young, I shall not depart from the tribe." Departure was inevitable, but not at this moment. Lu had already been rendered incapacitated. A mere dose of poison could lead to his agonizing demise. However, Li Fu had yet to face her due punishment. Yui believed that slapping Li Fu a few times and compelling her to separate from her male partner constituted the most severe of repercussions. Li Fu ought to experience the anguish of betrayal by her beloved and the despair of awaiting death. While Yui wore a gentle smile on her face, her thoughts revolved around how to instigate Li Fu's male partner to willingly sever their bond. Despite Li Fu's acknowledged difficulties in childbirth, the couple had been together for several years. Such a sudden dissolution of their union would undoubtedly invite disapproval from the other beastmen of the tribe. Therefore, it was essential to provide them with an appropriate opportunity. After some contemplation, an idea emerged. Bai Lan and the others had been covertly retaliating against Li Fu's male companions to avenge her. Thus, it would be fitting for Yun Shi and the others to continue their assaults once the males had recovered. Moreover, it should be a direct confrontation. As for the justification, there was a ready-made excuse. Li Fu had indeed been thoroughly frightened by A Zhuang on that fateful day. As the adoptive father of her cub, Bai Lan's intention to seek retribution against the males of Liv seemed justifiable. Chapter 13. Bai Lan's sense of responsibility. "Ah, I see. If you truly leave, it appears we shall never have the chance to meet again." Yun furrowed her brow and remarked, "The clan leader mentioned that your male hails from a large tribe, while you are merely a female from a smaller one. If you accompany him to the larger tribe, you may be subjected to mistreatment. With that in mind, do you still wish to leave the Wushan tribe with him?" Yun's words echoed the very concerns that Yui harbored. Yet she chose not to reveal her apprehensions in front of Yun. Instead, she replied, "But a cub cannot be without its biological father. As a single female, I am incapable of raising a cub on my own. You can seek other males within the tribe. Now that you are pregnant, it attests to your ability to bear offspring, and there will undoubtedly be males eager to partner with you," Yun stated, articulating a truth that Yuhi had contemplated before. She chuckled softly, acknowledging the validity of the point, but added, "However, this decision is not solely mine to make. I must discuss it with Bai Lan. What if he wishes to remain in the Wushan tribe with me?" This sentiment was merely a ruse to coax Yun into discussing this matter with the beastmen. As for her innermost thoughts, there was no need to reveal them in detail. Yun nodded, "Then make sure to clarify your intentions with him soon. I must admit, I have my own selfish desires. Compared to Elder Tree and Liv, I find your role as the tribe's shaman far more reassuring." Yui inquired as to her reasoning. Yun chuckled softly. From a young age, Liv had a penchant for the company of males, as they would dote on her, and this was quite acceptable. However, as she matured, she often flaunted her supposed camaraderie with males, frequently calling upon both unmarried and committed ones to assist her with trivial matters. Over time, this became rather frequent. Leaving aside the opinions of other females, I certainly disapproved of my males getting too close to her. Who knows how much more audacious she might become now that she has attained the status of a witch queen. Yui lowered her head and smiled. Is that so? I used to envy Liv for the attention she received from males. After all, I struggled with my speech, was timid, and often secluded myself in the back hills, with no one to keep me company. Ayun reminisced about her past with a hint of nostalgia. Those days are behind her. And now she has endured her share of hardships. Endured hardships? The smile on Yuhi's face faded after Ayun departed. The original owner of this body is no longer present. Thus, where is the notion of having endured hardships for a better future? Yet here I am, a lonely spirit from another world, occupying the body of a hapless individual, merely striving to exist in this realm. That night, Meng observed Yuhi, who, despite her evident fatigue, resisted the urge to sleep. Ever since learning of Yuhi's pregnancy, Bailan had taken Yunxi and Mu out hunting for several consecutive days. Meng and Yu remained at home, attending to Yuhi's needs. Consequently, Yuhi resolved not to heed his counsel and insisted on waiting. There were matters she felt uneasy about, which she had clarified with Bailan. Meng, please do not persuade me. I shall wait a little longer. He leaves at dawn daily, and even if I wish to discuss something with him, it proves impossible. If I do not wait now, I shall still fail to catch a glimpse of him tomorrow. Had she not been aware of her pregnancy, she would have long since been unable to sit still, especially with the constant visits from the tribe's females over the past few days. There were certain feelings she held within, unexpressed, which truly caused her discomfort. Meng intended to persuade her further, but Wai gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from doing so. It was evident that the young female was growing increasingly stubborn with every attempt at encouragement. Better to let her be, and when fatigue set in, he would simply carry her to bed for rest. Upon entering, Bailan immediately spotted the female sprawled across the stone table, and a frown creased his brow. Lowering his voice, he approached her, questioning why she hadn't been taken inside to sleep. Meng, with a hint of grievance in his tone, replied that he wouldn't allow it. Bailan fell silent, opting to lift Yui into his arms. In her drowsy state, she placed her hand around Bailan's neck, her voice weary as she murmured, "Don't scold, Meng. I have something I wish to ask you and wanted to wait for you." "All right," Bailan acknowledged, recognizing his own fault in not having communicated clearly with her. "I want to go out tomorrow." Meng chimed in from the side. "Young master, you should have done this long ago. Xiaohe is quite sensitive. You ought to clarify everything with her, or she will constantly worry." Bailan offered no rebuttal, instructing Meng to fetch some warm water. He proceeded to wipe Yuhi's face and hands before allowing her to sleep, lest she awaken in discomfort the following morning. Meng nodded, having been prepared for this. Listening quietly, Wai continued to crouch in the corner, rendered almost invisible. He couldn't shake the feeling that if the day ever came when the young master's female were to entertain the affections of another male, Meng would undoubtedly hold a significant place within their household. The young master's female often seemed overly familiar with Meng, and it was clear that the young master did not reject his presence. The next day, Yuhi indeed found Bailan outside the stone house, engaged in the processing of animal hides. Upon noticing her awakening, Bailan lifted his head slightly and gestured toward the stone table, where dozens of tanned animal skins lay. "Look and see if any particularly catch your fancy. I shall craft winter garments for you. Should you find none to your liking, we can set them aside for the young ones." Yuhi approached and began to rummage through the skins, perplexed by how they had managed to procure such a substantial quantity in such a brief span. So many? Was this all gathered in just a few days? That seems rather implausible. It must be a result of trading their catches with the tribe's warriors. But hadn't they just exchanged goods upon their arrival? To acquire such an abundance of skins for the young ones so soon after? They must have begun this endeavor right upon their arrival, in just over half a month. They have amassed these, with even more hanging elsewhere, yet to be brought here. Knowing Yuhi's timid nature, they likely refrained from displaying an array of exotic animal skins here, for she would surely be haunted by nightmares if surrounded by them at night. Yuhi's expression was a blend of emotions. "So, all of this was originally intended for me?" she ventured, her gratitude palpable. Beyond her thanks, she found herself at a loss for words. The male was unexpectedly responsible, pledging to prepare winter supplies for her, and he truly followed through. No need for thanks. These were always meant for you, he replied. Thus, over the past few days, I have taken Yunshi and Mu with me to hunt, to gather ample food and skins. This way, during quieter times, I can dedicate more moments to you and our young ones. Chapter 14. Regret. When he spoke of the young ones, his expression softened considerably. Yuha found herself somewhat lost in thought. Bailon was remarkably mature and composed, even in the face of adversity. He merely furrowed his brow and spoke with a slightly colder tone. She had never witnessed such an expression from him before. A spark of curiosity ignited within Yuha, as she pondered whether Bailon possessed other facets to his character. Although she felt a sense of joy at his decision to stay, she couldn't help but worry if his presence might bring unforeseen troubles to his tribe. However, there was no cause for concern, as the White Tiger tribe had other purple-tier warriors. Yuha nodded, acknowledging his words. All right, I understand. Since you have said so, I shall trust you. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Bailon had not forgotten her insistence on waiting for him the previous night, likely to convey something of importance. Having just revealed his own intentions, it was now her turn to speak. Yuha replied softly. I wish to find a suitable beast man within the tribe to take as a disciple, to teach him the art of medicine and injury assessment. So, you wish to cultivate a shaman for the Wushan tribe anew? Bailon mused for a moment before gently nodding. All right, I understand. Should there be anything you need to discuss with me or Yunshi, please let us know. When you venture outside, if you have the time, could you assist me in gathering some herbs? The rest I can manage myself. As for identifying an appropriate beast man to become a shaman's disciple, Yuha already had a candidate in mind. Bailon acknowledged her with a slight murmur. One more thing. I do not wish to let the matter of Li Fu sending the black bear beast man after me go unresolved. I understand the difficulty you face in confronting a female, but I also do not want Li Fu to remain unscathed. Yuha's words were laced with a palpable bitterness. She had anticipated that Bailon would be taken aback by her meticulousness, yet to her surprise, he responded without a moment's hesitation. Well, do you not find me excessively meticulous? Yuha mused, feeling that his acquiescence came rather swiftly. Given the leniency of the beast realm towards females, her desire to incite unrest in another female, despite having committed no wrongdoing herself, should have been met with skepticism. Why should you not be concerned? If you have suffered an injustice, you ought to voice it. Speak up, and I shall stand by you. Bailon's final statement struck a chord deep within Yuha's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned as she murmured. No one has ever spoken such words to me. They all claim it is my fault. They said she was overly sensitive, that she thought too much. How could a girl be so petty? Yet, no one had ever inquired if she felt aggrieved. The affirmation that young Yuha had long sought, after many years, found its resolution in this moment. She softly uttered her gratitude and bestowed upon Bailon a gentle smile, radiant in its warmth. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Bailon's brow furrowed slightly in concern. That very night, Yunshi confronted the black bear beast man, who lay on a stone bed, wailing in agony. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Yuha behind Yunshi, Ajong instinctively trembled. What do you intend to do? I've already explained that I did not mean to frighten Yuha. It was her own timidity at play. Did you not all beat me up already? And now you resort to underhanded tactics, causing my father and mother to chastise me for not having sustained any injuries, claiming that I only know how to feign pity at home. The grievances that weigh heavily on Azhuang's heart. His pain is genuine. Why wear such a sorrowful visage? We merely seek to inquire about certain matters. Yunshi, with a gentle smile, observed him and asked, Has Xiaohe been bullied in the tribe before? And why do you all refer to her as the ugly duckling and the little mute? Azhuang felt as though he might kneel before them. He had known little of Yuha, who had resided with the old tree woman on the back mountain since childhood. He only knew that she had never been fond of speaking. He had heard her voice once and was certain she was not mute. Yet, everyone called her the little mute. He was not her protector and could not concern himself with such matters. Noticing Yunshi's continued smile, which inexplicably quickened Azhuang's heart, he hastily conjured a scapegoat. Yunshi, taken aback, pondered, if he has cherished Xiaohe for so long, then why? Azhuang promptly cleared his throat loudly, darting his beady eyes left and right, deliberately avoiding Yunshi and the others. He muttered, the male's heart can change. What more could it be but that trivial matter? Both Yunshi and Yu frowned at this revelation. If such a triviality could lead to a change of heart, it seemed that Lu truly did not hold genuine affection for Xiaohe. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Yuha's pregnancy, Lu had remained unusually silent at home. She carelessly shoved some undercooked meat towards him, indifferent to whether he could stomach it, and intended to leave afterward. Liv, is it true that Ahi is pregnant? Upon hearing Lu's inquiry, the weariness faded from Liv's face, replaced by a flash of anger. Yes, she is pregnant. What, do you regret it? Noting Lu's silence, her tone grew sharper. You are worthless, nothing but a failure. Ah, despite being injured, Lu still stood as an orange-tear orc. With a mighty effort, he left cracks on the stone bed beneath his grip. Upon seeing his contorted face as he lifted his head, Liv let out a piercing scream, her legs trembling beneath her. Get out. Lu struck the stone bed with another forceful blow. Liv, struggling to suppress her fear, managed to rise and swiftly fled to another room. The sound of her muffled sobs reached Lu's ears, intensifying his fury. You wretched woman. You deceived me when you knew you couldn't bear a child. If only I had been more resolute. If only I hadn't fallen for Liv's tricks. Perhaps this would have led to Yua's pregnancy being my doing. Xiaohe, I was wrong. There must still be a chance. Surely, Xiaohe wouldn't be so harsh with me. Was she not once so fond of me? Yes, that's it. Lu reassured himself, retrieving the piece of meat that had fallen from his mouth onto the stone bed. He needed to recover quickly to see Xiaohe again. She cherished him so. If he declared his lingering feelings for her, she would surely be willing to bear his offspring. Chapter 15. Are twins a blessing or a curse from the beast god? Oh, how Lu regretted his earlier outburst. Hey, please recover swiftly. I can hardly bear this. Why must that wretched woman tread upon me? Is being pregnant such a monumental feat? As if anyone could not conceive. Liv wept bitterly in front of the male she trusted most. Yet she failed to perceive the indifference and impatience reflected in his gaze as he regarded her. My wounds cannot heal for now. You endure your trials with the tree mother. As usual, A gently patted her head, but when Liv raised her gaze, filled with emotion, his brow furrowed in apparent discomfort. Liv immediately grew anxious. What's wrong? Does your arm still hurt? I followed Elder Tree's instructions for the herbs. It should have worked, shouldn't it? A's arm had been injured by Lan and the others, and despite the robust nature of his beastly physique and his remarkable healing abilities, enduring multiple fractures required diligent care to ensure a complete recovery. It's nothing. I am grateful that you were there to apply the herbs Elder Tree provided. Otherwise, my arm might have been rendered useless. A replied gently, his gaze towards the female filled with affection, making it evident to anyone watching that his feelings for Liv were genuine. Liv's tears transformed into a smile as she bravely patted her chest. Of course, just look at who I am. When I take action, even Elder Tree, with her bad temper, has to hold it in. Humph. I'm not the kind of person who allows herself to be bullied. With renewed enthusiasm, she shared with A, did you know? Elder Tree has injured her leg. And now people from the tribe come to me for healing. The chief and the others have said that if he leaves with that outsider male, I will be the only shaman in the tribe. Whatever status Elder Tree held in the tribe, I shall inherit. Is that so? Then our Liv is truly remarkable. He said with a gentle smile, his words causing 2 blushes to bloom on Liv's cheeks. This only motivated her further to reassure her male companion. Don't worry. I will make sure to heal you soon. Once I become the shaman of the tribe, our lives will undoubtedly be even better than they are now. A smiled gently, yet his mind wandered to the possibility of Liv concocting a fertility potion for him, should she indeed become a witch. He was not inclined to face a future devoid of offspring. The thought of young ones inevitably led him to recall the news of that particular female's pregnancy that had recently surfaced. Had he known of her remarkable fertility, he would have hidden her away. If Liv were unable to conceive, she could still bear him children. Alas, A felt a pang of regret within his heart, and thus he endeavored to soothe Liv with an even gentler tone, enchanted by her male's affection. Liv longed to be recognized as a revered witch among all the beast men. Only by achieving this status could she effectively undermine Yuhi. Days passed in a steady rhythm, and soon Yuhi's belly began to swell like a balloon. The elderly female who came to visit her gazed in astonishment at the burgeoning belly, exclaiming, "How can it be so large after just over a month?" It appeared as though there were multiple young ones nestled within. However, the elder female harbored other thoughts, cautioning Lan and the others not to overfeed Xiaohe, lest the offspring grow too large, resulting in a difficult birth. Lan furrowed her brow slightly. After all, Yuhi had a small appetite and did not consume much. The elder female sincerely advised them, your consumption as males differs from that of females. You frequently venture out to hunt, so it is perfectly acceptable for you to eat more. The act of a female becoming pregnant is no trivial matter, especially when it is her first. The size of the offspring poses a significant risk of complications during childbirth, which could result in the tragic loss of both mother and child, leaving you to lament your regrets when it is too late. Her words were grave, and Mont, who had just emerged with food, found himself in an awkward position. Glancing towards Bailon spoke calmly, her hand gently resting on Yuhi's abdomen, suggesting, perhaps this is a case of twins. The elder female wore an expression of hesitation, caught between speaking and silence. I too believe it is quite possible that she carries twins. Yuhi readily agreed with Bailon's assertion, explaining to the elder, my appetite has not changed much since becoming pregnant, save for a newfound fondness for wild fruits. Upon hearing this, the elder female paused, pondering the possibility of twins. Little he, do you realize how long it has been since twins have been seen in our Nada forest? It is not that I doubt your words, but over the years, every family has given birth to one child at a time. Even the highly fertile rabbit clan has never produced twins. If your pregnancy indeed results in twins, our Wushan tribe may not be able to protect you. The elder continued, if it is truly twins, then I advise you to claim that you have given birth to only one, lest you attract the envy of outsiders. No matter how strong your male is, he cannot contend with the males of larger tribes. She sighed softly. Moreover, Wushan is but a small tribe. Should you bear twins, the young females within the tribe may suffer as a consequence. The neighboring tribes would surely come to seize them. Heed my advice, dear. You have grown up within our tribe. Should the day come, ensure that you leave a path for survival for the tribe. The young females of the tribe may indeed be seized by outsiders, leading to the inevitable dissolution of the Wushan tribe. Aunt Green's expression suddenly turned grave, and Yuhi's heart sank in response to her words. If she were to give birth to twins, could the fate of the tribe truly be so dire? Yuhi harbored hatred for Li Fu and Lu, as well as disdain for the tree grandmother and those orcs who had once disregarded the original host. Yet, there was one common sentiment shared between her and the original host. The tribe was not at fault. It was indeed the place that had nurtured the original host and provided shelter for Yuhi upon her arrival in the beast realm. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Yuhi heeded Aunt Green's counsel. After Aunt Green departed, she began to inquire of Bailon about the state of the Yuhi tribe beyond the Nada forest, which had once been graced by a goddess. Bailon remained silent for a moment before responding, affirming that she was correct. If a tribe's strength was insufficient, it could not protect a goddess blessed by the beast deity. Therefore, the Yuhi tribe has perished. Yuhi was taken aback. A tribe, renowned solely due to a female who bore twins, had ceased to exist. Why? Was it not widely believed that females who bore twins were blessed by the beast deity? How could the presence of a goddess lead to the tribe's downfall? Even for the sake of procreation, such madness was unfathomable. The thought that her own twin status might bring about the demise of the Wushan tribe turned Yuhi's face pale. Chapter 16. Distant worries. He remained calm. Observing her distress, Bailon furrowed her brow and wrapped her in an embrace, soothingly murmuring, the Yuhi tribe is merely an isolated incident, but I am afraid. After speaking, she anxiously caressed her abdomen, which indeed appeared somewhat enlarged. Despite being merely a month along, her figure already seemed quite robust. Bailon gently placed a hand on her back, assuring her that these matters would be handled by him. Yuhi remained silent, her gaze lowered, revealing a hint of worry in her eyes. Rather than dwelling on what had yet to transpire, it would be prudent for her to prepare in advance. Young master, our harvest today was quite fruitful. Yinshi entered with a smile, stating that if things continued this way, Mu and Ming would soon be ready to embark on their journey. Bailon nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Yeah, go find Ming, within the next 2 days. Ensure that Yuhi and the cubs have their beast garments made. Given that Mu was not adept at sewing, he would refrain from involvement. Yunshi would continue to engage with the chieftain of the Wu Mountain tribe and the elder beastmen, as they planned to assist Yuhi and the tribe during the cold season. It was imperative to establish a strong rapport at this juncture. Young master, we have excavated the winter cave, situated not too far from the Wu Mountain tribe's beastmen. The cave mentioned by Yunshi referred to a shelter carved into the summit of the back mountain, intended for the beastmen's residence. Due to the frigid conditions in the stone dwellings during winter, the beastmen from the Wu Mountain tribe would collectively relocate to the expansive cave atop the back mountain for survival. However, while the communal cave offered safety, it was excessively cramped. With so many beastmen sharing the same space for their daily needs, the quality of life was understandably compromised. Thus, Bailon and the others ultimately decided to carve out an additional cave for winter habitation, ensuring it was not too distant from the Wu Mountain tribe's beastmen. After all, with Mu and Ming gone, Bailon and the other two, despite their formidable strength, had to consider the safety of Yuhi and the cubs. Bailon inquired, "Have all the supplies been delivered?" Previously, when they had taken refuge in the Wu Mountain tribe, they had sent some game over. Now, with Yuhi and the cubs needing to stay for the winter, it was imperative to send more provisions. How could they ensure that the elder females would come to assist Yuhi during her delivery without ample supplies? "Yes," came the reply. The chief of the Wu Mountain tribe was quite pleased. "Next time, we can delay our delivery for a bit longer." Yunshi was always efficient in his tasks. Yet in this instance, he chose not to send all the food and furs at once. Instead, he opted to deliver a little every few days, as it was crucial not to give the orcs of the Wu Mountain tribe the impression that hunting was an effortless endeavor. Otherwise, it might ignite unwanted thoughts. Very well, Bailon commended him. Hearing the young master's praise, Yunshi's smile deepened. However, the next remark from Bailon immediately sobered his expression. He is expecting twins. Twins? Yunshi turned to Yuhi, seeking confirmation. Yuhi shook her head, stating that the months were still early, and it was not easy to ascertain by pulse. However, I do not eat much. If it is not twins, I will have to induce labor early. In their world, there were no medical conditions for cesarean sections. If it were not twins, she would need to induce labor ahead of time, for otherwise, with such large fetuses, she would be unable to deliver them at full term. Both Bailon and Yunshi furrowed their brows in concern. Yunshi struggled to comprehend. If it is not twins, we must induce labor early? Yuha's voice carried a hint of helplessness. If it weren't for twins, my belly wouldn't be this large at just over a month. By the time I reach full term, I simply won't be able to deliver. Not being able to give birth implies that she would perish in the throes of labor. Bailon furrowed her brow even tighter. It must indeed be twins. His tone was resolute. Yet Yuha merely smiled, refraining from contradicting him. Regardless, if the pulse did not reveal the presence of twins, she would certainly induce labor in advance. However, such an action would guarantee her survival, yet the fate of the offspring would remain uncertain. Twins? The room full of beastmen reacted to Aunt Green's words with astonishment. So, it was true that Yuha had been blessed by the beast god as a divine maiden? No wonder the males outside were drawn to her. How splendid. Yuha was a veritable blessing for our tribe. With her pregnancy, not only would food and furs for winter be collected with help, but once the news of her bearing twins spreads, we would become the favored ones of the goddess. Our tribe's females could, like those of the Yuha tribe, attract suitors from outside, all eager to unite with them under the divine maiden's name. Chief, you are being overly greedy. Aunt Green observed the chief growing increasingly animated, even suggesting that they emulate the Ueda tribe by leveraging the maiden's name to bolster their tribe's strength. Do not forget how the Ueda tribe met its demise. They were swallowed by other tribes. Do you wish for the Wushan tribe to vanish from the continent, only to survive under the guise of another tribe's name? How can you speak so? Greengrass retorted. Is this not for the good of the tribe? Do you wish to endure each day as we do now, with everyone fretting over the tribe's livelihood? The situation of the Mund tribe was far from ideal. Although it has vanished, its orcs continue to thrive. Have you not heard the tales from the nomadic orcs? They speak of how the orcs from the Mund tribe have prospered in their new settlements. With a heavy sigh, the chieftain reflected, as long as our kin live well, does it truly matter what becomes of the orcs of the Wushan tribe? It is easy to speak grandly. Yet when the harsh season arrives and other tribes invade, seeking to seize our females, food, and young, why not simply surrender them? Aunt Green retorted fiercely. But it is not the same, the chieftain countered. How is it not the same? Aunt Green scoffed, challenging him. Without the Wushan tribe, would you still hold your title? What purpose do we, the elders, serve in a new tribe? You only hear the nomadic orcs praise the young orcs of the Moon tribe for their fortune in new surroundings. What are the elder orcs? Those with disabilities and injuries who cannot hunt? Are you prepared to abandon them? The chieftain stood in silence for a long while before sinking into despair. That is life. Our lives. The younger generation will surely thrive in the new tribe. We toil each day, hunting and scavenging for sustenance, all for the sake of the next generation. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Green replied, Isn't it good as it is now, amidst the bustling lives we lead? Is it not permissible for everyone to earnestly cherish their days? Furthermore, if Yuha were to truly give birth to twins, would you genuinely entrust the position of Shipopo to live? We have long advised you to allow Shipopo to mentor a few more. if that is not feasible, Yuha can also take on the role. Our shamanic lineage consists of merely two individuals. Should both depart, do you believe Liv, with her impulsive and headstrong nature, would refrain from aiding the orcs of the new tribe in harassing you? Chapter 17. Teaching Ioun and her daughter skills. The chief hesitated, pondering whether Liv truly embodies the negative traits you envision. Aunt Green scoffed, stating, without elaboration, the matters concerning Liv and Lu are evidently apparent. Liv's males have been beaten. If it happened once or twice without identifying the culprits, that may be acceptable. However, once news of Yuha's pregnancy emerged, those outsiders suddenly fixated on Liv's family. Can you not deduce who is behind this? The chief opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent after a prolonged moment. The incident involving Liv's males being assaulted was witnessed by all within the tribe, leading to complications concerning Lu's dealings with females. Subsequently, Liv's males ventured out only to return injured. Liv even resorted to intimidating Yuha with Ajong, and then Yuha's pregnancy was discovered. Each of these events, when intertwined, indeed leads one to draw troubling conclusions. Regardless of her flaws, Liv is still the little female we have known since childhood. No matter how misguided she may be, she harbors sentiments for the tribe. The chieftain's words instantly ignited Aunt Green's fury. If she could not even tolerate a single pregnant female, what hope was there for her to harbor any affection for the tribe's orcs? In summary, I find myself placing my trust in Yuha over Lifa. Whether it is the previously taciturn Yuha, who diligently went about her tasks, or the transformed Yuha who emerged from the jaws of death, both versions evoke profound sympathy within me. After Aunt Green finished speaking, she stormed out, leaving the chieftain feeling somewhat pained as he turned to the other elder orcs. Did I truly err in permitting Lifa to venture to the back mountain? The other elder orcs remained silent, showing little interest in the two females. However, when it came to prioritizing, they clearly favored the gentle and kind-hearted Yuha over Lifa, who lacked reproductive capabilities and had failed to heal her own male. Not only did Yuha seek a formidable mate who could bring considerable benefits to the tribe, but her position as a shaman also added weight to her case. Lifa had offended Yuha that day when she brought Ajong along, and she was owed an explanation. Yet, the chieftain merely turned a blind eye to Ajong's beating by those outsiders. Lifa was deliberately obscured in this matter. Ultimately, Yuha was the true shaman of the tribe, and the chieftain ought to consider the tribe's welfare. Having been under the tutelage of Granny Tree for many years, Yuha's skills in healing were evidently superior to Lifa's. To say nothing of the fact that Granny Tree had entrusted Yuha with the medication for the orcs who ventured to the back mountain. Just look at the trouble that ensued. Indeed, chieftain, you cannot continue to show favoritism towards Lifa. You must also acknowledge the contributions Yuha has made to the tribe over the years. Several elderly orcs have lived long enough to discern the nature of Liv, a female who, after forming a bond, still mingles daily with unmarried males under the guise of friendship. Were it not for her gender, many elder orcs would have already rolled their eyes at her antics. Meanwhile, Yuhi remains oblivious to the fact that Aunt Green had a heated argument with the clan leader on her behalf. At this moment, she is engrossed in play with the little female brought over by Ioun. Ioun, your little Wanwan is absolutely adorable. Ioun has been bonded with several males for over 20 years and has given birth to a lovely female leopard, who is cherished like a precious gem by the entire family. This little female not only possesses extraordinary beauty, but also exudes a vibrant and cheerful spirit. Auntie is beautiful, and younger siblings must behave and not trouble Auntie, the little female declares, reaching out to gently pat Yuhi's belly. Auntie is beautiful, and younger siblings are also lovely. Hearing this, Yuhi's heart nearly melted. She turned to Ioun and said, Ioun, let your Wanwan come to visit me more often. I will teach her about medicinal herbs. Ah, little he, are you serious? Ioun gasped in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. This is so sudden. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Yuhi chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. Originally, I intended to teach you, but Wanwan is just too adorable. She hesitated to continue, as upon seeing Wanwan, her heart had swiftly changed. Teaching an adult female about medicinal herbs paled in comparison to sharing knowledge with such a delightful little treasure. Furthermore, there is no need to secretly covet the offspring of others. One can openly caress the little leopard. Adorable. Utterly delightful. Wanwan seems to understand what Yuhua cherishes most about her. Her voice is soft. Andy, can I teach Mother as well? I am exceptionally well behaved, and Mother is equally wonderful. Yuhua's heart raced with affection, and without any principles, she exclaimed, All right. I will teach you, and you will teach your mother. Is that agreeable? Wanwan beamed a radiant smile at Yuhua. Unable to resist, Yuhua leaned down to gently kiss her forehead, saying, "But you and your mother mustn't complain of fatigue. Learning can be quite a tedious endeavor. Wensheng, can you still endure?" Once again casting a flurry of ice blades. Chu Xiaoyu caught sight of the sweat beading on the young man's forehead and frowned. "Silence. Mind your own business." Wensheng, usually donning a gentle facade, was now somewhat irritable. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Taken aback by this situation, Wensheng was filled not with displeasure, but with shock, as a chill swiftly crept into his being, rendering him nearly stiff with apprehension. "Xiao Yu." He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. Suppressing his fear and revulsion, Wensheng hastily quickened his pace. In a small theater, the two factions stood poised for confrontation. "Fearless. Are we? Then let them come." Shun Tang smirked, the mirth in her eyes failing to reach their depths, as she subtly raised her small knife. No, your knife. Your knife." A chill crept along his neck, causing the suited man to instantly falter. He glared furiously at those around him, muttering, "What are you doing? Can't you see me?" Panic gripped him as he pleaded, I was wrong. "Oh, esteemed one, I beg of you, spare me. I truly do not know them." The suited man felt as though he might burst into tears, acutely aware of the blood seeping from his neck despite his inability to see it. "Little niece, what are you doing? Resorting to violence and wielding a knife against others?" Su Yibai, standing nearby, tended to the wound on Wensheng's hand before turning to the individuals across from him, offering a gentle smile. His gaze soft, as if he were addressing kin. Such despicable scum, why allow them to persist? He felt no concern about soiling his hands. The suited man's expression twisted in distress. Chapter 18. Dispute. Following the rainy season comes the excruciatingly harsh winter. To endure this frigid period, the Wushan tribe must dispatch hunting parties every 3 to 4 days. "Lif, I have told you, this is a blood-dripping device. You must discard it." "I adamantly refuse. It could be a lifeline in a critical moment." Ayun, having heeded Yu He's words, decided to accompany the hunting party this time. "And do not forget, the leader of the gathering tribe has declared that you are all to heed my commands." Seeing her defiance, Lif's demeanor darkened as she invoked the authority of the leader. Ayun trembled with indignation, exclaiming, "Lif, you are being unreasonable. I am also a disciple of the shaman. On what grounds do you assume the right to discard the herbs I collected?" A flicker of anger flashed in Lif's eyes. Yet her face bore a smile as she replied, "Yun, cease your antics. You have only studied under Yuhi for a few days and can identify but a handful of herbs. The fruit of the blood dropper is red, a fact confirmed by the old orc of the hunting team. You misidentified it, and I only asked you to discard it for the sake of everyone. Surely, you cannot act as you please merely because you are a disciple of a shaman? I have the collective interest in mind. What a noble pretext for considering others. Does it imply that she is selfish for not heeding her words?" Ayun's eyes flared with indignation, and her male companion, protective of her, darkened in expression upon hearing this. Ayun's knowledge of herbs stems from the teachings of Yuha, who stated that the mature blood dropper is indeed yellow. "Live, by acting in this manner, are you questioning Yuha, suggesting that a shaman could misteach such a common herb?" Liv's expression darkened subtly, her voice laced with derision. Yuha herself has acknowledged that in recent years, the tribe has not been active in trade. What if Yuha has mistaken the blood dropper herself? Would that not corrupt Ayun's learning as well? Ayun nearly charged forward, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Live, as a disciple of a shaman, what right do you have to question Yuha?" At that moment, the voice of the old tree spirit resonated from behind, by virtue of her being my student. Ayun's complexion drained of color, and then she heard Yuha respond, "Tree Granny. Since Liv doubts that the yellow fruit is indeed a blood dropper, perhaps I should take a look myself?" Yuha, her belly prominent, was supported by Lan as she approached. Wanan, held in the embrace of Yunshi, called out to her mother, "Mother, do not cry." As Ayun turned her head, tears streamed down her face. She buried her head into her male companion's embrace. After a while, she took Wan from Yunshi's arms, her voice thick with nasal tones. "Mother is not crying." Wan immediately pouted her little face, retorting, "Mother is lying. Mother has clearly been crying." Upon finishing her statement, tears began to well in her eyes, her expression suggesting she too was on the verge of tears. Ayun, in a flurry, reassured her, no tears, Mother is not crying, and neither is Wan." The two of them, both on the brink of tears, drew the attention of the males surrounding them, who began to adopt expressions of concern and attempted comfort. Observing this scene, Yui displayed a hint of remorse. However, it was not the moment to console them. She approached and took the blood drop from the male's hand. Glancing around, Grandma Tree once taught me that mature blood drops are indeed yellow. Look, aren't these 2 blood drops? As her words fell, Yui swiftly drew the fine iron dagger from Bylon's waist, intent on slicing her own hand. Yet Bylon, quick as a flash, snatched the dagger away, immediately making a cut on her own arm before crushing the yellow blood drop and pressing it onto the wound. Such matters should be left to the males. Yui heard Bylon murmur in a low voice beside her. But Bylon, ever so earnest, had made a deep incision. She then crushed another yellow blood drop, delicately applying it along with skin and flesh onto his wound, and to their astonishment, the bleeding ceased instantly. It stopped, so swiftly, more effective than the red blood drops. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the surrounding beast men. This matter was something I stumbled upon previously. Later, the tree elder remarked that the mature blood droplet is far superior to the red blood droplet for medicinal purposes. There is no need to worry about the itching that may occur when applying the coagulating balm made from the red blood droplet to a wound. Upon hearing this, Ayun and Wanwan finally reconciled with each other and turned their gazes toward Liv, whose expression had subtly changed. Mother, it seems the tree elder never taught her. Wanwan whispered to Ayun. However, most beastmen possess keen hearing, and thus Liv and the tree elder overheard this exchange. Liv's countenance darkened further, and she could not help but glare at Wanwan. What are you glaring at Wanwan for? You cannot even tolerate a mere cub. How can one like you be such a malicious disciple of witchcraft? In all fairness, Liv's glare at Wanwan stemmed merely from her displeasure at those words. No matter how audacious she was, she could not bring herself to bear ill will towards a cub, for that would lead to her expulsion from the tribe. Yet, what she thought in her heart remained unknown to others. They only perceived Liv's exceedingly poor attitude towards the cub. Consequently, Ayun, feeling exasperated, spoke out, and no one came to Liv's defense. The tree elder's expression also grew increasingly grim. She supported Liv to preserve her own dignity. Yet seeing her disgrace herself like this filled her with resentment towards Liv. Do not place all the blame on me. She holds herself in such high regard, thinking she knows everything, and when I endeavor to teach her, she instead criticizes my demeanor as harsh. Humph, my attitude is poor, yet Yuha endures it. How can she not tolerate a mere cub? A disciple of witchcraft who lacks any compassion towards a cub is hardly worthy of my respect. Upon uttering these words, Liv's face instantly shifted between pallor and a deep shade of green. The surrounding females whispered among themselves, pondering Liv's incessant claims of being a powerful disciple of the witch. Yet, to their surprise, even the tree matriarch did not acknowledge her. Liv, emboldened by the brief tutelage she received from the matriarch, sought to bully Ayun, but fortunately, Yuhi arrived just in time. How could a mere disciple, who was not even a witch, dare to question Yuhi, a genuine practitioner? Yuhi smiled gently, then turned to comfort Ayun and her daughter, apologizing for not having previously disclosed the matter of the blood drop, which had led to their distress. The truth was that the original host had not been reluctant to share this information. Rather, she had been scolded by the tree matriarch for her alleged misuse of the yellow blood drop and believed she had erred, hence her silence. When Yuhi taught Ayun and the others, her intention was to impart all the knowledge she possessed, and the thought of the undisclosed yellow blood drop had completely slipped her mind, resulting in this unforeseen predicament. Furthermore, Yuhi had underestimated the dynamics between Liv and the tree matriarch. Chapter 19. A grievous plight. Yuhi had anticipated that Liv's visits to the tree matriarch would pose an even greater threat to her. To this day, she had yet to find an opportunity to decisively thwart Liv. Ever since Liv became a disciple, the attention from the tribe's beast men towards her had only intensified. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a way to incapacitate her and then present her before her male counterpart to see if he would come to her aid. Have you all said enough? If so, kindly silence yourselves. As the venomous thought flickered through Yuhi's mind, Liv could no longer endure the surrounding whispers. With a fierce glare directed at the nearby orcs, she turned her malevolent gaze towards Yuhi and her daughter, Ayun. Yuhi, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Intentionally making me look foolish in front of everyone. Why did you never mention the matter of the yellow blood drops before? You are indeed envious of my bond with Lu. Hearing these words, Yuhi was taken aback. Liv was truly agitated. How could she utter such words? However, Liv inadvertently revealed that her knowledge of herbs stemmed from the original owner's teachings. Consequently, should Yuhi utilize this to retaliate against her, it would be difficult for anyone to blame Yuhi. In a soft voice, Yuhi replied, Liv, you and Lu have been partners for nearly 3 months. You need not continuously bring up the food he once delivered to me as a basis for our connection. That is a matter of the past. Why do you cling to it so? Is it that you cannot let go of Lu's gesture of delivering food to me? You were the one who requested him to do so, fully aware that he and I are together now. Liv's face turned ashen, yet she stubbornly retorted. Yuhi revealed a hint of sadness on her face. If I had truly known about your relationship with Lu, would I have consented to accompany him in search of the pearl grass? Did he take me out without your knowledge? Liv quickly countered, Nonsense. How could I know he intended to take you out? You were the one who was entangling him, insisting that he take you along. Yuhi gazed at her quietly. Yet prior to that departure from the tribe, I had never ventured into the rear mountains on my own. You claim that I entangled with Lu, but if I have never set foot in the rear mountains, how could I possibly have entangled with him? Li Fu recognized the truth in her words. Yet how could she perceive this as her own fault? She had indeed seduced Lu, who had been silently watching Yuhi, causing him to waver in his affections, and even instigated him to undertake a series of reckless actions for her sake. However, those were actions he willingly chose, and she never directly harmed her. Since you have ceased to harbor feelings for Lu, why do you persist in being at odds with me? Why must you teach a yin those skills? Allowing her to become a shaman disciple like me? Li Fu began to argue irrationally. Li Fu, could you not be so selfish? Yuhi appeared visibly angered by Li Fu's words, prompting Bai Lan, unaware of the theatrics at play, to embrace her tightly. Yuhi seized the opportunity to bury herself in his arms, sobbing, I taught a yin these things for the tribe's sake, just as you once told me. The tribe cannot have only 1 or 2 shamans. If I were to leave the tribe, how could Granny Shu manage alone as a single shaman? A yin was willing to learn, so I taught her. When you were eager to learn, did I not teach you? So why can't she become a shaman disciple like you? Moreover, regarding Lu, it was he who deceived both of us. Why do you continue to defend him? Even going so far as to slander me before Bai Lan. I may have erred in certain matters, but that does not mean I shall perpetually be in the wrong. The gravest mistake made by the original owner was to trust Lu and the deceitful words of both him and Li Fu, which ultimately led to her demise. Yuha has learned her lesson. No matter how much Li Fu twists and turns, she is determined to get straight to the point and expose Li Fu's selfish nature. In contrast, Li Fu appears to be excessively petty, despite the presence of a male companion by Yuha's side, who is even expecting. She continues to cling to the past grievances between Liu and Yuha. Indeed, it is the male who has been unfaithful to her. Yet she insists on making trouble for Yuha. This is evident from her competition for the shaman apprentice, revealing that Li Fu is far from the magnanimous persona she usually projects. How could Yuha teach her, yet not impart the same lessons to Ayun? It dawned on me why Li Fu suddenly became knowledgeable about herbs. It was, after all, Yuha who instructed her. Such remarks incessantly echoed in Li Fu's ears, causing her face to flush with anger. She wished to deny it, but Yuha nonchalantly uttered 2 sentences. Well, Li Fu is not my pupil. Isn't Granny Tree the one teaching her? Granny Tree must be teaching her well. I could never produce such a deceitful female. Perhaps it would be better to question her parents on how they raised her. Granny Tree values her reputation, while Li Fu clearly does not possess Yua's capacity for submission. She managed to come here only because the clan leader had entrusted her with the task. Yet, although she has arrived, she has nearly lost all her dignity due to Li Fu's antics. Having a rudimentary knowledge of herbs, she clings to trivial matters as if they were of great significance, only to embarrass herself with her lack of experience. Furthermore, her fabrications regarding Liu and her relationship are utterly baseless. If Yuha had known even a smidgen of the truth, her bashfulness would have driven her to hide in the back mountains long ago. Granny Tree now regrets having turned a blind eye to Li Fu's deceitful behavior in hopes of teaching Yuha a lesson. It was precisely that occasion when the little mute, Yu He, was pushed away, having become enamored with an outsider's male, her heart now wild, never to return to the back mountain. The chief's insistence on introducing this unsuitable female, whose character was questionable and who was prone to causing turmoil, left no room for tolerance. She pondered whether she could endure the harsh winter without Yu's watchful care. Regret consumed her. Granny Tree lamented her folly, while Liv regretted her impulsiveness in publicly confronting Yuhi. She ought to have exercised restraint and privately persuaded Yuhi to forego teaching Ayun those things. The tribe needed only one shaman disciple. Sooner or later, Granny Tree would pass away, and should Yuhi encounter any misfortune during childbirth, with both of them gone, the tribe would indeed fall under her dominion. Alas, A.E., you cannot fathom how outrageous Yuhi was today, humiliating me so publicly within the tribe. Indeed, Bai Lan and their companions, after departing from Mu He and Meng Li, brazenly sought out A.E. to confront them. Such occurrences were hardly remarkable in the Wu Mountain tribe. It was not the first time Liv's males had been beaten. No male would willingly tolerate his female entangled with others, unless she was determined to protect her paramour. Otherwise, confrontations would ensue, each relying on their own strength. Unfortunately for Liv's other males, they had chosen females prone to flirtation, and the likes of Lu and Zhuang were hardly commendable. One straddled two boats, while the other audaciously intimidated a pregnant female. Moreover, the situation had inadvertently unfolded in the presence of a female, as Liv's male counterpart. Enduring a couple of blows was nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 20, Coexistence. Liv was startled by her own male companion. Yet, the male beastmen, whether seated or standing within the stone dwelling, disregarded this occurrence entirely. After wreaking havoc, Ao turned to Liv with a smile, beckoning her as if she were a playful puppy, gesturing for her to come closer. Come here, Liv. His smile remained gentle, yet upon seeing it, Liv involuntarily shuddered. Nearby, Lu observed her fearful expression, and a malicious thought flickered through his mind as he suddenly shoved her. Ao is calling you, Liv. Weren't you always the one who listened to him the most? Why are you suddenly afraid this time? Liv nearly stumbled from the force of his push. Though someone caught her. Lu, he's gone mad. How could he treat me this way? Noticing the compassion etched on Lu's face, Liv clung to him as if he were a lifeline, hastily reporting her grievances. However, upon witnessing Liv's frantic demeanor, disappointment subtly surfaced within Lu. You chose him as your partner, after all. Are you regretting it now that he has changed so drastically? A fleeting expression of guilt crossed Liv's face, and she hastily replied, No, how could I regret it? It's just, how could he treat me this way? Lu's lips curled into a faint grimace, pain coursing through him, prompting a frown. He had always possessed this disposition, from the moment he agreed to take action against Yuhi. You should have understood what kind of male he truly was. Upon finishing her words, without waiting for Liv to react, the crossbow gently tugged at her hand, pushing her toward A. Go on, A will not harm you. After suffering 2 leg injuries, Liv, who had not acquired much genuine skill from Yuha and Granny Shu, had become his emotional outlet. Spilling the medicine and reboiling it were mere trifles. What truly mattered was that if A saw a male outside offering her food, regardless of whether she accepted it or not, he would feign pity and then deceive her into succumbing to her beastly form to devour her. This was not the kind of devouring associated with mating, but rather the predatory consumption of raw flesh. Liv had already been psychologically traumatized by A. Yet, before other males, A maintained a fa-ade of composure. Or perhaps Liv's other male companions believed A was infatuated with her, so no matter their thoughts, they could never conceive that A had indeed contemplated consuming Liv alive. Liv, you truly disappoint me. When Liv timidly approached him, A lifted his gaze, his expression tinged with melancholy, yet his tone remained utterly indifferent. You used to be so bold. Why have you become so timid now? At these words, Liv lowered her head in silence. All she felt for A was fear. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Cold-blooded beastmen are devoid of emotions. Even if they bond with her, there will inevitably come a day when they turn against her with ruthless indifference. Liv regretted it. She regretted becoming bonded with A. However, A has yet to feel remorse regarding his union with Liv. After all, he genuinely cherishes her once audacious spirit. Only she has the ability to make him feel secure within the confines of the Wushan tribe. Yet now, she has inexplicably grown fearful of him. What is to be done? A does not wish to be perceived as a wandering beastman by others. So perhaps it would be best to eliminate the female who has ensnared them in such a predicament. Liv, come forth and tell us. Do you wish for Yuha to perish? Chio. The chill of winter has not yet fully arrived, yet after just one night, the temperature has plummeted. Yuha, having donned thick animal pelts early in the morning, still finds herself unable to withstand the biting cold outside. As she opens the grass curtain, a sneeze escapes her. Hearing this sound, Bailan enters from the outer room, draping a sable fur coat over her shoulders, ensuring she is snugly wrapped before inquiring, Are you still cold? Yuha shakes her head, explaining, I was just startled by the cold upon opening the curtain. I am warm now. Bailon observes her clumsiness as she attempts to rise from the bed, his concern for her possibly twisting an ankle prompting him to scoop her up in his arms. I shall carry you outside. Oh, Yuha instinctively wraps her arms around his neck. Upon exiting the inner room, they find Yunshi and Ye each seated in a corner, diligently crafting garments for the young ones. Upon seeing Bailon carrying Yuha, Ye pauses his work, braving the rain to fetch warm meat soup and fresh wild fruits. I shall feed you, he declares. Accepting the wooden tray, Bailon places it upon the stone table, noticing that Yuha, upon seeing the food, eagerly reaches for the wild fruits. He furrowed his brow slightly, speaking as he picked up a wooden spoon to serve her a piece of meat, blowing on it for a moment before offering it to her lips. It's cold outside. Have some warm food before indulging in the fruits. Yuhi consumed braised and roasted meats daily. Although various wild fruits were provided to counterbalance the oiliness, she had truly grown weary of meat. The thought of consuming so much flesh was quite nauseating. After taking a bite of the meat, she refused to eat any more, sipping a little broth before turning to the wild fruits. However, merely feasting on fruits was insufficient to quell her hunger, prompting Bailon to coax her into eating more chunks of meat from the earthenware pot. At that moment, Yui often felt a sense of grievance, questioning why every meal consisted solely of meat. Did the large tribe outside not offer stir-fried dishes or rice? Or was she expected to forage for herself? Be good. Don't cry. I will find something else for you next time. Bailon had come to understand Yuhi's temperament when she acted spoiled. It didn't necessarily imply genuine discontent, but rather a desire for affection. Perhaps due to a lack of attention in her early years, she instinctively sought small gestures to draw others' focus. Bailon was quite tolerant of this behavior. Yuhi mused. There is indeed a distinction between sweet words and corresponding actions. Nevertheless, she was quite pleased with Bailon. Yet, she felt a slight vexation regarding Bailon's frequent transformations into a beastly form at night while guarding her. While she could endure Bailon in human form, finding satisfaction merely in a hug or an occasional kiss, it was different when Bailon transformed into a beast. Sometimes, when she awoke in a daze, she would discover Bailon's hands exploring her form. Yuha inexplicably felt that both of them seemed to desire only the beast forms of each other, finding it both astonishing and somewhat amusing. Chapter 21. The conspiracy approaches after finishing breakfast, due to the rain. Yuha found herself unable to venture outside and could only remain at home, observing Bailon and the others deftly crafting one beast garment after another. How could they possibly create such large garments? The tiger cubs and kitten cubs, upon emerging, would not grow so swiftly and should be able to stabilize their transformations, right? Was it premature to begin making garments for their human forms now? Moreover, they inexplicably neglected to fashion garments for the cubs' beast forms. When the cold season arrived, how would the little ones manage to endure it comfortably within the cave? The crux of the matter was that if Yuha were to give birth to twins, the trio would need to divide their attention, with two caring for the cubs while one ventured out to hunt. This would render the task of crafting these garments a distant prospect. Additionally, when Yuha eventually bore her young, she too would require care. It would be unreasonable for them to focus solely on the cubs, neglecting her entirely. Yuha held up a beast garment crafted by Bailon, contemplating whether they would indeed grow to such a size in just 3 months. Would it be possible? She understood that beastmen cubs grew rapidly, but to transform into human forms capable of wearing clothing sized for a 2- or 3-year-old child within 3 months seemed rather exaggerated. We consulted Aunt Lu, and she advised us to prepare more, as it is better to be safe than sorry, Bailon remarked, retrieving a smaller garment he had fashioned from a wicker basket at Ya Jiao's feet. If it's a kitten cub, this would be suitable in 3 months. Yuha took it and examined it, momentarily feeling a pang of inadequacy within herself. The males of the beast world are all tall and robust, skilled in hunting and proficient in various domestic tasks. Even their abilities in tailoring and embroidery reach a masterful level. Suddenly, Yuhi felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, as though she were a mere burden in this realm. Is there anything I can do? She pondered. You have prepared the beast clothing for the young, the warm furs, and the food. What can I possibly contribute? Yuhi realized she needed to find something to occupy herself, lest she succumb to guilt. However, Yunshi and Ye both frowned at her. There is nothing for you to do, Yunshi said, somewhat helplessly. It is already arduous for you females to bear children. Such matters are the responsibilities of the males. He genuinely wished to dissuade Yuhi from being overly considerate towards her male counterpart. for the trials she faced in carrying their offspring were far more taxing than what they were currently undertaking. Moreover, even if she did not voice it, her frequent displays of fatigue, along with occasional leg cramps and back pain, were the most vexing afflictions stemming from her pregnancy. Yet, Yuhi's male was the young master. He could not openly suggest that she should not be so indulgent. Thus, he could only remind her that these responsibilities were inherently those of the males, for without them, how could the females sacrifice their lives to propagate their kind? Ye wholeheartedly agreed with Yunshi's sentiments, nodding in affirmation as he added, "Take good care of yourself, eat well, and maintain a positive disposition. That, in turn, is the greatest assistance you can provide us." It is said that during pregnancy, females can be quite demanding of males. However, the females in the young master's household do not exhibit this trait. They do not regard it as a blessing. Rather, they harbor concerns that it may indicate underlying psychological stress, fearing that it could lead to melancholy. Yui finds herself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Is her existence reduced to mere cycles of eating, drinking, and sleeping? Yet, Bailan's unwavering actions reassure her that indeed, aside from these basic needs, she need not worry about anything else. Even when Liv braved the rain multiple times to venture to the back mountains, spreading word of Granny Tree's deteriorating health, Bailan and the others did not compel Yuhi to intervene. It was only when the chieftain presented the matter directly to her that she learned Granny Tree's condition had worsened due to a leg injury, which had led to a sudden decline in her health with the drop in temperature. Little he, the chieftain implored, Granny Tree's situation has become dire. Liv has visited her several times, and now it falls upon you. I understand you are pregnant and find it difficult to move. However, considering that Granny Tree has nurtured you over the years, I beseech you to pay her a visit. Perhaps you can help her hold on until next year. Liv and Ian are still inexperienced as shaman apprentices. If you were to depart next year, at least if Granny Tree remains, the orcs of the tribe might find some solace. The chieftain endeavored to appeal to both reason and emotion to persuade Yuhi to make the journey to the back mountains. Yet, as she listened to his words, her heart stirred not a whit. It was not she whom Granny Tree had raised, but the original owner of this body. Regardless of the feelings the original owner may still harbor for the tree matron, she certainly would not approach her in this moment. After all, she is with child, bearing a significant burden that would be perilous to traverse in such inclement weather. Should she stumble or injure herself, the one to suffer the consequences, bleeding and potentially losing her offspring, would be herself. Yuhi is not so benevolent as to take such a grave risk to visit an orc she has never held in high regard. Thus, she pursed her lips, her countenance reflecting her distress, and spoke, logically, I ought to check on the tree matron given her predicament. However, Chief, I am already over 2 months pregnant. If any mishap were to befall me on the journey, it would result in the loss of both my life and that of my child. How about this? I can send Yunshi and you to take a look. As long as they relay the symptoms to me, I can prescribe some remedies for them to deliver. However, I must forewarn you that without personally assessing her condition, the efficacy of the medicine may be uncertain. The chief hesitated this. Yuhi continued softly. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be for Liv to attend to the tree matron closely. Chief, have you not always supported Liv in her role as the tribe shaman? Allow her to care for the tree matron. If she is able to restore her health, the tree matron would undoubtedly acknowledge her as the tribe shaman, would she not? The chief furrowed his brow deeply. Yuhi, you have always been so sensible. How have you come to this? Yuhi felt her eyes welling with tears, but I cannot gamble with my own life and that of my unborn child. You know well that the tree matron has always been in good health. Her sudden illness indicates a serious issue with her well-being. Yet this is not something I have caused. I am currently with child. Chief, cannot you consider my situation? I am understanding. Yet you should not bully me in this manner. With that, she buried her head into Bailan's embrace, a picture of sorrow and grievance. Bailan, of course, could not allow Yuhi, pregnant as she was, to venture to the back mountains. Moreover, as Yuhi had pointed out, Granny Shu had always been in robust health. She had merely injured her leg and could still speak with vigor, hurling insults with ease. It was indeed suspicious that she had suddenly fallen ill. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm exterior, saying, he is timid. I hope the chief of Wushan can understand. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. But given the current weather, it is truly unsuitable for Ahi to go out. Chapter 22. The original owner was once a medicinal person? Little he, Granny Shu has treated you well. Upon hearing Bailan's unwavering refusal, the chief's expression darkened. Yuhi's voice quivered slightly. Granny Shu has indeed been kind to me. But are you truly unaware that she has utilized me as a medicinal person? Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in everyone's ears. The chief's face turned ashen. Bai Lan's voice turned icy. Medicinal person? Little he, it is not as you think. The chief attempted to explain the matter. However, Bai Lan had lost all previous courtesy, commanding, Yun Shi, escort our guest out. Yun Shi and Yu forcibly led the chief away and closed the door, turning their attention to Yu He, who had silently dissolved into tears in Bai Lan's arms. Little he, what about your health? Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Shi caught Bai Lan's gaze, which was fixed upon her. Upon witnessing this, he promptly sealed his lips, taking a step back to convey his unwillingness to inquire further. With everyone subdued, Bai Lan gently reassured Yu He, suggesting that she should express herself freely without regard for others' opinions. This sentiment almost brought Yu He to tears. It was an experience the original owner had endured, one she could have easily dismissed. Furthermore, her own family background was far from idyllic, and coupled with her heightened sensitivity during pregnancy, she simply could not hold back her tears. It was nothing of great consequence. Yu He wiped her tears, her voice still tinged with a hint of sobbing as she recounted her childhood. When the clan leader and others pressured the tree, which to develop healing potions and remedies that would enable females to conceive, alongside the tree which's occasional whims to concoct poisons. The orcs in the tribe were reluctant to volunteer as test subjects. Yet the tree which insisted that if I aspired to become a shaman, I must understand the art of potion making and thus compelled me to experiment with the elixirs. Perhaps the orcs of the tribe believed that the original owner had survived all these years and had even mastered the tree which's skills, thus perceiving her as someone who had capitalized on her circumstances while feigning innocence. Nonetheless, even amid such trials, the original owner harbored no resentment toward the tribe. She merely sought to navigate her role as a shaman with care and a desire to please. She longed to experience joy like any ordinary female, to laugh freely, and to shed tears without fear of reprimand from the tree witch, who deemed her a worthless failure. How strikingly similar the original owner and Yu He were. The only difference being that Yu He, having grown up resenting her parents' favoritism and benefiting from modern education, broadened her perspective, thus preventing her from becoming another version of the original owner. What else lies ahead? Upon hearing these words, Yu He's eyes grew even redder, and her expression became increasingly aggrieved. I can't remember. Wu, I am simply frightened. I feel so wronged. They are all scolding me. They insult the original owner, calling her ugly and a freak, advising others not to associate with her, labeling her a little mute, asserting that no one will ever love her. They berate Yu He for being a girl, accusing her of merely eating at home without contributing, and not yielding to her younger brother at all. Perhaps there are countless memories that Yu He has forgotten, yet she still recalls the sense of grievance and confusion from that time. Why, when she has done nothing wrong, is it a sin simply to be born a girl? The original owner committed no wrongdoing, so why can anyone come and scold her, and even resistance is deemed a fault? Overwhelmed with sorrow, Yu He fainted. After she lost consciousness, Bai Lan instructed Yun Shi to summon a Yun from the back mountain. Since the chieftain of Wu Mountain could not persuade Yu He to come, it was natural for him to seek out a Yun, the shaman apprentice. Very well, I shall head to the back mountain at once. Yun Shi instantly understood Bai Lan's implication behind summoning a Yun. A Yun, too, had her own male protector. Thus, after the chieftain departed, she would still take considerable time to reach them. Hence, Yun Shi hurried to the back mountain. Perhaps Yun had not even encountered Granny Tree yet. He planned to accompany Yun to observe Granny Tree's condition. If she were indeed nearing her end, they would need a green crystal to prolong her life, ensuring the chieftain would not place the blame for Granny Tree's demise on Yu He. However, this was not the most critical matter. The most pressing concern was that Granny Tree had allowed Yu He to endure such suffering, and it would be too easy to let her pass away without consequence. Yun Shi, how did you arrive here? Yun had been carried to the back mountain by her male companion. Upon noticing a leopard darting swiftly through the rain, she felt a momentary shock. In truth, being drenched posed no issue for her. She was rather curious to see how Yun Shi would appear when soaked. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet before her male could prepare for Yun Shi's approach, she heard Yun Shi's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, say, "No, I won't need it." Xiao He was concerned about Granny Tree and specifically asked me to come and check. After speaking, she turned to the chieftain, addressing him gently. "Chieftain Wushan, I trust you won't mind if I accompany them." The chieftain's expression stiffened slightly, but being seasoned in the affairs of leadership, he managed to maintain his composure. Of course, Xiao He remembers Granny Tree's kindness, so I hold no objections. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yunqi's lips faded just a touch. It served as a reminder that, regardless of past occurrences, Yuhi still harbored some affection for Granny Tree, urging him not to act out of line. This was precisely what both he and Yu were apprehensive about. Xiao He was far too kind-hearted, which had drawn the attention of the Wushan tribe's beast men, who had continuously bullied her. Reflecting on this, Yunqi couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. The young master's female was soft-hearted, which was acceptable, as long as the young master could act decisively. As the young master's right-hand ally, he was more than willing to handle all the beastmen who dared to bully his female. Xiao He was indeed grateful, but chieftain, Xiao He is now our young master's female, so her gratitude may lean more towards resentment. You must keep that in mind. Seeing Yunqi's blatant disregard for his authority, the clan leader's expression darkened. However, the matter that Yuha had mentioned today lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of guilt within him. Although he and Granny Shu acted in the interest of the tribe, Yuha had been far too young at that time to grasp their unspoken burdens. She likely harbored resentment towards them. Chapter 24. Someone seeks to harm you. Due to Yunqi's remark, Ion and the others sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere. The group fell into silence as they made their way to the stone house on the back mountain. It was only upon their arrival that the clan leader urged Ion to check on Granny Shu inside. Be cautious of your steps, Ion. Watch out. There's a venomous snake. Just as Ion's mate was about to set her down, Yunqi suddenly issued a sharp warning. In an instant, something lunged at Ion. Her mate, caught off guard, instinctively reached to pull her into his embrace. In that moment, his arm felt as though it had been stung by a poisonous insect, a fleeting sting coursing through him. When he raised his gaze again, he beheld Yunqi firmly grasping a red and white striped venomous snake, a 7-step snake. This species is notorious for its potent venom. It is said that a single bite can lead to death after taking merely 7 steps. Ion's mate realized that had it not been for Yunqi's timely intervention, Ion would have been the one succumbing to the venom, disoriented and gasping for breath. Ion, do not look. Before Ion's mate succumbed, the last image he retained was that of his beloved, frozen in terror. He thought to himself that if he were to perish, Ion would likely suffer from nightmares for days to come. I simply hope that the male named Yunqi can exhibit some semblance of masculine grace and tend to his female counterpart, ensuring that her tears do not flow too profusely. Ayo, Ion. Her voice pierced the air. Oh, what has happened? Please don't leave me. I'm terrified. Upon witnessing her distress, Yunqi crushed the severed snake with a swift motion, grasping Ion's arm. Do you have any detoxifying pills on you? Quickly, administer them to him. In that moment of despair, lamentation was futile. The priority was to provide the antidote. However, Ion was lost in her sorrow, oblivious to Yunqi's words, until the clan leader rushed into the stone dwelling of the tree elder, bringing the detoxifying pills to Ayu. After Ayu ingested the antidote, there was no improvement. Instead, he began to convulse and foam at the mouth. Yunqi hastily offered him another detoxifying pill retrieved from Ion's medicine pouch, but it was to no avail. For Yuha had mentioned that detoxifying pills primarily serve a preventive purpose. Although they can alleviate certain snake venoms, they are ineffective against the potent toxin of the severed snake. As she wept, Ion frantically searched for Ayu's wound, determined to cleanse it and concoct an antidote for the snake venom. Oh, the wound, the wound. Yunqi guided her to the injury, but with a heart full of questions, he anxiously inquired, the wound has been located. How shall we proceed with its cleansing? We must make an incision to extract the poison, was the response. I possess an antidote that can alleviate the effects of snake venom, yet it requires additional herbal remedies, which I unfortunately lack. In a state of panic, Ayan frantically searched her medicine pouch, a plump, rounded bag crafted from pangolin skin, filled with pills and healing herbs wrapped in dried palm leaves. However, despite the pouch being brimming with various medicines, it contained not a single herb capable of counteracting snake venom. Ayun was on the verge of tears. The village chief felt a similar urgency and rushed to seek assistance from the old tree woman, for rescuing Ayu was of utmost importance. With tears streaming down her face, Ayun struggled to her feet, only to be pulled into the stone house by Yunqi, who retrieved several bundles of herbs wrapped in dried palm leaves from within. Among them was the very herb needed to counteract the snake venom. After securing it, Ayun gathered additional herbs to clear heat and detoxify, crushing them and mixing them with water to administer to Ayu. Yet, This alone would not suffice. The medicine had not been brewed into a potion. An absorption would require time. The onset of snake venom was swift, compelling Aeon to stumble back outside to prepare an external remedy. When Yuhi awoke, she was immediately informed of Aeon's dire situation involving snake venom. She was taken aback. How could there be snakes on the back mountain? Moreover, the area around the stone house had been treated with snake-repelling powder, and the seven-step snake typically avoided damp, cold weather. Its presence there was perplexing. A flurry of questions raced through Yuhi's mind, prompting Yunshi, already unsettled by the day's unexpected events, to reach a grim conclusion. Someone intended to harm her. Someone wishes for your demise, she thought, her heart heavy with concern. Tears glistened in Yuhi's eyes as she, bewildered, asked, "Who desires my death? Is it Lu? He seems so enamored with Li Fu, yet he has already bonded with her. Why would he want to harm me? If not for the law, then who else wishes to harm me?" The gentle and helpless female fell into Bai Lan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Lan furrowed his brow, his expression dark and forbidding. He held her tightly, casting a cold gaze towards Yunshi and Ye, ordering them to investigate. His eyes were icy, and his tone betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. Yunshi and Ye immediately grasped the implication. If they uncovered the culprits, it would lead to their demise. The primary suspect was undoubtedly the female who harbored deep malice towards Yuhi, along with the masculine lives whom they had beaten several times. It was not unreasonable to assume that they might direct their resentment towards the pregnant Yuhi. After receiving their instructions, the two turned and ventured out into the rain. As the stone house fell silent, Yuhi's sobs diminished significantly, for Bai Lan was holding her, gazing at her without uttering a word. There was no comfort. Yuhi looked up at Bai Lan through tear-filled eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he pressed her head against his chest and uttered her name, Yuhi. Her heart leaped. It was the first time he had called her by that name. From the very beginning, he had referred to her as Ahi. Had he discovered her concealed feelings? Yuhi tightened her grip on her sleeves, yet Bai Lan spoke her name once more without elaborating. "Sleep now. When you awaken, all will be well." Bai Lan refrained from confronting her vigilance and animosity towards Liv, for she had masked her emotions adeptly. Even Yunshi and Ye had not detected her concealed hatred for Liv and Lu. As Bai Lan lay beside her, he would often gaze at her and the unborn child within her, making it impossible for him to overlook her unspoken worries. Yet, she remained silent, and he refrained from inquiring. Whenever she wished to act, he would simply enlist Yunshi and the others to assist her, provided that she harbored no malicious intent towards anyone. Without question, he would lend her his support. This was the sense of security he offered to his partner. However, the time had come when silence was no longer an option. Someone sought to harm her right under his nose. For Bai Lan's safety, he needed to ascertain the truth. Regardless of her reluctance to speak, perhaps it was not merely the truth he sought, but rather the thoughts that lingered in her heart. A few days ago, had she merely desired to retaliate against that couple, or had her feelings evolved into a profound hatred for Li Fu and Lu, wishing for their swift demise? "You want to ask me?" She pondered, questioning why they were targeting Li Fu and Lu. While Bai Lan remained silent, Yuhi felt compelled to speak. After all, Bai Lan's recent actions had instilled a sense of security in her, awakening a desire to confide. Moreover, she was eager to discover whether he would still stand by her side if he were to learn of her true feelings. Chapter 25. Confession. Do you wish to speak? Bai Lan did not refrain from asking, but upon hearing her name called, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Considering her pregnancy, he understood that even if he were to inquire, he must do so gently, ensuring her peace of mind. It would be detrimental to both her and the unborn child to provoke such fear. Yuhi nodded, confessing, "I fear you might deem me malicious." She had already developed feelings for Bai Lan, although they had not yet blossomed into love. The experience of having someone she liked for the first time left her feeling nervous and uncertain. Fortunately, after listening to her words, Bai Lan pondered for a moment and remarked, "If it is merely a matter of avenging the harm inflicted upon you by the orcs, you are not in the wrong. However, if it transcends mere retaliation, if we desire them to pay with their lives, after all, they wish for my demise, and I, too, wish for theirs." As Yuhi spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Bai Lan's expression. She despised the notion of being urged to be magnanimous. Why should she be held to a different standard simply because they were orcs? If they could commit such acts, why could she not? If that made her narrow-minded, so be it. "Very well," he said. "What?" Yuhi blinked rapidly, feeling as though she had misheard. "I said very well." He was commending her for such thoughts rather than chastising her for being petty. Yui lowered her head. But am I not alive? She questioned. Do you not think that my desire to see them perish is excessively ruthless? It is also quite malicious. Ahi, Bai Lan's voice was steady. He no longer ruffled her hair, but instead took her hand and placed it upon her abdomen, then spoke of matters seemingly unrelated. I have contemplated that once our offspring are born, regardless of whether they are male or female, I shall take them into the forest to learn the art of hunting once they have stabilized their transformations. As Yuhi considered the situation of female offspring within the tribe, she inquired, do female offspring also learn to hunt? Indeed, Bai Lan replied. Learning to hunt signifies their ability to protect themselves. I understand that the females of the Wu Mountain tribe are meticulously safeguarded, yet in my view, such protection is not always necessary. If one day, a frail female encounters a wandering beast man, and her male is unable to safeguard her, she would inevitably become the spoils of the beast man. Yuhi remained silent, pondering the contradiction between Bai Lan's words and his actions. After all, his protection over her was indeed quite steadfast. Perhaps sensing her skepticism reflected in her expression, Bai Lan helplessly brushed aside the loose strands of hair from her forehead. The physical constitution of females seldom rivals that of males. Thus, in harsh environments, if a male fails to protect his female, she may succumb before the male beast man. Surely, no male would willingly allow his partner to fall before him. Yuhi tilted her head, momentarily unsure whether to challenge him by saying that if females are indeed weaker, how could he claim such protection from males is unnecessary? Or perhaps she should inquire why he harbored such a negative impression of the Wushan tribe, especially since he had likened it to a harsh environment. After a prolonged contemplation, Yui struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately asking, what if a female cub has not yet learned to hunt? If it were a kitten like herself venturing out to learn the art of hunting, how much offensive capability could it possibly possess? Her inquiry was not solely about the predicament of female cubs lacking the ability to defend themselves, but also about her own inadequacies in safeguarding herself. Would he regard her as a burden? Yet, she still had the protection of the White Tiger tribe, and she would always have herself. Moreover, one need not worry about whether their retaliation might be too fierce. When faced with a threat to one's life, any response, no matter how fierce, is merely an instinctive drive for survival. In the realm of hunting, survival is an entirely instinctive endeavor. There exists no absolute right or wrong, only the dichotomy of life and death. It is a matter of your demise or mine. Thus, her thoughts are fundamentally devoid of fault. A mist of emotion welled in Yua's eyes as she buried her head into Bai Lan's embrace, confiding her innermost feelings. I despise Li Fu and Lu for clandestinely engaging with one another without informing me, especially since Lu had once sweet-talked me into teaching Li Fu about medicinal herbs. They treated me as a fool, coaxing me to leave the tribe, casting me adrift to the brink of death. Bai Lan acknowledged her words with a simple murmur, indicating his understanding. He was aware of these matters, but what else was there? If it were merely a desire for their demise, administering poison would suffice. Furthermore, they ought to experience the despair I once felt. I yearn for Li Fu and Lu to become estranged, for them to taste the bitterness of betrayal from the very orc they hold dear. Yet, Li Fu appears to harbor no genuine affection for Lu, and still, she chose to be with him, allowing him to console me. She is intentionally inflicting this torment upon me. Her approach to Lu is a calculated maneuver to usurp my position as the sole shaman of the tribe. She shall not succeed. I will not permit her victory. Yua's voice dripped with a mixture of determination and resentment as she declared her intent to make Yun and Wanwan disciples of the tribe shaman, ensuring that even in my absence, Li Fu would never ascend to that role. She shall not conspire against me and then ascend to become the tribe's shaman. Bai Lan gently caressed her back, soothing her, for he had calculated that she had not acquired much of his skills. When she approached him to request herbs, he instructed Yun to hand her several remedies with the most severe side effects, thus exposing her capabilities as inadequate for becoming the tribe's shaman. Yuhi responded with a soft acknowledgement, then elaborated that nurturing Yun was also a strategic maneuver, as Yun harbored no affection for Li Fu. Her male counterpart had no ties to Li Fu whatsoever. I believe that once both she and Li Fu become shaman apprentices, Li Fu would find it challenging to win her over. Moreover, the final and most significant point is that Yun's first beast husband is a fox beast man, whose mind is both sensitive and cunning. Although his combat prowess does not match that of Li Fu's first beast husband, A.E., in terms of shrewdness and calculation, he is no less formidable. The only miscalculation Yuhi currently faces is the ruthless nature of Li Fu and her male counterparts, which instills a sense of fear within her. They show no regard for the collateral damage their actions may inflict. Had Yun's male been in any weaker condition today, he may not have survived until Yun completed the preparation of the medicine. Chapter 26. Countdown to the cannon fodder's exit. Meanwhile, Yun remained anxiously by her male's side. Surely, it was the snake beast man associated with Li Fu. Aside from him, who else in the tribe could manipulate serpents? He had the ability to command a venomous snake to strike only females, rather than indiscriminately attacking both genders. Yun's first beast husband, Zhu, had frosty eyes and a grim demeanor. His words were not mere conjecture. When Liv's male first arrived at the Wushan tribe, he had once used a venomous snake he carried with him to deter numerous females seeking to bond with him. It was only after he had chosen Liv and established a partnership that he tempered his dark expression. Consequently, many of the beasts in the tribe likely no longer recalled how insufferable Ai was, but Zhu remembered vividly. Just the previous day, after Yun had an altercation with Liv, she nearly fell victim to a snakebite that very night. In light of this incident, Zhu made it a point to scrutinize any males entering the tribe to ensure they had no dubious connections with Liv. If they did, who could predict whether that snake beast would unleash another serpent upon Yun? It was utterly outrageous. He had previously attempted to use a venomous snake against Yun, and this time was no different. For Yun's males, she was the linchpin of their household. Without her, their home could scarcely endure. It was needless to say that they had gathered together out of affection for Yun, and learning that this was already the second time Liv's male had targeted her incited their fury. Despite Yuhi conveying through Bailon that Yun might be suffering due to her association with them, it did not quell their desire to drive Liv's male out of the tribe. Thus, with simmering rage, Yun's males, under Zhu's command, employed the same tactics against Liv's male that Bailon had used. They gathered venomous creatures and snakes, leaving them at Liv's home. Before the night was through, news spread throughout the tribe that Liv's entire family was incapacitated at home, requiring assistance from the tribe. Upon hearing of the incident, Yuhi, heavily pregnant, made her way to the back mountain. There, she personally administered medicine to the poison tree granny. However, due to the prolonged duration of the poisoning, despite consuming the remedy, the elderly woman was left with only half of her vitality. Little he. As Yuhi departed, she heard Tree Granny softly murmuring the name. She refrained from approaching, instead offering a faint, apologetic smile to the tribe leaders before obediently allowing Bailon to carry her away from the back mountain. Little he, do not leave. Gazing at Yuhi's resolute silhouette, Tree Granny was at a loss whether to feel regret or anger. She simply knew that she had become incapacitated, and this bitter winter would likely be a grim one for her. In her moment of deepest dread, the little female she once thought would obediently stand by her side had also departed. She no longer wanted this dying Tree Granny. A tear suddenly streamed from the corner of Tree Granny's eye. Curiously, she inquired, "Isn't it said that Yun's male companion, i.e., plays with snakes?" This seven-step snake could very well have been cast into the back mountain by him. Could the tribe leader truly be unaware of this? Bailon shook her head, stating that there was no evidence to substantiate that claim. Yuhi's gaze darkened. Evidence? Doubt was, in fact, the most compelling evidence of all. Yun, she interjected, reminding them that if the tribe leader recalled Ai's affinity for snakes, and then connected it to the day when Li Fu and Yuhi had their altercation, followed by Tree Granny's sudden illness and the appearance of the seven-step snake in the back mountain, it was evident that such coincidences were exceedingly rare. Even if the tribe leader did not voice his suspicions, they were surely present in his heart. Yet this was insufficient. Liv's family was on the brink of collapse. Yet her males would still create a haven for her, ensuring her survival. Yuha contemplated Lu, for although Liv claimed that Lu's affections were directed solely towards her, such fabrications could indeed be artfully manipulated, could they not? Bailon and his cohorts overtly sought to retaliate against Liv's family, prompting her to resort to more clandestine measures. Why not simply capture and eliminate them? In response to Bailon's insistence on resurrecting the past transgressions of Liv's males for all the beastmen to witness, Yake expressed concern that this might incite Liv's males to act recklessly, which could spell disaster for Yuha. Yunshi glanced at Yuha and nodded in agreement, suggesting that if they feared suspicion from the Ushan tribe leader, they should resort to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Yuha's eyes sparkled with possibility. She could certainly concoct a poison. Moreover, Leave and her companions were exceedingly vigilant, necessitating careful consideration of whether her poison could even reach their systems. Yuha's initial plan was to have the tribe's beastmen deliver the poison, but now, with the assistance of Yunshi and the others, she need not worry about detection. Hey. Bailon turned to her, questioning whether she could ensure their undetected actions. Yuha nodded, a smile playing on her lips, noting that their injuries had lingered for so long. Should their concealed ailments remain unaddressed, the possibility of falling ill was not to be underestimated. Yunshi raised an eyebrow at Yuha in surprise. Indeed, to not offend a shaman was wise, for while a shaman could use their craft to heal, they could just as easily employ it to inflict harm. Upon seeing Bailon nod, Yuhi softly continued, "If poisoning seems unreliable, I can concoct a potion that induces temporary fatigue. We can have them appear feeble within the tribe before administering the poison to send them off. This could be a viable option." Yunshi, however, believed it unnecessary, asserting that direct poisoning would suffice, especially since they intended to harm you and your offspring. There was no need for guilt. Yui thought to herself, guilt? Not at all. The concoction she had in mind would not only induce weariness, but also render the males incapable, which would likely lead to chaos. When the uproar ensued, she could then administer the poison, and if a couple of them met their demise, it would be entirely justifiable. In contrast to Yunshi, you seem to perceive Yuhi's thoughts in that moment, calmly stating, "Poisoning is acceptable, but if you wish to resolve this before the arrival of the cold season, we must orchestrate some unforeseen incidents." Of course, these unforeseen events could not be attributed to Yunshi, or their group. The males of Yun were eagerly awaiting the opportunity to deliver a profound lesson to Li Fu and her male companions. Unforeseen events? Perhaps during the hunt? Yui pondered, though her thoughts were limited to this. Yet, upon hearing this, Yunshi burst into laughter, remarking that they were all still recovering from their wounds. How could they venture out to hunt? If their injuries were not healed, they would have to barter with other beastmen for sustenance. The males of Yun intended to exploit this weakness to strike a significant blow against their adversaries. Chapter 27. Let us form a pair. Yuhi's recollections did not encompass any instances where the original owner exchanged food with other beastmen, leaving her at a loss to conceive the potential ramifications of such a barter. Would it involve administering a troublesome potion, or perhaps orchestrating a scheme to obtain stale provisions? Or might it be that they would simply be unable to procure any food at all? With these ponderings, Yuhi quietly awaited the return of Ya, who brought news of a significant development concerning Li Fu's family. The female had been caught in the act of sleeping with another male by her own partner, resulting in her now having 2 additional companions. Upon hearing this, Yuhi, who was savoring a bowl of meat soup, suddenly choked. Coughing, she mused, caught in the act? The male of Li Fu did not express anger and even allowed the 2 brothers to enter. This unexpected turn of events was indeed surprising. It was neither a case of poisoning nor a clever ploy to deprive them of food. On the contrary, their family had sought food exchanges on multiple occasions, inadvertently granting the other males of the tribe, who coveted Li Fu, the opportunity to take advantage. Under the instigation of the male Yun, they had successfully seduced Li Fu, leading to a scandal that reverberated throughout the entire tribe. She chuckled softly, casting Yuhi an enigmatic glance. The female's consent rendered her male's dissent inconsequential. Females were not obliged to placate males. If one male proved unyielding, another would surely comply. Hence, it mattered little that Li Fu's male objected. A male who formally bonded with a female could not dissolve the contract without her approval. Consequently, a male bound to a female must remain entangled with her unless he was willing to bear the disgrace of becoming a wandering beastman. Yuha was inexplicably captivated by his gaze, and it took her a while to remember that a bonded male should not be separated from the female for too long. Otherwise, the beast god would cast a curse upon them. Thus, some powerful males preferred not to bond with females at all, relishing only the act of siring offspring with them. Yunshi, tonight you shall administer the poison, Bailon commanded, having appeared outside the door and overheard their conversation. He then turned to Yaj, instructing, next time, you shall go deliver the food. Yaj glanced at Yuha before silently nodding in agreement. Yunshi's smile faded slightly as he mused that he had been warned by the young master once again. This was not the first time he had received a warning due to Yuha. Was the young master resolutely determined to bond with Yuha? Suppressing his feelings of discontent, he spoke again, his earlier ease replaced by a more serious tone. All right, I understand. I will go tonight. Bailon acknowledged with a hum and then approached Yuha. Observing what she was doing, he inquired, "Is this the yarn you mentioned?" Yuha casually suggested a type of yarn suitable for knitting sweaters to keep warm. Bailan then instructed Yunshi to assist him in collecting a considerable amount of fluffy, long fur. Since Yuha had only seen videos before and had never attempted it herself, she faced numerous failures, ultimately managing to create the yarn only with Yunshi's help. At that moment, Yuha was carefully unraveling the yarn wound around a wooden stick, gradually forming it into a ball. Upon hearing Bailan's question, she responded with a soft hum, "Yes, I will knit you a scarf shortly." Initially, she had expressed a desire to knit him a pair of gloves. However, upon reflection, she realized that it had been quite some time since she had engaged in such an endeavor. Perhaps it would be wiser to opt for something simpler. Eschewing intricate patterns, she decided to knit a straightforward long scarf. This task was not particularly challenging, and once she became accustomed to it, the motions would become almost automatic, thereby preventing fatigue. At this juncture, Bailan merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, yet he refrained from uttering any further words. Yuhi could sense his gaze lingering upon her, and she could not help but lift her head to inquire, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Bailan reached out to gently ruffle her hair and said, "Ahi, shall we become partners?" "Ah, how sudden." Yuhi quickly glanced towards the positions where Yunshi and Ye had just been, only to find both of them conspicuously pretending to be deaf. One focused on twisting yarn, while the other busied himself crafting leather boots. To become partners? As she noticed the female's eyes darting left and right, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Bailan felt a sense of relief. As long as she did not seem unwilling, that was sufficient. Although proposing partnership at this moment could be seen as taking advantage of the situation. With the impending arrival of their offspring, Bailan had to contemplate securing his own rightful place. Otherwise, once she had given birth, other males might take advantage of his unawareness to vie for her affection, relegating him, originally the foremost male, to the status of a mere third party. Yuhi softly assented, "Shall we formalize this tonight?" As soon as the words left her lips, she realized the implication could suggest an unwarranted urgency on her part. Bailan pondered for a moment before responding, "Tonight would be acceptable. I shall prepare this afternoon." Yuhi lowered her head even further, hesitant to reveal that she possessed the potion necessary for partnership, because that was prepared by the original owner for her, and Lu. If she brought it up, Bailan might very well deduce the truth. Despite having taken on the burden of the original owner's past, Yuhi selfishly wished to shield her bond with Bailan from being tainted by such matters. In the afternoon, Bailan instructed Yunshi and Ye to take good care of Yuhi, saying, "I will step out for a while. Regardless of what you do, at least one beast man must remain at home." Yunshi and Ye nodded in agreement. Given Yuhi's considerable size, she required assistance even to walk outside. Although she believed herself capable, to Bailan and the others, venturing out was a perilous endeavor. Had it not been for Aunt Lu coming to inform them that females should engage in light exercise before giving birth, they likely would have preferred Yuhi to remain in bed at all times. Nevertheless, Bailan did not mind the hardships of caring for Yuhi. Yet, the thought of Bailan witnessing her other side made Yuhi resolutely refuse such close attention. It was simply too much. After Bailan departed, Yuhi grasped Yunshi's hand and circled the stone house 3 or 4 times. Once fatigued, she transformed into her beast form and sprawled comfortably. With the cold season approaching, the recent days had seen little rain, but the chill in the air was palpable. Yunshi retrieved 2 soft animal skins from the outer room, one to spread out for the calico cat to lie upon, and the other to cover it, shielding it from the cool breeze. Suddenly, Yuhi found her vision obscured. What had begun as a moment of relaxation turned into an overwhelming drowsiness, causing her to tilt her head and curl up, succumbing to sleep. A piercing yell echoed abruptly, startling Yunshi and Ye, urging the 2 males to rush to the side of the calico cat. "What is happening? Is there an insect flying around?" Yuhi harbors a fear of insects. This is no secret. It is not merely the insects, but also the eyes of strange beasts, the sudden appearance of little black mice, and the mournful howling of the wind at night that instill her with great trepidation. Thus, it is indeed true that Yuhi is timid. They are kicking my belly. Chapter 28. Labor. The little ones are being mischievous again. It is their fault. Once they are born, I trust that the young master will educate them properly. Are you occupied at the moment? Should I send a Yun over? She steadied her, conversing soothingly while signaling Ye to fetch warm water. Yui's complexion was not particularly favorable. A sheen of cold sweat had formed on her forehead. "It is all right. I have recovered." When you brought over the warm water in a gourd spoon, Yuhi was no longer in pain, yet she still accepted the warm water, cautiously taking a few sips. Counting the time in her mind, she caressed her belly and informed Yunxi and Ye that the little ones have been quite lively lately, and she is somewhat concerned they may wish to arrive prematurely. The gestation period for tiger cubs is indeed the shortest at around 3 months, but given that she is expecting twins, it is likely that they may be born early. Little He, are you certain? Yunxi and Ye exchanged a glance, their expressions growing grave. The birth of a female is no trifling matter, and considering this is her first pregnancy with twins, it is even more complicated. If little He is to give birth early, the cave on the back mountain must be prepared promptly. It is imperative that she does not give birth under the watchful eyes of so many beast men, lest the news of He delivering twins spread. At a crucial moment, Yaj's movements were quite swift. After assisting He into the inner room, he quickly tidied up the outer area. A Yun and her male companion arrived promptly, both carrying supplies intended for the young. Yuhi, how do you feel? A Yun inquired, extending her hand to check Yuhi's pulse. Although she was still learning this skill, Yuhi was more than willing to serve as her practice subject, allowing her to learn through the experience. While a Yun may not have been adept at reading pulses, she could still manage to touch and listen to Yuhi's heartbeat, ensuring it remained steady as usual. Once a Yun finished, Yuhi replied, I just felt a brief pain in my abdomen, but now I feel fine. Did you find anything unusual? A Yun shook her head, acknowledging that she still had much to learn. Don't rush. Take your time, Yuhi encouraged her. Wang Wang will eventually master pulse reading. Since she is still young, she may not yet possess the patience and precision required for herbal medicine, but with your collaboration, you can certainly assist others in healing and recovery. A Yun chuckled at Yuhi's words, but quickly returned to the matter at hand. If you are to give birth in the coming days, would you like me to stay here with you? The pain of childbirth can be quite intense, and my presence might provide some comfort. Yui's eyes brightened with gratitude. Thank you, but I do not plan to give birth here. Bailan has arranged for me to stay in a more suitable location for my delivery, and I will go there when the time comes. However, your presence here makes me feel much more at ease. I lack experience and can only rely on your advice regarding the important aspects of childbirth. Yun, after a moment of disappointment, quickly regained her composure and said, no worries. The most crucial aspect before giving birth is to maintain one's strength. Furthermore, during the excruciating pain, to avoid biting your tongue, it is advisable to have your male partner place his arms in front of you. In those moments, do not spare a thought for your male. After all, you are risking your life to bring forth your young. He listened intently, occasionally inquiring, hey, does it still hurt? Bailan cast a glance at Yun before approaching to embrace Yu. He swiftly shook her head, her gaze towards In tinged with a hint of apology. Yun, however, took no offense and smiled. Males, after all, are often like that. Once they set their eyes on their female, they become oblivious to all others. Yun understood this perfectly, so as soon as Bailan arrived, she took her leave. With no need for her assistance, Yun and Zhu left behind a wealth of experience, along with the prepared animal hides and ginseng roots, and departed. That night, a low, muffled groan escaped from Yuhi's lips. She was truly in labor. Bailan held her tightly, offering his arm for her to grasp. A piercing scream erupted as Green Ant, carried by Yunxi, rushed over. Alarmed by the cries of the laboring female, her heart tightened, leaving no time for questions as she dashed inside. Yunxi and Ye anxiously waited outside, and though the female's cries persisted, they were no longer as frantic as before. However, this did not alleviate the concerns of the two males outside. Instead, they stood shivering in the cold night air, their anxiety mounting. It was not until dawn broke that a joyous announcement echoed from within the cave. It's done. It's done. A male cub has been born. Yunxi and Ye finally felt a sense of relief after a night filled with worry. Having welcomed the first cub, they anticipated that the second would not be long in coming. Little He, the second, was a female cub, just as Yunxi and the others had speculated. The first was born, and the second indeed followed swiftly. Aunt Lu, gazing at the newly arrived cub in her hands, was overwhelmed with joy. The fortune of this male was truly remarkable. Not only did little He give birth to 2 cubs at once, but one was male and the other female as well. Aunt Lu. At this moment, Yuhi felt drowsy, as she and Bailan had assumed it was a pair of twins. Yet now, she sensed another cub stirring within her. There is still one more. Aunt Lu, Bailan, please help me. I need to give birth to another. It hurts so much. Is there really another? Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback, But before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yuhi's third cub had already made its entrance. To her delight, the third was also a tiger cub. As Yuhi looked at the three cubs, none bore the same beastly form as hers, and a wave of relief washed over her. The fact that they did not resemble her feline form was a comfort. It indicated a stronger constitution, alleviating her fears of being outmatched in future confrontations. Yuhi wished for her cubs to possess the ability to protect themselves, unlike her own delicate nature that necessitated the protection of others. The final cub was also a female. Once Aunt Lu regained her composure, she carefully examined the cubs. And to her astonishment, the third was indeed another female cub. Yuhi had given birth to 3 tiger cubs, 2 of which were female. Chapter 29. Preparations after childbirth. There were 3 cubs, 2 of which were female. Even with Bai Lan's typically composed demeanor, he found himself momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, gently pressing Yuhi's head against his chest, his voice imbued with a palpable tenderness and reassurance. "You've worked so hard, he." The 3 cubs had come at great cost. Her labor was arduous, and he bore witness to her suffering. Yuhi pressed her lips together, remaining silent, merely clutching at his garment, still haunted by the experience. The pain of giving birth was excruciating, and she had yet to recover from it. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu had already cleaned the 3 cubs and went out to summon Yunxi and Yu for assistance. "You keep an eye on the cubs, and you come here and dispose of these items." Aunt Lu, aware that neither Yunxi nor Yu were males, did not allow them into the innermost area. Instead, she directed Yunxi to observe the 3 cubs while instructing Yu to gather and discard the bloody dried grass. 1, 2, 3. Were we not told there were only 2 cubs? How come there are? Yunxi promptly silenced himself, squatting curiously beside the nest. The 3 cubs, newly born, had yet to open their eyes, instinctively seeking their mother's comfort, trembling and wriggling in the nest. Yunxi's approach seemed to unsettle them, causing them to huddle together and emit high-pitched cries. "Do not get too close. They do not recognize you. If you approach them too closely, they will be frightened. Just keep an eye on them and ensure they do not leave the nest," Aunt Lu admonished gently, frowning. "And do not stand idle. Take the initiative to see what you can do." Yunxi gently touched his nose and greeted softly. Presently, the young master was preoccupied with Yuha, and the only one who understood how to care for the young ones was Aunt Green, who held a position of authority. They all had to heed her guidance. You bound the bloodied, withered grass with a vine, and before exiting the cave, Aunt Green recalled that the bloodied grass could easily attract the attention of the wild beasts. It would be best to either burn it or bury it, lest the lurking creatures outside become aware of their presence. He nodded in agreement, as he had intended to incinerate it anyway, for leaving such evidence out in the open would be ill-advised. Once he departed, Yunxi and Aunt Green busied themselves with arranging the cave while keeping an eye on the young ones. The fire pit had long been established, and even the stone table, stone stools, wooden cups, and wooden basins were prepared. The only missing elements were a water trough and an additional deep pit for waste disposal, along with a mound of soil nearby to mitigate any unpleasant odors. The young ones had a penchant for crawling about, necessitating the laying down of animal hides on the ground. Sharp corners needed to be smoothed, and bones and wooden basins should be elevated to prevent the young ones from toppling them. As Aunt Green elaborated further, beads of sweat formed increasingly on Yunxi's forehead. Caring for young ones proved to be no simple task. Every detail required meticulous attention, leaving Yunxi feeling overwhelmed by Aunt Green's instructions. Where was the young master? He had yet to emerge, and all the young ones were his responsibility. Meanwhile, Bai Lan was tending to Yuha, bathing her with warm water and assisting her in changing clothes. In the beast world, there was no concept of a confinement period, yet every beastman understood that females, after childbirth, were particularly vulnerable and in need of male care. The young master, Yunxi, looked at Bai Lan as though he were gazing upon a savior. Naturally, he held a fondness for the younglings. Although they were not his own, he was willing to care for them. However, this did not imply that he would attend to every matter personally. Heaven knows why a solitary male, devoid of a mate, would need to understand the nuances of nurturing female offspring. Upon seeing Bai Lan, Aunt Lu did not pause in her speech, as she felt compelled to elaborate on the fact that Yuha had 3 young ones. No matter how she articulated it, she felt her words were insufficient. Were it not for the concern that her prolonged presence might arouse suspicion among the other beastmen, she would have visited more frequently, comforted by the thought that either Yuha or her male counterpart could manage the care of the younglings. "Little he, I wonder if you have enough milk for the 3 young ones. If not, I could ask my male to find a mature reindeer or a cow to bring over, and they could be hidden in the back mountains. Should Yuha be lacking in milk, they could provide nourishment for the younglings. It seemed unreasonable for all responsibilities to rest solely upon one female, especially when the males, having sustained injuries, required a week or more of rest. There was no logic in expecting a female, having bled so much after giving birth, to be lively and active just days later while tending to the young. In response to this, Yuha let out a soft mewl and nestled her head against Bailon's embrace. Discussing the matter of lactation in front of Yunshi, a male who was not her mate, made her feel somewhat bashful. Sharing the same roof, due to Yunshi and Yu's respectful demeanor, Yuha could regard them as relatives or friends. Yet, the intimate nature of lactation made her acutely aware of her embarrassment, especially with Aunt Lu bringing it up. Not to mention the potential reminders about feeding the younglings that might follow. No need. Preparations have already been made. Bailon interrupted Aunt Green, expressing her gratitude for today's events, stating that the safety of Ahi and the young ones was solely due to her efforts. Aunt Green felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon hearing these words. Although her assistance was voluntary, receiving genuine thanks from others brought her great joy. Notably, Bailon had arranged for Yunshi to deliver a bag of salt, a dozen finely ground shells, and 2 large packages of jerky as a token of appreciation. Aunt Green accepted only the salt and jerky, for while she had an affinity for the shells, practicality dictated her choices. I shall forego the shells. They serve no purpose for me. Furthermore, I have heard that such shells are found only by the seaside. If I were to take them, it is likely that some beast men would learn they were gifted to me by you. It would be unwise to invite trouble, especially with 3 young ones still in your care. Her words effectively dissuaded Bailon and Yunshi from their intention to present the shells to Aunt Green. Indeed, they had to be mindful of the 3 young ones, ensuring that they did not attract the attention of other beast men. Salt and jerky were common items, but shells were not. The distinction between shells from the sea and those found along lakes and rivers was significant. Most importantly, should other beastmen discover that they had ventured to the seaside, they might speculate that they possessed even more valuable treasures. Bailon and her companions could not neglect the well-being of the newly delivered Yuhi and her 3 young ones. Why can't we gift the shells? Aren't the beastmen in the tribe aware that you hail from a larger tribe outside? Surely, they wouldn't find the shells curious. Yui's understanding in certain matters was still rather limited. The circumstances were indeed different. Bailon cradled her beside the den of cubs, elucidating the distinctions therein. The Wushan tribe was merely a diminutive settlement. In their eyes, an orc possessing seashells from the shoreline signified that this orc's tribe was far afield. Should misfortune befall him here, no one would ascertain the perpetrator. Chapter 30. The Black Serpent Orc. At these words, Yui felt a chill sweep across her back. Such utterances could easily instill fear. However, Bailan's discourse was far from complete. Furthermore, in the perspective of many small tribes, an orc who had ventured to the coast was synonymous with strength. A formidable yet solitary orc would invariably carry all valuable possessions upon their person, particularly the coveted crystal cores, which were in short supply among the smaller tribes. Beyond the knot of forest, commerce flourished, with currency manifesting as crystal cores of varying hues. There were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Red crystals were the most prevalent, boasting the least purchasing power. Orange crystals held slightly greater value due to their ability to assist males in cultivation, yet they remained scarce in circulation. Yellow crystals, often embedded in weaponry and utilized in rituals for the beast gods, were predominantly hoarded by larger tribes, with only a handful in the possession of medium-sized tribes. Cherished as treasures, while small tribes scarcely had any. Green crystals facilitated orc breakthroughs, while blue crystals possessed remarkable healing properties. Blue and purple crystals were exceedingly rare, even among larger tribes. However, Bailon, as the scion of the White Tiger tribe, was aware that blue crystals could summon the waters of life, and the merfolk possessed one such blue crystal. Crystal cores? Thus, she had buried those cores in the thicket behind the mountain, the very place where she encountered the Black Serpent Orc. Yuhi, the original host, did not truly desire the crystal core. Rather, what he yearned for was the companionship of that indifferent Black Serpent beastman. That night, a group of beastmen stealthily ventured into the small grove on the back mountain. What exactly is hidden in the small grove on the back mountain? I have visited several times without uncovering the so-called crystal core you mentioned. If you are tasked to search, then search without so much prattle, a male voice beside AE replied impatiently. You claim to have searched. Yet it seems you are adept at shirking responsibilities, allowing others to do the work for you. Is it that black bear beastman again? Do not presume we are unaware. After speaking, the male let out a cold chuckle upon seeing Li Fu tightly pursing her lips. Look, he has struck a chord, hasn't he? Li Fu swallowed her indignation and said, I was afraid to come here alone at night. A zhuang came merely to bolster my courage. You could have asked me to accompany you. After all, I have accompanied you to many places. To speak of it, we have yet to visit this small grove. Yet, deep down, Li Fu understood that he was merely feigning indifference. For he was not as easy to placate as before, and each of his words seemed to plunge her into deeper embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the other males turned their curious gazes toward Li Fu. A chill suddenly enveloped her. She endeavored to ignore their stares, clinging to Ai's arm in search of warmth. However, being a serpent beast man, Ai's body was perpetually cold, offering her no solace. Still, her newly found companions felt sympathy for her. While Ai was rummaging through the small forest, they gently offered her some words of comfort. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the thicket, instantly alerting Ai and the others. Liv trembled and clutched her male companion tightly, instinctively seeking her first beast husband. Ai! Unbeknownst to her, the male she embraced bore a hint of discontent on his face. Shadows lurked in the dark, preparing to ambush, forcing Ai and her companions to huddle together. When all the beastmen finally gathered, they discovered that Lu had sustained the gravest injuries. A substantial portion of his shoulder had been bitten off, exposing white bone. Upon seeing Lu's wound, Ai's expression darkened as if remembering something. We must go. The items have been taken. With the treasures lost, they had to leave immediately. The rear mountain was already a hotspot for tribal patrols. He had previously ventured there alone, but realizing his inadequacies, he sent Liv, the newly appointed shaman apprentice, to search instead. Yet, Liv had also come up empty-handed. He initially believed that the items were merely well hidden and that with a bit more time and effort, he could uncover them. Little did he know that the crystal cores had likely been seized long ago by the black serpent beastman. What a miscalculation. Ai closed his eyes and urged, let us depart. Although their group of beastmen could potentially overpower the black serpent beastman, they could not attract the attention of the tribal patrols, lest they arouse suspicion of plotting against the tree grandmother. Due to the previous incident involving the seven-step snake, it remains uncertain who leaked the information regarding his intentional actions, leading to the chieftain's growing dissatisfaction with him. Although Ai does not particularly care for the chieftain's opinion, he is concerned that any shift in the chieftain's attitude towards Liv would spell disaster for their family. Let us proceed cautiously, so as not to be ambushed from behind. Upon hearing Ai's words, the other males ceased their hesitation and hurriedly fled with the trembling Liv, who was still nestled in the protective embrace of her two brothers. Observing their hasty departure from the shadows, the black serpent's eyes glinted coldly as it hissed and flicked its tongue before retreating deeper into the mountains. Due to the need to care for three young ones, aside from Yuha, Bailan and Yunshi had not rested that night. Upon hearing a commotion outside, Bailan gestured to Yunshi to keep an eye on the young ones while he ventured out. He discovered a stunned bull lying at the cave's entrance. Bailan furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, yet only spotted a few stones that had tumbled down. There were no signs of climbing, indicating the presence of a serpent beastman. However, does the Wushan tribe harbor any serpent beastmen close to Yuha? Bailan was not one to cling stubbornly to pride. He understood that this offering was made by another male for Yuha, yet he felt compelled to dispose of it. The priority was the needs of the young ones, as well as Yuha's. Whoever sent the offering, as long as it posed no threat to Yuha and the young, Bailan would ensure adequate compensation afterward. However, should anyone aspire to court Yuha, they would have to contend with Bailan's own lack of formal standing. Lifting the bull, Bailan spoke gravely. I have accepted the offering, and I shall take good care of the individual involved. If you seek a straightforward path, do come directly. Chapter 31. The foster father. A cold breeze swept through, accompanied by the rustling sounds in the darkness. Watching the male figure fade from sight, the black serpent beastman turned and exited the tribe. He was aware that Xiaohe was pregnant and had given birth today, thus requiring additional nutritional support. Her male partner appeared to be reliable, allowing him to finally set aside his concerns for her safety. Upon seeing the item in Bailan's hand, Yunshi's face immediately brightened with relief, only to quickly realize that there was no one behind Bailan. Puzzled, he wondered who else in the Wushan tribe could possibly know that Xiaohe had given birth today and needed a cow. Could it be a male secretly enamored with Yuhi? Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Bailon cast a casual glance in his direction. She cleared his throat, with the cow present. There was no need to carry Xiao He over to nurse the cubs. To facilitate nursing, He had maintained her beast form, and when the time came, Bailon would carry her over to feed the 3 cubs. However, the cubs, being extremely hungry, would cry loudly from time to time, causing He to occasionally be disturbed from her rest. Even when she managed to sleep, it was never truly restful. Therefore, having a cow to assist in nursing the cubs would finally allow He to enjoy a good night's sleep. After a restful night, He instinctively stretched upon waking. However, the sight of the calico cat elongating its body struck Bailon, who happened to be nearby, as inexplicably adorable. He lowered his gaze slightly and reached out to scoop up the stretched calico cat. He raised her head, filled with questions. Meow, what are you doing? It's early in the morning, and you're still petting me? Would you like me to use a green crystal on you? It would hasten the healing of your wounds. While Bailon gently stroked her fur, he also intended to examine her injuries. However, he was met with Yuhi's fierce protest, as she instinctively tried to bite his hand. Meow, meow, don't look. It was merely a night's worth of dirt, and it seemed her wounds were still bleeding. Bailon's brows furrowed slightly. Meow? Yui struggled fiercely to free herself from his grasp, yearning to leap to the ground. Bailon's expression grew more tense. Ahi, we are partners. Yet we have not yet bonded as mates, Yui retorted through gritted teeth. And I can apply the medicine to my wounds myself. In a few days, they will heal. Ultimately, she simply did not want him to witness her vulnerable side. Yesterday, she had panicked. Without him, she felt uneasy. Today, no matter what, she was resolute. She feared that if he saw too much, he might come to disdain her. Ahi, Bailon seized her, drawing her into his embrace. His voice suddenly deepening. If you believe we are not yet mates, and thus I cannot assist you with your wounds, that is too late. I have already seen everything I should and should not have seen yesterday. The wounds you bear are the result of our offspring. I do not find them repulsive. At his last remark, Yui ceased her struggles, yet she remained hesitant. Bailon's furrowed brow interrupted her thoughts. There is no but. I will apply the medicine to you, or you shall use the green crystal to heal them now. His rare display of dominance caused Yui to bite her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I will apply the medicine after the lochia has completely passed, in a couple of days. The green crystal is not necessary. She was acutely aware that they had only 2 green crystals left, precious items that could mean the difference between life and death. Since she was currently unharmed, preserving even one was vital. Bailon gently patted her head, reassuring her that there was no need for such understanding. Although the green crystals were invaluable, her life was singular and irreplaceable. He could discern what truly mattered. Yui, blushing, allowed Bailon to tend to her wounds. Yet she felt embarrassed as he noticed the soiled hide she had used. She trailed behind him like a remorseful child, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. It was only when 3 cubs appeared before her that she eagerly turned her attention toward them, feigning busyness. After a while, with no one watching her, she felt as though the events of the morning had finally passed. Do you know any male beastmen in the tribe? As Yui quietly nestled beside the cubs, she suddenly sat down, posing this unexpected question. Surprised, Yui glanced over at her. Male beastmen. She had spent years on the back mountain, frequently encountering male beastmen due to the hunting party's injuries, yet she hardly knew any personally. Why do you ask? She inquired. If she had been acquainted with a few males, the original owner would not have been so easily swayed by Lu. After all, males understood their own kind better. Given the original owner's gentle nature, surely a familiar male would have warned her about the matters between Lu and Li Fu. She raised an eyebrow. That may not be the case. Perhaps a male harbors feelings for you. Yui's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Oh, even if there were, it is too late. The original owner is gone. The late protection and flattery only served to annoy Yui rather than move her. Upon witnessing her current state, Yunshi gently shook her head, attributing the young master's good fortune to fortuitously encountering Yuha at her most vulnerable moment, offering her solace and protection, which resulted in the presence of the 3 young cubs. It was evident that Yua's first beast husband was now irrevocably linked to the young master. Any future male suitors would inevitably have to yield to him. As the food was prepared, White Lawn, possessing keen hearing, caught wind of their conversation. Noticing Yuha's reluctance to elaborate, he brought forth the food, interrupting their casual banter. The cubs, perhaps drawn by the enticing aroma of meat, suddenly appeared ravenous, letting out cries even after having just been nursed. Observing this, White Lawn furrowed his brow. and Yunshi advised him to eat a little first. All right, Yuha replied, nodding as she accepted the food, her gaze unwavering from the cubs. Clearly, she intended to watch them eat. Whiteland's expression tightened further, yet he reminded her to be cautious of the heat. With a steady voice, he placed the food for both her and Yo on the table, acknowledging their efforts from the previous night. Yunshi smiled. You are too courteous, young master. Simply allowing me and Ye to fulfill the role of guardian suffices. After all, they were soon to nurture the three cubs hand in hand. It hardly seemed excessive to expect a pair of father figures for the little ones. White Lawn had no objections, nor did Yuha. The three cubs could not solely rely on her and White Lawn for care. Two devoted fathers would provide invaluable assistance in raising the young ones. A clear gain for her. Chapter 32, White Land's Rival. As Yunshi spoke, her gaze fell upon his wounds, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. Who was injured? In a small tribe not far from the Wushan tribe, some individuals inadvertently discovered our hidden location for the Milladeer and the processing of exotic beasts. They coveted the Milladeer and sought to seize territory. I spent some time dealing with them. As he spoke, Yana wrapped a piece of cloth around the wound on his waist. What has become of the three cubs? Without needing to ask, Yuhi knew they belonged to the young master's female. He would take good care of them. No survivors were left, right? When Yunshi spoke these words, there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. The territory they occupied was merely a temporary location, and it was not for others to encroach upon. While borrowing could be negotiated, outright seizure was absolutely forbidden, a testament to the fierce territorial instincts of powerful beastmen. What do you think? Yana shot him a glance. Referring to the cubs, since he was their adoptive father, nothing could possibly be more important than the cubs. What could happen to them? They had only just been born a day ago, and couldn't even crawl yet. Knowing the outcome, a smile returned to Yunshi's face, and his tone became quite casual. The only trouble was feeding the cubs. Although the cow produced a substantial amount of milk, one of the female cubs was rather reluctant to drink. Because of this, Yuhi was quite troubled. Yunshi shook his head, suggesting that perhaps a male had brought it over in an attempt to curry favor. That would indicate some level of capability. Aside from Ayun's family, only Aunt Lu was aware of Yuhi's birthing situation, unless a male had been closely monitoring them. It would have been impossible for him to deliver supplies so promptly. Upon hearing this, Ye suddenly recalled something. A black snake orc had unexpectedly entered the tribe. One not from the Wushan tribe. It was rumored that the male whom Yuha had once cherished had been bitten by this very black snake orc, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of his shoulder. Yunshi paused for a moment, then pondered aloud. Then I shall poison them tonight. She had previously intended to poison that family, but the incident regarding Yuha giving birth had delayed her plans. With a black snake orc diverting the attention of all the beastmen, it would be prudent to act swiftly. When the orcs from the Wushan tribe began to suspect foul play, their first suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon the black snake orc. Whether the fangs of the black snake orc were venomous was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the actions of the Li Fu family that had instigated such animosity from the black snake orc, especially towards Lu. She reclined once more, suppressing a light cough that nearly turned into laughter. However, it would be unwise to relish in their misfortune, as they were indeed the architects of their own plight. Let us go share this with Xiaohe. It might bring her some joy. Managing three younglings was no simple task. Presently, having just been born, they were manageable. But in a few days, once they began to crawl, chaos would ensue. The emergence of a black snake orc left Yuha momentarily stunned. The fact that Li Fu's family had already succumbed to poisoning did little to lift her spirits, as she was uncertain whether this black snake orc was the very male whom the original owner had inadvertently saved. If that were the case, how could she, no longer the original owner, face him? What is it? Yunshi and Dio inquired, noticing her daze. Bailon tended to the cubs, remaining silent, yet her gaze wandered over. Regrettably, her time at the Wushan tribe was exceedingly brief, merely 7 days, and once her injury healed, she would depart. However, the original owner's wish had now come to fruition, and she would no longer be able to witness it. Yuhi, too, did not possess the audacity to claim the original owner's body, nor did she wish to squander the goodwill of the black snake beastman towards the original owner. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma. Do you think the black snake beastman is the male we know? She recalled the cattle that had been delivered last night. Could it be that the black snake beastman was responsible for that? Yuhi pressed her lips together, stating, I do not know, but if it is indeed him, I am uncertain how to face him. Upon hearing this, Yunshi and Yo exchanged glances, turning their attention to Bailon. So is this a rival in love? Bai Lan maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from expressing any opinions as she had cubs. The principle of a father is esteemed for his offspring remains an unchanging truth. Yuhi was oblivious to the myriad thoughts they had entertained in that fleeting moment. She was preoccupied, pondering how to convey to the black snake beast man that she was not the original owner. If he had truly come for the original owner, he certainly should not waste his kindness on someone as inconsequential as herself. She recalled that it should be the original owner. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Lu's arm was rendered useless, having lost a significant portion of his shoulder to a bite, compounded by the poison that had been administered. Thus, it was only natural for complications to arise. Regrettably, Granny Shu lay in bed, now a mere shadow of her former self. Li Fu, still an apprentice witch, lacked the skills to save his arm. Furthermore, the following day, she fell ill, exhibiting symptoms akin to a fever, necessitating prolonged rest. Who could possibly assist Lu? As for Yu He, she was already sequestered in the back mountain, rendering her completely unreachable. Regarding Yun, her male counterpart blamed Ae for the seven-step snake incident that nearly resulted in a Yun's bite, viewing Yu, who had languished in bed for an extended period, as the root cause of their misfortunes, thereby wishing ill upon her family. It was inconceivable that Yun would come to Lu's aid. Due to an inadvertent revelation regarding the original owner's delayed menarche at the age of 15, Lu assumed she was incapable of bearing offspring, thus burying his affections deep within. Hesitant to approach the original owner Yu. In truth, the original owner was a witch herself, and upon realizing her own delayed onset of menstruation, she sought various ways to nurture her body, lest she miss her first cycle not only at 19, but potentially even at 20 or 25. However, unbeknownst to Lu, the original owner's late arrival of menstruation was disclosed to Li Fu, who subsequently conspired with Ae to publicize the rumor that Yuhi was barren. Ironically, Yuhi became pregnant, thereby shattering the falsehood surrounding her fertility. Chapter 33, Seeking Assistance Unappreciative of the Kindness Extended to Them. They only delivered food to Lu out of respect for Li Fu. The male delivering sustenance to Lu, upon encountering such an attitude, became incensed, resulting in the meat spoiling. They chose not to provide him anything further. Enough of him. Let us proceed to Li Fu. Could they genuinely possess such benevolence to deliver food to Li Fu's male partner? Their motives were undoubtedly self-serving, seeking personal gain from Li Fu. The males Li Fu has chosen truly leave much to be desired. I truly cannot fathom why Liv has taken a liking to them. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of jealousy ignited in the eyes of the tall male, particularly as Liv had accepted a serpent beast man as her first mate, yet showed no interest in him whatsoever. Indeed, upon hearing the tall male's remarks, the previously speaking male echoed his grievances, lamenting that if someone as cowardly as Lu could become Liv's mate, then why could they not? In response, the tall male chuckled heartily, attributing their ease of entry to that black serpent beast man's treachery, which had poisoned Liv's family. Otherwise, they would not have found it so simple to gain access. Liv, too, is at fault. Her mate fails to protect her, yet she remains unwilling to yield to them. She insists on using her mate's feelings as an excuse to dismiss them. How could she not consider her mate's feelings when accepting their food? Now, her concerns about her mate's feelings seem rather belated. Is it truly wise to proceed in such a manner? The chieftain has always held Liv in high regard. If we were to coerce her, would that not provoke the chieftain? Moreover, that serpent beast man, Ae, is not to be underestimated. Although Ae has been poisoned, the males still worry that he may retaliate unexpectedly, as he is one of the few yellow-tier beast men of the Wushan tribe. Are we truly forcing her? If you are unwilling, then refrain from participating. Have you not noticed that a Zhuang and the other males have been visiting these past few days? Since she has accepted the food we offered, it signifies her consent. Who is that? Before the last word could escape, a massive black serpent appeared beside the stone dwelling, striking down with its tail. The tall male instinctively pulled his companion away from the ground, rolling to safety. Personal grudges aside, if one wishes to avoid death, they should flee. Green tier? Oh no, the black serpent orc is on the verge of breaking through to the blue rank. We must flee. The tall male quickly discerned the cold light of greenish hue coiling around the serpent's body. Typically, the rank of an orc is difficult to ascertain with the naked eye, requiring confrontation for accurate judgment. However, there are exceptional circumstances, such as when an orc is about to break through, causing their aura to become uncontrollable. At such times, other orcs can easily deduce their rank. Upon realizing that the black serpent orc was not only at the green rank, but also poised to ascend to the blue rank, the tall male was drenched in cold sweat. He thought to himself, no wonder the black serpent orc dared to brazenly invade the Wushan tribe. It was due to his overwhelming strength, as no one in the tribe could deter him. We must go, informed the chieftain. Seeing the male foolishly intent on charging forward, the tall orc swiftly struck him with a slap and dragged him away. Yet, they had barely made their escape when a serpent tail swung towards them, sending them crashing to the ground. The black serpent orc cast a cold glance at them before swiftly retreating, evading detection by the other orcs in the tribe. Although his personal strength was undeniably formidable, the saying holds true, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. As a wandering orc, he often encountered various unforeseen circumstances. Thus, conserving his strength and maintaining peak condition had become second nature to him. He would not recklessly exploit his power in a small tribe unless absolutely necessary, for that would inevitably attract perilous consequences. The black serpent orc had no desire to become a target of universal disdain. Aunt Green, what brings you here? The return of the black serpent orc to the tribe was unbeknownst to Yuhi, as she remained in the cave to wait for her recovery while tending to the young cubs. Thus, when Aunt Green sought her assistance, she was utterly perplexed. Little he, have you heard about the situation with Liv's family? That black serpent orc has come looking for them again, Aunt Green remarked, glancing at the 3 cubs who were already attempting to sneak out of their nest. The tiger cubs, 3 days old, had yet to open their eyes, and their bodies were still not fully developed. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from their occasional attempts to escape the nest. Consequently, Yuhi and Bailan had to take turns watching over them throughout the day. Currently, it was Yao who ventured out the most, while Yunxi, despite claiming that feeding the 3 cubs was exceedingly exhausting, was reluctant to remain away for extended periods. Is it related to the poisoning of Liv's family? I am aware of it. The poison was administered by them. It was not an instant lethal toxin, but rather a type of neurotoxic plant venom. Due to the small dosage, there were no severe reactions at first. However, if the toxin remains untreated and they continue to consume barbecued meat daily, it may easily lead to serious reactions such as respiratory distress, foaming at the mouth, convulsions, or even cardiac arrest. She was not prepared to confess to Juan, naturally hoping that he had merely come on a whim to check on the original owner's well-being, rather than intending to stay indefinitely. What purpose could he have in returning? Yuhi sighed inwardly. After Aunt Green finished speaking, she fell silent, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. She was sent by the clan leader and the elders as a mediator to approach Yuhi. After all, the sudden emergence of a formidable outsider at the Wu Mountain tribe, who harbors hostility towards the orcs within the tribe, has left the clan leader and the elderly orcs quite anxious. Thus, they entrusted her with the task of seeking Yuhi's assistance, hoping to persuade Bailan and her companions to intervene and instill some fear in the black serpent orc, at the very least preventing him from roaming freely within the tribe. Chapter 34. The old uncle, the clan leader, and the others certainly did not dare to harbor the unrealistic expectation that Bailan could drive away the black serpent orc. But they believed a mere display of intimidation, for Yuhi's sake, was not an unreasonable request. The clan leader had summoned Aunt Green with the tribe's interests in mind. However, she remained puzzled by the clan leader's apparent favoritism towards Li Fa. Was it solely due to the past incident involving Li Fa's feigned pregnancy that had caused her distress? Upon hearing her thoughts, Aunt Green chuckled, remarking that she remained as understanding as ever. The smile on Yuhi's face faded almost imperceptibly. Is being understanding such a bad thing, Aunt Green? She recognized that this was merely a fleeting sentiment from Aunt Green, devoid of any deeper meaning, yet it still left her feeling uncomfortable. Aunt Green, oblivious to her sudden shift in mood, softened her gaze and replied, "Of course it is good. I only wish your little ones could be as understanding as you." Yuhi felt a lump in her throat, and her smile vanished completely. "I actually hope they are a bit more spirited, like me, unwilling to voice their grievances. Being too understanding is not always beneficial." Aunt Green was momentarily taken aback by her retort. "Little he, what are you saying?" Yuhi responded with a gentle smile. "What is the matter? Aunt Green, have I uttered something amiss? Is it that my offspring must endure the same fate as I once did? Harboring unspoken words and remaining confined within the tribe for a lifetime?" Suddenly struck by a thought, she gazed at Yuhi, a peculiar notion arising within her. Could it be that the recent tribulations befalling the Li Fu family were orchestrated by Yuhi, instigating by Lon and the others? Perceiving the suspicion in her eyes, Yuhi responded coldly, "Aunt Green, why do you regard me thus? In response, Aunt Green suppressed her inner unease, assuring her, "It is nothing, merely that the events surrounding the Li Fu family have been rather overwhelming lately. Little he, regarding the Li Fu matter. If Aunt Green believes I orchestrated Bai Lan's actions, then so be it. I have no further words to offer." A bittersweet smile graced Yuhi's lips. Yet internally she scoffed. What more is there to say? Actions have been taken, and that is the crux of it. Were it not for the absence of concrete evidence to expose the transgressions committed by Li Fu and Lu against the original owner, why would she go to such lengths to conceal her quest for vengeance? Observing her demeanor, Aunt Green found herself at a loss for words, even feeling a twinge of guilt arise within her. "That is not my intention, dear. However, little he, regardless of Li Fu's misdeeds, she and her mate are in dire straits now. If you harbor any resentment, witnessing their current plight should surely temper your anger. It is not that Aunt Green seeks to defend Li Fu. The reality is that the family is indeed suffering. They lie helplessly at home, awaiting sustenance from the tribe, while the orcs are preoccupied with their own winter preparations, leaving little time for delivering food to them. There have been occasions when I forgot to go, and in those instances, Liv's entire family would be left to starve." Yui shook her head and said, "Aunt Green, I harbor no resentment. I am living well now. Whatever grievances I once had, my male has avenged me. My sole focus now is to care for myself and my young." Presently, she awaited the moment when Liv and Lu would find themselves in dire straits. The slow grind of a dull knife is far more tormenting than a swift end. Yui lowered her gaze to caress her offspring, her heart brimming with tenderness. The three young ones, sensing their mother's affection, eagerly nudged closer, their little heads striving to nestle beneath her hand, which brought a smile to Yuhi's face. Aunt Green, too, was moved by this scene, instinctively believing Yuhi's words. It must surely be the doing of that black serpent beast man. The black serpent beast man mused, "What a heavy burden to bear. Do you wish for me to go?" Yui hesitated, and thus, she posed the question, "Can you locate him? If you can, please advise him to refrain from coming to the Wushan tribe. After all, the Wushan tribe is home to many females and young ones. It would not bode well if they were frightened." Bai Lan discerned her reluctance to meet the black serpent beast man and directly inquired, "You do not wish to see him?" Yui lowered her gaze. "He is a commendable elder. With the cold season approaching, do not serpent beastmen hibernate during winter? I simply hope he remains safe." Coughing, Yu and she had been listening intently from behind Bai Lan, but little did they know that the black serpent beast man was not the rival they imagined, but rather an elder. "Who is the elder you speak of, Xiaohe?" Yui looked at them oddly, wondering if they were referring to the black serpent beast man. Why such a strong reaction? The black serpent beast man, known to the original owner, transformed into a middle-aged man. Although he might appear significantly younger without his beard, his age was evident. And he was a wandering beast man, having lost his beloved female due to complications during childbirth. It was inconceivable for the original owner to harbor any romantic feelings for him. Respect akin to that of an elder was far more appropriate. Yunshi touched her nose, commenting that they had thought he might have an affection for the black serpent beast man. Perhaps even considering him a rival for the young master's affection, or as Yuhi's second beast husband. The expression on Yuhi's face was truly difficult to articulate as she replied, "That man has his own beloved female. Can you please refrain from such wild imaginings?" If the original owner truly had feelings for the black serpent beast man, it was likely that Lu would not evoke any stirrings of the heart in her presence. Despite the beast man's seemingly cold demeanor towards the original owner, he genuinely cared for her. However, given the original owner's character, it was improbable that she had failed to notice the beastman's warm nature hidden beneath his icy exterior. Yui pondered this for a moment, feeling that it was indeed a pity for the original owner. Had she possessed the ability to act coy, the beastman might have chosen to settle in the Wushan tribe to enjoy his twilight years. Yunchi shrugged and smiled wryly. "I wasn't imagining anything." But the young master Bai Lan simply observed him. Yunchi then turned to seek out the elk and the cattle residing in the pit, as they were crucial for providing sustenance for the three cubs, a responsibility that could not be taken lightly. If they perished, they would have to be captured anew. Chapter 35. The Devious AE. After Yunchi departed, Yuha turned her gaze towards Bai Lan and inquired, "Why did you not ask me directly? Did she truly appear to be concealing these matters from him?" Bai Lan's voice was low, tinged with regret. "I apologize. It was my misunderstanding." Yuha shot him a light glare. "Next time such a situation arises, do not hesitate to ask me directly. Even if there is something difficult to articulate, I shall provide you with the reasons." A flicker of amusement danced in Bailan's eyes. Very well. Have you decided on names for the cubs? Yuha was uncertain whether he had named the 3 cubs. She had her own thoughts, yet as their biological father, he must have contemplated this matter as well. Upon hearing her, Bailan frowned slightly. The cubs are your progeny. It is only fitting that you choose their names. Yuha scoffed lightly. They are your cubs as well, yet you seem reluctant to name them. After a moment of silence, Bailan pondered. He had indeed considered it, but he believed that since the female had endured considerable hardship in birthing them, the naming ought to be her privilege. Baiqing, Yume, and Yuxiang. Baiqing is acceptable, but the other 2, Yume and Yuxiang, do not resonate with me. How about Yuzhu and Yuchu? In her previous life in that small mountain village, Yuha was surrounded by names like Yuhua and Yume, and she herself had nearly been named Yutsao, Yazadi, or Yapandi. Had it not been for the prevalence of those names in the village, she might not have even been bestowed the name Yuha. As she grew older, changing her name entailed numerous bureaucratic hurdles, and Yuha, preoccupied with earning a living, found herself lacking the time for such endeavors. Thus, the name Yuha accompanied her throughout her life. Oh no, it seems like it has been 2 lifetimes now. Shuju, Chuchu. They are quite melodious. Bailan harbored no objections. Although he felt internally that these names did not possess the same charm as Yume and Yuxiang, it was undoubtedly best if his beloved female was pleased. Upon receiving this affirmation, Yuha's eyes instantly brightened with joy. Observing her elation, Bailan's gaze softened considerably. Thus, the names of the 3 cubs were settled. After learning the names of the 2 female cubs, Yunqi and Ye exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat hesitant to voice their thoughts. Particularly, Yunqi discreetly approached Bailan, whispering, "What is so appealing about the names Yuzhu and Yuchu? Yume and Yuxiang sound far more delightful, do they not? When the cubs grow up, if they hear others calling them Mimi and Xiangxiang, while they themselves are named Shuju and Chuchu, wouldn't that be quite disheartening?" In the beast world, names associated with beauty and fragrance were undoubtedly considered auspicious. Females often preferred to bestow such names upon their female cubs. Why, then, did Yuha? Surely, she could not deny her 2 female cubs such lovely names simply because she herself was not named thus. Bailan cast a glance at him, reminding, "The cubs are all born of Ahi. Do you truly believe she would not cherish her own offspring?" Yunqi pondered, scratching his nose. Then why didn't she choose more melodious names for the 2 female cubs? Shuju, Chuchu. The young master inwardly questioned the appeal of these names. Bailan furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Do not voice such sentiments in her presence. If, upon growing up, they dislike their names, they may address their mother directly." At this moment, Bailan found himself placing greater emphasis on Yuha's feelings than on the names of the 3 cubs. After all, a name can always be changed later. But if his female counterpart is displeased, his status may be jeopardized. Yunqi had not considered this at first. It was only when he was dragged away by Ye that he remembered their young master had yet to bond with Yuha. With the young master not yet coupled with Xiaohua, was it truly wise to suggest he inform her of a name change now? Did one wish for the young master to remain nameless and titleless, merely an uncle to 3 cubs? In the beast world, due to the prevalence of polyandry, cubs typically recognized their mother rather than their father. And while Yuha currently required their care, the moment she bore 3 cubs, it would not be long before numerous males sought to claim the role of their father. Yunqi smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked such an essential matter. The issue of names is trivial. Once the cubs mature, they can indeed choose their preferred names. However, the matter of status is significant, as long as it remains unresolved. The position of young master as the first beast husband will remain precarious. Oh dear, are they hungry again? That evening, shortly after Yuha had fallen asleep, the trio of tiger cubs began to call out once more. The 3 little ones awoke predictably every 2 hours. The eldest, Baiqing, was somewhat calmer, calling out only twice before settling quietly in the cub den. The 2nd and 3rd cubs, however, were particularly impatient and cried out with great volume. Especially the 3rd cub, who would not only call out but also shed tears if Bailan and the others were even slightly delayed. This sight filled Yunqi with immense sympathy, and he was always the first to attend to her during such times. Ye showed a particular fondness for the 2 female cubs, while Bailan treated them all equally. Upon hearing the cubs' cries, Bailan gently held Yuha down, saying, "I will go feed them. You may continue to rest." Yuhi was indeed exhausted. Unsure if the consumption of nutrients during her pregnancy with 3 young ones had taken a toll on her. Postpartum, she found herself more fatigued than before. Despite having nursed the 3rd one several times throughout the day, Nonetheless, she felt wearied. If Choo-Choo still cannot take in milk, let me know, and I shall feed her. The youngest, Choo-Choo, was rather picky and had a bit of a temper. She refused to drink from the cow and only sipped a little from the deer, yet when her belly ached from hunger, she wailed at the top of her lungs. Yuhi couldn't help but worry. Bailon gently stroked her back, his voice imbued with a soothing steadiness. Yes, I understand. However, Bailon ultimately did not rouse Yuhi, recognizing that females were not as physically resilient as males, especially since Yuhi belonged to the feline species, which made her constitution even more delicate, slightly better than that of rabbits or hamsters, yet not nearly as robust as the female members of the leopard or tiger clans, who could train as fiercely as their male counterparts. Meanwhile, outside the Wushan tribe, the black serpent beastman unexpectedly encountered another male of the serpent species. A green tear? The black serpent beastman, observing the refined and fair male before him, recognized him as the first beast husband from the Lu family, responsible for harming Yuhi. He was somewhat astonished that this male had survived the poison, but being merely of green tier, he was still no match for him. You can't defeat me. If you wish to live, get lost. His ire was solely directed at the male who had harmed Yuhi. As for the male's female companion and the other beastmen, he surmised they were accomplices but had no intention of seeking their lives. Of course, upon learning they had been poisoned, he would not extend any benevolent efforts to save them. You have come to the Wushan tribe for Yuhi? Perhaps we could engage in a conversation. Awo smiled gently. However, as a fellow serpent beastman, the black serpent beastman felt an eerie sensation as if he were being scrutinized by a predator. His gaze chilled, and he declared, "This does not concern you. Leave." He warned that any further conversation would not be met with courtesy. The black serpent beastman was not known for his amiable temperament, especially following the death of a female he cherished, which had rendered him even more aloof and reclusive. Yet Awo seemed unfazed by his indifference, letting out a low chuckle. What if I told you that the Yuhi in the tribe is not the Yuhi you once knew? She merely possesses an identical visage and is aware that Yuhi saved you. She desires the crystal cores you hold. Even so, would you still assist her? Chapter 36, Grilling Steak. The black serpent beastman regarded Awo as if he were mad, even though it was conceivable for two beastmen to share an identical appearance. Yuhi had resided in the Wushan tribe for an extended period. If the Yuhi currently present in the tribe were indeed an impostor, how could it be that none recognized her as such? How could she remain within the Wushan tribe unchallenged? Before he could complete his thought, the black serpent beastman lunged forward with a punch. Though Awo had barely managed to suppress the poison coursing through him due to a forced breakthrough to the green tier, he had not fully detoxified. Thus, when faced with the incoming blow, he instinctively attempted to evade, but was still sent flying by the force of the strike. You dare lay hands on a female. You call yourselves males. How could he possibly fall for the tricks of a conniving individual? Cough. I speak nothing but the truth. You may not believe it now, but the moment you truly lay eyes on her, doubt will undoubtedly creep in. The cold gaze of the black serpent beastman intensified. If your words bear truth, both you and that female deserve death. There exists a stark difference between nearly causing demise and having already taken a life. Both the principal and the accomplice ought to perish. Ai, with a heavy cough, found blood staining his palm. Yet, the male managed to chuckle. Acknowledging our impending doom, our family is now poisoned beyond remedy, destined to succumb sooner or later. But what of that female who usurped Yuhi's identity and dares to deceive you? Is she truly innocent? She has claimed Yuhi's name and seeks to seize everything that belongs to Yuhi within the Wu Mountain tribe. How pitiable indeed. Once a person passes, all that remains is a counterfeit, while the true essence of Yuhi fades from memory. This statement ignited the black serpent beastman's fury once more. It seems you are indeed courting death. With a resounding thud, the black serpent beastman observed that he had yet to rise, and with a cold huff, he turned and departed. Once the black serpent beastman had left, the nearly breathless male suddenly opened his eyes wide, expelling a mouthful of blood. Struggling, he raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then spread his fingers, watching as the ashes were scattered by the wind. Ai had expended a green crystal to preserve his life. Indeed, the green tier marks a pivotal threshold. Sharing the same green tier, I found myself utterly powerless against him. Even under the influence of poison, he should not have been so feeble. Live, do not let me down again. Did she not fervently believe herself to be a match for the timid Yuhi? How did the other party poison them? She remains unaware of who the culprit is. This debt, Ai will inevitably settle with Yuhi in due time. For now, let her relish the grand gift she has bestowed upon her. On the 5th day after giving birth, Yuhi finally emerged from the cave. This day was a rare sunny one following the rainy season. Yet the temperature was quite chilly, so Yuhi was bundled up like a ball and carried out of the cave. The 3 cubs, 2 of whom had just opened their eyes and were unable to withstand bright light, remained inside, but their nest, a large tiger skin, was taken out to bask in the sun. You sit here while I handle the meat. Yia will set up a temporary fire pit to prepare the steak you mentioned. After giving birth, Yuhi had lost her appetite for meat, yet she had exhausted the nearby wild fruits, resulting in her consuming even less than before. Balan, concerned for her health and eager for her to regain her strength, frequently ventured to the tribe. However, the diet of the Wushan tribe was even more monotonous than that of the White Tiger tribe, and Balan's excursions yielded no new delights. Thus, when Yuhi casually expressed her desire for a steak, Balan promptly enlisted Yia's assistance in preparation. All right. Upon hearing Balan's words, Yuhi eagerly nodded. She had yet to experience a proper steak since her time in the modern world. Ironically, she had landed a position in a large company shortly after graduating from university. Although her role was not particularly high-ranking, the company's generous benefits and the competence of her superior allowed her to thrive, and despite her average capabilities, her diligence brought her considerable recognition. In just 4 or 5 years, she managed to save between 300,000 to 400,000. However, despite possessing wealth, the relentless demands of work often leave me languishing at home in a state of lethargy, preventing me from savoring the finer things in life. I have indulged in a spree of comfort foods such as cake and milk tea, which are far from nutritious. Reflecting on the fact that I have yet to truly relish life with my newfound affluence, I find myself in a state of silent lament. Yet, the opportunity for rebirth allows me to navigate life on my own terms, alleviating the burden of carrying every weight alone. It seems that fortune has not entirely forsaken me. With this thought, a semblance of happiness graces my countenance. The fire pit has been prepared. How should we proceed with the steak you mentioned? In this primal world, a fire pit is merely a hole dug into the ground, surrounded on 3 sides by a mixture of wet clay, which is then baked to dryness over a gentle flame. Compared to the rustic clay stoves of the countryside, the two are not vastly different. I am unfamiliar with the technique chefs employ to sear a steak, yet I understand that the essence lies in using a cast iron skillet, ensuring the heat is just right, and the seasoning is appropriate. Directing my companion, I instruct him to procure a thin slab of stone and to render some pork fat using wild boar skin. A thin slab of stone? My companion's nails sharpen as he locates a reasonably large rock nearby and deftly splits it in 2 with a swift strike, proceeding to slice it with precision. While Balan disembowels the wild bull, he wisely keeps me at a distance, but in his absence, my companion is mindful, frequently checking to ensure I remain within his line of sight. Aware of his concerns, I demonstrate my understanding by moving closer, ensuring I do not stray from his watchful gaze. Chapter 37. The arrival of Uncle Nan. When the black serpent beast man arrived at the back mountain, he was greeted by a scene that was both delightful and unexpected. The once shy and introverted female was now beaming with happiness as she gazed at the male before her, occasionally lowering her head to point at the meat sizzling in the fire pit while murmuring something. The male would flip the meat over or pour some liquid from a wooden cup onto it. The sound of sizzling filled the air, and an enticing aroma began to waft around them. Yuha felt a pang of hunger. Balan, when will we be able to eat the steak? Balan glanced at her and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yes," Yuha replied, resting her chin on her knees, her eyes fixated on the pieces of steak on the stone slab. She was unsure how modern steak was prepared, but the piece in front of her smelled truly delectable. She wondered if it would taste as good as it smelled. "Just a bit longer. It's not done yet." Despite her words, Balan cut a small piece and placed it at the center of the slab. Before long, Yuha savored her very first bite of steak. How does it taste? Although Balan thought that frying a steak was not much different from grilling meat, he observed the female as she took a single bite, her eyes instantly narrowing in contentment. He mused to himself that the flavor of the steak must indeed be quite delightful. "It's delicious." A subtle smile appeared on Balan's face. "If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more for you. You are too slender." This winter, he was determined to nourish her, so that her beastly form would feel even more comforting to the touch. Yet, when it came to her slenderness, Yuha sensed a hint of regret and sympathy in his tone. But was she truly thin? Where was the evidence of such a thing? After giving birth, her abdomen had evidently not yet returned to its former state. were it not for the numerous applications of creams designed to diminish stretch marks that she had utilized both before and after childbirth. Her midsection would likely be too unsightly to bear. Contemplating this, Yuhi cast a resentful glance at Bailan. If males were fond of excess flesh, why could not her postnatal softness be transferred to him? What was amiss? Bailan, perplexed by her gaze, remained unaware that Yuhi had suddenly grown somewhat withdrawn due to her own abdomen. It's nothing. I cannot consume too much steak, so do not prepare an excessive amount, she remarked. In her pursuit to reduce her belly, Yuhi resolved to limit her intake of high-calorie foods like steak and barbecued meats from then on. However, she did not suggest that they should abstain from their preferences. Rather, she understood that males typically possessed a hearty appetite. To sate such hunger with steak would require grilling for an interminable duration. Thus, a few pieces for sampling would suffice, with the main course undoubtedly being barbecued dishes. Bailan acknowledged her with a non-committal sound, then sliced a small piece of steak and pushed it to the edge of the stone slab. Yuhi carefully picked it up with her wooden chopsticks, mindful that they had forgotten to bring several wooden bowls, making it easy for food to fall. Yet, once he had set up the bonfire and grill nearby, he approached and directly skewered all the small pieces of steak Bailan had cut with a sharpened stick. Skewering steak? Just as Yuhi was puffing her cheeks with food, Bailan and Yi suddenly lifted their heads. I hope you don't mind if we add another person to the gathering? A deep, resonant voice unexpectedly emerged beside her, causing Yuhi to swallow the piece of steak in her mouth and glance over in bewilderment. There stood a man with a stern expression, seemingly in his 30s. Having appeared there without her noticing, upon meeting her gaze, his own fixed upon her intently. Uncle Nan, is that you? Uncle Nan, have you been injured again? The original owner of her body was unaware of Uncle Nan's full name, so after a moment of hesitation, Yuhi followed suit and addressed him as such. The stern man raised an eyebrow, responding, No. How is your health? A fleeting glimmer passed through Nan Chen's eyes, yet it did not manifest on his face. He merely nodded slightly, remarking, Xiaoyi has grown. At this, Yuhi felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, to her, Uncle Nan was indeed a stranger. Were it not for the memories of the original owner, she would struggle to even recall his name, let alone greet him politely. Once Uncle Nan took a seat and glanced at the steak on the stone plate, he queried, somewhat puzzled, Has anyone among you been to the desert? Bailan replied calmly, Yes, been. Only then did Uncle Nan nod in understanding. The desert, too, possessed a culinary tradition of grilling meat on stone slabs. Due to the intense heat, they often required no fire. At a specific moment, they would simply drizzle oil on a particular stone, place the meat atop it, and flip it a few times before it was ready to eat. Uncle Nan has been to the desert? Yuhi's demeanor prompted Bailan to exhibit a degree of warmth towards Uncle Nan. However, being a person of composure, he maintained a steady demeanor, regardless of any cordiality extended. Uncle Nan was not perturbed by Bailan's indifferent demeanor. On the contrary, he found Bailan's attitude rather endearing. How did you come to know Xiaoyi? He inquired in return. Yuhi wished to interject, but hesitated, deeming it somewhat impolite. As she savored her steak skewers, a fleeting thought caused her to lower her gaze, her ears tinged with crimson. Setting aside her grievances and fears from that time, she had been drugged. She generally felt well cared for. Moreover, Bailan, in his quest to provide her with clarity, had allowed Yunxi and the others to experience what she had endured, thus rendering her previous discomfort negligible, leaving only sweet memories. Although Uncle Nan's demeanor was somewhat aloof, he possessed a meticulous nature. He noted that Yuhi did not refute Bailan, but instead shyly averted her gaze, understanding that Bailan's words held truth, veiled with tenderness and protection for her. This realization pleased him immensely. A good male is one who cares for his female and does not dismiss her grievances. The fact that Xiaoyi had found such a guardian was indeed a blessing for her. Hence, Uncle Nan refrained from probing further, mindful of their relationship. As he was not a true elder, he maintained a sense of discretion. Subsequently, he skillfully steered the conversation elsewhere. Xiaoyi is of a gentle disposition. It is commendable that you can empathize with her. After I depart, I hope you, Xiaoyi, and your offspring will thrive. Bailan nodded affirmatively. The cold season is approaching. Have you prepared sufficient pelts and provisions? Uncle Nan inquired. Yes, we have enough, came her reply. Not quite, Uncle Nan remarked, his tone steady. That implies you still require more. Chapter 38. Ensuring the offspring will provide for the foster father in the future. Yuhi had never truly experienced the harshness of the winter season that the original owner had found so unbearable. Thus, she was unaware that no matter how much preparation one undertook before the cold season, many beast men would always find it insufficient, having just given birth. She had young ones to care for, and fresh food was perpetually in short supply. If Uncle Nan could come to assist, I could compensate him with crystal cores. Upon finishing her thought, Bailon cut a large steak into manageable pieces, eagerly pushing the first piece towards Uncle Nan. Observing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Uncle Nan's lips. He was a clever man. Although his strength did not match theirs, his familiarity with the surrounding environment was indeed superior. There was no need for the crystal cores. With my current abilities, I cannot offer much assistance. However, I can direct you to a location regarding food, provided that you take good care of Yuhi and her young. As Uncle Nan spoke, he accepted the wooden chopsticks Yuhi offered, casting a surprised glance in her direction. Yuhi explained that using chopsticks would prevent her hands from becoming greasy. In truth, one could also wrap the food in clean leaves and eat it, but having grown accustomed to chopsticks, she naturally preferred to use them when possible. Uncle Nan felt that the oddity surrounding Yuhi had intensified, yet he merely nodded, attempting to mimic her use of the chopsticks to pick up the steak. However, due to his unfamiliarity, the moment he grasped it, it fell. Yuhi cleared her throat and suggested, Uncle Nan, perhaps it would be better to wrap it in leaves instead. No need for that. With that, Uncle Nan directly skewered the steak with his chopsticks, declaring that this method would suffice. Oh, Yuhi observed his actions, falling silent. Yet, the sight of a stoic orc wielding chopsticks to pierce a steak was undeniably captivating, prompting Yuhi to steal a couple more glances at Uncle Nan, observing the young master's female companion showing such interest in another male. Despite the latter's apparent age and demeanor towards Yuhi resembling that of an elder to a junior, you could not help but clear his throat loudly a couple of times. What could be the matter? He too harbored doubts regarding her intentions towards Uncle Nan. In truth, she was merely amused by the scene before her. Bailon, without uttering a word in response to her actions, simply offered her another skewer of steak. Yuhi declined, shaking her head, stating she was full and encouraging them to indulge instead. Bailon's brows furrowed ever so slightly, while you took the initiative to suggest, I will fetch you some wild fruits. Bailon's expression tightened as she cast a surprised glance at Uncle Nan. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long, nodding in agreement and saying, All right, this afternoon, Yunshi and I will accompany you. Uncle Nan remained silent. Yet internally he assessed the situation. Although little his personality had shifted somewhat, her subtle habits remained unchanged. She had a small appetite, was not fond of meat, and preferred the sweetness and tang of wild fruits. No matter how much an orc might change, one could never completely alter their unconscious habits. As for her newfound ability to eat with chopsticks, Uncle Nan felt no astonishment, for little he had always been a cleanly female. It seemed that this male harbored no small amount of ill will towards her, prompting Uncle Nan to contemplate further. Upon returning to the cave, Yunshi learned from Ya that the black serpent orc had arrived. He turned to Yuhi and inquired, Little he, do you know where your Uncle Nan hails from? Yuhi shook her head. I have never asked. However, Uncle Nan must have traveled to many places. The most vivid memory I have is of him speaking about a female he cherished. When that female encountered difficulties during childbirth, Uncle Nan nearly took the lives of her companions upon learning of it. As for Uncle Nan's origins, the original owner of this body was unaware. She merely stumbled upon a gravely injured male in the little grove on the back mountain, initially believing him to be one of the tribe's males. Thus she asked nothing while rescuing him. This suggests that he might have been pursued to this location. After listening, Yunshi pondered for a moment before asking, Did he not mention his surname, or who he is? Yuhi shot him a sidelong glance. I did not inquire. Uncle Nan has treated me with great kindness. Since he chose not to disclose that information, why should I pry further? We must remain vigilant, after all. We have young ones to care for. Yunshi reflected. So this is all you know. Yuhi silently nodded, acknowledging that if not for her own safety and that of her offspring, she would not have broached the subject of another's sorrow. Yunshi shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall speak with the young master. In the days when Yunzhan was at the pinnacle of his power, they could have easily toppled him from his pedestal. Now, he was but a stray dog. And these people had grown timid. Indeed, years of indulgence had sapped their courage. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects. The only one unaffected by the Qing Emperor was the enigmatic and profoundly skilled elder, Emo Shun, of the Star Pavilion. The Qing Emperor cast a fleeting glance at him, a flicker of apprehension crossing her gaze. With a subtle nod, she inquired, Have you found the person? Upon his slight nod, A cold smile graced the corners of her lips. Indeed, Elder Mo's predictive prowess was formidable. Your Majesty bestows undue praise, emotion murmured, his eyes lowered. Where is the individual? Impatient with his idle chatter, the Qing Emperor scrutinized the star map above and asked. Her fists clenched unconsciously within her sleeves. What had gone awry? Yun Zhan, I hope it is not you. Otherwise, I can certainly end your existence once, and I shall not hesitate to do so again. Noticing the subtle murderous intent emanating from the Qing Emperor, Emo Shun's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he waved his sleeve. Instantly, the entire star map vanished, replaced by vivid, dynamic images. The individual in question was likely in a realm known as the Thousand Abyss World. The Thousand Abyss World? As an inconspicuous realm among the myriad of worlds. Had it not been for today's unexpected discovery of the person's possible presence there, none in attendance would have been aware of its existence. As the celestial images transformed into twinkling stars and faded away, the Qing Emperor's expression darkened. She cast a cold glance at the elders still ensnared in the shadows of Yun Zhan's past, her irritation mounting. Meanwhile, countless family factions discreetly accelerated the training of their disciples, their sole aim being to send them to the heavenly transformation divine palace. Upon returning to the Zihue Hall, the Qing Emperor soon declared a retreat. Yet, she remained uneasy about the Qinglong guards and resolved to send another of her avatars to the Qianming realm for investigation. Regardless of whether he was Yun Zhan or not, should he disrupt her meticulously laid plans, she would not hesitate to wield her ruthless resolve. Chapter 39. The lively young ones. As the young master noticed Bai Lan's gaze, Yun Shi's tone bore a hint of probing. Were you perhaps feeling envious just now? Bai Lan slightly lifted her eyes, her voice calm. What do you think? A fleeting expression of peculiarity crossed Yun Shi's face, and he exchanged a glance with Ya, both reflecting a mutual sense of helplessness. They dared not vie with the young master for a female companion. Unlike the innocent Meng, should Meng ever become Yu He's male counterpart, his nature would undoubtedly compel him to heed the young master's commands in all matters, great and small. However, if they were to assume the role of Yu He's male counterpart, while they would certainly comply with the young master on significant issues, disputes over affection would undoubtedly cause the young master considerable distress. Fortunately, Yu He held no interest in them. Moreover, neither Yun Shi nor Ye found themselves drawn to the gentle and kind Yu He. Rather than a female requiring protection, Yun Shi felt he might be more inclined towards a spirited, strong-willed female with her own convictions, whereas Ye favored those who exhibited softness outwardly, yet possessed inner strength. Of utmost importance, however, was the fact that any male would aspire to be the first beast husband of a female. The first beast husband not only serves as the nominal head of the female's household, but also wields greater authority regarding mating privileges. Thus, once Yu He and the young master become partners, it is almost certain that the young master would be her first beast husband. After all, on this continent, those who can rival the young master are few and far between, apart from the ancient ones. In the afternoon, Bai Lan and Yun Shi set out. Before leaving, Bai Lan instructed Ye to refrain from venturing outside, as Yu He was alone caring for 3 young ones. If any beastmen were to arrive in his absence, she might struggle to cope. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Ye's eyes. Although he was uncertain of the young master's reasoning, considering Yu He's frailty, he solemnly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young master, I shall not depart. Bai Lan glanced back at Yu He, who was not far behind him, and then departed. The young master will be safe. I am aware, Yu He replied. Bai Lan was a purple-tier beastman, and Yun Shi was a blue-tier beastman. Even if Uncle Nin harbored ill intentions towards them, they would remain unharmed. Suddenly, Yu He expressed curiosity. Yeah, I realize I have yet to learn of your strength. You replied in a calm tone, I am merely at the green tier. Green tier? There are only a few yellow tier among the Wushan tribe. Yu He murmured softly, then swiftly shifted the conversation. Is the young master's insistence on your staying a concern for potential visitors to the back mountain? Aside from the wise old tree lady, who else would venture there? The news of her giving birth had been shared by Yun and Aunt Lu. It was unlikely that anyone would come specifically to see her. Yu He's social standing had not yet reached that level. Previously, beastmen had only come to visit in the hopes of sharing in some fortune, with only a Yun and Aunt Lu forming any real connections. Upon hearing this, Yu exhibited a moment of contemplation before swiftly shaking his head. I do not know. In any case, it is best to heed the young master's words. Very well. Yu found herself at a loss for questions, and thus lost her interest in conversing further. Instead, she began to play with the two cubs in the nest. Come, Ching Ching, Shoo Shoo, come to mother. Ye held the most spirited female cub, Choo Choo, who, upon hearing her mother's voice, let out a series of enthusiastic cries towards her. Yuhi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Choo Choo. Does Choo Choo wish to come to mother? She called out, spreading her arms wide from a distance. It seemed that Choo Choo sensed her mother's call and exerted all her strength to crawl in her direction. However, despite her valiant efforts, she remained tethered to Ya. Noticing that Choo Choo was growing weary and her cries were weakening, Ya lifted the female cub that had been resting on his thigh, gently grooming her fur. Seeing Choo Choo basking in the comfort of Ya's affection, Yuhi felt a pang of envy and decided to embrace both cubs. Yet, with the two cubs nestled together, she could only pet one or the other, failing to soothe them both adequately. The two little ones, dissatisfied, began to wriggle about. Yuhi, anxious about hurting one or the other, felt a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Ya, come and help me. Without needing her to speak, merely observing her struggle to hold both cubs without daring to move her legs, Ya rose to her aid. He approached and took the other female cub into his arms, causing both cubs to collide in his embrace, which prompted them to vociferously express their surprise. Yuhi cradled the male cub wriggling in her arms, wiping the sweat from her brow as she inquired, "How do you usually care for them? Have they always been this lively?" The two cubs scuttled about, proving too much for her to hold, while yet effortlessly maneuvered them, playfully petting one and then the other. In no time, the two female cubs were nestled in his hands, appearing somewhat drowsy. Meanwhile, Yuhi, with the male cub still squirming in her embrace, felt a tinge of helplessness. Observing her plight, Ya sighed. The cubs have just opened their eyes, making this the most curious phase. It is entirely normal for them to be so spirited. Can they see now? Are their teeth starting to emerge? Yuhi raised the male cub to her eye level, noting how it wriggled, its mouth occasionally opening, revealing the absence of any teeth. Undoubtedly, as the biological mother of the three cubs, her heart ached for them deeply. Upon learning that weaning would take 5 to 6 months, a look of concern crossed her face. The adequacy of her milk was secondary. The primary worry was the necessity to nurse the three cubs while on the move. Her already fragile physique would become an encumbrance during their journey. The cold season lasts a maximum of 4 months, and if the cubs were not weaned by the time it ended, Yuhi anticipated considerable difficulties on the road. Alternatively, they could postpone their departure until after the cubs were weaned. By then, the cubs would be better suited for travel, alleviating concerns about their frequent illnesses along the way. Should they embark on their journey before weaning, Yuhi feared becoming a burden due to her caregiving responsibilities. Hence, if they could wait until the cubs were weaned, it would be the most fortuitous course of action. Yuhi did not conceal her concerns, directly expressing her worries. A flicker of surprise crossed Ya's eyes. He had initially thought her expression was merely a reflection of her aversion to trouble, but it turned out to stem from a deeper reason. Chapter 40. I do not trust you. I only trust my males. You have indeed raised a valid point, Yuhi replied thoughtfully. She then glanced at the restless cubs nestled in Ya's arms and couldn't help but chuckle. I find the 3 of them manageable for now. But once they truly learn to crawl, I suspect we shall each need to watch over one. At present, their ability to crawl was more accurately described as a clumsy rolling, as their forelimbs were agile while their hind limbs appeared utterly devoid of strength, causing them to topple over after a short while. They would push one another, she nudging him, he nudging her, resulting in a collective tumble, only to attempt crawling anew. Ya gently patted the heads of the 2 cubs. Fear not. We shall assist the young master in caring for the 3 cubs. You need only lend a hand when the time comes. Yuhi smiled in agreement, though she was tempted to inquire whether the females of the White Tiger tribe were entirely inactive, seemingly leaving the burden of nurturing the cubs to the males. However, since he was not her partner, she refrained from probing further. He had displayed a rather aloof demeanor earlier, and though she had not grasped its significance at the time, she was now acutely aware of it, thereby choosing not to press him with incessant questions. If there is nothing else, I shall prepare dinner, she stated. Should you require anything, just call for me. Ya offered a brief admonition, and upon receiving Yuhi's affirmation, he departed. Patriarch, do you truly intend to send Yuhi away from the back mountain? Aunt Green pondered, believing that Yuhi would never abandon her offspring for the sake of Liv. The patriarch had previously allowed the pregnant Yuhi to venture out for the sake of Elder Tree, which might be understandable. But now to ask a mother who had just given birth to leave her young for a mere Liv seemed utterly unreasonable. After all, there were 7 or 8 lives at stake. I comprehend that Yuhi, as a mother, is deeply pained for her little ones. However, Liv's family is on the brink of extinction, and as the patriarch, I cannot simply disregard the opportunity to save them when I am aware of a potential savior. Regardless of the circumstances, Aunt Green, I have resolved to take Yuhi with me on this journey. The patriarch's determination rendered Aunt Green silent. Yet she wondered if their small group could truly manage to take Yuhi away in the presence of those formidable males. A frown creased her brow. Yeah, what troubles you? Yuhi had been focused on her 3 cubs, having just soothed the youngest, and was now attempting to calm the eldest too when you entered with a serious demeanor. Patriarch, Xiaohe, the patriarch gazed at the trio nestled in the cub's den, first registering shock, followed by silence. I initially thought Greengrass was jesting, but I see, Xiaohe, you have indeed given birth to triplets. Raising 3 cubs must be quite exhausting for you. Yuhi smiled gently. Not at all, with Bai Lan and their adoptive father around. It isn't too burdensome. What brings you here so unexpectedly, patriarch? Is there something you require from me? I hope it is not regarding Liv's family. Contemplating this, the smile on Yuhi's face faded almost imperceptibly. She was acutely aware of the consequences of the poison she had administered. Even a yellow-tier beast man would surely succumb to unconsciousness. As for Liv, it was a miracle she had not yet perished. Sigh. The chieftain gazed at the 3 cubs in silence for quite some time before finally speaking. Xiaohe, you must be aware of the poisoning incident involving Liv's family. Yuhi nodded. I am aware. Yunshi and you happened to overhear some of the tribe's beastmen discussing it, but I had just given birth to my cubs then, making it rather inconvenient for me to venture out. The chieftain had come here because even Ayun was unable to save them, wasn't she? Ayun had only been learning for a few days under her guidance. It would indeed be a stretch for her to possess the ability to rescue anyone. The chieftain chuckled awkwardly under Ya's watchful gaze. Yes, so Xiaohe, you see. Ordinarily, in such circumstances, I should be the first to investigate, but... Yuhi sighed. How about this? Tomorrow, given that I have 3 cubs to tend to, if I leave, you will struggle alone with the feeding. Let us wait until tomorrow. I shall take Bai Lan with me to check on how Liv met her end. If she were still alive, she could intervene just enough to ensure that Liv would be confined to her bed, awaiting death during the cold season. Xiaohe, we truly cannot afford to delay any longer. The chieftain shook his head. How about this? I will ask Aunt Lu and her male to assist. You should accompany me. Yuhi fixed her gaze upon the chieftain, remaining silent. Chieftain, you are truly putting me in a difficult position. I can provide you with some herbal remedies for interpretation, or perhaps some life-threatening herbs. She has only recently given birth and has lost a considerable amount of blood. Her body is in a frail state. Why should she exhaust herself to save others? Is another's life valued more than hers? Xiaohe, Li Fu is on the brink of death. Will you stand idly by and do nothing? The chieftain spoke in a stern tone. Upon witnessing this, Ya immediately stepped in front of Yuhi and reproached her without mercy. She has just given birth a few days ago and has nearly lost her life. Do you wish for her to suffer further? Such exaggeration left the chieftain nearly infuriated. Isn't she fine? What harm would come from checking on Li Fu? Is she destined to perish? Yes, giving birth can be perilous, but that was several days ago. I only just came to find her. She cannot even muster the strength to take a single step. It has only been a day. How can you not wait? Did you show such urgency when I was missing? Li Fu's life is worth saving, yet mine is not. The chieftain found Yuhi's reasoning incomprehensible. But you are still alive, aren't you? Alive, you say? The original host has perished, and you never once stood up for her. You allowed Li Fu and others to tarnish her name, and now that she is gone, you suddenly care. Why should that be? Yuhi felt a deep-seated resentment towards the chieftain. Yet, recalling how the original host had been raised to adulthood by this tribe, she lamented. You have never bestowed any trust upon me. I am merely a day late. I await my male companion to join me. What fault is that of mine? They have never placed their trust in her. On what grounds should she unconditionally trust them? Sayo. The chieftain's voice rose in pitch. Yua's expression grew even colder as she replied, I do not trust you. I only trust my mate. Chapter 41. Cuscuta, I do not trust you. I only trust my mate. Upon hearing this, the chieftain appeared profoundly struck, momentarily rendered speechless. Aunt Green could no longer contain herself. Zio, you are being excessively radical. If you do not trust the chieftain, do you not trust me either? Yuha lowered her gaze. Of course, I trust you, Aunt Green. Then, Aunt Green hesitated, wanting to suggest that if she trusted her, could they not visit Liv's house right away? I have already stated that I will go tomorrow, Aunt Green. I truly cannot rest easy concerning my offspring. Yuha's face was suffused with desperation. I will go first thing in the morning, all right? As for the medicine that could save Liv and the others, she would not go back on her word. The chieftain and Aunt Green exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's profound helplessness. Zio, you will come to regret this, the chieftain said with a heavy voice. Aunt Green sighed. I have long been aware of your discontent towards Liv, but I did not expect you to be so unwilling to accompany us at such a time. Yuha's expression tightened, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Once those individuals had departed with the medicine, Yuha finally erupted, seizing a nearby wooden cup, intent on smashing it to the ground. However, she was swiftly intercepted by Ya, who questioned, Are you truly going to do this? On what grounds do they say such things about me? Previously, I did not regard Yuhi with much importance, yet now, in times of trouble, they seek me out. Why should that be? Yuhi's frustration escalated, her chest heaving with emotion. They may feel compassion, yet I am the sole savior among them. Hence, their disappointment holds no relevance to me. These words acted as a spark, reigniting the fury within Yuhi's heart. I am a shaman, but I am also an ordinary female. I, too, experience pain and resentment. If Liv and Liu truly harbor affection, they ought to express it openly. Why wait until I am of no further use to them before wishing for my demise? If they possess the capability, let them do away with me directly. Otherwise, this hurdle shall remain insurmountable for me. I cannot overcome it. As long as Liv and Liu draw breath, she shall never find peace. As for Liv's other males, let them bear the consequences of their own folly. They need not be cruel. If one does not eradicate the roots, the weeds shall flourish anew with the spring breeze. Now that she has offspring, she must contemplate matters more carefully. Should she spare them, and they discover their treachery led to Liv's demise, how could she and her 3 young ones hope to survive? Once he had vented her anger. Her emotions gradually calmed. He then released his hold and said softly, Go tend to the young ones. I will bring over the prepared food. After you have eaten, I shall nurse them one by one. Yuhi lowered her gaze, silently nodding, as the facade she had maintained was shattered in that fleeting moment. She could sense Ye's indifference, yet thankfully, for by Lan's sake, he did not neglect her and the young ones. Yuhi cradled her 3 offspring, striving to suppress the grievances swelling within her, determined not to shed tears. Unbeknownst to the young ones, who seemed to sense their mother's melancholic demeanor, they nestled quietly in her embrace, refraining from any movement. After a while, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting them to cry out excitedly. Yuhi tenderly kissed each of the cubs and then rose to accept the food that Ye had brought over, expressing her gratitude. You need not concern yourself with their words, Ye remarked abruptly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuhi's eyes, yet she heard Ye continue. Since you have decided to depart from the Wushan tribe, everything here holds less significance. Therefore, it is unnecessary to expend your energy on the trivial matters regarding the orc. But what of Li Fu? She is merely a shaman's apprentice, and the tribe leader has approached me repeatedly, urging me not to hold her accountable. I cannot fathom why. Despite being of the same gender and possessing similar healing abilities, the leader perceives Li Fu solely as a cherished junior, while I am treated as inconsequential, merely to be tolerated. As long as I am of use, I am met with kindness. When I am not, I am left in silence, allowing the original owner and her to fend for themselves. Thus, to hell with saving anyone. Ye glanced at her, noting the sorrow and bitterness etched on her face, as if the fury that had once surged within her had dissipated completely. Strangely, Ye was reminded of a plant known as dodder. It appeared delicate and harmless, yet possessed a fierce tenacity for survival, embodying a deceptive strength beneath its fragile exterior. The female whom the young master favored seemed not to be as simple as she appeared. As the flames in the pit flickered into the night, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The young master, making his first visit, surely could not arrive empty-handed. Ya rose from beside the den of the cubs, making way and recounting the events of the afternoon. The 3 males furrowed their brows in concern. It would be best not to go at all. The first mate of that female was not an ordinary individual. His malice towards Xiao He ran deep. Uncle Nan's voice was notably cold. His impression of He was far from favorable. As fellow serpent beastmen, it was evident that the other was not of a straightforward disposition. Otherwise, why would he always engage in clandestine actions behind others' backs? Furthermore, he slandered Xiao He, questioning her identity. If she were truly not Xiao He, how could she possibly know that Xiao He had once saved him and accurately recognize who he was? Yun Shi also nodded slightly, affirming that regardless of the circumstances, she must be accompanied when she goes. It was not out of fear that they might bully Xiaohe due to their numbers, but rather because Xiaohe's words held little weight in their hearts. If she failed to heal the situation, who knew what other beastmen might say about her? The witch had been led away by the tribe's males, and yet, who would believe that she had run off on her own? It was evident that the beastmen within the tribe did not regard the witch Yuhi with much importance. Had it not been for the elder tree woman of the tribe being incapacitated and Liv also visibly in decline, it was likely that neither Yuhi nor her prot-Ga Yun would garner any attention from the other beastmen. Bai Lan's eyes darkened, his voice low. I shall accompany He tomorrow to take a look. The cubs will be entrusted to you. Uncle Nan, having observed the 3 cubs for quite some time, finally suppressed his astonishment upon seeing Bai Lan rise, and inquired, do the other beastmen know that Xiaohe has given birth to 3 cubs? Chapter 42. The discussion of departure. Only the chief of the Wushan tribe and 2 females were privy to this matter. Uncle Nan's expression shifted subtly, yet White Lan's subsequent words quelled any murderous intent he harbored. As the cold season approached, it mattered little if someone learned of their plans. The young master implied that during the frigid months, even if there were beastmen wishing to relay the news outside, the tribes beyond would not risk venturing into the Wushan tribe for the sake of a single female. They would, at the very least, wait until the cold season had passed before sending anyone to investigate. In that case, if they managed to relocate in a timely manner and avoid any encounters, Yuhi would remain safe from being seized. As for the Wushan tribe, should any beastman be foolish enough to jeopardize Yuhi, they would not hesitate to act with severity. After all, they had done all that was necessary. If there were still beastmen foolishly pursuing their delusions and exposing everything, they would not concern themselves with their fate. Yunshi smiled gently as she explained this to Uncle Nan. He acknowledged with a sound and then added, should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. The valley we visited today will remain available to you after the cold season, should you require it. The valley he referred to, due to its elevated terrain and encircling mountains, remained as warm as spring even in such chilly weather. His implication was clear. He wished for them to relocate to that valley should they find themselves unable to stay in the Wushan tribe. Upon hearing this, White Lan fell into contemplation, while a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yunshi's eyes. Ha, Uncle Nan, surely you jest. If that is indeed the case, the 3 cubs need not remain cooped up in the cave throughout the cold season. This statement seems to carry a hint of reminder. As Bai Lan glanced at Yunshi, you observed the peacefully slumbering young, and echoed, the cubs grow rapidly. It would be beneficial for both them and the females to venture out during the cold season. Bai Lan lowered her gaze slightly before finally responding. Then I extend my gratitude to Uncle Nan. However, it seems that moving away from the Wu Mountain tribe would require more than mere consent. Ahi harbors concerns that must be resolved within the Wu Mountain tribe before she would be willing to accompany them. Uncle Nan replied, no need for thanks. Just take good care of Xiaohe. I shall not linger. With that, he cast a glance at the nest of cubs and turned to depart. Xiaohe had given birth to 3 cubs, and it appeared that the food he had previously hunted was insufficient, as the cubs, though still young, would soon demand more sustenance. Observing this, Yunshi smiled and said, allow me to see Uncle Nan off. He exchanged a knowing look with Ye before following him outside. This night, Yunshi would keep watch for the first half. Bai Lan certainly noticed Yunshi's glance. It was evident that he had hunted throughout the day, yet his spirits remained high, still concerned for the 3 cubs nestled in their den. Given this, it seemed fitting for Yunshi to take the first watch. Ye did not object, as in truth, there was little difference between his watch and Yunshi's. Should the cubs awaken during the night, Yunshi would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed alone, and the young master often woke to soothe the cubs as well. The only one in the cave who would not be disturbed from slumber was Yuhi. The following day, Yuhi learned from Bai Lan about the situation in the valley. So, you wish for me and the cubs to relocate there? Upon hearing their intentions, Yuhi immediately grasped their motives. However, if the rumors about the valley were indeed true, it would serve as a splendid sanctuary for both her and her newly born cubs. Moreover, the abundance of wild fruits there, coupled with the scarcity of exotic beasts, rendered it a safer haven. This would be advantageous for both her and the young ones. The harsh cold of the winter season could be quite unforgiving, and the resilience of females and their offspring was not as robust. Even though Yuhi possessed the ability to heal as a shaman, Bai Lan still hoped for their health to remain untroubled. Yuhi embraced Bai Lan, neither affirming nor denying, but simply expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Bai Lan. However, Let us first visit Li Fu and his family. After tending to their ailments, we shall proceed to Yun's. After a night's rest, the anger from the previous day had dissipated. Reflecting upon it now, she realized her outburst was utterly unwarranted. The grievances belonged to the original owner of her body, and the injustices she experienced were not inflicted by the clan leaders. Venting her childhood frustrations upon a group of unrelated beasts was a sign of her immaturity. Bailon gently stroked her hair and inquired, "Are you still concerned that there will be no shaman in the tribe after your departure?" Now, rendered mute and lying on the stone bed, she could only await her fate. Bailon, understanding her silence, reassured her with a gentle touch, "I understand." Yuhi looked up at him, pondering what exactly he comprehended. Did he truly believe he could cure the elder tree with merely a green crystal? "I will speak with Yun's first beast husband to see if they can accompany us to the valley with Yun," Bailon proposed. Taken aback by this suggestion, Yuhi wondered if Yun's mate would actually consent. Moreover, Wanwan remained in the tribe, making it inconceivable for Yun to part with her and join them in the valley. If one chooses not to go, there are always reasons to stay. Solutions are conjured by human thought. Bailon had not burdened her with this concern. The two swiftly rose from their beds and donned their beast skins. And after finishing their breakfast, they proceeded outside at a leisurely pace. Li Fu's family continued to dispatch 1 or 2 beast men to check in on them, while Yun, upon learning that Yuhua was venturing out from the back mountain today, had a male escort her over. "Xiaohua, how is your health faring?" Yun immediately inquired about Yuhua's well-being upon their meeting, for giving birth often depletes one's vitality, and she was worried that Yuhua might fall ill or catch a cold after neglecting her recovery for these past few days. Regarding the chieftain personally attending to Yuhua's emergence from the back mountain, Yun perceived a hint of favoritism. In the past, when Yuhua had nearly perished outside, she had not heard of any efforts to send someone to find her. Yet now, following Li Fu's misfortune, there was a need to summon her. Of course, it was primarily because Yuhua had only recently given birth, and it seemed rather harsh to require her to venture out in such frigid weather. Did not the young require the presence of their mother for nourishment? Would they not need her constant companionship? If she were in Yuhua's position, Yun would certainly allow only her male to come and check on her. Whether or not she could be saved would depend on fate. It is well. Having spent ample time in the cave, I welcome the opportunity to stretch my legs. Besides, my male has accompanied me, and he would surely not let me come to harm. Yuhua appreciated Yun's concern. Had the chieftain approached her with such an attitude, she would not have been compelled to restrain her temper in their exchanges. Yun cast a glance at her male companion and sighed, lamenting her lack of skill. "If only I had mastered my craft, you wouldn't have had to emerge right after giving birth." Yui shook her head. "You have learned exceptionally well. Had I not been in the constant company of Elder Tree, I would not possess such knowledge. If only Elder Tree had not been poisoned." A hint of regret crossed her face, yet within her heart, there lingered little sorrow. She could somewhat surmise who had orchestrated the poisoning of Elder Tree, especially since the clan leader had sought her out immediately after the incident, coinciding with the sudden appearance of the 7-step snake in the back mountains. Who but the ever-hostile Liv could possibly concoct such a malicious scheme against her? Chapter 43. The outburst of evil. Do you think it could be Liv? Yun's voice dropped to a whisper. "She wants to harm Elder Tree. After all, nothing happened to Elder Tree while you were in the back mountains. How could it be that Liv was there for only a few days, and Elder Tree fell victim to poison so swiftly?" Yui looked at Yun with wide eyes, seemingly taken aback by her assertion. "I am not the only one harboring such suspicions. Other beast men share the same thoughts. Moreover, she is a shaman apprentice, and her first beast husband, evil, is hardly a virtuous male. He has secretly poisoned other beast men before. Had he not evaded capture, he would likely have been expelled by the clan leader and become a wandering beast man." Yui furrowed her brow slightly. "I see. I had never heard of Liv's first beast husband engaging in such deeds before." Yun let out a soft huff. Were it not for the formidable strength of the chieftain would not repeatedly turn a blind eye to him. The chieftain's regard for Liv was profound, so much so that he invited her despite knowing she had recently given birth, all because was one of the few yellow-tier beast men in the tribe. Yui finally came to a realization. It was not merely guilt that motivated her, but also considerations for the tribe's welfare. However, even with this understanding, what did it matter to her? After today, the original owner's affairs would no longer concern her in the slightest. As for Uncle Nan, she had devised a rationale that would clearly distinguish herself from the original, yet would not leave him utterly disillusioned. After all, she was not the beast man who had caused the original owner's demise. having not seen her for over half a month. Yuhi was shocked by how emaciated the female lying on the stone bed had become. She resembled little more than a skeleton. Upon entering, Yuhi was taken aback by her first glimpse of Liv. Ayun, who visited intermittently, couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow at seeing Liv's gradual decline. Little he, can she truly survive in this state? Ayun inquired softly in Yuhi's ear. Yuhi remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. It is unlikely. If it were when the poison first struck, I might have been able to save her. Ayun sighed. At the time Liv was poisoned, you had only just given birth. Hadn't you? Regardless, none of this is your fault. After all, who could have foreseen such events? The mastermind behind the poisoning, Yuhi remained silent, a faint smile tugging at her lips without uttering a word. Approaching the bedside, a lean male figure sat on one side, attending to Liv's hands. Upon hearing the footsteps of an approaching presence, he turned his head, his icy gaze fixating on Yuhi. You are Yuhi? The scrutiny made Yuhi uncomfortable. After a hesitant nod, she intended to divert her gaze to Liv. However, she was met with a chilling remark, is that so? But you are not Yuhi at all. Who are you? If a typical beast man had heard such words, they would have deemed them nonsensical. Yet Yuhi was different. She was a soul who had traversed dimensions. She was not the original host, and that was a fact she intended to keep to herself. Even in the presence of Uncle Nan, she yearned to explain her identity through the guise of a split personality. Of course, the concept of split personality did not exist in the beast realm, but she could easily substitute it with the term dual souls. Even if Uncle Nan harbored suspicions, she possessed the memories of the original host, allowing her to dispel any doubts with ease. Therefore, the moment the male figure looked her way, she firmly asserted her stance of not being the original host. Yuhi was genuinely startled into a cold sweat by his words. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. With the memories of the original host at her disposal, suspicion remained merely that, suspicion. Without her own admission, no evidence could validate that she was not the original host. Just as she could not prove that the original host had been harmed by Elle and Liv. I am not Yuhi. Then who am I? You are Liv's male companion, correct? I have been summoned by the clan leader to attend to Liv's illness, so please step aside. I need to take her pulse. The male did not yield, his voice frigid. She is dead. Is that not what you desired? The male exuded an unsettling aura, and as Yuhi pondered this, a thought flickered through her mind. Little he has come to save her. If you do not step aside, how can she take the pulse? Ayun, too, found the situation perplexing. Despite being the first beast husband, Li Fu's formidable strength allowed him to rise from his sickbed, unlike other males who were relegated to languishing in despair. Yet, every time he did manage to get up, it was to visit Li Fu. Previously, Ayun had admired Ae for his genuine care for Li Fu, despite his questionable nature. But today, something felt amiss. Furrowing her brow, Ayun stepped forward and gently extricated Li Fu's hand from Ae's grasp. Yuhi crouched down, placing her hand upon Li Fu's wrist. The pulse was faint, akin to a candle nearly extinguished, signaling an imminent end. Yuhi felt helpless, yet Ayun required guidance. Rising, she meticulously relayed Li Fu's condition to Ayun. Subsequently, she informed Ae that the poison coursing through Li Fu could not be countered, and the only recourse was to sustain her with herbs. However, even this method could not guarantee that she would survive until dawn. You must prepare yourself. Your constitution, along with that of Li Fu's other males, should be stronger than hers. There is still hope. Once I finish taking pulses, I will ensure that Ayun's male delivers the herbs. Now, do you have any questions? Yuhi exhibited utmost diligence, yet as Ae beheld her, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Are you implying that I should prepare for her death? No sooner had he spoken than a figure shifted, and a hand shot toward Yuhi with alarming speed. Yuhi and Ayun were momentarily stunned by the scene before them, only to be jolted by the sharp sound of something slicing through the air. Accompanied by a crack, a shadow was flung forth, instantly illuminating the stone house that had only been graced by sunlight entering through the doorway. Yuhi gazed in astonishment at the orc that had crashed into the wall and then thudded heavily to the ground, while a piercing female voice suddenly rang in her ears. Ayun, startled by the recent spectacle, let out a shriek. As she began to falter and collapse, her accompanying male rushed to her side. However, Bailan was even swifter, swiftly lifting the fainted Yuhi into his arms. Ayun's male transformed into a leopard just in time to catch her as she softened, yet upon returning to human form, he realized that Ayun had also lost consciousness. Chapter 44. The tribe's partiality. Stop. The chieftain rushed over at the first news of the commotion, only to be met with a scene he wished to avoid. Li Fu lay dead beneath the rubble of the collapsed stone house. Meanwhile, the giant serpent that Ae had morphed into was being brutally slammed down by Bailan. Seeing Ae unable to rise, Bailan advanced with a demeanor intent on annihilation. The chieftain, filled with anguish, transformed into his beast form and lunged at Bailan without hesitation. "Chieftain, you misunderstand." Ayun's male attempted to intervene and explain, but he was disregarded. As a massive brown bear charged at him, Bailan did not flinch and retaliated with a powerful punch. Though he did not use all his strength, the blow was enough to render the chieftain temporarily incapacitated. The male who had accompanied the chieftain, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes redden instantly and transformed into his beast form to charge forward. "Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Stop at once." Ayun's male attempted to intervene, only to be knocked to the ground by another male from his own tribe. Ayun screamed and rushed over, while Yuha, pale-faced, watched the unfolding drama, bewildered by the chaotic turn of events. How had it come to this? As she observed the besieged Bailan, she yearned to rush in and command all the orcs to cease their aggression. Yet, Ayun's male restrained both of them, insisting, "Do not move. I shall find a way to stop them." However, before he could devise a plan, the late-arriving green ant and the elder orcs, upon witnessing Bailan overpowering the tribe's males, were instantly alarmed. Before she could finish her statement, the elder orcs had already began to roar in anger. "Stop. All of you, cease at once." Yet, even as Bailan sought to halt his actions, the furious males of the Wushan tribe, incensed by Bailan's powerful blows, persisted in their attempts to rise and charge forward. Realizing that intervention was futile, the elder orc bellowed at Yuha, "Yuha, this is the Wushan tribe, not a place where your male can run rampant. From this day forth, you are to leave the tribe. We do not welcome you. Make your male cease at once." Yuha's face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, "You must see clearly. It is they who are attacking my male." However, Green Ant's voice rang out moments later, chilling her heart. "Xiaohe, do not say such things. Hasten to make your male stop. They are in a frenzied state and cannot heed our words. Your male is formidable. Perhaps it would be best to have him halt first." "Aunt Green, what are you saying?" Clearly, it was Ae who. Before Ayun could finish her words, Yuha's mind exploded with fury, and she forcefully shoved Aunt Green, her voice nearly breaking into tears as she exclaimed, "Why must my mate cease his defense? He is also a beast man, and he too can be harmed. Aunt Green, you are truly, utterly revolting. So revolting." Ae sought to harm her, yet her mate had only retaliated to protect her, all the while being mindful that they were within the territory of the Wushan tribe, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. As soon as the chief arrived, without uttering a single inquiry, he regarded her mate as an aggressor. Her mate's strength is a testament to his prowess, yet that does not imply he should refrain from defending himself against others' assaults. At this moment, Yuha's heart was chillingly desolate. Apart from Ayun, there was not a single beastman here worthy of her lingering presence. With tears blurring her vision, she gazed at Bailan, her heart brimming with rage and hatred. This group of beastmen did not merit her sacrifices. She had already avenged the original owner of her body, and only Ayun required her assistance to become a true shaman. Once she had imparted the necessary teachings, the affairs of the original owner would no longer concern her. Ahe. Having uttered this, she cast a glance at the still furious Ae, a flicker of darkness flashing in her eyes. Today's events were evidently a manipulation against them. Ahe's departure had become inevitable, yet the burden of disgrace would not necessarily fall upon her. Particularly considering the recent occurrences, there were two witnesses to bear testimony. As she observed Bailan swiftly escorting Yuha away, both Ayun and her mate felt as though everything that transpired today was but a fleeting dream. How could it have come to this? Upon learning that Yuhi intended to leave the tribe, Ayun was rendered speechless in shock. It was Ayun's male counterpart who took a deep breath and said, "You all misunderstand Yuhi's intentions. It was Ae who sought to harm Yuhi, and it was Bailan who intervened." The chieftain, however, was incensed, coughing heavily before retorting, "Enough. Ae is the true male of our tribe. Just now, Yuhi's male attacked him, and why did you not intervene? Yuhi's male is formidable. What harm could come to her? It is Ae who, if he were to perish, would leave our Wushan tribe bereft of a green-tier orc. He is the only green-tier orc in our tribe. How can you side with an outsider in this matter?" Upon hearing these words, Ayun's male counterpart's face flushed crimson. whether from anger or from being stung by the chieftain's remarks was unclear. A green-tier orc, AE was indeed a green-tier orc. The older orcs regarded AE with expressions of shock followed by profound sorrow. Although Green Auntie was taken aback by the revelation of AE's status. The thought that a green-tier orc would resort to violence against the delicate he sent chills through her heart. Yet, what was even more disheartening was the sorrow the elder orcs felt for AE, coupled with their reproach towards Yuhi. The chieftain's words rang true. Little he had not perished, so why could she not prevent her male from wreaking havoc within the tribe? Allowing him to so brutally assault the only green-tier orc we possess? She must be intent on bringing ruin upon our tribe. Fortunately, we wish to conceal the fact that she had given birth to twins. This is how she repays the tribe. Amidst a chorus of accusations, only Ayun's voice stood up for Yui, for it is clear that Xiaohe is the true victim. Why must you lay all the blame upon a female? Just because Ai is a green-tier orc, does that absolve him of the heinous intent he harbors against a female? If one day he desires to eliminate another female, will you shield him then as well? Chapter 45. Aftermath. Ayun. This is indicative of your prejudice against the snake orcs. Though Ai has exhibited a somewhat harsh temperament over the years, has he ever acted against the females of the tribe? The chieftain, with a stern expression and an undeniable tone, asserted that, ultimately, Ai is one of our own. Should we not protect our own? Instead of safeguarding a female who is intent on seeking external alliances? Yuhi's words yesterday clearly provoked the chieftain. He acknowledged that the tribe's decision to make Yuhi a medicine person was a disservice to her. Yet, throughout her years in the tribe, has she not thrived because of the protection offered by the orcs? Just a single mishap, and her heart has entirely turned towards the males from outside. Disregarding the greater good of the tribe, Ai's female has perished. What of it if she urges her male to endure? How can one inflict such harm? Chieftain, let us reason. How has Xiaohe become so fixated on the outside? Were it not for her imparting the knowledge of herbs and ailments to me, where would our tribe be now after old Tree Granny was poisoned by Li Fu? Now, with Li Fu's family either dead or incapacitated, only Ai remains. Is that not sufficient? Ayun opened her mouth, wishing to express that this was neither Xiaohe's fault nor the result of Xiaohe's malice. Yet, upon reflecting on the once vibrant and joyous household of Liv, now reduced to a mere handful of survivors, she fell into silence. The male members of the tribe, supporting her, shook their heads in disapproval. The chief's favoritism towards Liv's family was not a recent development, with Yuhi, the shaman, now banished from the tribe, Ayun, as merely a shaman apprentice, risked incurring the chief's wrath if she spoke further. Ayun, go check on Ai, the chief commanded, his tone softening as he noticed their silence. With a stoic expression, Ayun refrained from replying, observing as the tribe's males relocated Liv's family to a cleaner area. Aside from Ai, who still clung to life, there were two brothers, the least affected by the poison, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to broken ribs from the collapse of the stone dwelling. As the chief had articulated, Liv's family was now either dead or incapacitated, leaving only Ai to bear the burden of their home. Thus, when the chief urged Ayun to tend to Ai's wounds, her compassionate heart could not refuse. Meanwhile, Yui cradled 3 young cubs, watching as Bailon and the others hurriedly packed their belongings from the cave. A fleeting sense of disorientation washed over her. Soon replaced by a surge of anxiety, their departure was too abrupt, with many items left behind. Are we abandoning all this food? She wondered, noticing that while they busied themselves with animal skins and garments, they neglected to gather even the wooden cups and bowls. Let it go, she decided. There isn't much food left. Let us leave it for Ayun's family and Aunt Lu. Once you have settled yourself and the 3 cubs, we shall have the leisure to venture out for hunting. Moreover, their provisions are not stored in this cave. This cave serves merely as a dwelling, while the winter supplies are kept elsewhere. After Bailon spoke, he noticed a change in her expression and took her hand gently. What troubles you? Do you wish to leave the tribe? In a moment of frustration, she had declared her desire to depart from the land that had nurtured her, and upon reflection, she found herself hesitating. However, Yui shook her head, stating that the food need not be given to Aunt Lu. It should all be reserved for Ayun's family. She was quite perturbed by Aunt Lu's remarks, which led her to withhold the provisions from her. Bailon observed her thoughtfully for a moment, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Such a petty female, he remarked, yet she is merely protecting herself. I shall not disregard your good intentions. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Yui then smiled. Asking about the provisions. The primary concern was that the bounty from the hunt was so plentiful that bringing it all back to the tribe might draw the attention of the beastmen. Although their strength was sufficient to deter any threats from those beastmen coveting their supplies, Yuhi remained a female of the Wushan tribe, and it was wise to avoid any potential conflicts with the beastmen of her own tribe. She sighed in relief. That is reassuring. If they were to be away from the tribe, there would be no worry that their winter provisions would be discovered by the beastmen of Wushan. Do you truly have no regrets? A hint of bitterness crossed Yuhi's face. After giving birth to 3 cubs, I have always feared causing trouble for the Wushan tribe. Now that a Yun has also acquired some skills, and the tribe is not without its shamans, I feel it is best for me to leave. The tribe will remain unaffected. Moreover, the young ones are still in their infancy. I sincerely wish for their well-being. Why would she, in pursuit of her own stubborn pride, refuse to leave with Bailan to provide a better life for her children in the bustling city? All right, I understand. Bailan enveloped her in his embrace, his large hand gently caressing the female's back. Although he was not adept at offering consolation, he would accompany her during her moments of despair, providing her with a shoulder to lean on. Once Yuhi finally extricated herself from the trepidation and unease of departing from familiar surroundings to venture into the unknown, Bailan meticulously explained. I have instructed you to handle the earlier situation. A's malice towards you is significant. We cannot allow him to remain. Therefore, we shall depart the tribe today and spend the night outside. Yunshi and Uncle Nan will take the cattle and deer first. When Ye has resolved A's matter by tomorrow, we will escort you and the 3 cubs to the valley. Yuhi nodded in response to his words, then seemed to recall something, whispering a couple of phrases into Bailan's ear. A flicker of surprise passed through Bailan's eyes, yet seeing his female's affirmative nod, he slightly inclined his head, saying, all right, I understand. If he has not guessed correctly, then indeed, there will be a splendid performance to witness tonight. That night, the male, who was presumed to awaken only the following day, suddenly opened his eyes. Observing the 2 males lying a short distance away, A's gaze flickered with disdain. How had these 2 inept intruders, who had taken advantage of the situation, managed to survive while others perished in the daylight? Just as A was about to take lethal action against the 2 males, a sudden sound of footsteps reverberated from outside. Air lifted his gaze, his expression instantly turning frigid. Come to kill me? Ye entered and noticed that he had awakened, yet instead of stepping outside, he stood there gloomily beside the 2 males. Ye furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, it seems you were merely feigning unconsciousness? Not only was he pretending to be in a stupor, but he also harbored intentions to harm the 2 unconscious males. Air smiled, a chilling grin, dismissing the 2 fools who dared to vie for the affection of a female he cherished. Chapter 46. One misstep leads to another. Ye's brow tightened further. You have long since surpassed the green tier. If you truly desired to claim a female, would you allow so many males to linger around her in your presence? Humph. A male without a female dares to lecture me. Air scoffed coldly. Females are inherently fickle beings, despite my strength being sufficient to deter those males with foolish infatuations. If a female truly chooses to be capricious, do you think you can genuinely stop her? Your young master is no exception. Just as he once professed a singular affection for Lu, what became of that? Did she not ultimately bear offspring for your young master? Thus, these females are hardly deserving of unwavering loyalty from males. Oh, I nearly forgot. She has been living with so many males these days. I fear your young master's head has turned quite green by now. So, did she really engage with you all? Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. As Y was on the verge of being cornered, A's lips curled into a malicious smile. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Y retreated, and in an instant, the entire beast man appeared to dissolve like snow, vanishing into a dark shadow. The shadow swiftly darted into the corner of the stone house, and A's expression darkened. He had no time to ponder how Y possessed such an extraordinary divine gift, when suddenly, the clan leader and others burst into the room. Are you alright? The clan leader held the green tier beast man in high regard, even dispatching males from the tribe to guard him at night. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A stood beside 2 lifeless males, his face grim, and his gaze towards them was as if he might erupt at any moment. Clan leader, AB and AC Ing are dead. Just how much time had passed since nightfall? How could 2 beast men, who were clearly alive during the day, suddenly be dead? The males who entered immediately turned their attention to just like during the day, when Bil N had been ensnared by Ainto bearing the burden of being an aggressor, They now retaliated, forcing into a quagmire of self-justification. Clan leader. There are no other beastmen in the stone house. I killed AB and AC Ying. Before the male could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the clan leader's reprimand. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Yet, I merely scoffed at the clan leader's evident bias. He had no intention of justifying himself. Instead, he retorted, "What? Do you suspect that I killed them? If it wasn't me, then who could it be?" Upon witnessing the peculiar defense of AE by the chieftain, the other orcs found it difficult to suppress their doubts. "AE, this act was not committed by you, was it?" The chieftain disregarded the suspicions of the other orcs, his visage radiating a belief that AE was incapable of such deeds. "You awakened to find ABO and Akon deceased. Did you not see which orc was responsible for their demise?" A could not help but chuckle at the chieftain's words. Gazing at the orcs across from him who had nearly concluded he was the perpetrator, he offered a faint smile, almost as if conceding to their assumptions. "No, I indeed wish to eliminate them. I believe they were unworthy of sharing affection for the same female as I did. However, since Li Fa is already deceased, I thought it fitting that they should follow suit. So, it was truly you who orchestrated their deaths." Initially, their doubts were mere whispers, but upon hearing AE's declaration, the previously subdued males could no longer contain themselves. The more impulsive among them demanded, "You failed to protect Li Fa, which led to her demise. You are a green tier orc, the strongest in the tribe. The black serpent orc poisoned Li Fa, and yet you failed to notice. Your incompetence is your own. Why blame others? Furthermore, Li Fa is gone. What gives you the right to slay other males as a tribute to her? Did they not profess their affection for Li Fa? Now that she is gone, is it not appropriate for me to send them to join her?" AE's tone dripped with unmasked sarcasm. These orcs were truly foolish, unwittingly serving as pawns in another's game. Yet, he had openly acknowledged his involvement in the deaths of ABO and Akon. He merely expressed a desire to kill them, yet he did not claim responsibility for their demise. Nevertheless, the act of acknowledgement has become irrelevant. The seeds of doubt have already been sown. Furthermore, AE has grown weary of the chieftain's insincere protection, and his subsequent words have convinced all the orcs that he was indeed the one who murdered the two. Upon hearing his declaration, the chieftain's countenance twitched noticeably. He closed his eyes, resolved to grant AE one final opportunity. "Enough. AE, I shall inquire once more. You did not slay them, did you?" AE, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, responded, "If you say so, then so it is." At that moment, the other orcs could no longer contain themselves. "Chieftain, cease your shielding of AE. Even if he is of the green tier, how could a male who would not spare his own kin harbor any feelings for the tribe? Indeed, it is plausible that the events of the day were a deliberate provocation aimed at inciting you as male into a deadly confrontation. It is evident to all that you as male had held back. Otherwise, the orc who fought with him during the day would have sustained far more serious injuries. Thus, it is clear that AE's intentions were malevolent, seeking to exploit you as male to eliminate Li Fu and the other males. It is fortunate that we had felt pity for him. With the female gone and the other males either dead or rendered useless, the outcome is dire. The chieftain's favoritism towards AE is an open secret, tolerated by all due to AE's formidable strength. Yet, who could have foreseen that AE would manifest such depravity? Not only did he employ treachery during the day, but under the cover of night, while others were oblivious, he also murdered Ayun and Akam. Such a ruthless male. Who would dare to believe that he would protect the tribe? It would be a blessing if he refrained from stabbing them in the back. "Silence, all of you." The chief's chest heaved with fury. His favoritism towards AE was merely because the Wushan tribe could wield a semblance of power with this green-tier beastman. During the cold season, the Wushan tribe could instill fear in the other tribes, especially as the cold season drew to a close. Food-scarce tribes often resorted to raiding those with ample supplies for survival. The Wushan tribe had once been in a similar plight, having pillaged others when they were in want. Thus, now that their provisions were plentiful, they must guard against others seeking to seize what they had. The male of Yuhua was indeed formidable, and he had initially been grateful for their presence, for it was thanks to them that the Wushan tribe had sufficient food to endure the winter. However, outsiders would always remain outsiders. They could not continually beseech them to act on behalf of the tribe. Moreover, Yuhua had repeatedly incited her male to take action against the tribe's beastmen, harboring resentment towards Granny Tree due to her past as a healer. The chief felt a deep disappointment towards Yuhua, leading him to place all his hopes on AE. Yet, one misstep led to another, and AE could no longer be relied upon. This winter, The Wushan tribe was destined to face a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. Chapter 47. A of the Wushan tribe. Dead. A, the chief. As the chief was about to offer A yet another chance to explain, an orc could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You have already driven away Yuhua for A, and now you wish for us to be foolish once more on his behalf? Indeed, chief. Even if A is a green tier beast man, you cannot indulge him to such an extent, can you?" The one who spoke was a tall and robust male, one of the few yellow tier orcs in the Wushan tribe. As he emerged, the other orcs seemed invigorated, their gazes directed at A with heightened animosity. What of the chieftain? The green tier orc? He had slain members of the tribe and must inevitably face repercussions. Indeed, otherwise, what would prevent others from following in his footsteps? Mui. The chieftain was taken aback. At such a critical moment, this male, who had always heeded his words, dared to oppose him. His countenance darkened significantly. Yet Mui appeared oblivious to the warning in the chieftain's eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within him as he helplessly remarked, "Chieftain, look at the intensity of their reactions. Even if there is a misunderstanding today, AS attitude warrants your consideration of the actual circumstances, does it not? It is not my intention to oppose you. Furthermore, you drove away our tribe's only shaman for A. What shall we do when the cold season arrives and our tribe's beasts fall ill? The green tier orcs cannot heal." Though he spoke thus, Mui's thoughts were far more sinister. If A were still a yellow tier orc, witnessing today's events, he would have complied with whatever the chieftain decreed. It would be best if the chieftain made a grave error in judgment, leading to a loss of trust among the other orcs. In that case, his aspiration to become the chieftain would no longer be a mere dream. But alas, A had fortuitously broken through. Upon doing so, he became the most powerful orc in the tribe, and henceforth, even if he ascended to chieftaincy, he would remain under A's influence. Thus, by any means necessary, A must perish today. Upon hearing these words, the chieftain wished to further argue his case. He contemplated the contributions that A had made to the tribe during his time as a yellow-tiered orc and found it unjust to let baseless speculations undermine his loyalty to the clan. The chieftain sought to articulate his thoughts, but observing the current state of affairs in A's defense, Mui grew impatient. The discussion had reached a critical juncture, and he felt no hesitation to elaborate further. The chieftain should not suggest that the females of the Zhu family were merely disciples of the shaman. Even in the absence of the Yuha tribe, it was inevitable that another shaman would eventually arise. A disciple of a shaman is but a disciple, and cannot be equated with a true shaman. It appears that your bias has reached an extreme. Because of that wayward female, Li Fu, you chose to conceal from everyone the incident where she and Lu nearly caused the demise of the tribe's shaman outside the territory. Do you truly believe that such matters remain unknown? After all, it was your son who orchestrated Li Fu's false pregnancy. As these words hung in the air, A's icy gaze fell sharply upon the chieftain. A, this is a misunderstanding. My son merely intended to bring Li Fu some food. The chieftain, taken aback that such a long-ago event was still remembered by anyone other than Li Fu, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he attempted to justify himself to A. However, after exhausting so much effort in vain, Mui could no longer contain himself. He signaled to another yellow-tiered orc, and they both instinctively transformed into their beast forms, launching themselves at A. Seizing the opportunity while A remained poisoned and his injuries unresolved, they aimed to end his life, thus preventing any further displays of arrogance from him in the Wushan tribe. Stop. All of you, cease at once. The clan leader gazed sorrowfully at the scene of his kin turning against one another, his heart heavy with grief. He could not fathom how events had spiraled into such chaos. It had merely been a shadow approaching, prompting him to fear for the safety of Ae and the still unconscious Oppo and Akong, leading him to gather people for assistance. Yet, tragically, both Oppo and Akong had perished, and Ae, upon awakening in the stone house, had become the perpetrator. In the end, Mui, disregarding his protests, was determined to take advantage of the turmoil to eliminate Ae. Outside, observing the commotion from a distance, you maintained a calm demeanor. If one relished in the art of betrayal, then perhaps it was time to experience the bitterness of treachery firsthand. Yet, Ae, this resilient green-tiered beast man, proved to be remarkably tenacious. Despite being battered and bruised from the onslaught, he managed to escape. You frowned, and the desire to eliminate Ae intensified within him. Transforming into his beast form, a lynx, he swiftly pursued his target. With a thud, the colossal serpent collapsed by a lake outside the tribe. still striving to slither towards a certain direction. Yeah, pondering something, quickened his pace and pivoted to block the serpent's path. You shall not pass. Ae gazed at the lake where he had first encountered Liv, their initial meeting etched vividly in his memory. However, he remained oblivious to the moment when Liv had changed, just as he had. Yet, the loyalty of a male to a female was ingrained in his very being. When Liv sought to eliminate the innocent Yuhi, who bore no enmity towards anyone, in her quest to become the tribe's shaman, Ae had clandestinely aided her. Even later, when his resolve softened, he had refrained from striking a fatal blow to the unconscious Yuhi, instead leaving her outside with a glimmer of hope. Awo stepped outside, discarding the unconscious Yuhi over a steep cliff. After Yuhi was gone, Liv was elated for several days, even insisting that she would bear him a brood of serpent offspring in the future. Awo, listening at that moment, felt an overwhelming swell of emotions and envisioned the scenario of their young family once the hatchlings arrived. Ahem, before I meet my demise, I wish to pose a question. Awo truly could not comprehend how Yuhi, an ordinary female, could possibly survive such a precipitous drop, especially when even a yellow-tier beast man would likely perish falling from such heights. Yu raised his eyelids slightly, indicating that there was little to discuss. As he spoke, he drew a dagger from his waist and approached Awo with measured steps. Years of cautious living had instilled in him a vigilance that prevented him from fully relaxing, even when he knew Awo was gravely injured and unlikely to escape. It was during this brief interval that Awo voiced the question that had lingered in his heart. How had she managed to survive that formidable cliff? Ya's gaze turned frigid, revealing that the beast man who had harmed little he was not solely your female or that treacherous male, but also you. Awo clicked his tongue lightly, neither confirming nor denying, and regarded the male before him with lingering curiosity, asking, "Can you enlighten me with the answer?" With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into Awo's abdomen, driven forcefully. Ya's expression remained impassive as he observed Awo's breath gradually fading away until it ceased entirely. Only then did he withdraw the dagger, his voice devoid of emotion. "I do not know." He only believes in the tangible facts before him. Yuhi harbors no malice towards them, and she has shown great benevolence towards the Wushan tribe. Moreover, she has borne 3 cubs for the young master. Even if she conceals some secret, it is not his place to inquire. Chapter 48. The aggrieved Yuhi life has been lost. As long as there are no further misfortunes, her 3 cubs still require assistance in their upbringing. Yuhi finds it sufficiently troublesome to care for a single cub. The thought of managing all 3 is indeed overwhelming. "Ah, you have worked hard," she mused. As she spoke, Bailan offered him some food. After taking a couple of bites, Yu turned his gaze towards Yuhi, who was soothing the cubs in her embrace. He then leaned down and whispered a few words into Bailan's ear. Uncle Nan, not far off, overheard Yu's words and furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, "Does Xiaohe possess a divine gift?" Yu shook his head, replying, "We have not detected any divine gift in Xiaohe. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that she survived due to such a gift. Among the beastmen, certain individuals may exhibit extraordinary abilities after birth or following a significant ordeal. This phenomenon is referred to as a divine gift, signifying a blessing from the beast god. However, unlike Ae, who has only heard of divine gifts without ever witnessing one, both Bailan and Yu have encountered several beastmen possessing such gifts, including those with formidable healing abilities or the power of resurrection. Upon hearing their discussion, Uncle Nan's expression deepened in contemplation. Is it truly possible for a beast man to possess such a divine gift that allows for rebirth after death? The male's thoughts momentarily stirred to life. However, Bailan's gaze darkened, likely recalling that Yuhi had previously mentioned that Uncle Nan had a beloved female who had already passed away. His voice turned icy, ruthlessly shattering the fleeting illusions within his heart. Even if such a miracle of resurrection existed, it would most likely be a divine boon exclusively for himself. A wave of melancholy washed over Uncle Nan. Indeed, the ability to resurrect was inherently miraculous, and if it could be bestowed upon others, it would hardly be a blessing, but rather a divine retribution. After all, countless beastmen perish each day. Even if some could be saved by divine grace, how many could truly be rescued? Had he been foolishly optimistic? With a sigh, Uncle Nan could not help but think of the female he cherished, and the pain in his heart remained acute. How could such a beautiful and gentle soul have fallen victim to another's malice? For years, he had sought the one who took her life. Yet not only had he found no answers, but he had also attracted the ire of a powerful tribe. Yeah? Yuhi, drenched in sweat, cradled the youngest, Chu-Chu, vigilantly preventing her from escaping her embrace. Yet Chu-Chu was restless. Despite her inability to crawl properly, she squirmed vigorously within Yuhi's arms. Yuhi dared not confine her too tightly, for prolonged restraint would provoke her to wail, and in more severe cases, even bring her to tears. Yuhi felt utterly exhausted. Yunshu was occupied nursing the other two young ones, and Bailan was preoccupied with preparing food. As for Uncle Nan, he gazed at the young ones, hesitant to approach, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to an accidental fall. He could only watch from the sidelines, occasionally offering a word of encouragement or stepping in to assist Bailan when Yuhi found herself at a loss, allowing Bailan to help soothe the cubs. Here, take a break, he said. Observing Yuhi's struggles with the cubs left Ya in a contemplative silence. Imagining the scene, he felt a strange sense that the young master ought to find Yuhi a male companion sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the cubs cried, so too would his female, resulting in a cacophony of wailing from the three little ones, undoubtedly making for a rather eventful existence for the young master. When Chu-Chu caught the familiar scent emanating from Ya, she unreservedly stretched her head out, and upon receiving a gentle pat from him, her eyes remained fixed on the male. Listening to the obedient calls of the cubs directed at Ya, Yuhi felt an inexplicable sense of exasperation. So, you delight in bullying this soft-hearted one, do you? The moment you see your father or Ya, you suddenly become so well-behaved. With that, Yuhi scratched Chu-Chu's back, only to be met with a swift paw from Chu-Chu. Wow, she exclaimed loudly, her impatience palpable even to Yuhi, who couldn't comprehend her words. Instantly, a look of sorrow crossed Yuhi's face. Oh, how you wound your mother's heart. I'm right here, yet you hardly spare me a glance. The female cub tilted her head in innocent confusion, then turned to wriggle away. Chu-Chu didn't understand. She simply wanted to crawl back to the nest. Yuhi, not wishing to hurt the delicate cub, allowed Ya to extend his hand without a second thought. Suddenly, in a new position, Chu-Chu blinked, seemingly more upset than before. Her cries taking on an entirely different tone. Calmly, Y gently groomed the ruffled CHCH. The little cub was still quite young, merely eliciting a few anxious calls from her mother, yet in his hands, a few strokes soothed her. Primarily, she was unable to escape. Y did nothing but allow her to struggle, and once she had enough, she would tire and seek slumber, especially since Y possessed a remarkable talent for petting tiger cubs, providing her with great comfort. YH observed CHCH, now docile in Y's grasp, feeling a pang of heartache for her own cautiousness. Subsequently, she seated herself beside Biln and pinched him playfully. Frustrated, she lamented that her own cubs, whom she had borne, were beyond her reach for gentle grooming. Biln remained silent, puzzled by his mate's sudden irritation directed at him. However, upon noticing her longing gaze towards the three cubs, he spoke softly, reassuring her that they were still young and would grow to be affectionate towards her in due course. YH shot him a disdainful glance, retorting that it would suffice to pet the larger white tiger, yet her desire lay with the present cubs, who were currently unresponsive to her touch. This thought left her feeling aggrieved. At that moment, YNX, nursing the two cubs, coughed heavily, only to receive a cold glare from Biln. Instantly, YNX composed herself, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Y, taken aback by YH's audacious remarks, lowered his head, pretending not to hear as he observed YNX's reprimand. NSH, with an odd expression, glanced at the oblivious YH, contemplating that perhaps her prolonged stay in the back mountains had limited her interaction with other beastmen, leaving her unaware of the explicit nature of her words. To express an affinity for the masculine beast form is, in essence, a rather overt declaration of affection. He had presumed her beast form to be that of a calico cat, instinctively fearing the white tiger shifter. However, it appears that the white tiger was the one harboring concerns. Indeed, Mu Chang is also quite admirable, showing no signs of trepidation upon encountering the formidable beast form. Yuhi remained blissfully unaware of their thoughts, yet she distinctly sensed the gaze of Bailan upon her, imbued with an ineffable tenderness. If you wish to draw closer to them, transforming into your beast form may facilitate that, Bailan suggested to her female counterpart. Chapter 49. The arrival of the cold season. Of course, Bailan was oblivious to the considerable complications that this suggestion would later impose on Yuhi. At present, however, Yuhi believed this notion to be plausible. Her calico cat form was not significantly larger than the cubs, thus upon transformation, she would not find herself, like Bailan, seated in such a way that the cubs would be entirely obscured from view. Well then, I shall endeavor to try this once we reach the valley. She hoped the cubs would not regard her solely as a wet nurse. The memory of their relentless antics shortly after birth made her sigh. Indeed, when hungry, they would call out for mother, yet when satiated, they would each push against her with their heads, quivering as they sought to inch away. After a brief respite, Uncle Nen transformed into a black serpent, leading the way. Yuhi cradled the eldest cub while seated upon the white tiger form of Bailan, with the two females being carried by Ya, as Yunshi transformed into a flower leopard to accompany him. The group hastened towards the small valley, located several dozen kilometers from the Wu Mountain tribe, taking advantage of the remaining daylight before dusk enveloped the land. Shortly after their departure, the Wushan tribe descended into chaos. Once the turmoil subsided, the former chieftain abdicated his position before the onset of winter, and the newly appointed leader, Mu Yi, promptly directed the tribe members to relocate into the deep caverns of the rear mountains. An unprecedented snowfall enveloped the entire Nada forest in a thick blanket of white overnight. Even the beasts' pelts struggled to withstand the frigid drop in temperature. Fortunately, Bailan and his companions had remained vigilant, transforming into their beast forms while the young and Yuhi were still in slumber, shielding against the biting winds that surged through the cave entrance. Upon awakening, Yuhi was startled to find the world outside transformed. She shivered by the campfire, watching Bailan in his white tiger form, and inquired with concern, "He hasn't stayed with us. Will he be all right?" The white tiger nuzzled closer, emitting a low rumbling sound as if to reassure her. Yet Yuhi, unlike Ya, had not learned beast language from the elder beastmen of the white tiger tribe and could not comprehend his response. Ya, while preparing food, overheard Bailan and came over to clarify. He ventured out early this morning with the three young ones for hunting. It is not yet the coldest part of winter. Over the next 2 months, we will take turns sending out one beastman while you and the young stay safely within the cave. Upon hearing this, Yuhi nodded. All right, I understand. However, she couldn't shake her worry for Uncle Nan. Isn't he a serpent beastman? Wouldn't such cold weather affect him adversely? He shook his head, stating, although serpent beastmen are sensitive to the cold, they are not rendered incapable of venturing outside during winter. Needless to say, as a green-tier orc, the current temperature has little effect on him. Upon hearing this, Yuhi let out a sigh of relief. That is indeed good. She certainly does not wish for an orc who genuinely cares for the original owner to encounter misfortune. However, the matter of the dual souls residing in one body, how could she broach this topic with Uncle Nan without appearing overly deliberate? Suddenly, the three cubs, nestled in the innermost part, began to wail. For the rapid drop in temperature during the cold season had caused both the cattle and the deer to abruptly cease producing milk, despite an ample supply of food and water, as they had yet to adapt to the environment. Thus, for the past few days, Yuhi had been solely responsible for nursing the three cubs. Approaching their nest, Yuhi transformed into a calico cat and squeezed in, only to be quickly surrounded by the little ones, who eagerly burrowed into her abdomen. Yuhi thought to herself, this is indeed a challenging situation. Observing this, the white tiger also leaned in, ensuring they were all snugly covered. A month later, the cave echoed with desperate meows. What is happening? He glanced at the calico cat in his arms, who appeared flustered. Even without understanding cat language, it was evident she was expressing her grievances. He cast a questioning look toward Yunshi and Ya. Yunshi remained silent, covering his mouth to stifle a smile, clearing his throat twice to prevent himself from bursting into laughter. Ha! The young master has devised a splendid plan. Indeed, the three little ones have developed a fondness for Xiaohe. However, the three tiger cubs are utterly unafraid of the calico cat, which is only slightly larger than they are, and thus, after their encounters, they eagerly sought to cling to Xiaohe, wishing for her to transform into her beast form to play with them. Yuhi always felt as though she was perceived as a large plaything by the three little ones. On this particular day, however, she had been overtaken by a maternal instinct, transforming into a calico cat. Consequently, she found herself incessantly harassed by the trio. One would come over to nuzzle her head, while another curiously emitted soft sounds, resulting in quite a bit of fur shedding. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Ya's mouth, yet his words were somewhat amusingly absurd. After Yuhi had taken on her animal form, she was startled by the three young ones who relentlessly pursued her. Uncle Nan, while speaking, handed a wooden platter of food to Bailan, instructing him to feed Yuhi. Yuhi could only lament how dizzy she felt under the gaze of the three little ones, their wet eyes captivating her. Despite feeling a bit fatigued from the chase, She was reluctant to dampen their spirits. However, upon seeing Bailon, she could not help but want to leap into his embrace and complain about how his little ones were bullying her, insisting he must apologize on behalf of his offspring. Unaware of Yuhi's subtle thoughts, Bailon observed her kneading against him and assumed she felt somewhat wronged by the young ones. Thus, he gently patted her head, resolving to spend more time playing with the little ones whenever possible. Otherwise, their boundless energy would inevitably lead to mischief, with them darting out of the cave at the slightest opportunity during moments of rest. Although he said this, Yuhi remained perched comfortably on his lap, and Bailon made no move to dissuade her, watching as she gradually finished her meal. After the cold season, Yuhi's appetite had notably improved, perhaps due to the pressure of impending lactation. Despite the careful nurturing provided by the cow and the elk during winter, their milk was insufficient to satisfy the needs of 3 hungry young ones. Even though the cow ceased to produce milk just a couple of days ago and was subsequently slaughtered for consumption, the elk, observing the absence of its companions, is unlikely to endure for much longer. Therefore, Yuhi is left with the daunting task of providing sustenance for 3 young mouths. Nursing is no trivial endeavor, particularly with 3 offspring, and as they grow, their appetite only intensifies. Fortunately, the month-old tiger cubs can now begin to consume minced meat, which will alleviate some of Yuhi's burdens. Chapter 50. The mischievous cubs. You are aware, but if you suggest they can eat minced meat, should we prepare some for them to try tonight? Yuhi is quite concerned about this matter, as she must feed the 3 cubs every 2 to 3 hours each day, and the exhaustion is palpable, especially when Bailon occasionally ventures out to hunt. Transforming into her beast form to tend to 3 cubs becomes increasingly cumbersome. There were days when this responsibility nearly brought her to tears due to sheer fatigue. Bailon has certainly noticed Yuhi's struggles over the past few days. Baiqing and the others are all in excellent health, and once they develop a taste for minced meat, the need for Yuhi to continue nursing will diminish. She has been nursing throughout the cold season without proper recuperation and has even lost weight. The issue of beast milk was not thoroughly contemplated. They had not anticipated that the cow and elk would yield minimal milk during the winter season, thus placing the burden squarely on Ahi's shoulders. Really? Yuhi's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she quickly realized her joy was too evident. Suppressing her elation, she entwined her arms around Bailon's neck and began to act coyly, reminding her, "You promised, so you mustn't say I neglected to nurse them." Should one speak without action, only feeling pity for the younglings and not for her, she would undoubtedly forbid him from the bed. Transforming into a fierce white tiger by night to demand a pillow from him, Bailon had long grown accustomed to the feminine coquetry, and as per usual, she lowered her head to kiss her forehead, her voice low and resonant. "Indeed, I mean what I say." If one were to speak without action, then the final step of their union would remain an enigma, uncertain of when it might be fulfilled. The potion required for their bonding had already been consumed by both, merely awaiting a sunny day, while the other beastmen retreated to allow them to complete the last rite of their union. "Oh well, Baiqing, do not venture outside." The snow had begun to fall once more, and Yuhi found herself wrapped in layers, too daunted to step beyond the cave. Yet, her foolish son, undeterred by fear, seized the moment while Yunshi took a brief nap, preparing to dash outside. Uncle Nan, stationed at the cave's entrance, wore an expression of exasperation. He had just thwarted one youngling, and now another appeared. These 3 cubs truly feared nothing, daring to run about in such frigid weather. As the external temperature plummeted, Uncle Nan increasingly disliked going out, leaving only Bailon and Yu willing to brave the cold. Today, it was Yu who ventured out. Yuhi took the elder's place, stating, "Yunshi is preparing meat paste for the 3 of them, while Bailon is bathing Shu Shu and the others." Logically, it would be more fitting for Yuhi to wash the 2 female cubs, but as Shu Shu and her companions grew, so did their strength. To expedite the process and spare the 2 younglings from the biting cold, Yuhi typically assisted Bailon in their bathing. In this frigid season, is it truly necessary to bathe the young ones? Uncle Nan believes it is unwarranted, yet Yuhi waves her hand dismissively, explaining that it is not a daily ritual. Rather, she bathes them once or twice a month, for she fears they may become odorous otherwise. Given the opportunity, she insists on cleaning herself daily, followed by a monthly bath. Otherwise, she finds it intolerable. Uncle Nan furrows his brow. Although he disagrees with her approach, Bailon has not voiced any objections, and as an outsider, he feels it inappropriate to intrude upon their family affairs. He has heard from Yu that the outside world has become quite tumultuous recently. With idle time on her hands, Yuhi begins to share with Uncle Nin the news that Bai Lan and Ya have brought from beyond. As the food supplies dwindle during this cold season, the stray beastmen in the Nana forest have begun to stir. However, their numbers remain negligible, and the disturbances outside are primarily due to tribes clashing in their desperate quest for sustenance. What have you heard? Uncle Nan inquires, intrigued by her discussion. Casting a glance inside, wondering if they have mentioned the assault on the Wushan tribe. It is rumored that tribes, in their struggle to survive, have resorted to raiding others for food, even amid the heavy snowfall. Yuhi, absorbed in her thoughts, does not notice Uncle Nan's furtive glance. The eldest in her arms is exceptionally well-behaved, yet when riled, he can be quite fierce. Currently nestled in her embrace, his round eyes peer curiously outward. And Yuhi is certain that should she dare to release him, he would eagerly dash into the snow. In that moment, she would have to summon his father to retrieve him. Day by day, where do the young ones find such boundless energy? Uncle Nin simply nods in agreement, acknowledging the normalcy of the situation. It is quite commonplace for such events to occur during the frigid season, as not all tribes manage to store ample food supplies during the dry and rainy seasons. Tribes lacking sustenance are compelled to either merge with those that are more fortunate in their provisions or resort to pillaging the resources of others to survive. Nevertheless, the happenings beyond their immediate surroundings bear little significance to them. Yuhi remained unperturbed by Uncle Nan's sparse words, instead steering the conversation towards another topic. Would Uncle Nan soon seek a place to hibernate? Indeed, I want to be able to keep an eye on the cubs then. As Uncle Nan spoke, he gently patted Bai Qing's head. Bai Qing glanced at Uncle Nan before returning to admire the snowy landscape. Yuhi, however, was concerned that he might suffer from snow blindness, and soon enough, she insisted he stop looking outside. Bai Qing could not help but squirm, ultimately being restrained by Uncle Nan's grip around his neck, which finally brought him to stillness. Yuhi could not suppress her laughter at the scene, and then remarked that Uncle Nan had already assisted her immensely. Without him, their lives would not be as tranquil as they are now. Although Bai Lan and Ya had not mentioned the attack on the Wushan tribe to Yuhi, the death of Ai, who had been one of the tribe's foremost warriors, lingered in her thoughts. Thus, Yuhi had surmised that the Wushan tribe might face challenges from others in the wake of Ai's demise. Uncle Nan's concerns would not materialize for Yuhi, for her heart was resolute. Hearing her words, Uncle Nan shook his head, stating that with their strength, regardless of their location, both she and the cubs would thrive. Yuhi did not refute this statement. Indeed, Uncle Nan's arrival alleviated their burdens, for which she felt a sense of gratitude. Even so, after Uncle Nan came, our pressures significantly diminished, particularly while caring for the three young ones. Had it not been for Uncle Nan's vigilance, those three would have been lost to us. It is worth mentioning that the eldest and the second never managed to escape under his watchful eye. However, the youngest, Chu, did manage to sneak out of the cave once and tumbled right into the snow. Fortunately, we discovered the situation in time. Otherwise, with the heavy snowfall, it could have been dire for it, unable to escape. And what would we have done had we not found it? That incident nearly terrified Yuhi to death. For several consecutive days, she transformed into her beast form, shadowing the three little ones, fearing that one inattentive moment would allow any of them to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 51. Divine Rebirth. Uncle Nin observed her, raising his hand only to let it fall again. If you live well, I can depart with peace next year. Upon hearing this, Yuhi was momentarily taken aback, her face then clouded with disappointment. She would no longer be in the Wushan tribe next year. Although Uncle Nan treated her kindly out of regard for her as the original host, it is undeniable that Yuhi genuinely reaped the benefits. The Wushan tribe is too weak. Your circumstances will improve significantly upon your departure, Uncle Nan stated pragmatically. Listening to his words, Yuhi obediently nodded. I understand. She had previously heard from Aunt Lu that if news of her having birthed 3 cubs spread, the Wushan tribe would inevitably attract the attention of outside tribes. Uncle Nan. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Uncle Nan, though aware that Yuhi had something to express, could not fathom what it was. Thus, he decided to wait until she was ready to speak freely. There was a matter I hesitated over for quite some time, yet I felt compelled to clarify it with Uncle Nan. Suddenly, Yuhi's smile faded, and her demeanor turned earnest, prompting Uncle Nan to instinctively adopt a more serious attitude. In truth, I am not the original Yuhi. Unbeknownst to Uncle Nan, this revelation stirred a tempest within him. Yuhi continued, stating that she had followed Lu out of the tribe in pursuit of pearl grass, only to tumble down the hillside. I am uncertain about what transpired afterward, But when I regained consciousness at the cliff's base, I discovered that I inhabited this body. She crafted a narrative for her existence, claiming that she had emerged as a second persona of the original owner during her childhood. However, the original persona, oblivious to her presence, only vanished after the near-death experience at the cliff, allowing her to take over the body and present herself to the world. The preceding events were mere fabrications. Only the final act of usurpation was genuine. Upon completing her narrative, Uncle Nan remained unresponsive. When Yuhi raised her gaze, she noticed his attention had shifted behind her. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her hard as she stood up, cradling her elder sibling, and beheld by Lan and Yunxi, each holding a young cub not far away, seemingly unaware of how long they had been listening. Yunxi's expression appeared profoundly complex. However, thankfully, he did not display any gaze that would instill fear in Yuhi. As Bailan approached, Yuhi felt a profound sense of guilt and an unsettling anxiety regarding his forthcoming reaction. How would he perceive her? After all, since their first encounter, she had woven countless fabrications. This most recent deception had originally been intended solely for Uncle Nan, an orc. Yet she had struggled to find an opportune moment to voice it. Finally, spurred by moral indignation, she had mustered the courage to reveal it, only to have it inadvertently exposed by Bailan and his companions. Yuhi bit her lip and furtively glanced at the male figure, stealing a look at Uncle Nan from the corner of her eye. Their expressions betrayed no discernible emotions. Had she acted impulsively? Was it necessary to utter such words that complicated her life? Had the tranquil days of yore not sufficed? Why did she feel the need to invite turmoil upon herself? Regret began to seep in. However, Bailan's gaze had shifted away from her, landing instead on Uncle Nan. Regarding today's events, Uncle Nan rose to his feet, his gaze toward Yuhi imbued with complexity. You should speak with her earnestly, he advised. The phenomenon of a dual-soul entity had never graced the continent. Rather, what existed was a divine bestowal known as nirvana. Nirvana enabled orcs to experience death and resurrection, yet all memories from their former lives faded into oblivion upon death. The resurrected orc would come to believe that they were not the original being. Once, there had been an orc on the continent who had undergone nirvana 9 times. Each resurrection intensified the dissonance from his past memories, driving him further into madness with each return. The final orc, having incited chaos and conflict throughout the land, was regarded as a scourge by the various tribes. Upon his demise, his body was sealed beneath the snow-capped mountains. Yuhi mused silently. Being merely an ordinary traveler, there was no need to embellish her role so excessively. After Uncle Nan and Yunxi departed with their young ones, Bailan lowered his gaze upon Yuhi and softly inquired, "Why did you not confide in me about this matter first?" Yuhi, bowing her head, pondered what she could possibly say to him. From the very beginning, they had known her as she was. Even if she had woven lies and played the role of a schemer before them, the essence before them remained her own, not that of the original owner. It was only due to the original owner's circumstances that Uncle Nan had shown her kindness. "Ahi, look at me," Bailan commanded gently, grasping her chin and compelling her to meet his gaze. "If you claim you are not Yuhi, then who are you?" "I am also Yuhi, merely the Yuhi from the modern world," she replied, already regretting her words. Bailan's persistent questioning only intensified her agitation and unease. She felt as though she had entangled her own existence. Had she known? Had she been aware? Had she simply embraced her identity as the original owner before Uncle Nan, then the kindness he bestowed upon her would have been reciprocated without complication. There was no need for her to speak out of turn, causing Uncle Nan to be perplexed while she bore the weight of guilt. "If you were not Yuhi, Uncle Nan would have realized it long ago," Bailan stated gravely. Yuhi felt a sudden jolt of astonishment within her, gazing at him in confusion, wondering what he meant. Did she not already know that she and the original owner were the same person? The memories of the modern era became increasingly blurred after her soul intertwined with that of the original owner. Yet, the education she had received over the years, the advanced technology she had witnessed, and the occasional peculiar thoughts that surfaced in her mind, thoughts that could only be conceived by someone of the contemporary world, served as irrefutable evidence of her identity as Yuhi from the modern age. Even if she had inherited the original owner's memories and occasionally acted in accordance with them, she was still undeniably Yuhi. Bailan observed her excitement and realized that dwelling on this matter any further was futile. She embraced her tightly, soothingly affirming, "Yes, you are Yuhi, and you are not the same beast man as Yuhi from the Wushan tribe." However, this was not the affirmation Yuhi sought. She inquired. What do you mean by saying that if I were not you, Uncle Nan would have discovered it long ago? Uncle Nan had not known the original owner for an extended period, and considering the gap in their reunion, how could he possibly know what the original owner would become as she grew? Indeed, Yuhi was counting on Uncle Nan's brief acquaintance with the original owner to bolster her claim of possessing two souls in one body. This not only reassured her, but also ensured that Uncle Nan would perceive her as distinct from the original owner, thus averting any malice towards her. In essence, it was that absurd sense of morality that compelled her to refrain from continuously taking advantage of the original owner. It was only right that she occupied the original owner's body and avenged her. Yet to seize the care and affection that inherently belonged to the original owner felt unjust. Yuhi pondered that if she were the original owner, she would likely feel disheartened and envious. There are so few things in life that truly belong to oneself. And now even the love that should rightfully be hers was being appropriated by the very person inhabiting her body. What, then, was left for the original owner? Merely a tragic existence and a hastily concluded, desolate fate. Chapter 52. The final month of the cold season every year, just before the onset of the cold season. Uncle Nan would secretly visit the Wushan tribe to see you. Bailan's words detonated within Yuha like a landmine, rendering her momentarily speechless. What? Yuha's complexion paled instantly. Realizing that throughout this entire time, Uncle Nan had believed her to be the same orc as the original owner. In this world, no one remembered the original owner anymore. Ahe, Bailan observed as Yuha's emotions spiraled out of control, leaving him at a rare loss for words. Yet, he quickly recollected himself and transformed into a white tiger, lying before Yuha. In that moment, Yuha embraced the white tiger and wept silently, her mind devoid of thoughts. She merely felt that her previous intention to take on a shaman apprentice in remembrance of the original owner was utterly futile. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame. Yuha finally comprehended the essence of that saying. After her tears subsided, Yuha's eyes were red-rimmed, and she refrained from discussing with Bailan or Uncle Nin the fact that she was not the original owner. Instead, she subtly probed them for reasons as to why they accepted that she and the original owner were one and the same. If I am not a dual soul entity, then why do I feel as though the memories of the past do not belong to me? Her curiosity piqued regarding how they had rationalized this. It is a divine gift, Bailan explained softly as he held her close. Some orcs are born with peculiar abilities bestowed by the gods, while others acquire such gifts through experiences of life and death or certain unforeseen events. Regardless, all orcs endowed with divine gifts are invariably stronger than ordinary orcs. Upon hearing this, Yui lowered her gaze to examine herself, pondering what divine blessing she might possess. Yours is a remarkable divine gift of nirvana. Since the matter had been broached, Uncle Nan was willing to elucidate further. Nirvana is not merely a simple resurrection. It typically accompanies a significant enhancement of the orc's physical constitution. Yui silently scrutinized her hands, unable to discern any improvement in her physique. Therefore, it seemed the notion of her possessing the divine gift of nirvana was a fallacy. Yun Shi, however, appeared to be enlightened by Uncle Nan's words and inquired, could it be that Xiao He's ability to bear 3 offspring is due to her nirvana? Yuhi. Uncle Nan nodded slightly, indicating the situation was indeed complex. The orcs from the Wushan tribe might one day place Xiao He in peril. Upon hearing this, Yunshi contemplated for a moment. Furrowing his brow, he was not contemplating ways to silence the orcs of the Wushan tribe, but rather considering the potential threats if Uncle Nin harbored any dangerous intentions, making this orc one to be wary of. Yui could sense Uncle Nan's implications regarding potential dangers posed by the Wushan tribe. She tugged at Bailan, asserting that her bearing 3 offspring was entirely unrelated to the Wushan tribe. Thus, there was no necessity to allow this matter to jeopardize the tribe. Bailan understood her concerns, clasping her small hand in his large one, gently squeezing it. In a low voice, he reassured her, there is no cause for alarm. The rumors from the Wushan tribe are not to be feared. It is excessively cruel to contemplate the annihilation of a tribe for events that have yet to unfold. Upon hearing this, Yuhi's expression relaxed. She harbored no fondness for the Wu Mountain tribe and resolved to keep her distance from them. However, the notion of annihilation and silencing was excessively grave. As long as you are aware, that suffices. Although Uncle Nin harbored concerns for their well-being, if Xiao He was unwilling, it was perhaps best to refrain from pursuing that course of action. Nonetheless, certain gaps, if not sealed in advance, may lead to unforeseen calamities when disaster inevitably strikes. In the final month of the cold season, Uncle Nin departed. Yet, as the outside world was besieged not only by snowstorms, but also by hail and icy rain, Balan and Yin no longer ventured outdoors. 4 adult beastmen sheltered 3 younglings within the cave, meticulously counting the days and rationing their remaining provisions. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Outside, the howling wind echoed, and the 3 younglings seemed to have learned to howl along with it. The louder the wind roared, the more fervently they vocalized. In the aftermath, Balan silently observed the 5 members of their household, 4 of whom were merely engaged in their wailing. Meow, what are you pondering? The calico cat leapt onto Balan's shoulder as he extended his hand. The 3 younglings, witnessing their mother's action, eagerly rushed over, attempting to scramble up their father's shins. Woo-woo. Balan lifted all 3 younglings into his arms, his brows reflecting a blend of exasperation and affection. Ahi, they are already 3 months old. Meow, so what? The male beast gently pried open the eldest's claws for his female to see. The tiger cubs, now 3 months old, had sharpened teeth and claws. Next time, refrain from transforming into a beast man to engage in such play. You may sustain injuries. The trio had grown accustomed to their playful skirmishes. As long as they did not break the skin, Yunxi and Yo would remain unconcerned. In their formative years, the playful biting and chasing among tiger cubs is typically harmless. However, Ahi is an exception, although her agility is commendable. Her bite force and claw sharpness pale in comparison to those of the tiger beastmen. When the 3 cubs engage in rough play, it is she who bears the brunt of their exuberance. Yuhi mewed softly, signaling her understanding. Balan gently caressed her head, assuring her that once the cold season has passed, they would venture outside together. This small valley maintains a slightly warmer temperature than the outside world, yet the ground is blanketed in snow, which can easily dampen the fur of females and cubs alike, leading to illness and further discomfort. Consequently, during their idle moments, Balan and the others would deepen the cave, thereby expanding the play area for the cubs. At last, Balan and Yuhi could enjoy their evenings without encroaching upon the intimate space of Yunxi and Ya. Once the 3 cubs were lulled to sleep, Yuhi cleaned herself and, as per her usual habit, settled onto Balan's lap, engaging in light conversation. How much longer will the cold season last? Personally, I am quite fine, especially with you by my side. However, for the 3 of them, while our presence provides companionship, remaining confined within the cave is not ideal. It shouldn't be much longer, perhaps just a few days, Balan replied, both he and you keeping a watchful eye on the weather outside. There is always a sign before the cold season concludes. Yuhi felt a wave of relief wash over her as the oppressive gloom of prolonged darkness began to lift, allowing her to contemplate other endeavors. Balan, with her eyes gently reddened, sat atop him as he let out a low, muffled groan, and soon after, he flipped her over and pressed her down. This female always preferred to be on top, and when fatigue set in, she expected him to take the initiative. Consequently, in their intimate moments, Balan sometimes found it challenging to maintain a tender demeanor. As their body temperatures rose, the 3-flower cat tattoo on his chest and the white tiger tattoo on her body shimmered faintly. These symbols emerged only after they had become partners, revealing themselves during their passionate encounters. Unlike the male S tattoo, which was solely on his chest, the female S was scattered across various prominent parts of her body, a testament to her multiple partnerships. Chapter 53. The arrival of the tidal season. 5 days later, the tidal season arrived, as anticipated. Thick snow blanketed the ground, arriving quietly like its initial entrance, only to hastily depart overnight. When Yuhi stood at the cave entrance with her 3 cubs, gazing down at the lush green grass below, she felt as though she were in a dream. However, the 3 cubs, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into excited howls. Had it not been for Yunxi and Yi standing on either side, they would have likely dashed down in their eagerness. Oh whoa. The 3 cubs encircled Yuhi, attempting to soften her heart with their pitiful cries. Yet, primarily, it was the dampness of the ground that concerned her. She was reluctant to let them descend and get soaked. Sensing her apprehension, Yi spoke, I will go down first to assess the situation. If there are no venomous snakes or insects, it would be beneficial for them to run around. As for whether the tiger cubs would be dampened by the dew, it is not a matter of significant concern. The 3 little ones have been well taken care of during the cold season, robust in physique. Even if they were to get wet, it would pose no issue. Yunxi, you keep watch here. After exchanging a few words with Yunxi and receiving her affirmative response, Yi transformed into her beast form and descended. The 3 cubs, growing older, became increasingly lively and spirited. Upon witnessing a lynx leap before them, they instinctively moved as if to follow. Yuha, quick of hand and eye, seized the smallest cub, while Yunshi swiftly grasped the eldest and the second, holding one in each hand as they stood to the side. Observing the two cubs in Yunshi's grasp wriggling restlessly, Yuha clung tightly to the struggling third cub. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yuha as the third cub's claws tore through her sleeve, delivering a genuine scratch. "Are you all right?" Chu-Chu, with an innocent tiger face, let out a soft whine. Regardless of Chu-Chu's predicament, it was merely a clumsy accident with her claws. Although the tiger language was beyond her comprehension, Yuha internally translated it. Her affection for the cubs, tinged with a hint of sweet exasperation, compelled her to tenderly ruffle Chu-Chu's head while softly admonishing, no shirking of responsibility. Chu-Chu blinked her eyes, sensing that although her mother had scolded her, there was no real anger behind it. Thus, she cautiously nudged her little head against Yuha. Since there was no ire, perhaps she could be allowed to play outside. "Ow!" Chu-Chu rested her head on her paws, and Yuhi felt a pang of sympathy. Her tone softened slightly. "Even in haste, we must wait for you to conduct a thorough examination before you can venture out to play, all right? If you were to be bitten by a venomous insect, you would have to endure the bitterness of medicine." The three little ones had been remarkably healthy since birth and had never tasted any bitter medicine. Thus, they were utterly bewildered by their mother's mention of such a thing. Chu-Chu let out a series of pitiful cries, each more sorrowful than the last. Yunshi noticed the dilemma etched on Yuhi's face and called out helplessly, "Xiaohe, do not let your heart soften." The youngest cub was particularly adept at feigning distress, having been astute from a young age, never allowing herself to suffer. Compared to the eldest and the second, the youngest appeared somewhat reckless. Yuhi was already inclined to yield to Chu-Chu's plaintive cries, and upon hearing Yunshi's words, she felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively holding the cub more securely. Yunshi shook her head lightly. While it was commendable for a mother to cherish her offspring, excessive indulgence should be avoided. Thankfully, the young master was steadfast. Otherwise, the three little ones would undoubtedly be spoiled beyond reason by their mother's affection. "Owl, owl," the eldest, being held aloft, struggled a bit before turning to gaze at the world outside, his eyes wide and unblinking. Meanwhile, the second attempted to claw at Yunshi during his struggles, only to be met with a bemused glance from her. He then opted to place his paw gently on her hand, and obediently let out a soft cry. Hearing his sister's mournful wails, the eldest cast a fleeting glance her way before returning to his role as a vigilant observer of the scenery. The second child, with a face full of confusion, hung his head low. Upon hearing the sound, he tilted his head in bewilderment, gazing at his sister as if he could not comprehend why she was crying so pitifully in their mother's embrace. Their father had been known to administer secretive spankings to the young ones, sometimes applying too much force and inadvertently pulling their fur. However, their mother was always gentle and tender, only occasionally gripping them too tightly in moments of anxiety. For the most part, she was perceived by the three young ones as entirely harmless. As the three siblings grew, their distinct personalities began to emerge. Chu-Chu lifted her head to stare at their mother, and in no time, tears streamed down her cheeks. The eldest and the second were drawn to their mother's figure as she moved about, watching with innocent expressions as she softly tried to soothe their sister. Her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Yunshi observed the second child, who, like a curious little one, stretched his neck to get a better view. The eldest, though quietly watching, had his tiger ears perked up, his lips twitching involuntarily. He gathered the two little ones in his arms and approached Yuhi, extending a hand. "Let me take care of this. Don't let yourself get upset." It was a task that Yuhi seemed prone to, in her attempts to comfort the little ones. She often ended up in tears herself. With a reluctant expression, Yuhi swiftly placed Chu-Chu into Yunshi's embrace, acknowledging her own shortcomings and soothing the young ones. The eldest and second did not require much comfort. As long as things were clarified, they rarely caused trouble. But the youngest was a different story. The more one attempted to soothe her, the more she wailed, her cries becoming increasingly heart-wrenching. Thus, it is typically Ya and Bailan who supervise the third child the most, followed closely by Yunshi. Yunshi, being fond of the little ones, finds himself with little resistance to the third child. However, in certain respects, he remains steadfast in his principles whenever matters arise that may endanger Chu-Chu. No matter how pitiful her cries may be, he will not relent. Yuhi, on the other hand, is distinctly different. When no one is there to soothe the third child for her, She becomes overwhelmed while trying to comfort the little ones and inevitably ends up crying alongside the third child or the trio. The eldest and second child remark, "Mother is a crybaby. She must not be provoked." The third child observes, "Mother cries just as much, but her tears always seem more pitiable. For father must first console mother before he can attend to her." Chapter 54. Bailon teaches her offspring how, whether it is the allure from outside or not. This time Yunshi was unable to calm Chu-Chu, and even received a swipe to the face. Meanwhile, Yuhi was in a state of distress, anxiously contemplating whether to step in and take over the duties of the eldest and second child. If Yunshi were to jump up and down with the third child, the other two little ones might fall, which would break her heart. "Ya, come quickly to assist." Upon seeing Ya, Yuhi felt as if she had spotted a savior. And Yunshi felt the same urgency, hastily grabbing the third child by the scruff of the neck and tossing him over. The commotion was unbearable. Yunshi genuinely feared that in a fit of anger, she might resort to swatting the child on the behind. Yo embraced the eagerly squirming Chu-Chu, swiftly surveying the scene before declaring, "We can take them down for a stroll. Remember to transform into your beast form later." The final remark was directed solely at Yunshi. An orc. After all, no matter how swift a human may be, they can never match the speed of a beast. The heightened sensitivity of their animal forms allows them to keep a vigilant eye on their cubs, ensuring none slip out of sight. As for Yuha, transforming into her beastly form would not prove particularly beneficial. She wisely chose to trail behind the leader. In comparison to the two female cubs, the leader exhibited a certain steadiness, refraining from dashing onto the verdant grass to frolic, only to suddenly sprint farther away. He would even patiently wait for their mother, who was left breathless from chasing after them. "Meow, why aren't you joining them in play?" The tortoiseshell cat lounged atop a stone, indifferent to whether it was damp. While Ya and Yunshi effortlessly caught up with the three cubs, she found herself exhausted after a brief run, having gained weight during the cold season. It was only when Ya broke off a sizable willow branch, providing her a lift, that she managed to keep up. However, that makeshift ride was not without its perils. She nearly got blown away by the wind. Observing the playful tumble of the cubs, Yuha finally descended from the leafy branches in a rather clumsy manner. "It's so difficult. Woe is me." The cubs reveled in their play, while their unfortunate mother bore the weight of their exhaustion. Awo, the leader Baiqing, raised his paw, intending to rest it on his mother's head like his father, but due to his small stature, he could only manage to pat the stone instead. Yuha, sprawled out like dough, missed the gesture of her male cub and instead lifted her own paw, giving a soft mewl. "Go and play, dear cubs. Your mother needs a moment to rest." Baiqing sat up, wagging his tail. He did not comprehend his mother's words. He had merely finished a bout of playful exuberance and now, with unexpected attentiveness, chose to watch over her. A distant roar echoed through the air, prompting Yuhi, who had been resting with closed eyes, to open them and gaze toward the source of the sound. Ow! The elder instinctively stood guard beside their mother, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Meow! Yuhi leapt down, affectionately nudging her cub with her head, and raised her paw, signaling him to follow her. Baiqing, bewildered, trailed behind his mother. He always remembered what his father, Ya, and Yunshi had told him, as the male cub of the family. He was to grow up and protect his mother and sister. Thus, whenever there were no beastmen accompanying her, Baiqing often remained close to her side. Before long, a colossal white tiger appeared before them, and the calico cat joyfully called out before dashing forward. Observing this, Baiqing instinctively followed suit. Ow! Ahi! The white tiger lowered its head to nuzzle the calico cat. Its movements, though cautious, nearly distorted the smaller creature's form due to its sheer size. Ow! Father! Do not bully mother. Two little projectiles launched themselves toward the white tiger, which stood unmoved. However, the impulsive third sibling, Chu-Chu, yelped in pain. The second sibling, Shu-Shu, also charged forward, but recalling her sister's plight, she hesitated momentarily, yet still collided with some force, only to be bounced away. Both sisters ended up rolling in a tangle of mud. The only leader who had not recklessly charged forward was now displaying his tiger fangs and claws towards his father. One swipe proved futile, so he lunged for his father's whiskers, only to be effortlessly pinned to the ground by a raised paw. At that moment, Yuhi, having rolled away from the bullying, witnessed the three little ones huffing at the white tiger in unison. Yuhi pondered, what transpired here? What was Bailon attempting to do? Observing the white tiger seriously growling alongside the trio, she surmised that Bailon was imparting a lesson. Yet the content of his teachings remained a mystery. Regardless, the little ones did not quiet down. Instead, they began to launch an attack on the white tiger. The lynx glanced at her, and after transforming into human form, explained that the young master was cultivating their combat awareness. If they encountered any nefarious beastmen on the road, those would not spare them simply because they were cubs. Thus, the earlier they were taught the skills of survival and combat, the better it would be for their well-being. Yui found herself at a loss for words. While she understood the reasoning, witnessing the 3 cubs being chased around by the white tiger filled her with concern. With a yelp, Choo-Choo, having fallen with her paws in the air, struggled to rise again, only to spot a long wooden stick nearby. She growled and charged at it with a swipe. Choo-Choo was exceedingly frustrated. She could not clamber onto her father's back, nor could she bite his ears or tail, which meant she would be unable to sleep with her mother at night. After all, the cubs had grown weary of their cozy nest, and it was a rare occasion for them to find solace beside their soft mother. Hence, the 3 little ones exerted themselves to inflict even the slightest discomfort upon their father. However, they did not anticipate that the stick, upon being struck by a claw, would retaliate. In an instant, the startled Choo-Choo, provoked by the ambush, erupted in fury and lunged forward with a fierce howl. Ow! Ow! How dare it flee? With a bite mark on her face, Choo-Choo was unable to reach the snake, so she began to howl for her siblings to assist her in subduing the reptile. The trio swiftly encircled the snake, determined to confront it. Meanwhile, Yui, upon spotting the serpent, was instantly paralyzed with fright. She clutched at Ya, exclaiming urgently, "There's a snake." It just bit Choo-Choo. The snake was harmless. Observing her pale complexion and her inclination to flee, Ya furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Do not approach. It's merely a non-venomous grass snake. The 3 little ones can manage it." Yet, Yui was unyielding, her mind consumed by the image of Choo-Choo being bitten. Seeing that Ya remained still, she transformed into her beast form and charged forward. The white tiger did not intervene to halt the calico cat. Instead, he merely shook his head at the sight of the leopard approaching, carrying a long-eared rabbit in its jaws. His female was agitated. Preventing her from advancing would likely make future appeasement more difficult. Chapter 55. The Joy of Building a Family Owl. Owl. Mother. Mother. Come quickly and help us stop it. The calico cat, utterly oblivious to the conversation of the 3 little ones, was consumed by anxiety. All she could recall was that the snake had bitten Choo-Choo. With a surge of adrenaline, she lunged, clawing, slipping, and rolling, actions that had once been nearly impossible for Yuha in her beastly form, now executed with remarkable fluidity. Choo-Choo gazed in astonishment at the plump calico cat, who swiftly subdued the snake that had attacked her. Choo-Choo, momentarily taken aback, reacted more quickly than her sister. Seeing their mother dizzying the snake, she leapt forward, seizing the serpent by its lower half. As for the eldest, Bai Qing, he was even swifter. When their mother lunged, he blocked the snake's escape route. While the mother pinned the snake, he cleverly extended his sharp claws, striking in the opening she created. With the calico cat and her 2 cubs battling the snake, Choo-Choo took a moment to comprehend the situation before rushing in, eager to assist. Meow? Choo-Choo, are you all right? Does it hurt? She had intended to help, but was instead knocked down by her concerned mother, feeling as though she were crushed beneath a mountain. Oh, woo. Mother, what are you doing? Do you realize you're a bit heavy? Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Choo-Choo was even more distressed by the fact that the snake which had bitten her was being dispatched by her siblings. I want to strike that vile snake too. Mother, you're not hurting me anymore. Oh, woo. Regardless, she felt overlooked, lamenting, "You're not hurting me anymore. You 1T let me join in the fight against the snake. You only care for my brother and sister, not for me." The female's fist immediately clenched, although she recognized the bite marks were from a non-venomous snake. And aside from a bit of bleeding, as well as subsequent pain and swelling, it would likely not inflict any fatal harm on her offspring. She was still enraged. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Mother is bullying me. I am so sad. Choo-Choo, pinned down by her mother, felt her discontent magnify. She howled incessantly, tears nearly pooling at the corners of her eyes, beginning to shimmer with impending sorrow. Suddenly, the hand restraining her loosened, and a calico cat, resembling her mother, dashed past her. Choo-Choo's wailing ceased instantly. She scrambled to her feet only to see the calico cat rushing towards her father. Huh, what is wrong with mother? Choo-Choo's face was a picture of confusion, yet her brother Bai Qing had already bolted away. Choo-Choo approached and nuzzled her sister, signaling her to follow along with her and their brother. Their mother was being bullied by their father, and they needed to assist her. Oh woo, count me in. I shall help mother too. Upon hearing that their father was harassing their mother, Chu promptly forgot the prior incident of being restrained for inspection and quickly followed her sister with a determined cry. Charge! Protect mother! Bai Hu listened to the fervent declarations of the three little ones, glancing at the irate, bristling calico cat, and fell momentarily silent. Collectively, the four posed no threat to him at all. However, voicing such thoughts would only exacerbate the situation, and Bai Lan wisely refrained from speaking out. Otherwise, He, who did not comprehend the matter at hand, would have his memories relayed by the three little ones once they acquired the ability to speak in the future. This matter will inevitably become a troublesome affair, constantly resurfacing and causing discord. Bai Lan had once witnessed such an episode in his youth, observing his father relentlessly pursued and battered by his mother within the tribe. The ferocity of a mother tiger can, at times, surpass that of a male. The image of his father, bruised and battered, remains vividly etched in Bai Lan's memory. Although Ahi's combat prowess is lacking, her status as a shaman and her knowledge of poisons imply that Bai Lan too could fall victim to her wrath. Thus, it is prudent to avoid provoking Ahi whenever possible. The disparity in size between the calico cat and the white tiger is indeed striking. Yet, regardless of the difference, both Ya and Yun Shi, who stood by observing, could discern that the young master was persistently on the receiving end of a beating. When the trio of small ones rushed in, the calico cat's perception of the young master occasionally tripping them only led to an increase in his own misfortunes. Unable to contain himself, Yunshi transformed into his human form and remarked, "Is this the life that a male must endure after establishing a family? How utterly disconcerting, being struck by a female and having no means to retaliate." You cast a sidelong glance at him. What would a solitary leopard like you understand? This is the joy of a male settling down. They are merrily engaged in their familial bliss, while we are merely spectators here. Yunshi retorted, "You consider the young master being struck by his own female as play? Look at this scene, where he is grasped by the white tiger in defense of the calico cat. How can this be construed as joy?" You regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Aside from the initial playful swipes at the young master, Xiaohe has kept her claws retracted ever since. Moreover, the trifling injuries inflicted by the calico cat merely served to tickle the young master. Yunshi stroked his chin and mused, "Is that so? After the young master establishes a family, does he then relish the pleasure of being smacked in the face by a female?" You replied nonchalantly, "What do you expect? Imagine a female with the strength akin to that of a cat. When playing with you, if she doesn't strike your face, she will certainly target other areas. What do you think will transpire?" Yunshi fell silent for a moment, truly grasping the implication. Clearing his throat, he cast a cryptic glance at Ya and remarked, "Ya, you seem quite perceptive." Ya let out a cold chuckle. He was not without past romantic entanglements, thus he understood well. In the realm of beastmen, the dynamics of mating relationships are notably liberal. It is commonplace for females to pursue multiple males or for males to flirt with various females. However, many females possess stringent requirements for their male counterparts, disapproving of any past connections with other females. Consequently, most males aspiring to sire offspring prefer to adhere to traditional male virtues prior to forming a bond. A minority of males, seeking fleeting pleasures or disenchanted with the possessive nature of females, may act freely before committing, as not all females are perturbed by such affairs. They merely need to find a female who accepts them. Ya and Yunshi exemplify the latter. Ya harbors a simple disdain for females who can engage with multiple partners while demanding adherence to male virtues from him. Conversely, Yunshi is inherently indifferent. He does not envision a day when he might develop feelings for a female so profound that he would regret not distancing himself from all those who could never be his. He has always presented himself with gentleness, never hesitating to extend assistance to those females he admires or finds endearing. At times, he may engage in flirtation with certain females. Consequently, unlike Ya, Yunshi does not possess a romantic partner with whom he shares an intimate connection. However, he does have a couple of close confidants with whom he shares a bond that transcends mere friendship, rooted in both propriety and affection. Chapter 56. The Three Little Ones of Distinct Personalities. Outwit Mother. As the calico cat progressed, her movements grew increasingly sluggish, until she simply thumped her paw onto the white tiger and lay down on the ground, motionless. The three little ones, protected by their mother, managed to avoid being scattered by the white tiger. Upon seeing their mother exhausted and lying still, they immediately gathered around her, grooming and nuzzling her. Some felt fatigued and wished to join their mother in repose. Choo-Choo nudged her head against Mother's body, hoping to entice her into another playful chase. Ow, mother. Let us continue to play. The eldest, Bai Qing, emulating their father, let out a low growl. Mother is tired and needs to rest. Choo-Choo accompanied their mother, resting her head against the calico cat's side, finding great comfort in the moment. Upon hearing her brother's low growl, she blinked slowly and leisurely rested her head on her crossed paws, gazing intently at their mother. Ow, mother, why do we look different from you? Upon hearing this question, Choo-Choo squeezed in, exclaiming, Ow, yes, why? Didn't you give birth to us? The three little ones were most familiar with their mother's scent. Even if they mistook their father, there was no chance of confusing their mother. Ow, mother is simply mother. There is no need for a reason. Bai Qing stood there, observing the differences between himself and his mother, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Yuhi could not comprehend their conversation. She merely watched as they surrounded her. Feeling a twinge of emotion, rising to her feet, she first nuzzled the smallest, Choo-Choo, letting out a soft mew, and inquired, Does it hurt, Choo-Choo? Choo-Choo, feeling a bit warm from the nuzzle, had already been running for quite some time, and now, sandwiched in the middle, was far from comfortable. She buried her head down, refusing to let her mother nuzzle her. Yuhi then observed as Choo-Choo lifted her hind legs, raised her behind, and twisted left and right, swiftly retreating from the situation. With a yowl, she informed Choo-Choo, Sister, it's too hot being nuzzled by mother. Don't let her nuzzle you. After nuzzling the third child, Yuhi intended to approach the second, yet Choo-Choo completely disregarded her sister's warning and obediently began to nuzzle their mother. Yuhi, delighted, meowed, What a good girl Choo-Choo is. Mother loves you most, darling. White Lawn, approaching, thought to himself. So, it appears that his beloved female offspring changes daily. Last night it was him, today it's Choo-Choo, tomorrow it will be Bai Qing, and the day after that, Choo-Choo. Unbeknownst to Yuhi, White Lawn was silently keeping track of these moments behind her. After nuzzling the second child, she moved on to the eldest. Unlike his two younger sisters, Bai Qing, as a male cub, need not worry about being pulled aside by his father to be reminded about moderation in play. Even though he was merely 3 months old, his father was already preparing to separate him from their mother. Bai Qing thoroughly enjoyed his mother's affection, cherishing these moments for in the future. He would no longer be able to bask in such indulgence. Have you calmed down? The white tiger approached only after the calico cat had finished grooming her kittens one by one. Unfortunately, despite having spent so much time together, Yuhi still could not comprehend his tiger language. When she heard him lower his voice and roar, she mistakenly believed he was feeling slighted for not having been groomed like the three young ones. Hesitating for a moment, she stretched her head forward, offering her own affectionate nuzzle. Though they lacked a common tongue, Bai Lan and Yuhi both interpreted the other's gestures as a sign of reconciliation, and they simultaneously prepared to turn the page on past grievances. Me too. Father, you cannot show favoritism towards mother, Choo-Choo exclaimed, having long coveted the spot atop father's head. Yet, he seldom permitted her and her siblings to occupy that esteemed position. Witnessing mother ascend, her spirits soared, and she dashed eagerly to her mother's side. However, father's gaze remained fixed upon them. Although Choo-Choo yearned to leap up immediately, she dared not do so without her parents' consent. Meow, may we allow the little ones to join? Yuhi discerned the longing in the kitten's eyes. Even the most obedient eldest was gazing intently at the coveted spot atop their father's head. The young ones had behaved admirably today, refraining from reckless antics that might cause concern, and thus deserved a reward. Observing this, Choo-Choo tentatively approached and nudged her father, asking, Father, may I go up? The white tiger cast a casual glance at her and the other two kittens, but did not rise. This tacit approval instantly delighted the trio. Choo-Choo was the first to leap up, joyfully nuzzling her father's head, nearly displacing the calico cat in the process. Choo-Choo appeared to rise slowly, yet she deftly evaded her father's gaze and nose, before leaping gracefully upwards. She was a young cub already exhibiting a delicate temperament. Meanwhile, the eldest Bai Qing lowered his head to nuzzle against their father before sprinting from afar, skillfully stepping on their father's forepaw to spring up and finally ascend. He had no intention of following in the footsteps of his two sisters, daring to tread upon their father's face. After all, their father would not scold the two sisters. But such leniency was uncertain for him. As the eldest son, he had been accompanied by their father, Ye and Yunshi since childhood. occasionally privy to their lofty discussions, an experience his sisters could not fathom. Although Balan intended for all three cubs to learn how to become stronger together, the females of the continent, burdened with the responsibilities of reproduction, often found even the most formidable among them constrained by societal roles. Thus, Balan decided to nurture her daughters according to the standards of female cubs in the white tiger tribe, indulging them in various comforts, while ensuring they did not lag behind on the path to strength through hunting. After a lively day of play, the family of 5 ambled leisurely. Ya and Yunshi, recognizing that their involvement was unnecessary, each took their leave, one to hunt for prey and the other to the cave to prepare food for the 3 cubs. While the adults could endure hunger, the young ones could not. Just as Yunshi finished cooking the meat for the 3 cubs over the fire pit, ready to serve it, the cubs were already vocalizing their hunger, gathered around the fire pit. Yunshi glanced at her 3 little troublemakers, stating, "Wait, I will serve you the steamed meat. But it must cool before you can eat." Chu-Chu nestled against his leg, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed up at Yunshi. She remained quiet. And when Yunshi lifted his leg, she clung on like a charming ornament, determined not to fall. Ultimately, Yunshi could not resist and would pick her up, personally feeding her morsels of meat, a delightful indulgence she cherished. With his voice low and soothing, Chu-Chu felt herself drifting toward slumber, especially as he gently stroked her fur while she savored her meal, leaving her utterly content. In Chapter 57, as the offering of food was intended for Yunshi, it was regrettable that he did not feed her this time. Yuha observed Chu-Chu clinging to Yunshi's leg and, concealing her amusement with a hand over her face, approached to gently pull her away. "Oh, woo. Mother, what are you doing?" Chu-Chu protested as she lost her coveted spot, immediately squirming in Yuha's embrace. Yuha struggled to keep her steady with a left leg lift and a right claw extension, nearly losing her grip until Balan swiftly secured Chu-Chu by the scruff of her neck, holding her firmly in place. The female finally let out a sigh of relief and instructed, "Keep an eye on Chu-Chu while I fetch some ointment for her injuries. We must prevent any infection from swelling up by tomorrow." During their playtime, they had found mugwort and other common herbs known for their heat-clearing and antibacterial properties, which they had crushed and applied. However, Chu-Chu despised the remedy and promptly swatted it away. Balan gently stroked the lively Chu-Chu and let out a non-committal sound, choosing not to mention that such a minor wound hardly warranted treatment, knowing full well that it would only earn him a disapproving glance from the female. When his mother fiercely protected her young, she treated his father in a similar manner. Yet his father, fully aware that his mate could not bear to see the offspring in pain, could not help but argue when he felt unfairly treated. Thus ensued yet another quarrel between Balan's parents. Today, little Chu-Chu, having been bitten by a snake, was pampered by both her father and mother. Despite this attention, she remained rather discontented and, in a fit of stubbornness, turned her head away from the meat her mother offered when her father momentarily looked away. "Chu-Chu, eat your meat. Don't you usually adore it? Why won't you eat today?" "Oh, humph. It's because mother made Chu-Chu smell bad." Chu-Chu is angry. The young female cub resolutely turned her head away, refusing to eat, no matter how much Yui coaxed her. She tugged at Balan's arm, prompting him to lower his head and gently explain, "Mother is worried about you. You were bitten by a snake, and after applying the medicine, you'll heal faster." Upon hearing her father's explanation, Chu-Chu gazed up at him with a look of bewilderment. "Yet," she insisted, "but Chu-Chu smells bad now." Unaware of the true nature of injuries or the severity of pain they could cause, she only knew that her mother had applied something unpleasant to her, which she disliked. "Oh, father, Chu-Chu has become smelly. I am no longer the fragrant Chu-Chu." "No, you do not smell," Balan insisted, emphasizing his point. "Oh, yes, Chu-Chu is smelly," one was earnestly explaining while the other sadly clung to her view. Yuhi, observing from the side, was at a loss for an appropriate expression as she watched Balan continue to explain to Chu-Chu, offering food in front of him. If it makes no sense, it is best to refrain from speaking. First, let her eat. Observing this, Balan furrowed his brow and took the food, continuing to speak to Chu-Chu. "The medicine is something your mother worries about you applying. You cannot blame her for that. If you find it unpleasant, I shall give you a bath tomorrow morning. During the cold season, after bathing, one must wrap in animal hides for an extended period to absorb the moisture from the fur. Moreover, after drying, one must be pressed beside the fire pit for quite some time before being able to roam freely." Thus, Chu-Chu detested bathing, and without hesitation, she shook her head. Refusing, then you shall have to endure the odor for another 2 days. Noticing that she finally understood, Balan offered her a piece of meat as she made a distressed face. With a hearty bite, Chu took a large mouthful, appearing inexplicably despondent. Seeing the cub in such a state, Yuhi cast a concerned glance towards Balan, inquiring if she was well. Balan gently shook his head, his tone soothing. She is fine. We shall simply watch over her more closely these next few days. Yuhi nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall keep a closer eye on her. Ah, brother and sister, I smell bad now. Mother applied something smelly on me. After being under their father's watchful gaze, Chu, having finally satisfied her hunger, dashed towards her siblings. Upon hearing her claim of being smelly, Shu leaned in to sniff her, then quickly recoiled a couple of steps. Ah, it truly is unpleasant. But why did mother apply something so stinky on you? Bai Qing wrinkled his nose slightly, also detecting a somewhat pungent scent. The three of them were, in truth, oblivious to the essence of foulness. It was only when father and Yia ventured out for extended periods that they returned bearing an unpleasant odor. Mother had once playfully chided, "You smell quite foul," a remark that resonated in Bai Qing and the others' memories. Thus, the young ones came to associate the discomforting scent with the notion of stench. Although they were unaware that the odor emanating from father differed from the current mildly pungent scent, it did not deter them from disliking Chu's somewhat acrid aroma, which they unequivocally labeled as foul. Indeed, it is a foul smell, Bai Qing affirmed. Chu rolled about in front of them, howling, Chu smells. Chu stinks. Shu observed her sister teetering perilously close to her, and quietly distanced herself, not wishing to share her siblings' unfortunate fragrance. Mother cherished the odoriferous father, yet she had no fondness for a smelly sister. Bai Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to approach his sister to offer her solace, but Chu rolled too swiftly, and he found no opportunity to restrain her. Ultimately, it was Yunxi, having finished preparing the adult's meal, who scooped up Chu, weighing her in his arms with a smile. You've just eaten, and already you wish to play? If your brother and sister want to join you, how about Uncle Yunxi keeps you company? Chu gazed up at Yunxi with a pitiful whine. Believing she was merely seeking affection, he patted her head and began to lead her outside. Bai Qing and Shu watched as their smelly sister was taken away by Yunxi, prompting Shu to curiously whine. Mother loves the stinky father, and Yunxi also favors the smelly sister. Bai Qing silently gazed at Shu, remaining unresponsive. He found himself at a loss for words, as if a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Recently, Yunxi felt perplexed. Every time Balan and Yi ventured out with the young ones, he would receive an assortment of peculiar flora or even decaying carcasses of wild beasts, and on occasion, a fragrant lump of dried dung. If everyone received only these items, it would be one thing, but Balan and Yi returned with the fruits of their labor, 3 small creatures they had diligently hunted, while he was gifted with exquisite flowers. Only he received the unwanted remnants, akin to a fool. You observed the items Yunxi had received and fell into silence. He looked at the young ones and inquired of Yunxi whether he had inadvertently uttered something that led to their misunderstanding. Chapter 58. The Truth Young Master? Yunxi envisioned the young master being dragged away by the young ones, and amidst their innocent, joyful expressions, he could only see a heap of dried dung. Yunxi, that image was too beautiful. I dared not dwell on it further. Thus, why were they presenting me with these items? Going to such lengths to gather a dozen lumps? Taking a deep breath, Yunxi pointed at his own dung and then gestured towards the rabbit Yi had received, exclaiming that even a single rabbit was beyond his worth. Yi regarded the items collected by both of them, remained silent for a moment, and finally uttered, "You received more dung than I did. Otherwise, I would trade with you." Yunxi retorted, feeling exasperated, that the time and effort expended by the young ones to procure these items for him far exceeded anyone else's. Although the gifts may have been lacking, the intention behind them was genuine. In defense of the cubs, Y argued, but YNX merely scoffed and retreated into the cave, determined to seek clarity. He felt that no matter how biased the 3 little ones might be, they should not wound the heart of a devoted father. Not only did YNX wish to understand their motives, but BILN and YH were equally curious about why they had chosen to present such offerings to him. They had clearly stated that the finest gifts would be the prey they personally captured. In fact, even when they failed to hunt down 2 creatures, BILN and Y had surreptitiously placed a nearly lifeless prey before them, prompting them to engage in the hunt. Yet, after they had presented their cash to YNX, the 3 little ones joyfully returned with flowers and plants. YNX was not easily deceived. He quickly discerned that the latter gifts were their true, heartfelt offerings. It was indeed quite vexing. Had the trio initially gifted fragrant or even mischievous flora, YNX might have found amusement in it. However, when they later revealed a gruesomely mangled creature, as if snatched from another beast, YNX's displeasure mounted. To make matters worse, they had brought hardened cow dung. Upon discovering this, YH's first instinct was to dispose of the foul gift and then admonish BILN, urging him to witness the absurdity of the situation. How could they justify this to YNX after all the care he had devoted to the 3 cubs over the past months? The cubs may have lacked understanding, but surely, the adults could not be oblivious. Awu, YNX likes the stinky ones, as brother said. Ah, indeed, as my brother stated. Shuju felt that there was something slightly amiss in her younger sister's words. Yet when reminded that it was her brother who initially claimed Yunqi had an affinity for foul-smelling things, which prompted their quest for the hard cow dung, Shuju wholeheartedly endorsed her sister's assertion. She conveniently overlooked the fact that when Baiqing mentioned Yunqi's penchant for unpleasant odors, he hesitated about whether to search for such items, considering that their parents desired them to present the game they had personally hunted. However, after listening to his remarks, Shuju continuously cited examples to substantiate the notion that Yunqi, who favored the stinky choo-choo, would undoubtedly appreciate other foul-smelling objects, thereby solidifying the resolve of the other 2 little ones to seek out such gifts for Yunqi. Nevertheless, Baiqing was not entirely blameless, as his whimsical ideas nearly led the trio to receive their first spanking in life. This was due to Yunqi approaching them with a smile, in the presence of Yuha and Bailan, inquiring why they intended to present him with hard cow dung. Ah, because Yunqi adores foul-smelling things. Chuchu could not comprehend why. After their parents' questions, Yunqi too desired to inquire. Moreover, it was often mentioned that it was either their brother or sister who stated such things. Yunqi glanced at Bailan, who shook his head in response, as he had not managed to extract any useful information. Though he was aware that this predicament was an unintentional blunder concocted by the eldest 2, Yuha, feeling somewhat embarrassed, attempted to clarify that Qingqing and Shuju were uncertain from where they derived the notion that Yunqi favored foul-smelling items. They had posed several inquiries, yet failed to ascertain the origin of this belief. The incident involving Chu-Chu being bitten by a snake, where she incessantly exclaimed about the stench, was still somewhat recalled by Ya and Bailan, who could comprehend her words. However, they simply could not fathom how this matter could be associated with Yunqi's fondness for unpleasant odors. Until the situation was clarified, she felt she owed it to Yunqi and her affection for the cubs. How? Father. The 3 little ones were suddenly restrained by their father, unable to move. And as they looked upon their mother approaching with a stick, ready to strike, they were left in a state of shock, crying out in protest. Chu-Chu, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded, "Mother, please do not hit Chu-Chu. I have been very good." Whoa. Shuju, quick-witted, interjected, "It was my brother who said it." He claimed that Yunqi liked Chu-Chu, who in turn must like things that smell bad. Baiqing, equally perplexed by their mother's fierce demeanor, hurriedly admitted, "I am sorry, mother, I was wrong." Shuju insisted that Yunqi cherished Chu-Chu because of her affinity for foul odors, which led to the misunderstanding. After a round of intimidation, the truth about the hard cow dung incident unfolded before them. Yuhua nearly lost her composure, the stick in her hand itching to deliver a reprimand, but she reconsidered, pondering the absurdity of the situation. If she were to chastise them over such trivialities today, she feared it might wound the cubs' hearts. Fortunately, Bailan discerned Yuhua's dilemma and addressed Yunqi, stating, "This is our fault. In a couple of days, I will personally hunt several prey to offer my sincere apologies." Nonetheless, the cubs merely misunderstood. Their intentions were pure. It is we, Yuhua and I, who failed in our guidance. This situation, though neither trivial nor grave, arose from the cubs' peculiar interpretations, leading to their misconceptions about Yunqi, which ultimately resulted in this unfortunate incident. Thus, Bailan and Yuhua bear the primary responsibility. The cubs may be innocent in their ignorance, yet they cannot afford to be oblivious. Upon learning the truth, Yunqi found himself at a loss for words. His mood undeniably dampened over the past few days. He contemplated letting the cubs off lightly, but felt a twinge of mischief within him. However, to hold such young cubs accountable felt a violation of his conscience. Since the young master had spoken, so be it. Let them face the consequences. It pained him as well. With a sigh, Yunqi gathered the 3 cubs into his embrace and playfully ruffled the heads of the eldest and second cubs. "I warn you, should you deliver such items to me again, Do not expect me to prepare meals for you. You shall feast on the meat paste crafted by you instead." The eldest and second cubs nodded listlessly, while the second cub, still incredulous, questioned, "So, Yunshi does not favor foul-smelling things? Then why does he adore the stinky Choo-Choo so much?" Choo-Choo gazed up at Yunshi with a pitiful expression. In Chapter 59, The Cubs' Forced Adventure, Yunshi interpreted their understanding as a promise to never repeat their mistake. Sensing Choo-Choo's words, Bailon furrowed his brow, crouched down, and gently explained, "Yunshi's affection lies with Choo-Choo. Her scent does not diminish that bond. Moreover, Yunshi cares for each of you equally, as does ya. It is precisely because he cherishes you that he grew upset when you presented him with something he detests. Do you understand?" Yuha, upon hearing Bailon's words, also bent down and softly echoed, "The cubs are still young. There are certain matters they may not grasp, but their ignorance should not lead to a lack of seriousness. Due to the issue you have overlooked today, it is highly probable that it will resurface as they mature." The three cubs listened, half comprehending. However, Yunshi displayed a faint smile. For no beast man would resist such affirmations of their significance, particularly in situations that could easily be trivialized. Both Bailon and Yuha did not dismiss Yunshi's feelings merely because he was an adult beast man. Standing at a distance, you observed that they had resolved the matter. His gaze lingered on the young master and Yuha before shifting to Yunshi and the three cubs. He thought to himself, fortunately, little he was not the type of unreasonable female. Otherwise, this incident might have left a rift in Yunshi's heart. With this thought, he turned and retreated to his resting place. In the dense jungle, even the grass reached the knees of adult beast men. While the 3-month-old tiger cubs were scarcely larger than modern-day puppies, they trailed behind the transformed leopard, occasionally disappearing from sight. The calico cat sat atop the white tiger, frequently glancing around to ascertain the whereabouts of the cubs. "Meow? Baiqing, what are you doing?" In a moment of distraction, Baiqing had silently climbed a tree. Upon realizing his position, Yuha's already limited composure nearly shattered. Baiqing was indeed pursuing 2 sparrows, but the places where the sparrows could perch were not suitable for him. He seemed poised to pounce on them. Although Yuha's meow was soft, it startled the 2 sparrows, causing them to swiftly relocate to another branch, resuming their preening. Upon witnessing this, the male cub cast a swift glance below, then his gaze returned to the 2 sparrows. It seemed he was resolute in his quest to capture them, refusing to relent until his goal was achieved. Meanwhile, the commotion on Baiqing's side acted as a signal, and soon Yui discovered that her other 2 cubs had also embarked on their own silent forest adventures. One was curiously peering at a flowering plant, while the other was crouched beneath a stone, diligently scratching at the ground as if she had uncovered something particularly intriguing beneath it. Yui truly regretted agreeing to accompany them. Witnessing such a scene caused her heart to nearly falter. Would they be safe? The male's deliberately lowered voice reached the ears of the calico cat, yet his words offered little solace to Yuhi. She was well aware that Bailon and the others had previously taken Baiqing and the cubs out. They had ample experience in such matters and would ensure the safety of the 3 young ones. Nonetheless, knowing this did little to quell her anxiety when the moment called for concern. The calico cat fixed her gaze intently on her cubs. And in contrast to Shuju's oblivious digging, the dangers faced by Baiqing and Choo-Choo were all too apparent. The risk of falling from a height could easily prove fatal. Regardless of the robust physique of a tiger cub, a fall could prove disastrous, leaving them with nothing short of a near-fatal injury. Yuhi lamented her inability to sprout wings, wishing she could swoop down to catch her cub should they tumble. As for Choo-Choo, the vibrant flower she had set her eyes upon was no ordinary blossom. It was a carnivorous plant. Only a naive creature like Choo-Choo would exhibit such curiosity, boldly attempting to thrust her head into the mouth of another. The image of her own cub being devoured by a carnivorous plant, only to be pulled out while wailing incessantly, nearly plunged Yuha into despair. Choo-Choo possessed a nature that was both audacious and delicate when confronted with peril. She exhibited a reckless bravado, charging forward without a hint of fear. Yet, the moment she was injured, she would transform into a helpless bundle requiring constant coaxing. As for Shuju, though she appeared to be obedient and well-mannered, she was equally engaged in mischief behind the scenes. Yuha no longer pondered the purpose of Shuju's burrowing. The mere thought of the impending events quickened her heartbeat. Oh, her foolish cubs, could they not spare her some worry? She longed to live a few more years in peace. Regardless of Yuha's pessimistic imaginings of various outcomes, the reality unfolded differently. Baiqing, observing two sparrows preparing to take flight, leapt forward with an astonishing pounce, successfully catching one of the sparrows. From Yuha's perspective, she could vaguely see the delicate feathers fluttering in the air, while the other startled sparrow floundered in its desperate attempt to escape. As the instigator of this chaos, Bai Qing dove straight into the grass below, clutching his prize. With neither lynx nor leopard to intervene, the three-colored cat's claws instinctively sank into Bailan's flesh. Just as she was about to scream, a tiger cub, clutching a dusty sparrow in its mouth, sprang forth from the underbrush. In that instant, Yua's heart plummeted. On the other side, Choo-Choo's head had already slipped into the gaping mouth of the carnivorous flower. Just as the female cub was about to be entirely consumed, a leopard suddenly emerged, swiftly raking its claws with remarkable speed. The flower's stalk toppled over, its massive mouth crashing heavily onto the ground, oozing a small amount of white liquid from inconspicuous crevices. The tiger cub's struggles intensified. Oh, what a dreadful stench! The female cub, after finally extracting her head and neck from the flower's maw, began to stomp her feet, howling incessantly around the leopard. It was only when the leopard picked her up that she ceased her cries. Shuju was so frightened that her fur bristled, taking a nervous step back, before losing her composure and frantically scratching and digging. At a critical moment, Ye swiftly lifted the female cub, while his other hand grasped a large centipede that had nearly bitten her. With a fierce squeeze, the centipede was severed in two, falling to the ground. Oh whoa! Shuju called out helplessly to Ye. Chapter 60. Is the divine maiden's message leaking? By the stream, among the three cubs, only Bai Qing had truly sustained injuries. Although his fall was somewhat cushioned by the grass below, it was evident that he could not emerge unscathed. When Yuha examined Bai Qing's wounds, he discovered several abrasions and, alarmingly, a broken leg. This was merely the visible damage. The extent of any internal injuries remained unknown. Observing Bai Qing sitting obediently before him, Yuha felt a pang of sorrow and, for a fleeting moment, contemplated chastising the cub. How could he have ventured so high? Aside from her grievances, Yuhi harbored a deeper resentment as she helplessly witnessed her young cub, Bailan, tumbled down. Ya and Yunshi fixed their gazes upon Shu Shu and Chu Chu, while he, as the biological father, pondered why he could not simply catch his own offspring, but instead had to endure such a grievous trial. With this bitterness festering within her, when Bailan approached, Yui seized his hand, pinching the back of it with considerable force. This outing would require her to gather an ample supply of medicinal herbs, particularly those of the toxic variety, which she deemed could only be beneficial. Otherwise, when Bailan displeased her, merely pinching him was far from satisfying. Bailan regarded her with a profound gaze, and perhaps sensing her thoughts, he whispered softly in her ear, "All right." Yui silently pushed his face away, unwilling to allow him to be so close. As she was still in a state of anger, continuously tending to the wounds of her cub, she meticulously treated Bai Qing's injuries before rummaging through her medicine pouch, producing several herbs capable of addressing internal injuries, which she handed to Bailan. These herbs would simply be infused in the clear broth intended for Qing Qing. For the next 2 days, no meat would be permitted, as she intended to closely monitor for any internal damage resulting from the fall. Bai Qing lifted his head, bewildered. Had he misheard? His mother had actually forbidden him from eating meat. Bailan glanced at his male cub and remarked, "Ye's divine gift is somewhat unique. It will not allow him to sustain any serious harm. If you remain concerned, you may administer some medicine, but 2 days without meat." He slightly furrowed his brow, feeling that this was rather harsh for a cub just over 3 months old. Bai Qing Swan is the most worry-free among the 3 cubs. Yet this does not imply that he is devoid of mischief. After 2 days without meat, one might anticipate that by evening, he would be clamoring for meat. Yuhi hesitated for a moment, deciding to stew some ribs for him, while opting against steaming the meat. As for roasted meat, it was not yet time for the 3 to indulge. The cubs' stomachs could not tolerate excessive grease and odor. Ribs would suffice. At least they contained some meat and nutritional value. Observing this scene, Yui felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth, yet her heart was considerably reassured. After all, he is the biological father, reluctant to see his cubs suffer. In the subsequent half-month, Yui accompanied them outdoors each day. However, unlike the cubs, who frolicked in the forest engaging in games of adventure and survival, Bailan took Yui out with the specific intent of fortifying her physical and mental resilience. After all, in the near future, they would be departing from the Nada forest, and she could not possess no capability for self-preservation. The Wushan tribe. How outrageous. These outsiders have the audacity to treat our tribe's females as mere playthings. daring to summon them at night to share their beds. What is even more detestable is the Wushan tribe's utter impotence against such vile acts. It is all the fault of that old fool who concocted this ill-fated scheme, suggesting that the news of the goddess appearing in the Wushan tribe could bring them some benefit. Mu-Yi was captivated by the idyllic vision painted by the former chieftain and, as soon as the cold season ended, could hardly wait to spread the word that a goddess had appeared in the Nada forest. The reason for framing it as a goddess appearing in the Nada forest rather than pinpointing the Wushan tribe specifically is that Yu-He had long been expelled from the tribe by the old chieftain. He cunningly spread the rumor that the goddess had appeared in the Nada forest, coinciding with the Wu Mountain tribe's discovery of a trace of her presence. Consequently, shortly after the onset of the tide season, numerous outsiders began to venture into the Nada forest in search of this so-called goddess. The Wu Mountain tribe, being a pivotal location in the rumors regarding the goddess, became a necessary stop for these travelers. Over the course of more than 10 days, the tribe hosted no fewer than 11 or 12 groups of outsiders. Moreover, the strength of these visitors seemed to increase with each wave. Initially, Mu-Yi was in a position of advantage, but eventually, he merely required a few crystal cores or a small token of prey as a form of exchange. He had grown increasingly skeptical of the former chief's claims that the goddess would bestow blessings upon the Wu Mountain tribe. And he even began to harbor resentment toward the former chief for having mentioned Yu-He as the goddess. Had he not uttered those words, the females of the Wu Mountain tribe would not have had to endure such humiliation during these days. Mu-Yi completely overlooked the fact that the former chief was now a mere invalid, unable to venture outside, and that the true source of the influx of outsiders was the information he had disseminated. It is evident that neither the former chief nor Mu-Yi anticipated the stark contrast in character between these outsiders and the few who had previously visited Bailon. One group charged in, wielding their strength to bully others, while the other, despite possessing formidable power, adhered to local customs and never regarded the orcs of the Wu Mountain tribe with disdain. Comparison is inevitable. Previously, the orcs of the Wu Mountain tribe had deemed Yu-He's male counterpart unreasonable, as he had bullied them even while being their guest. However, it now appears that they have been rather courteous. At least the prey due has been duly delivered. The harassment of the orc tribe, though, is not without its reasons. Suddenly, a jet-black serpent pursued the black wolf relentlessly. Unfortunately for the black wolf orc, he could not outpace the serpent orc. In but a fleeting moment, a being with a human form and a serpent's tail, exuding an aura of coldness and radiating a languid charm, stood before him. Why are you running? Did you not declare your intent to kill me? Here I stand before you. Come, dare to test your mettle against me. The serpent orc was strikingly handsome, with elongated eyes that often appeared half-closed, giving an impression of languor, as if he had not rested sufficiently. His presence was peculiar. At first glance, he seemed somewhat delicate, but a closer look revealed an undeniable nobility that made him seem almost untouchable. Chapter 61. Awareness. Black Yao. Do not overstep your bounds. The black wolf orc's face turned ashen as he suppressed the rising panic within him, his voice harsh and resolute. You have already slain several of my subordinates. Do you not fear that my father will learn of this and unleash the entire orc population of Half Moon City to hunt you down? Black Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laced with indifference. Are you attempting to threaten me? I speak only the truth. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. As he spoke, the black wolf orc tossed 2 smoke fruits from his hand and turned to flee. He did not expect the smoke fruits to bewilder his pursuer for long. He merely wished to prolong his life for as long as possible. However, the black wolf orc gravely underestimated the prowess of He Yao. As he cast aside the smoke fruit and turned away, a serpentine tail struck him with startling swiftness. How could it be so fast? Before the thought fully settled, the black wolf orc collided violently with a nearby tree. The sound of bones cracking resonated in his ears, followed by a wave of suffocation, and he coughed up blood. Hey you, my father will not spare you. Upon uttering these words, he cast a venomous glare at the male he had persistently underestimated, then, with a decisive motion, twisted his own neck. He would rather perish than succumb to the treacherous serpent orc. He Yao observed the black wolf orc's swift act of suicide with a slight gasp. Such efficiency in dying was remarkable, yet, he realized he had forgotten to inquire about the goddess's whereabouts. This thought caused his brow to furrow slightly. It seemed he would have to rely on fortune once more to find a hapless soul to ask for directions. As the youngest serpent elder of the underworld serpent tribe, few orcs were aware that He Yao was directionally challenged, capable of getting lost even with a map. Fortunately, serpent orcs possessed an innate sensitivity to scent. If any orc had traversed the vicinity within 100 miles, he could trace their lingering essence. Upon locating a living orc, he could seek guidance. Should he encounter a deceased one, he would simply pretend not to notice, and if he stumbled upon one who courted death, he would casually collect them, proceeding as if nothing had occurred while he continued his search for directions. The scent of a youngling? In a secluded thicket, the serpentine form of Heiyao caught a whiff of the sweet scent of milk, a fragrance only found on the young. Nearby, the presence of other beastmen could be discerned. Heiyao carefully scrutinized the surroundings, noticing 4 beastmen emerging with 3 cubs, one of whom was female. What could these 4 beastmen be doing in the forest with 3 younglings? He muttered softly, yet the scant clues provided him little insight into the truth of the matter. As he glanced at the sky, half consumed by the encroaching night, he selected a tree at random and ascended its branches. It was too late. He would resume his search for the so-called goddess on the morrow. Heiyao had been compelled to seek the goddess due to his formidable prowess, yet he had failed to find a suitable mate, often leaving the females of both his tribe and those from beyond in tears. The chieftain, unable to bear witness to his reckless abandon any longer, had dispatched him on this quest. Whether he would find the goddess was of secondary importance. The primary concern was to prevent him from languishing in the tribe, growing stagnant. While still in the bloom of youth, he ought to be exposed to the world beyond. The continent was vast, and it seemed improbable that he would find no female worthy of his attention. On that day, it remained uncertain whether Bylon and the others had been overly cautious, as the beasts they encountered during their outing had suddenly multiplied. Yet, the mysterious creatures that typically roamed the area had suspiciously vanished without a trace. It was well known that the Nada forest was home to a plethora of strange beasts, but due to the abundant resources within the forest, the varied sources of sustenance allowed the beastmen residing there ample opportunity to thrive and establish a long-term presence. However, as the apex predators of the forest, the exotic beasts remained the true sovereigns of this realm. The orcs of the tribe lacked the strength to expel these creatures or intimidate them into submission overnight. A troubling rumor has spread regarding the appearance of a goddess in the Nada forest. After some investigation, Y discovered that the disturbances in the forest arose from an influx of orcs from outside, who have taken residence in several small tribal territories. Consequently, the orcs from these smaller tribes have been forced into a nomadic existence. Fortunately, many of the exotic beasts that once roamed freely have been harvested by these outsiders, allowing the displaced orcs to leverage their knowledge of the forest for survival. With so many orcs arriving from the outside, we cannot afford to depart just yet. As the orcs surge into the area, they leave with a female and her 3 offspring, a circumstance that raises numerous suspicions. Y's words were met with a subtle nod from Biln and an agreement from YNX. Indeed, it would be unwise to leave abruptly at this juncture. Yet, if we delay further, it is likely that Xiao He and her 3 young ones will eventually be discovered. Despite the formidable strength of the 3 orcs, they remain outnumbered. With so many outsiders present, who can discern which orc might view the so-called goddess merely as a means to an end? Should Xiao He and her offspring fall into the hands of such an orc, the prospects would be grim. What should we do, young master? Y turned to Biln. After a moment of contemplation, Biln replied, Wait for what? Yunshi furrowed her brows slightly. Yet you could comprehend the intentions of the young master. They would wait until Xiaohe had attained a modicum of self-defense capabilities, and until they found suitable orc allies, before venturing out of the Nada forest. Naturally, the most favorable outcome would be for the Nada forest to possess a female deity, allowing them to masquerade as her. However, the females of Nada forest relied heavily on their male counterparts, and it was unlikely that many males would willingly relinquish the females they had diligently pursued, simply for the promise of shared prosperity in the future. Would Xiaohe be amenable to finding a compatible orc ally? Yunshi harbored doubts regarding this matter. Although Yuha appeared delicate, she was as sharp as a needle concealed within cotton. If she were unwilling, she would feign ignorance rather than acquiesce. Was it not evident that the young master had proposed the idea of a partnership before Xiaohe multiple times, only to be met with refusal? It was only after Xiaohe became pregnant that the young master's status was elevated by virtue of his child. As for Bylon's proposal of partnership stemming from a sense of responsibility, Yunshi had long forgotten this detail. She merely recognized that even a powerful orc like the young master had struggled to win Xiaohe's affection in a short span of time. It was unlikely that other orcs would instantly capture her interest either. Upon reflecting on this, Balan frowned slightly, stating that he would discuss the matter with Ahe in advance. And if she were unwilling, he would seek alternative means to ally with the males outside. There was no need to impose this upon her. Chapter 62. An exceptional beastly husband. Ya and Yunshi held no objections, as placing the burden upon the females was indeed within their capacity. If only Xiao he could find one or two powerful male beastmen from outside and bond with them, the trust among such formidable partners would undoubtedly be higher, thus ensuring greater safety for both Xiao He and her young ones. Why this sudden inquiry about seeking a new male? As Yuhi listened to Bailan broach this subject, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Recalling the moment he had previously asked her whom she fancied among Ya and Yunshi, suggesting that if she had a preference, they should form a union. This line of thought left Yuhi feeling somewhat perplexed. Was her first beast husband truly so accommodating? They had not yet been bonded for a year. And was it merely because she had already borne him offspring that he felt secure enough in his position to consider welcoming additional males into their family? What an exceptional beast husband this was. A faint smile graced Yuhi's lips, though it lacked depth. Bailan's question made her feel somewhat insignificant, as if the young ones were his sole concern. I have no immediate intentions of seeking a new beast husband. Has someone suggested this to you? The attitudes of Ya and Yunshi towards her were unmistakably indifferent. It was unlikely they would approach Bailan, claiming to have suddenly developed affection for her. It seemed far more plausible that their affections were directed towards the young ones. Was 3 offspring not sufficient to satisfy their parental fantasies? The female before her wore a submissive demeanor, yet her mind appeared to wander elsewhere. Bailan felt a sense of helplessness. She was unsure what had suddenly crossed the mind of the sensitive Yuhua. He swiftly embraced her tighter, recounting everything he had overheard outside. He concluded, "What I mean is, consider whether you would be willing to bond with a new male. If you are reluctant, we still possess 2 green crystals and other cores. We can make a fair trade with those." Only then did Yuhua genuinely smile, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "I have no such intentions for now. The 3 cubs are still quite young. Even if I were to find someone, it is essential that the cubs accept them first." Of course, the 3 cubs were becoming increasingly astute with each passing day. For them, welcoming a newcomer would undoubtedly feel like acquiring a new toy. Thus, if the new male lacked patience, Yuhua could easily discern his suitability based on his attitude towards her cubs. If her own cubs could not accept him, it would be even more improbable for her, who had to care for them, to do so. Yuhua was truly unreasonable in this regard. Bailan lowered his gaze, allowing his female companion to explore his face with her hands, and internally shook his head, thinking her to be rather foolish. The primary reason many male beastmen sought a goddess was to sire more cubs. Hence, knowing that she had 3 cubs, their demeanor would undoubtedly be more enthusiastic than she imagined. Meanwhile, the Wushan tribe welcomed a formidable beastman. Having encountered many arrogant outsiders, it was rare for them to meet someone willing to coexist peacefully with the inhabitants of their remote village. The beastmen of the Wushan tribe displayed an extraordinary warmth towards the newcomer, Obsidian. Upon discovering that he too had come for the goddess, the orc who brought him hastily remarked, "My lord, please stay here for the time being. The chieftain will arrive shortly, and you may inquire about the goddess from him. He will surely divulge everything he knows." Heiyao responded with a casual hum, as if posing a mere question. "How would your chieftain be aware of matters concerning the goddess?" "It is because those foreigners once resided in the Wushan tribe with a pregnant female. As the cold season approached, they had no one to assist in the birthing. They only departed after the female had given birth. The knowledge of when Yuha would bear her young was rather scarce, while several females had visited Yuha during her pregnancy. With the transition of chieftains and the passage of a cold season, few males could recall what the goddess looked like. Those like Ayun, who remembered the audacious manner in which those foreigners sought the goddess, dared not speak too freely, fearing that their words might incite further trouble. "Oh, so it seems the orcs of your tribe have all seen the goddess?" Heiyao's words floated into the air, causing the guiding orc to almost question his hearing. Why the silence? Heiyao subtly lifted his eyelids, casting a glance that sent a shiver through the orc, who quickly replied, "Yes, they have seen her. But given that a cold season has passed, I doubt many in the tribe can still remember what the goddess looks like." During her time at the Wushan tribe, Yuhi was known for her reclusive nature. She rarely ventured beyond her home unless summoned by an orc. This tendency only intensified during her pregnancy, as she only stepped out twice, once to assist the old tree woman with a poison remedy, and another to help Iyun in a predicament. Upon hearing this, He Yao cast his gaze downward, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice as he remarked, "Ah, it seems she is an inconspicuous female. Only a goddess of remarkable beauty could enliven the performance in the Nada forest, and it appeared he would not witness such revelry." The orc, taken aback by He Yao's words, found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of awkward silence, he seized the opportunity to excuse himself and slipped away, feeling that it was prudent to avoid lingering too long. Although the foreigner appeared amicable, previous encounters with outsiders had left the orc wary. Once the guide had departed, He Yao yawned, revealing his serpent tail. Unlike many orcs who preferred to walk in human form, he favored his half-beast state for its agility. Not only was it more convenient for movement, but it also allowed him to swiftly lash out at any orc that displeased him. However, the Wushan tribe was hardly an ideal place for rest, as mere moments after closing his eyes, he was disturbed by a cacophony outside. It turned out that several more outsiders had arrived, blocking the chief's path and inquiring about the goddess. "Would do not overstep your bounds," he thought. "Were it not for the goddess having briefly stayed in your tribe, do you truly believe so many orcs would remain in your midst? These are the blessings bestowed upon you by the goddess. While you may choose not to express your gratitude, it is utterly disgraceful to attempt to conceal her whereabouts and allow her to endure further hardships. Pray tell, what is your true intention?" The chieftain of the Mui tribe is on the brink of madness due to this group of infatuated devotees. He has repeatedly stated that he possesses only a vague understanding of the goddess's appearance, the number of her offspring, and the males accompanying her. As for Yuhi's current location, he is utterly unaware. Had he known, he would have disclosed her whereabouts the moment he discerned that these outsiders were not benevolent. After all, Yuhi is a goddess, and they are here to seek her. They would not permit her to come to harm. Yet the orcs of the Wu Mountain tribe are an entirely different matter. Chapter 63. The devotees of the goddess. I truly do not know the goddess's whereabouts. Mui suppressed the anger bubbling within him, striving to maintain a more composed tone. The goddess was taken away by those outsiders, who left without so much as a farewell, leaving behind only food that could not be carried. How could we possibly know where the goddess is? He had repeated this statement countless times, yet these outsiders remained incredulous. In their futile search for the goddess, they attempted to extract further information from Mui, as if possessing more knowledge about her would enable them to locate her instantly. "Ah, you still refuse to speak the truth, do you? You claim the goddess left on her own accord, yet it is evident that she was driven away by your former chieftain." At this proclamation, Mui, who had been striving to control his temper, immediately raised his head, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yua's expulsion had been effectively suppressed by the former clan leader, and with the passage of a winter season, the tribespeople had come to accept that Iyun was the sole shaman apprentice. How, then, did these outsiders come to know of it? The male in question had always been somewhat deceptive. After all, even the elder orcs, including the clan leader, displayed no semblance of the fervor or reverence one might expect when discussing the goddess. Instead, they often revealed an air of indifference and casualness. Thus, he had brought his companions to press for answers, only to discover that there was indeed something amiss. With a disdainful snort, the male retorted, "Humph! What nonsense am I speaking? Was it not you who forced the goddess away? Tell me, what have you done to her? Otherwise, why would she leave the tribe to rear her young, only to have others escort her away?" Although the truth lay bare, Mui could not possibly concede. With a tone laced with restraint, he asserted, the goddess chose to accompany those males willingly. Furthermore, the Wushan tribe is merely a small community. Those males possess great strength. And if they wish to take the goddess, how could we possibly stop them? Such evasions. The orc clutched him tightly, unwilling to release him so easily. "Are you concealing something from us? You claim to know the goddess's whereabouts, yet now you feign ignorance. The Wushan tribe must be toying with us. Indeed. Let us slay these orcs and see if he dares to withhold any further information." After days of fruitless searching for the goddess, these outsiders, who had stayed in the Wushan tribe for about half a month, could no longer contain their impatience. Upon hearing the incitement, some individuals indeed began to take action against the orcs of the Wushan tribe. Chaos erupted outside the dwelling in an instant. Inside, He Yao furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to quell the disturbances caused by the orcs outside. Suddenly, a chorus of cries from a female cub pierced the air. "You are bad. You are all wicked orcs. Auntie will not like bad orcs. Wan Wan, be silent," Iyun admonished as she anxiously gathered her cubs close. while her males swiftly encircled them protectively. A mother, Wan Wan is not lying. Auntie will not like bad orcs. They are all wicked, Wan Wan sobbed, her gaze fixed on the unkindly fallen uncles and brothers who had always treated her with kindness. She whimpered against a Yun's embrace. Did not mother say so? Auntie is the goddess everyone speaks of. Observing her mother's anxious and guarded demeanor, Wan Wan, with tears welling in her eyes, felt a profound sense of injustice. I remember you. Your name is Wan Wan, right? Who is the auntie you speak of? Is she the goddess? Suddenly, a youthful figure of striking appearance appeared before a Yun and her daughter. A Yun's males attempted to intervene, but he simply raised a hand, causing them to recoil in pain. Do not misunderstand. I bear no ill will towards females and cubs. He lowered his gaze, offering a gentle smile as he addressed the female holding the cub tightly, coaxingly suggesting, Wan Wan, do you know the goddess? Perhaps you could share with us? He added. Otherwise, those orcs might just kill your uncles and brothers. Lan Lan was restrained by Iyun, preventing her from facing the youth, whose gaze darkened slightly at this sight. However, Iyun gritted her teeth and declared that the goddess, known for her gentle and benevolent nature, would surely disapprove of their actions in the Wushan tribe. The youth chuckled at her words, suggesting that they had a profound understanding of the goddess. Iyun remained silent, her eyes growing increasingly vigilant as she occasionally glanced at the fallen tribesmen, oblivious to their fate. Suddenly, a robust orc emerged from the shadows, without uttering a word. He seized one of the most formidable male orcs and delivered a punch that echoed with the sound of cracking bones. With a resounding thud, the orc was slammed to the ground, startling the foreign onlookers who had mocked the Wushan tribe's strength. All orcs turned their attention to the youth, whose icy gaze bore down on them. The foreign individuals exchanged wary glances with their companions and, in unison, withdrew their hands. Now may we discuss the goddess? The youth inquired, his smile disarming. Stay back. Iyun's mate stepped forward once more, attempting to shield Iyun and her daughter, but the youth's expression darkened as he called out. Ada, stop. I command it. Panic set in for Iyun as she hurriedly interjected, I will share everything I know, just do not harm my mate. The youth smiled. Now that's more like it. Rest assured, my only desire is to learn more about the goddess. I have no intention of causing distress to you and your daughter. Iyun's expression was taut, her face pressed closely against Wan Wan's, uncertain of whether to believe her words. Inside the room, Hiao paused at the sounds from outside, his eyelids drooping as he rested his chin on one hand, appearing as though he had already drifted into slumber. The affairs of the Wu Mountain tribe had not reached Yu He's ears. In fact, due to the actions taken by the Wu Mountain tribe prior to their departure, Bailan had not instructed Ye to inquire about the current circumstances of the tribe. Even if they were aware that the appearance of the goddess in the Nada forest was likely disseminated by the orcs of the Wu Mountain tribe. As long as they kept Yuhi hidden for even a single day, those outsiders would not be able to locate her. At this very moment, Bailan and Yuhi were savoring their tranquil lives in the small valley. As the innate hunting instincts of the three cubs were awakened, the valley was filled with their playful pursuit of wild beasts. The larger predators had been completely driven away by Bailan the very day Yuhi and the others emerged from their cave, all in the name of ensuring the cave's safety. The remaining creatures were mostly small herbivores, with the occasional larger carnivore left behind, which Bailan allowed to linger to instill a sense of urgency in the three little ones during their hunts. Suddenly, she pondered a question. How did Yunshi, an orc, manage to keep watch over three cubs in different locations? Chapter 64. The innate blessing of the cubs transforming into her human form. Yuhi took two female cubs from Yunshi's hands and, seated upon the white tiger, curiously inquired, Yunshi, do you possess a divine blessing as well? Yunshi raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced over, feeling a bit embarrassed as she waved her hand, expressing her curiosity about how he managed to keep track of Qingqing and the others. When they start running, focusing on just one of them makes my eyes ache. Yunshi chuckled lightly. It's no trouble. My divine gift is not a secret to be shrouded in mystery. Yet, despite her words, he did not directly reveal to Yuha what his divine gift entailed. Instead, upon noticing a small lake not far ahead, he raised his hand, and a column of water suddenly erupted from the lake's surface. A water-controlled divine gift. Yuha exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Your divine gift can't possibly extend to controlling the moisture in the air with such ease, can it? That would be truly remarkable. At her words, a flicker of surprise crossed Yunshi's eyes, seemingly taken aback by her perception. However, a faint smile graced his lips, and and he chose not to refute Yuha's assumption. In truth, inquiring about an orc's divine gift was rather presumptuous. Had Yuha not been the female of the young lord, he likely would not have revealed such a skill. His divine gift was not water control. The divine gifts of orcs, much like their beast forms, hold special significance for them. If the being standing before Yunshi were not Yuha, but another orc, Bylon refrained from continuing, but his gaze conveyed the answer to Yuha. She inhaled sharply. Typically, an orc would only inquire about another's beast form when considering them as a potential mate. Bylon's remark made her acutely aware of her own audacity. It seems rather unsurprising to contemplate that the divine gifts of the orcs are akin to their trump cards for survival. If too many orcs become aware of them, then these trump cards cease to hold their value. Should I apologize to him later? With a sigh, Yuhi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Realizing that after spending so much time with Yunshi, who tended to 3 cubs, she had neglected the necessary boundaries. They were not her subordinates, but rather brothers, friends, and kin brought out from the tribe by Bylon. Even if they chose to follow Bylon willingly because he was the tribe's young lord, it did not imply that his personal privacy would be entirely accessible to the young lord and his mate. No need, Bylon replied, shaking his head. Just be more cautious next time. After all, Yuhi not only misjudged the situation but also refrained from pressing further. Yunshi would not hold it against her. Upon hearing this, Yuhi smiled, feeling a sense of relief. That is good to hear. But what about your divine gift? Since she could not inquire about the divine gifts of Yunshi and Ya, she thought it permissible to be curious about her partner's gift. Bylon's expression softened as he said, "Not yet. There will be an opportunity to share it with you later." After all, his divine gift could only be revealed through bloodshed. To disclose it now might frighten her. Yuhi huffed in dissatisfaction, muttering softly, "How come you all know my divine gift, yet I am left in the dark about yours?" In response, Bylon merely shook his head in silence. He then picked up the clean shuju in her hands, preparing to stand when he noticed his mate gazing disinterestedly at his shoulder. Bylon understood the meaning behind his partner's gaze as Yuhi extended her hand to encircle his neck, after which he rose, carrying the 2 female cubs on his back. Yunshi observed the family of 4 from a distance and playfully flicked the white Qing in his arms, inquiring whether they should visit your father and mother. However, Yunshi misinterpreted his intent, believing he was agreeing with her previous remark. "Very well, if you wish to go, then off you go to your father and mother. Once you have enjoyed your time there, I shall take you to other places for further amusement." Bai Qing was set down, casting a resigned glance at Yunshi. Yet, after all this time, he understood that only his father and Ya could comprehend the words of the 3. Thus, he nuzzled Yunshi's thigh and sprinted off towards his father. This little rascal. Yunshi shook his head, chuckling softly. It must be said that as long as the 3 cubs were not being foolish or vexatious, they were quite well behaved. For a fleeting moment, Yunshi felt a tinge of envy for the ease of life enjoyed by the young master, with a loving wife and playful cubs. However, this thought quickly dissipated, for he favored freedom far more than the daily care of a partner and cubs. Meanwhile, as Bai Qing leaped into the embrace of his father and mother, he was affectionately pounced upon by his 2 sisters. After playing enough with them, Bai Qing settled beside his parents, completely forgetting his initial inquiry about the divine gift. Yet, that night, in the depths of slumber, perhaps due to the day's musings, Bai Qing astonishingly discovered that he could fly in his dreams, the sensation so vividly real. Ow! In the dead of night, Shuju awoke to the disconcerting realization that someone was missing from her side. Instinctively, she shifted closer to her brother, as Chu-Chu had fallen asleep beside her sister. Any movement from her sister prompted an automatic response from Chu-Chu. Yuha was in a deep slumber. Yet the chill of the seasonal wind proved too brisk for her delicate form, compelling her to instinctively burrow into the warmth of the male's embrace. However, it was at that precise moment when the cold breeze swept through that Bylon abruptly opened his eyes. The burrow they had excavated was quite profound, with several walls strategically erected to thwart the frigid winds from penetrating too deeply. Logically, even if the wind did infiltrate, it shouldn't have been so fierce. Frowning, he lifted Yuha, glancing first at the nest of cubs, where he found the 3 little ones huddled together, instinctively seeking warmth from one another in response to the chilling gusts. Was it merely an illusion? Bylon lowered his gaze, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Yet such suspicions could not be confirmed instantly. He gently patted Yuha, soothing her as she furrowed her brow in discomfort, before lying down once more. This time, however, he did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he remained vigilant, eyes closed, resting in a state of alertness. As the night passed uneventfully, the following night brought another strong wind. Bailon opened his eyes to see the 3 cubs, and at that moment, the eldest, Bai Qing, who had been sleeping at the edge, stood up as if in a trance. As the wind surged, he was lifted higher. The other 2 female cubs did not awaken but stirred restlessly, sensing the absence of their brother. Chapter 65. Shuju can also soar. Wind. The divine gift of clarity, control of the breeze. After discerning the origins of the nocturnal winds, Bailon cast a glance at her companion nestled in her embrace, who had once again succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow, perhaps. For if he were to discover that this matter was not relayed to her immediately, but rather shared with Ye and Yunxi, she would surely spiral into unfounded musings. Yuhi, I did not. At dawn the following day, before Yuhi had fully awakened, she sensed the absence of the male from their shared bed. Awake, are we? Off to dine this morning, he remarked. Surprised, a fleeting expression crossed Yuhi's face. However, she refrained from further inquiries. Instead, she hastily plucked a strand of dental algae hanging nearby, chewed it briefly, then spat it out. In not a forest, toothbrushes were a rarity, and only dental algae adorned the homes, with each household hanging 2 strands. A quick chew after breakfast or post-meat consumption sufficed to eliminate any lingering odors. Yet, this only served to freshen breath, as the larger tribes, like the White Tiger clan, resorted to salt algae, or, for the more affluent, rinsing with salt water. Howling. After Yuhi splashed water on her face, she applied a dark concoction to her skin, causing the 2 young females to retreat in astonishment. From their expressions, Yuhi discerned a palpable mixture of shock and aversion. Playfully, she attempted to dab a smidgen of her herbal mixture on their noses, only to witness their dramatic recoiling as if repulsed by excrement, eager to distance themselves from her hand. Was it truly that foul? Yuhi mused, believing her herbal blend, mixed solely with water and devoid of any other substances, could not possibly incite such vehement resistance. She then observed the 2 young ones exhaling in relief, which elicited an uncontrollable chuckle from her. At present, you are still young and unaware of the true nature of disdain. However, as you grow older, you may find yourselves incessantly clamoring for your mother to prepare this for you. Upon hearing these words, both female cubs widened their eyes in astonishment, quickly shaking their heads in denial. How? We would never. Chu declared with utmost conviction. How? Brother. The moment they laid eyes on Bai Qing, both Yuhi and Chu were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. The tiger cub, unsupported by any object, astonishingly soared into the air, albeit unsteadily, often requiring Yunxi or Ye to extend a hand for assistance. Upon their arrival, Ye nodded towards Bailon, affirming, Young master. The divine gift of Qing is the control of wind. From the moment they came over, a radiant smile was etched on Yunxi's face, and upon hearing Ye's remark, he burst into hearty laughter. Cough. Bailon suddenly interrupted with a cough, halting Yunxi's exuberant outburst. Yunxi for the time being. Bai Qing shall be entrusted to your care. In response, Yunxi cast a glance at the furrowed brow of Yuhi, acknowledging her with a smile. Let us have breakfast first. I shall discuss Qing's matters with you shortly. Observing Yuhi's troubled expression, Bailon understood that his previous interruption might have led her to misconstrue the situation. However, he had no intention of concealing anything from her. He merely wished to shield her from the burdensome affairs of the tribe that might taint her impression of the White Tiger tribe. Noticing that he seemed devoid of any secrets, Yuhi's expression softened into a faint smile. She responded softly, her demeanor gentle and compliant. Breakfast continued to revolve around meat as the main staple. Yuhi had her usual meat soup accompanied by dried roasted meat, finishing her meal with a few wild fruits. The diet of the 3 cubs showed little variation, consisting of steamed meat and ribs, with the eldest, Bai Qing, receiving an additional piece of shredded breast meat. The 2 female cubs, seeing their brother's portion, mistakenly believed they would also receive the same, only to find that as their brother neared the end of his meal, their own breast meat had yet to reach their mouths. In an instant, they began to wail at Yunxi. Yunxi, both amused and exasperated, gently ruffled their heads, saying, You've had your fill. What more meat do you desire? Your brother ran excessively this morning to cultivate his divine gift, expending considerable energy, which is why we provided him with an extra piece. Shuju and Chu, unable to comprehend his words, continued to tug at his legs for some time. When they realized Yunxi remained unmoved, They turned their attention to Ya and their father. The notion of possessing a divine gift equated to receiving an additional piece of meat. Upon hearing this, Shuju and Chuchu's minds grasped the equation, yet the concept of a divine gift remained elusive to them. Did it mean they needed to soar through the skies like their brother? As this thought crossed her mind, Shuju promptly wriggled free from her mother's embrace and dashed outside. If my brother can fly, I shall fly too. Seeing her sister run off, Chuchu followed suit. Bailon reached out to catch her, then carried her toward the distant Shuju, who was declaring her desire to fly. Shuju, come here. Your brother can fly, but that does not guarantee you will too. It is already remarkable enough that Baiqing possesses a divine gift. It cannot be that all three of you have it. How unfair. If father favors him, then Shuju should be able to fly as well. Shu, filled with disbelief, pondered why, despite the identical nature of the three cubs since childhood, her brother could possess what she could not. She resolutely rejected the notion. Bailon approached, observing her as she leaped in vain, unable to take flight. He bent down and reassured her, stating that it was perfectly fine. Shu's inability to fly did not diminish her worth as a cherished cub of their father. Shu took a step back, feeling an inexplicable aversion to the comfort offered by her parents at that moment. She firmly believed she could soar, just as her brother could. They were both beloved offspring of their parents, and if her brother had something, she was certain she should possess it as well. Bailon, noting Shu's cautious withdrawal and glancing at the despondent Chu in his arms, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He set Chu down beside Shu and said, Shu, if you are steadfast in your belief that you possess divine gifts, then by all means, try. However, your father hopes that should you discover you lack the gifts your brother has, you will be able to accept that reality, regardless of your gifts. Both you and Chu are my and your mother's biological cubs, and Baiqing is also your elder brother. I hope you will always remember this. Chapter 66. Everyone has divine gifts. With a look of uncertainty, Shu gazed at her father and nodded silently, soon catching a glimpse of a smile on his face. Although the curve of his lips was faint, Shu instinctively recognized it as genuine happiness. This realization lifted her spirits, dispelling her earlier discontent. Chu, unaware of the reason behind her sister's sudden joy, felt elated simply because her sister was happy. Baiqing, noticing the delight radiating from both his younger sisters, let out an exuberant howl. Then Shu exclaimed, Brother, just wait. Chu and I will fly too. Baiqing, not wishing to see his two younger sisters disheartened, relinquished the piece of meat he had yet to finish and dashed over, eager to join them. First came a resolute howl, affirming that both Shu and Chu were indeed capable of flight. This was quickly followed by a puzzled whimper. Sisters, why won't you let me join you? Shu, brimming with pride, led her sister past him, for they were determined to learn how to fly, which would then allow him to accompany them. Baiqing lamented, Oh no, my sisters are no longer affectionate towards me. What had he done wrong? The poor eldest brother began to feel a pang of anxiety as he trailed behind his younger sisters. Having spent his entire life alongside them, he remained blissfully unaware of the distinctions between genders. Thus, their sudden disregard for him felt like a profound blow. You are not allowed to follow us. Just wait. Chu and I will surely learn to fly. Shu commanded her brother to keep his distance. In response, Baiqing lowered his head and let his tail droop, sitting forlornly in place. Yuhi felt a twinge of sympathy for the eldest, yet feared that approaching him might lead Shu and Chu to believe she favored him. Consequently, she remained with Bailon at a distance, watching as Shu and Chu practiced flying again and again. Fly, I want to fly. Shu could hardly count the number of times she had failed. Nevertheless, even when her sisters lay exhausted on the ground, refusing to rise, she remained resolute, unwilling to abandon the possibility of soaring through the skies. Unable to bear the sight of her two young daughters repeatedly bouncing up only to fall again, Yuhi rushed over and scooped up the still trying to jump Shu. Stop jumping, Shu. Let us wait a while to learn to fly, shall we? Mother fears you might hurt yourself. Ignoring Shu's protests, Yuhi intended to take her and Chu to Bailon. You and Chu, along with your brother, have always wanted father to play with you a little longer, haven't you? So let us ask father to join you and play for now, all right? We can learn to fly tomorrow, or perhaps in a few days. She planned to explain to Bailon how to craft a kite, hoping he would work through the night to create a large one. This way, Bailon could assist the three little ones in flying, preventing Shu from naively believing that mere jumping would teach her to soar. Does it hurt, my dear? If it does, mother feels as if her heart is breaking. However, Yuhi underestimated her daughter's stubbornness. As she had just lifted the two little ones, she suddenly felt a weightlessness in her arms. Assuming that either Shu or Chu had slipped from her grasp, she looked down only to find Shu missing entirely. "Young master, Shu is over there. Above you, he." Just as Bai Lan's words echoed, the child vanished from sight. Still at such a height, she was plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In that moment, Yuhi felt an overwhelming dizziness, yet her mind remained sharp. Her little one, if no one could catch her, would surely perish from such a great fall. She would die. The female figure, pale as a ghost, collapsed to the ground. And even as Chu fell onto her, it elicited no response. A metallic scent of blood pervaded the air from her lips, while Yuhi remained transfixed, her gaze unblinking on the descending white apparition. Only when a shadow darted past, catching the white figure, did Yuhi finally blink in realization. Shu. Her Shu was unharmed. A howl echoed, followed by hurried footsteps, and a cacophony of sounds enveloped Yuhi in an instant. Bai Lan swiftly placed the oblivious Shu into her partner's embrace, holding her tightly, assuring, Shu is fine. Please, release your grip." Yuhi bit down hard on her lip, her complexion a ghastly shade, sweat beading on her forehead unbeknownst to her. What alarmed Bai Lan and the others even more was the sight of Yuhi's nails digging so deeply into her palms that they broke. Her hands now slick with blood. Chu, frantic, attempted to lick the blood from her mother's hands, for blood on the prey signified impending death. Though the true implications of death for a beast man remained unclear, her instinctive reaction urged her to prevent her mother from becoming like the prey, forever silenced. A howl pierced the air. "Mother! Mother!" Chu desperately sought to rid her mother of the foul scent of blood, yet, inexplicably, her own awareness faded faster than the stench. Just moments ago, the lively cub had inexplicably collapsed, sending Wei and Yunxi into a state of heightened alarm. Bai Lan's visage darkened in an instant. Mother, Chu, Shu and Bai Qing were frantic, utterly bewildered by the mysterious afflictions that had befallen their mother and sister. One could only sense the tension and oppression emanating from the adults, realizing that both mother and sister were in distress. The eldest of the three males, pinched the philtrum of Yuhi, and subsequently asked Bai Lan to examine her mouth and hands to assess the severity of her injuries. If they were grave, they would administer medicine at once. As for Chu, promptly instructed Yunxi to check her breath, relieved to find she was not dead, though it had frightened them greatly. However, as he shook her two front legs, there was no response whatsoever. Surely she had fainted alongside her mother. Just as they were about to employ various methods to rouse Chu, Bai Lan suddenly raised her head and said, bring out the green crystal. He glanced at the unconscious Yuhi, his brow furrowed. For shall he? That shouldn't be necessary. Her injuries are not that severe, are they? Moreover, the green crystal only healed physical wounds and did not address psychological trauma. Nevertheless, he chose not to disregard Bai Lan's request. He instructed Yunxi to hold Chu securely and prepared to transform and retrieve the green crystal from the cave. It was meant for Chu, as her divine gift was healing. Upon hearing Bai Lan's words, the lynx, who had just taken a step, nearly stumbled to the ground. Yunxi also jolted, astonished. All three cubs have divine gifts? What kind of beast deity bestows such favor? I have never heard of offspring born from a deity possessing divine gifts. Chapter 67. Awakening. I shall fetch it immediately. Understanding the reason behind Chu's unconsciousness, Ya's voice grew somber. The use of divine gifts is not without peril. A delicate creature like Chu, if inadvertently misusing such gifts, could easily face bodily collapse, with severe cases leading to eternal unconsciousness. In contrast, Yua merely fainted due to a significant fright. She would recover in time. Shuju is unharmed. Awu, mother, I am fine. Yua gazed at the unscathed Shuju in her arms, finally unable to suppress her tears. You terrified me. What would I do if something happened to you? Upon finishing her words, she uncontrollably hiccuped through her sobs. Bai Lan gently patted her back, her brow furrowed in concern. After Yuha wept for a while, she glanced around, pulling her eldest, Bai Qing, into her embrace, before raising her voice in a trembling whisper, what about Chu? However, upon lifting her head, she found Chu lying motionless in Yunxi's arms. A chill shot through her heart, leaving her frozen. What has happened to Chu? Bai Lan held her close, reassuring her. Chu is fine. Ye has gone to fetch the green crystal. Please remain calm. Hearing this, Yuha let out a piercing scream. Both of my young ones are in distress before me. How can I possibly remain calm? Let me go. I must see Choo-Choo. Yuha, still cradling her two young ones, attempted to push Bailan aside to check on Choo-Choo. Yet, the fact remained that Choo-Choo was unconscious due to the divine gift, even though he was a shaman. When it came to the divine gifts, which she had never encountered before, what could she possibly do after merely looking at Choo-Choo? They are not just Choo-Choo alone. If she were to faint again due to Choo-Choo's matter, what would happen to the other two cubs witnessing their mother in such a state? Yui's tears flowed incessantly. She truly longed to see how Choo-Choo was faring. Nevertheless, she heeded Bailan's words. Qingqing and Shuju must be terrified at this moment. She could not afford to falter again, for another mishap would surely leave these two little ones with lasting shadows. Would Choo-Choo truly be all right? Yet, despite understanding this, Yui found it impossible to ignore Choo-Choo's plight at such a critical time. At the very least, she wished to catch a glimpse of Choo-Choo. Yui wept silently, her tears evoking a sense of compassion even in Yunshi, who gently presented Choo-Choo to her, saying, Choo-Choo must have healed your wounds with divine grace. It is merely that your body could not withstand the excessive use of such grace. A flicker of pain crossed Yuhi's eyes as she forced a smile, attempting to speak, but her voice was choked with uncontrollable sobs. It is not your fault. Bailan soothed. We never anticipated that Choo-Choo would possess divine grace as well. In truth, they had not expected that all three cubs would possess such gifts at such a tender age. Within the White Tiger tribe, among hundreds of thousands of beast men, there were scarcely 100 divinely gifted individuals, most of whom acquired their abilities through fortuitous encounters. And those like Qingqing and her siblings, born with divine gifts, were exceedingly rare across the entire continent. Yui silently observed Choo-Choo, tears streaming down her face. After a long while, she wiped her tears and gently comforted her two frightened cubs. Do not fear, your mother is all right now. Qingqing and Shushu are remarkable. They have not caused any trouble for Father A and Uncle Yunshi. Yuha mused, cradling the heads of the two cubs in her embrace. When she glanced at Choo-Choo, whom Bailan had brought from Yunshi's arms, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Upon noticing the approaching lynx, Yunshi called out a warning. One female, concerned for her other two cubs, dared not even weep, and the sight was truly heart-wrenching. As Bailan had mentioned, the gentle energy of the green crystal flowed into Choo-Choo's body without causing any discomfort to the cub. Yuha observed as the green crystal grew from the size of her thumb to that of a fingernail, and then it ceased to expand. She tugged at Bailan, inquiring why Choo-Choo had not yet awakened despite the use of the green crystal. Perhaps she is simply asleep, Bailan reassured her. She will awaken refreshed after a good slumber. Yuha pressed her lips together, her gaze dimming. Yet, as a shaman, she understood the intricacies of such matters. Very well. I shall wait a little longer. And this waiting extended through the morning and into noon, as Qingqing and Shushu were taken out to play by Ya and Yunshi. Yuha remained in the cave, quietly keeping watch over the peacefully slumbering Choo-Choo. Her breathing was steady, unlike the faint breath she had exhibited after the divine intervention. Nevertheless, the longer Choo-Choo remained unresponsive, the more unsettled Yuha felt. Bailan kept her company, displaying greater patience than Yuha. While watching over Choo-Choo, he would also attend to Yuha, offering her water and food. Noticing her lack of appetite, he gently encouraged her to at least sip some broth to ease her stomach. As the parents conversed softly about their plans for the return journey beside the nest of their young, Choo-Choo finally awoke, blissfully unaware, and stretched languidly within her cozy abode. She had enjoyed a most restful slumber and, as she shook her head in a daze, pondered the absence of her siblings. However, upon turning her head, she was met with the sight of her mother, whose eyes were red and glistening with tears. Oh dear, why is mother crying? Though Choo-Choo often howled and pretended to weep, she found no solace in her mother's tear-streaked visage, for it made comforting her all the more challenging. With this thought, Choo-Choo obediently settled in the nest, tilting her head to offer her mother an adorable display. Yuha instinctively smiled through her tears, but they flowed freely nonetheless as she reached out to embrace Choo-Choo. My dear Choo-Choo, it is such a relief to see you safe. Choo-Choo felt a warmth radiating from her head and let out a soft whimper, this time entreating her father. Father, please comfort mother. If only that could prevent her mother from truly breaking down. Gently patting his young one's head, Bailan murmured, be a good girl and let your mother hold you while she cries a little. You were nearly in danger today, and it has made her exceedingly worried. Upon hearing her father's words, Choo-Choo, nestled in her mother's embrace, looked up at him with a perplexed expression. What trouble did I encounter? I am perfectly fine. She had completely forgotten that just before losing consciousness, she had witnessed her mother suddenly faint. Chapter 68. The Search Before Long. The cheerful cries of two other cubs echoed from outside. Upon hearing the voices of her siblings, Choo-Choo sprang to her feet in joyous excitement. After shedding tears, Yui found herself enveloped in tranquility. She gazed tenderly at Choo-Choo, who dashed outside, colliding with Ching-Ching and Shu-Shu. "Oh, whoa! Choo-Choo, you are awake." Shu-Shu recalled the moment when her sister had almost remained in slumber, upon being bumped on the head by Choo-Choo. She bore no resentment, but instead gently licked her slightly disheveled fur. Choo-Choo felt a wave of comfort from her sister's affection, exposing her soft belly in response. "Oh, whoa. I'm awake. Where did you and brother go just now?" Though Choo-Choo did not fully grasp her sister's words, the sensation of comfort rendered her blissfully agreeable to all that her sister said. In a similar vein, Bai Qing attempted to groom his sister's fur like Shu-Shu, only to be met with rejection. Consequently, he retrieved today's catch, its neck mangled beyond recognition, an evident testament to the two cubs' handiwork. Upon sighting the prey, Shu-Shu affectionately urged her sister to take it. "This is to replenish your strength, Choo-Choo." Unreservedly, Choo-Choo climbed up, affectionately nuzzling her brother and sister's heads before seizing the hind leg of the catch and dragging it over to Yunxi. Observing the meager remains of meat, Yunxi smiled and patted Choo-Choo's head, saying, "Wait. Tonight, I shall add more meat for you." The prospect of an additional morsel filled Choo-Choo with such delight that she nearly leapt for joy. Yet she retained thoughts of her brother and sister. Turning around with gleeful determination to inform them, "Tomorrow, I will go too, and I will make sure you have more meat to eat." Bai Qing and Shu-Shu refrained from discouraging her. In fact, they held unwavering faith in their sister's capabilities. Thus, the two little ones encouraged her with enthusiasm. Observing the trio's joyful exchange, Yuhi's gaze towards them grew ever more tender. Starting tomorrow, they will be fed the meat of extraordinary beasts. Are you planning to venture out again? The provisions they have for the cold season are not yet exhausted, but the three little ones differ from the adult orcs. Without divine blessings, they can simply hunt ordinary wild beasts in the nearby valley to satisfy their hunger. However, with the divine gifts, it signifies that they too must consume the flesh of extraordinary beasts. Otherwise, their bodies will not sustain the energy required to utilize these gifts. Bailon responded affirmatively, stating that while the meat of ordinary beasts can satiate the blessed young ones, it necessitates multiple meals, which is detrimental to their proper development. Therefore, hunting extraordinary beasts has become an imperative task for us. Relying solely on ordinary beasts would lead to the insatiable appetite of the young ones, who, in their ignorance, might excessively use their divine gifts, confining them to home while awaiting sustenance. They would miss the chance to play outside, let alone learn how to correctly utilize their divine gifts for more effective hunting. All three young ones require the meat of extraordinary beasts. They too need fresh delicacies to satisfy their growing appetites. It is evidently impractical to restrain them from going out. Bailon reassured her, gently patting her back. "Rest assured, I and you will take turns going out. You and Yunxi will not be left to supervise the three little ones alone. Not before the cold season, and certainly not now. After all three young ones possess divine gifts, and if we are not vigilant, they might misuse them and venture out." Choo-Choo is relatively manageable, as her gift is healing. However, Bai Qing and Shu-Shu require closer attention, particularly Shu-Shu's teleportation ability, which necessitates careful supervision. Yuhi encircled his waist with her arms. "You handle your tasks, and I will certainly trust you. My current foremost concern lies with the three cubs. Managing them has always been a daunting task, and now, with the divine endowment, my anxiety has only intensified. In their usual playful antics, I often find it challenging to keep up, and the thought of suddenly losing sight of them upon a mere turn of my head fills me with dread." Bailon cast her gaze downward and remarked, "Did you not previously develop a tracking fragrance? If you are apprehensive, you might consider applying it to them." Before she could finish her thought, Yui pinched her waist, saying, "That was outside the valley. I feared they might get lost, hence I used the tracking fragrance. Now, in this small valley, would I still apply it? My desire for control is not that overwhelming." "Do use it," Bailon gently urged her. "Prepare a portion for me, and Ya as well. The tracking fragrance you devised is immensely useful. One never knows when it might come in handy." Yui felt a pang in her heart but suppressed the discomfort, replying, "If you desire it, I shall provide it." Her initial motivation for developing this fragrance was indeed for the three cubs, as their playful nature often led them to stray from her sight when she was least attentive. Unlike Balan and the others, her beast form did not render her acutely aware of her surroundings. After numerous failed attempts, she finally concocted a fragrance that left no trace yet lingered on the bodies of beastmen, naming it the tracking fragrance. Yeah, have you located Balan? A warning bell rang loudly in Yuhi's mind. The young master has ventured quite a distance, yet being a purple-tier beastman, he is unlikely to encounter any mishap. It seems that the nearby exotic beasts have been hunted down by the beastmen from outside, thus he is compelled to seek game in more remote areas. Upon saying this, Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Yunshi, who instantly comprehended and joined in reassuring Yuha. Indeed, as Yu wisely remarked, you need not worry. The young master is not so easily endangered. Although Yuha could not decipher their subtle exchange right before her, the thought of needing to care for the three cubs made her nod silently in agreement. Very well, I understand. Back in her bed, Yuha gazed at the three cubs who had been huddled together since their birth. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her. Why must such a tranquil existence be so fleeting? The weight of her unease grew heavier, yet she could not reveal it in front of Ya and the others, fearing that a display of her vulnerability might summon news she could scarcely bear. Outside the small valley, a young man, accompanied by a dozen beastmen, was tirelessly searching for traces of their kind. They had scoured other areas near the Wushan tribe, but had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the goddess. However, the males who had taken the goddess along with the three cubs certainly would not have strayed too far. The young man surmised that the goddess might be hiding within this very vicinity. Chapter 69. The Wisdom of the Master. Look here. Following Ada's gaze, the young man spotted a strand of smooth, delicate fur resting there, and his face lit up with delight. Excellent. Ada, you have truly accomplished something this time. If all goes as anticipated, the goddess should be nearby. Even with Balan and the others being meticulous, the shedding of fur is beyond their control. Upon hearing this, Ada chuckled. Then, my lord, let us continue our search. However, Aer, not far away, furrowed his brow and said, what if the goddess is found first by other beastmen? Might they not secretly conceal her? The young man smiled at this remark, assuring them, do not worry. Have you forgotten what my divine gift entails? Even if they wish to hide her, they will be unable to do so. Remembering the young man's divine gift, Ada nodded eagerly. Indeed, we have encountered the beastmen of the Wu Mountain tribe. Should they find the goddess first, my lord will surely be the first to discover it. Aer hesitated, but if that is the case, my lord, you. The young man waved his hand to interrupt. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. He understood the implications of his divine gift. As long as he could locate the goddess promptly and relay the information to the chieftain, enduring some hardships would be worthwhile. Seeing the young man's determination, Aer, though still concerned about the risks of the young man employing his divine gift, chose not to press the matter further. After all, he and Ada were merely sent by the chieftain to assist the young man in his endeavors. Once the young man took charge, they could offer their suggestions. But whether he heeded them would ultimately be his decision. In the stone chamber of the Wu Mountain tribe, a stern-faced male beastman regarded the beastman kneeling before him. His brow furrowed in disbelief at the message he had just received. The orc lowered his head, speaking with deference, stating that the information had come from a prominent figure of the Chinke tribe. The subordinate expressed skepticism about the worthiness of such a person. Abruptly, the orc in a higher position interrupted him, causing the subordinate to bow his head even lower. Noticing this, the orc softened his tone and replied, all right, I acknowledge this matter. However, this orc, along with the male behind him, is cunning and treacherous. His words should not be entirely trusted. The subordinate responded affirmatively. The orc took a sip of clear water from his cup, his brow furrowed, then inquired, how has the investigation I assigned you progressed? Those orcs who came here seeking the goddess possessed some level of capability. Previously, one male had deceived them into believing that the goddess had perhaps been expelled by this very tribe. Now, another named Kong claimed to have discovered the goddess's whereabouts. They all seem quite capable. Yet, compared to his own plans, they may fall short. His divine gift is the ability to hear whispers, and he had inadvertently overheard the orcs of this tribe discussing a shaman named Yuhi, who had also left with an outsider male. It was said that Yuhi was pregnant with the child of this foreign male, and later became entangled with another young female of the tribe, a favored descendant of the former chieftain, which ultimately led to her expulsion by the old leader. Outsider male, pregnancy, expulsion. The key elements align eerily with the tale of the goddess as recounted by the chief of the Wushan tribe. How could the orc not suspect that this shaman, Yuhi, might indeed be the goddess they seek? After secretly dragging someone for a beating, all he learned was that a certain Yuhi possessed a gentle disposition and timid nature, having resided in the mountains since childhood and rarely venturing outside. As for how she later became entangled with an outsider male, they all claimed ignorance. A bunch of useless fools. Were it not for their incompetence, he would not squander so much time on this insignificant tribe. Furthermore, this female had offended another female over a male, leading to her expulsion by the former chieftain. Is that all? They failed to uncover her connection with the outsider male and the matter of her pregnancy? The beast man furrowed his brow and inquired. Upon hearing the elder's question, the subordinate hesitated momentarily before replying that indeed, before her expulsion, the female was pregnant. However, the other females murmured that the child she bore was not of the outsider male, but rather of another female partner. The former chieftain despised her, and as she could no longer remain in the tribe, that shaman sought to attribute her pregnancy to the outsider male. If that shaman were truly a goddess, how could she engage in such actions that tarnish the image of a divine being? Therefore, the subordinate concluded that this shaman could not possibly be the goddess they sought. Is what you say true? The beast man, upon receiving a firm nod from his subordinate, was instantly consumed by rage. Thus, from beginning to end, the chieftain of the Wushan tribe had deceived us. He had never encountered any goddess, and all tales regarding the goddess were merely fabrications spun from the story of an ordinary female. Very well, what a splendid tribe Wushan is. Seeing his master in such a state of anger, the subordinate hastily advised, "My lord, perhaps the chief of the Wushan tribe merely wishes to seize this opportunity for his own gain. However, the arrival of the goddess in the Nada forest is indeed true. After all, the chief of the Qingke tribe has dispatched emissaries. My lord, please do not allow yourself to be deceived by the petty hearts of these beasts from the Wushan tribe." The subordinate spoke fervently, managing to temper the fury of his master. So what should we do now? As the orc regained his composure, he realized he had indeed acted too rashly. Although there were rumors of the goddess appearing in the Nada forest, there was no mention of her being in the Wushan tribe. It was the orcs themselves who claimed she had once dwelled there, rushing forth in hopes of finding her sooner. It turned out that the so-called residence of the goddess in their tribe was merely a fabrication by a morally depraved female, distorting the truth to exploit the scandal of an outsider. How fortunate it was that he possessed the divine gift of keen hearing. Otherwise, he would have been just as misled as the other orcs by the chief of the Wushan tribe. Upon witnessing his master regaining his rationality and willingness to heed his counsel, the subordinate spoke with even greater respect. The best course of action now is to follow Lord Kong, who possesses leads. Though the veracity of his information remains uncertain, many orcs have waited long in the Wushan tribe, and I believe they would rather cling to this news. My lord, you need only trail behind the main force. If it proves true, all will be well. We merely need to locate the goddess before them. However, once the news about Lord Kong is confirmed to be false, the crowd, already irritable from the long wait, would undoubtedly feel deceived by Lord Kong's trickery. His fate would be sealed. Without the need for his subordinates to articulate further, the beast man took it upon himself to continue. The subordinate kept his head bowed, a smile of amusement gracing his lips as he thought, "My lord, truly brilliant." Chapter 70. The transformation of Yuha. Upon exiting, the subordinate turned sharply into a secluded corner. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat leapt from the underbrush, communicating with the subordinate in feline language. "Hey, have you completed the task?" The male, known as E, nodded coldly and transformed into a tabby cat, engaging in a discussion with the black cat. "Fortunately, we discovered this early, otherwise, the goddess's tribe would have fallen victim to the brute from Half Moon City, used as bait for a massacre, just like the previous Moonhua tribe. Indeed, none of the beastmen from Half Moon City can be trusted." The black cat, aware that he was a survivor of the Moonhua tribe, shared his deep disdain for the actions of Half Moon City. Rest assured, the Wushan tribe will not become the next Moonhua tribe. The goddess nearly lost her life to the beastmen of Half Moon City over this matter. I believe that the beastmen coming to the Nada forest to seek the goddess will strive to prevent such occurrences. Let us not forget that the previous goddess was only chosen by her because a male hero from the Blackwater tribe rescued her. If the orcs of Half Moon City dare to engage in such conduct, the other orcs would not hesitate to use them as stepping stones. They harbor ill intentions. Wing remarked coldly. The black cat chuckled and said, "We too have our own ulterior motives. After all, we have come in search of the goddess to bear offspring. Haven't we?" Upon receiving a glare from Wing, the black cat quickly surrendered, exclaiming, all right, you are the good one, the virtuous one. However, I have learned that the goddess's beast form appears to be that of a calico cat. Calico cats are renowned beauties among our feline kind. Are you truly not intrigued? The black cat's divine gift differs from Wing's. While Wing can transform into another orc, the black cat possesses the ability to alter his size at will. This peculiar talent affords him the opportunity to eavesdrop on various whispers from the Wu Mountain tribe with remarkable ease. Those aged orcs mistakenly believe that closing their doors conceals their conversations from prying ears, yet the truth is that many outsiders possess skills they remain oblivious to. Neither of them were the first to learn that the goddess belonged to this tribe, nor were they the last. Figures such as the Serpent Elder from the Ming Snake tribe, Lord Kong from the Qingke tribe, and the young master of the Snow Wolf clan, who had long been present yet remained unseen, are all formidable beings. It is highly likely they were already aware of the injustices the goddess had endured within this tribe, which explains their reluctance to intervene against the ignorant orcs causing a ruckus. After all, who could blame them for neglecting the goddess, who was orphaned at a young age? Upon realizing her divine identity, they still dared to expel her from the tribe and shamelessly sought to leverage her name to gain advantages for the orc inhabitants. It seems they claimed all the benefits for themselves while the goddess bore all the grievances. Such reasoning is unfathomable. Therefore, while it is imperative to prevent the orc tribe from suffering casualties due to the affairs of the goddess, it is nonetheless necessary for them to endure some hardships. Upon hearing the words of the black cat, he glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Who is the goddess that we too could possibly concern ourselves with?" Moreover, in Yi's heart, there already existed a goddess he had long been preoccupied with. Even if her beast form were not that of a calico cat, she would still surpass the mysterious goddess who has yet to reveal herself. The black cat scoffed at him, disbelieving. Outside the small valley, numerous orcs gathered. Drawn by the news spread by Kong, they had already spent nearly a month in the Nada forest, and despite their individual abilities, they were unable to locate the whereabouts of the goddess due to a lack of precise information. Thus, whether Kong spoke the truth or spun falsehoods, as he had conveyed to the orc from Half Moon City, those who could not remain idle would inevitably venture forth to search. Should they find the goddess, it would be a cause for universal joy. However, if she remained elusive, well, Kong, being from the Qingke tribe, would not escape the wrath of the many orcs. In light of this, the youth, Kong, remained remarkably composed, having sensed the crowd's intentions. The Qingke tribe primarily consisted of avian orcs, and should they fail to find the goddess, would they not simply take flight to evade the overwhelming number of orcs? Truly, you are formidable, my lord. The commotion outside the small valley did not escape the notice of Ya, who frequently ventured out to gauge the situation. Observing the increasing number of orcs gathering outside the small valley, they commenced a thorough search. The ominous premonition was finally confirmed, and Yuhi's heart sank. However, the next words from Ya reignited her hope. There was also the possibility that the young master was acquainted with that purple-tier orc and sought to form an alliance with him. Under normal circumstances, two purple-tier orcs would not simultaneously take a female as a mate, hence a confrontation was necessary. Only if the young master emerged victorious could that purple-tier orc become their ally. Yuhi was somewhat puzzled. Did a brawl truly require such an extended duration? Would it stretch on like a fantasy drama, lasting 1 or 2 years without resolution? After all, they were both purple-tier orcs. She subtly hinted at this notion. Upon hearing this, Yuhi responded with a sullen murmur. Moreover, there was another matter. Had they not mentioned that there were 2 important things to share with her? Yuhi furrowed her brows tightly, feeling the discomfort of being kept in the dark until the very last moment. Yet, she was aware that her consistent display of fragility had rendered them uneasy. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept across Yuhi's face. She had never relied on anyone in her life, but for the first time, someone had treated her with such care and responsibility, cradling her like a princess. How could she not succumb to such tenderness? Fortunately, reality always had a way of awakening her. It was time for her to reclaim her former strength. In addition, there was another urgent matter. Those orcs had already arrived. You spoke with a grave tone, emphasizing that they must immediately take the 3 cubs and leave this small valley. Yunshi nodded with a solemn expression, as we were unaware which orc harbored amicable intentions towards the goddess, and which sought her merely as a trophy to flaunt. Thus, to err on the side of caution, we must depart before they discover this secluded valley. Yuha lowered her gaze and softly inquired, "Shall we leave tonight?" "Indeed, we shall depart tonight," Yunshi replied with a calm voice. Ya observed the slender figure, her head bowed as if ensnared by a melancholic mood. And with words rehearsed countless times in his mind, he gently urged her, "Let us take advantage of the night to leave. If we delay any longer, when the cubs awaken tomorrow, we cannot simply cover their mouths to escape the valley. Moreover, the presence of 3 cubs is conspicuous during this departure. Your safety and that of the cubs must take precedence. After nightfall, while not all orcs will rest, a significant portion will, thus reducing our risks considerably." All right. Yua's affirmation was surprisingly decisive, catching both Ya and Yunshi off guard. "I said, we shall depart tonight. I have no objections." Yuha lifted her head, her expression not one of the tearful despair they anticipated, but rather an unprecedented composure. Chapter 71. The move. Perhaps they had not anticipated Yuha's swift acceptance of their proposal, leaving both Ya and Yunshi momentarily speechless. After a while, Yunshi turned to Ya and asked, "Shall we begin packing now?" Ya silently nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yuha wasted no time and promptly turned to gather their belongings. While the 3 cubs were still napping, the 3 individuals swiftly packed up the items they intended to take with them. The male could manage with just a couple of changes of clothes, but the female and the cubs could not compromise. Thus, the beast garments for Yuha and her 3 cubs alone filled 3 large bundles. Certain items were deemed unnecessary. Upon Ya's arrival, without uttering a word, she began to gather the wooden cups and bowls that Lan and Yuha used in the cave. Yuha quickly intervened, stating that it sufficed to take the wooden basin used for the cubs' meals, as bringing all these items would only burden them. Although wooden cups and bowls may appear small, taking them all would occupy considerable space. With only 2 males available to assist her in watching the cubs, carrying these items would simply be a hindrance. Furthermore, they could craft such everyday utensils later, once they had settled down again. Ya did not heed her advice and proceeded to gather several commonly used household items for her. As for the larger wooden basin and bathing tub, it was impossible to bring those along. Ya and Yunshi managed to pack their belongings with just a thin layer of beast skin, alongside the 4 bundles Yuha had prepared. Ya stacked everything at the entrance of the cave, and then she and Yunshi began to clear away traces of habitation within. "Oh, whoa, mother!" The 3 little ones awoke to find their home nearly gone. Confused, they instinctively ran toward Yuha. She embraced them gently and said, "We are moving tonight. Ching ching, shush shush. And choo choo, be good and don't cause a fuss, or else mother won't give you any meat to eat tomorrow." "Oh, mother, why are we moving?" Bai Qing could not comprehend why they had to relocate from a place where they had settled so comfortably. However, Shu Shu was exceptionally well behaved. She nuzzled against Yuhi and whimpered, "Mother, Shu Shu will not cause trouble, so you need not be sad." In contrast to her siblings, who expressed concern over the move and their mother's melancholic demeanor, Chu Chu appeared far more innocent. Upon hearing her mother mention that if she misbehaved, she would not receive any meat, she immediately straightened her posture. "All right, mother, Chu Chu will not misbehave, so you must not deny Chu Chu her meat." The personalities of the 3 little ones became increasingly distinct with age. Although Yuhi still struggled to comprehend their playful language, prolonged interaction allowed her to glean their meanings. "Where is the place where father grew up? Can we reach it by tomorrow?" The 3 little ones continuously voiced their curiosity. Yuhi surmised that they were puzzled by her words, but was hindered by her inability to grasp the specific questions, prompting her to seek assistance from Ya. "The young master is still out hunting and will not be joining us for the time being. Once he has secured his prey, he will accompany us. The White Tiger tribe was quite distant. It would not be possible to arrive there by tomorrow. As for the duration of the journey, that remained uncertain. Is it very far? If so, Chu Chu does not wish to go. She only wants to stay at home." Upon hearing that it was far away, Chu Chu, who had never spent a day away from home, quickly retreated from the idea. She was unfamiliar with the White Tiger tribe and knew only that this place was her true home. Bai Qing and Shu Shu promptly followed their younger sister's lead. If she chose not to go, neither would they. Wai patiently crouched down to explain to them that there were too many threats in this place. With the young master absent, it was insufficient for just the 2 of them to protect themselves and their mother. "Awu, as Chu Chu had said, the young master is formidable. He will surely find us." Chu Chu tilted her head in defiance, stating that their father's tribe was too far away and she had no desire to go there. Her reluctance was unwavering. She only recognized this place as her home. In response to Chuchu's stubborn remarks, Y relayed her words to YH. Upon hearing them, YH placed her hand on her forehead, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She addressed the three little ones. Chuchu hesitated. However, her hesitation did not stem from understanding her mother's words or feeling sympathy for her, but rather from slowly lifting her head to observe her mother's furrowed brow, as if she were about to resume her act of crying in front of their father. Awu, Shush nudged her sister. Chuchu, our mother looks so sad. Why don't we go with her? Biqing silently nodded in agreement. Chuchu still seemed somewhat reluctant, as YH continued to whisper in their ears. Right now, your father is out hunting, and I am the only one taking care of you three. Mother is truly exhausted. Chuchu, your father's tribe has his relatives. Once we go there, you will have more family to care for you, and Mother won't have to bear such a burden. Chuchu, puzzled, asked her sister. Is it really tiring for Mother to take care of us? Shush pondered for a moment. Mother feeds us meat, plays with us, and at night, she has to watch over us all alone. Bai Qing wore a perplexed expression. However, we only consumed the meat prepared by Ya and Yunxi. Mother would feed us individually. And whenever we played outside, she would always watch over us closely. At night, when Father was absent, we would sleep beside Ya and Yunxi, insisted Shu Shu. Yet, Mother was quite weary from caring for us, and we ought to heed her guidance. Bai Qing wished to counter this, but Chu Chu had already cast her vote in favor of following Mother. Seeing that her act of feigning vulnerability had not yet achieved its purpose, Yuhi resorted to temptation, suggesting that if they moved, they would have the opportunity to play outside. Along the way, they might encounter other cubs their age. Would they not desire to meet other cubs similar to themselves? How? Are there also adorable tiger cubs like Chu Chu? Chu Chu exclaimed eagerly. She was a clever little creature who quickly adjusted her stance. The prospect of playing outside and meeting equally charming tiger cubs was too enticing. She resolved to accompany Mother. Shu Shu looked at Mother with anticipation. Bai Qing wagged his tail, already envisioning whether the cubs outside shared their bravery and prowess. Chapter 72. The Pursuit Finally. After successfully coaxing the three cubs to obediently follow them, Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief within. It had been arduous. You handed her some food. To which Yuhi smiled, knowing that the real challenge lay ahead for them. As night descended, they would need to wait for you to scout whether any beastmen were approaching before finding a safe path to depart. An afternoon was hardly sufficient to erase all traces of habitation from the cave. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. As Yuhi gazed upon the desolate cave before her, it felt as though a part of her heart had been hollowed out. The moment her arms cradled the little one that began to whimper, she suppressed her feelings of melancholy and turned to follow Yunxi. Just as they departed with the cub, a dark serpent, drawn by the lingering scent, slithered into the cave. Its gaze swiftly scanned the empty space before shifting towards the direction in which Yuhi and the others had gone. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's tail struck the ground, shattering the cave's ceiling and dislodging a cascade of stones that obscured the remnants of life once harbored within. This commotion did not go unnoticed by other beastmen, including Yuhi and her companions, who were poised to leave the small valley, as well as Kong and his group, who were venturing in behind the dark serpent. Let us go. In unison, Yunxi urged Yuhi to climb onto his back, hastening their departure. Meanwhile, Kong, having perceived the serpent's treachery, furrowed his brow and signaled for a Da and A to swiftly transform into their beast forms and pursue. Throughout the night, Yuhi was enveloped by the sounds of hurried breaths and the whispering wind. Once Yunxi reunited with Ya, he wasted no time, discarding several bulky bags onto Ya before cradling a cub on each shoulder and one atop his head. Continuing to follow Ya as they utilized their divine gifts to carry Yuhi towards their predetermined sanctuary at full speed. As dawn approached and the darkness began to recede, a magnificent waterfall came into view, cascading into a vast lake below, captivating Yuhi and the cubs. Upon opening their eyes, Yuhi and her three cubs were greeted by a breathtaking landscape. Consequently, both Yuhi and the little ones shook off their drowsiness and began to explore their surroundings. A lake meandered down a stream, revealing a shallow area where fish could be seen swimming. However, having just arrived, Yuhi hesitated to let the trio venture into the water. Instead, she instructed Yunxi to tie delicate vines around each of the cubs, fearing she would be unable to keep an eye on them otherwise. Following the stream, they encountered a lush meadow, with trees and shrubs visible in the distance. Little He, do not wander too far with the cubs, Yunxi called out, rushing over as he prepared breakfast with Ya. He urged Yuhi to keep the little ones nearby. Hearing Yunshi's voice, Yuhi waved her hand, stating, "They want to listen to me. Come help me restrain them." Indeed, Yuhi struggled to contain the adventurous spirits of her 3 inquisitive cubs. Had she not pretended to stumble, momentarily diverting their attention from exploring the thickets, it was likely that Yunshi would have lost sight of them altogether. "Are your legs all right?" Yunshi quickly approached, casting a glance at the cubs who were curiously surveying their surroundings before turning his gaze to Yuhi, who was sitting on the ground, rubbing her legs. Yuhi shook her head and pointed towards Bai Qing and the others, explaining, "I was pretending, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold them back." In truth, even without Yunshi's admonitions, Yuhi would not have taken the cubs too far, especially out of sight, as she found that notion perilously risky. Yet, keeping them all confined was evidently not a feasible solution either. After all, although the cubs had behaved well in Yunshi's embrace the previous night, their sleep had been anything but tranquil. After much effort, they finally settled down, and Yuhi couldn't bear to let them down too much. Among the 3 little ones, especially Shu Shu, was particularly sensitive. Chu Chu was somewhat timid about unknown matters, especially after experiencing a setback. Bai Qing was quite cautious. Neither of them would dare approach the rustling sounds from the thicket. Only Shu Shu, who appeared gentle, meticulous, and considerate, possessed an adventurous spirit deep within her. When she spotted something dangerous, she was always the first to rush forward. After receiving divine favor, this inclination was even more pronounced. Fortunately, Shu Shu was willing to heed her words. Hearing Yuhi's suggestion, Yunshi nodded slightly, saying it was all right to hurry. Breakfast needed to be prepared, and they should let the young ones eat something first. They would rest in the morning and continue their journey in the afternoon. Yuhi nodded in agreement. "Oh, whoa, mother, it seems there are people over there," Chu Chu exclaimed, as if she had discovered something, tugging at Yuhi's clothing to direct her gaze towards the bushes. Upon witnessing Chu Chu's actions, Yuhi and Yunshi exchanged a swift glance. Then each picked up one of the 2 young ones, turning their attention to the thicket. Indeed, something was rustling within. However, not long after, a creature resembling both a squirrel and a rabbit leaped out. It was a pine hare. There were no lurking beasts watching them, and Yuhi felt her heart lighten upon identifying the creature. Yunshi's vigilant expression softened, yet to prevent any unforeseen events. He still urged Yuhi to hold Chu Chu and follow him away from there. The guardian, Y, stood watch over them, ensuring that the 2 male protectors kept her and the younglings safe. Observing the female and the male orc departing with 3 offspring, the pursuer, Hio, did not rush to abduct the divine maiden and her progeny. After all, Hio had no intention of caring for the female or the young. Abducting them would not allow him to be both a partner to the maiden and a father figure to the offspring. Thus, he awaited the arrival of the 3 male orcs from the Chinke tribe. If his assumptions were correct, the young male named K-ing possessed a divine gift of synesthesia, enabling him to simultaneously perceive the visual, tactile, and auditory sensations of orcs, plants, and exotic beasts within his field of vision. This divine gift could be invaluable when in the company of many, as it would allow him to gather useful information and prove advantageous in tracking. However, the burden of synesthesia lay in its limitation. He could not perceive too many entities at once, lest the cacophony overwhelm his senses and lead to mental collapse. At that moment, they remained unaware that a stealthy serpent orc had already approached them, and soon, others would likely follow. Chapter 73. The Envoy of the Chinke Tribe Howl. SHSH, CHCH, do not stray too far. After a brief respite, Y and YNX resumed their journey, safeguarding YH and the 3 younglings. This time, however, they did not hastily depart as they had the previous night, burdened by YH and the younglings. Instead, they took care to match the pace of YH and the little ones, moving steadily towards the outskirts of the NT forest. However, with Bailan absent, both Ya and Yunshi, being male, were tasked with the dual responsibility of carrying several heavy bundles while also keeping an eye on the 3 cubs. At this moment, Yuhi was unwilling to traverse even that path, insisting on being carried during their outing, an act that was evidently rather presumptuous. Thus, the leisurely cubs, frolicking effortlessly within the forest, became pivotal in her endeavor to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. It was not until a sharp pain surged through her feet that Yuhi felt compelled to lean against a tree for a brief respite. Observing Shu Shu and Chu Chu fearlessly veering off their intended course, she called out helplessly, yet the 2 cubs had already ventured far away. Owl mother? Yeah, who had initially fallen behind while carrying the heavy bundles, approached Yuhi, noticing the weariness etched on her face, and suggested she take a moment to rest. Transforming into her beast form to be carried was out of the question. Typically, only a female's partner could touch her beast form. This sense of boundaries had been well maintained by Ya and Yunxi, especially when circumstances were not particularly urgent. Yuhi managed a faint smile, responding with an affirmative, and turned her gaze to Bai Qing, who was dashing toward her. A flicker of tenderness crossed her features as she asked, "Are you all right? Did I frighten you, Qing?" She was acutely aware that her current expression was likely quite unappealing, and thus feared her cub might be alarmed. Unbeknownst to Yuhi, it was precisely her frail and helpless demeanor that had captured her cub's attention. One day in the future, as he shared with other cubs the nature of his mother, he inadvertently expressed that she was quite fragile, in dire need of the protection offered by the males of their household. Meanwhile, two young cubs stumbled upon an unfamiliar creature, and in their excitement at this novel discovery, they completely forgot the warnings from their mother and Yunxi, dashing off into the distance. "Look, sister, I saw it fly by. It's just ahead." Oblivious to the fact that they had left their mother behind, the two little ones approached the delicate, winged creature with wide-eyed curiosity. Due to the creature's timid nature, when they finally caught up to it, they refrained from pouncing immediately as they had done previously. Instead, they stalked it like hunters, crouching low and moving stealthily. Choo-Choo's patience waned, prompting Shoo-Shoo to incessantly scratch the ground, signaling her to exercise restraint, lest they repeat their previous chase. Shoo-Shoo believed that if they were cautious this time, they could surely capture this strange, yet captivating creature that tugged at their hearts. Suddenly, a sound akin to something falling into the underbrush broke the air. When Yunxi arrived, he beheld the sight of the two cubs with their heads buried in the thicket, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible laugh echoing in his ears. "Who?" Yunxi swiftly raised his hand, summoning the divine winds to sweep the two cubs before him. In the next moment, a series of formidable wind blades sliced towards the source of that elusive laughter, wreaking havoc upon the nearby trees. Cloudy Stream, however, did not catch sight of the orc. Lost in his thoughts, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he swiftly took hold of the two cubs, darting towards the direction of Yuhua. Damned be the knot of forest, such a secluded place, yet here appeared another purple-tier orc. Both Ya and Cloudy Stream had believed that encountering a single purple-tier orc in such a locale was the pinnacle of improbability, yet here was yet another one. What transpired during last winter's chill, one wonders that a perfectly fine purple-tier orc would abandon its tribe and wander aimlessly. Why flee? Am I truly such a terrifying beast? Heiyuan merely observed the two cubs, clumsy enough to struggle even with a butterfly, and let out a derisive chuckle. Little did he know that his amusement would provoke the flower leopard orc into such heightened alertness. Just as he evaded the other's ambush, he witnessed the orc clutching the two cubs turning to flee. This instinctively triggered Heiyuan's hunting nature, though the urge to pursue was but a fleeting impulse. He soon reasoned that exposure was inevitable, and whether it occurred sooner or later made little difference. Thus, he gave chase. Ya, sensing that Cloudy Stream had even resorted to divine gifts, hastily discarded several burdens and instructed Yuhua to keep a watchful eye on the cubs, before vanishing from sight in an instant. Perhaps this could assist Ya and Cloudy Stream. With this thought, she cradled Bai Qing and aimed to approach the battlefield where chaos had already erupted. Yuhua dared not venture too close, fearing the risk of being mistakenly harmed. Yet, who could tell her why there were other orcs present? Lady Goddess. The young man finally beheld the divine being they had long sought, and could not help but smile gently at her. However, he did not anticipate the extent of the harm his smile could inflict on the already frightened Yuhi. He observed the female retreating 2 steps in a state of panic. Then, with a facade of bravado, she glared at him and commanded, "Stay away from me." Kong touched his own face, pondering that he should not appear intimidating. After all, why did the goddess turn pale at the mere sight of him? "My lady, please remain calm. I bear you no ill will," he said, stepping back a few paces, striving to convey an impression of harmlessness. One could say he was merely a tool for seducing the goddess, although if he proved ineffective, he could always summon the clan leader for assistance. Chapter 74. A surprising discovery as for the rationale behind bringing the goddess to the Qingke tribe. There are but a few reasons. Firstly, the goddess has the potential to bear more offspring, and an increase in population is beneficial for every tribe. Secondly, the goddess, blessed by the beast god, represents an unattainable ideal for many beast men. her presence would undoubtedly attract numerous formidable males to join the Chinke tribe. Thirdly, and most importantly, there are rumors suggesting that the offspring born of the goddess are more likely to receive innate divine blessings. Thus, for the powerful purple-tier beastmen of the large tribes, this is an irresistible allure. For no matter how powerful a purple-tier beastman may be, they cannot ensure that their offspring will inherit their strength. However, if the goddess can bear several children, and if even one of those children receives innate divine blessings, it would be an extraordinary joy both for the purple-tier beastman and for the tribe itself. After all, survival on the mainland has always been a ruthless game of the strong devouring the weak. Only with each successive generation growing stronger can the lineage continue to thrive. Yuhi was unaware that her identity as a goddess could elevate her worth to such heights, prompting numerous large tribes to dispatch blue-tier and higher orcs in search of her. It can only be said that the Wu Mountain tribe is still too weak. Not only could they not protect Yuhi, but by a twist of fate, they also drove her away, leaving her with the impression that being a goddess was not all that remarkable. I do not know your chieftain, so I shall forego visiting the Chinke tribe. As she spoke, Yuhi clung tightly to Bai Qing, finding solace only in the infant in her arms, which provided her with the courage to confront the unfamiliar orcs. The smile on the young man's face faltered slightly, as he increasingly doubted the efficacy of his appearance in impressing the goddess. However, observing her tense and guarded demeanor, he cleared his throat and delicately conveyed the Chinke tribe's goodwill towards her. It is no trouble, esteemed goddess. You may have the opportunity to meet our chieftain in the future. I believe he would be most eager to make your acquaintance. Yet it struck him as peculiar. Within the tribe, his looks had never been a hindrance, and as a blue-tier orc, he was usually quite popular among the tribe's females. Why then, did he feel utterly devoid of allure in the presence of the goddess? Yuhi thought to herself, this is quite difficult to assess. In this unfamiliar environment, encountering a strange orc, she was hardly the type to be infatuated simply because he was handsome. Yuha promptly loosened his grip, hastily apologizing. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you, dear mother? Bai Qing let out a soft whimper, his voice imbued with a hint of affection. While Bai Qing believed he was offering comfort to his mother, assuring her not to worry, Yuha perceived it as an endearing familiarity from a young cub. Unperturbed by the mother's misstep, her heart softened further, and she couldn't resist nuzzling his face, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was merely an oversight on the mother's part that caused discomfort. It was a relief that Qingqing bore no resentment toward her. As for the youth's comments about their chieftain being eager to meet her, she chose to disregard them, dismissing the notion that she was a renowned star, someone whose presence was eagerly anticipated by all. Observing the goddess feigning ignorance, engrossed in affectionate gestures with the cub, the young man had begun to lose hope. Yet, driven by a sense of responsibility regarding this mission, he engaged Yuha in conversation, realizing he could not remain uninformed about the goddess by the time the chieftain arrived. Such ignorance would be detrimental to the chieftain's endeavors to court the esteemed goddess. The chieftain pondered silently. Did the goddess just intend to seek out those two males? They were currently engaged in a tussle with a purple-tier beastman, which would likely take considerable time to resolve. Yuha did not conceal her astonishment. Indeed, she found it challenging to mask her emotions entirely. A purple-tier beastman? How could there be another purple-tier beastman in the Nada Forest? Hadn't Bailon already engaged with one? Where, then, did this purple serpent beastman originate? In the formidable Nada Forest, where even the green-tier beings are regarded as strong. It is perplexing that a couple of purple-tier orcs have arrived, merely to seek out her, the goddess capable of procreation. A thought flickered through her mind, and Yuhi gazed at the young man with an increasingly wary expression. The young man mused, this goddess exhibits an intense wariness. One wonders what experiences have shaped her. Indeed, he recognized her as a purple-tier orc, yet he pondered further. Recalling the words of the chief from the Wushan tribe, he tentatively inquired, could it be that the goddess's companion is also a purple-tier orc? Yuhi lowered her gaze, remaining silent as she gently stroked the cub in her arms, which had grown somewhat heavy, making it difficult for her to hold. From her silence, the young man surmised the answer, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the Chinke tribe, having been outpaced yet again. Previously, the Heishui tribe had merely been a green-tier male whom the goddess had taken an interest in, but after her relocation to the Heishui tribe, she had attracted a purple-tier orc to join them. Upon hearing this news, the Chinke tribe found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Just as the young man endeavored to establish a rapport with Yuhi, she finally set the cub down, her arms weary. Bai Qing growled threateningly at the young man. Yuhi, young man. To be frank, while a tiger orc may grow fierce in maturity, the tiger cub appears utterly devoid of any threat. Even Yuhi regarded it as adorably fierce. The young man crouched down, smiling as he greeted the cub. Is your name Qingqing? With such a tiny frame, one cannot discern any of the white tiger's ferocity from you. Bai Qing, how infuriating. He became enraged, letting out a long, low growl. Leave this place. Keep your distance from his mother. He could sense that his mother was fearful of this orc. Yet his instincts told him that he could not overpower the orc before him. How infuriating. The young man observed the cub striving to stand protectively by its mother, threateningly hissing at him, and he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had already stated that he bore no ill intentions towards the goddess. Yet this mother and child remained distrustful of him. Suddenly, the sound of the wind grew intense in his ears, and he initially thought that the fierce battle nearby had sent the wind blades his way. Fortunately, with him present, neither the goddess nor her cub would come to harm. However, as the wind intensified, accompanied by the cub's continuous growls and the orc's raised paw poised for attack, the young man suddenly sensed something amiss. This unsettling realization was confirmed when the goddess, perceiving the approaching gusts, gathered her cub and chided it softly. A divine gift. A cub endowed with innate divine grace. Chapter 75. The Battle of the Serpent and the Eagle. What do you intend to do? Noticing that the young man remained unscathed under the clear wind blades and observing the increasingly suspicious gaze directed at his cub, Yuhi hastily scooped up her young one, her eyes narrowing with heightened vigilance. I am Kong, from the Blue Sparrow tribe. Seeing the goddess in such a state of anxiety, the young man had to suppress his excitement, smiling as he stepped back a few paces. You see, I truly harbor no malice towards you, my lady. A sudden gust of wind momentarily disoriented me. Yet it seems the battle between the two males accompanying you and the purple tier orc is nearing its conclusion. Yuhi's tightly furrowed brow began to relax, and Kong silently acknowledged his swift reaction. Although the recent tempest bore no connection to the unfolding conflict, the remark revealed that the goddess was indeed oblivious to his prior knowledge of her offspring's divine endowment. According to the chieftain of the Wu Mountain tribe, the goddess had given birth to 3 younglings within the clan. She cradled one in her arms, while the fates of the other 2 remained uncertain. The thought of those 2 males engaging in combat with a purple tier orc, while also holding 2 younglings, made Kong furrow his brow in concern. He glanced towards Yuhi, offering a gentle warning. My lady, the skirmish over there will not heed the presence of any other orcs nearby. I advise you to remain here and not venture forth. It would be unfortunate if you or the young one in your embrace were to be harmed. She absorbed his words, mindful of Qingqing, for she could not allow her to be endangered. In moments of uncertainty, one might entertain the hope of being of assistance by approaching the fray. Yet, with the orc's cautionary words, she was not foolish enough to recklessly charge into danger. Kong, sensing her silence, felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet leaving her and a youngling here was also untenable. He signaled to a heir, who lurked in the shadows, instructing him to assist at the battlefield, not to engage in the fray, but to safeguard the other 2 younglings. As Y was once again sent crashing to the ground, She swiftly joined him, cradling 2 younglings in her arms. He needed to tend to the 2 young ones, thus refraining from confronting the serpent beast man directly. Fortunately, his divine gift was the control of wind, allowing him to assist yet immensely even from the sidelines. The serpent beast man before them was a purple tier creature. Outwardly, it appeared they were engaging in combat, yet in truth, he was merely toying with them. As he arose from the ground, his beast attire lay tattered, and he bore grave injuries. However, upon seeing Chu lean in, eager to secretly employ her divine gift on him, both Ya and Yunshi resolutely forbade her from doing so. Shuju, anxious for Chu's safety, called out to Ya in distress while gently nudging her despondent sister's head, comforting her. Chu dear, you must not misuse your divine gift. It could harm you. Chu whimpered, saddened by her inability to assist Ya and Yunshi. Witnessing the tears welling in the eyes of the 2 young ones tugged at Ya and Yunshi's hearts. Observing this poignant scene, Hei Yao coiled his serpent tail around a tree, intrigued, and remarked, have the 2 little females begun to weep? Oh dear. I almost forgot to inform you that the beast men we encountered along the way are not solely my companions. One could only presume that the goddess and the young ones had likely been lured away by them. Despicable. The moment these words escaped his lips, Ya and Yunshi immediately thought of the solitary Yua, who was accompanied by another young one. Without uttering a single word, Yu once again invoked his divine gift, vanishing from sight, determined to hold He Yao at bay while urging Yunxi to swiftly escort the two young ones away from this perilous place. If Yuha and another cub have already been taken by other beastmen, then the remaining two cubs must be protected meticulously, otherwise, they would be at a loss when reporting to the young master. Are they still unwilling to accept their fate? He Yao narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly impatient with Yu's reckless behavior that seemed to flirt with death. His initial intent was merely to delay them, allowing the beastmen of the Qingke tribe the opportunity to escort the goddess away from the two males safeguarding her. After all, how could he witness the spectacle of the goddess being fervently contested if he did not create some distraction? However, these two males proved to be rather troublesome, managing to maneuver around him while carrying the two cubs, and even managing to inflict a minor wound upon him. Now, with their fierce determination to confront him, He Yao, who was no stranger to temper, saw no reason to hold back further. If they were so insistent, then he would not mind inflicting even greater harm upon them. After all, the more severely injured they were, the less time and energy they would have to pursue the goddess. Yet, just as He Yao took the risk of having his serpent tail wounded by Yu's dagger, a golden eagle suddenly emerged from a thicket, charging directly at him. Caught off guard and knocked to the ground, He Yao's expression darkened as he swiftly swung his tail, sending Yu flying once more. What a peculiar tribe the Qingke is. Here I am, extending a helping hand, and you repay my kindness by attempting to curry favor with the female? He assumed that the Qingke tribe had turned against him, aligning with Yu to confront him in a bid to please the goddess. Upon hearing this, the golden eagle broke free from He Yao's grasp, screeching angrily as it soared into the sky, challenging him. Is it so wrong to defend two helpless cubs from your bullying? The obsidian serpent, capable of comprehending the language of the, curled its tail gracefully around a nearby unfallen tree, a mocking tone lacing its words. Haven't you already driven away the goddess and the other cub? So, have the beastmen of the Qingke tribe truly become paragons of virtue, caring for the offspring she bore with another male, all for the sake of the goddess? The golden eagle glared fiercely, letting out a sharp cry. Do you think everyone is like you, incapable of accommodating even two cubs? They seek to find the goddess, never intending to harm her. If it weren't for the fear that those two males would flee upon sighting them with the goddess, they wouldn't have resorted to a temporary alliance with you, the serpent. Now that the goddess has been located, their purpose fulfilled, that so-called alliance has become superfluous. The obsidian serpent scoffed, dismissing their pretense. Spare me this charade. Was it not you who sought to have me delay them before? Now you feign concern for the goddess and her cubs? You excel at self-aggrandizement. Furthermore, do you think I would spare you out of respect for your chieftain? In that moment, the obsidian serpent fully transformed, its primal instincts unleashed. Before the golden eagle could react, it leapt with astonishing speed. With a sudden snap, the golden eagle found its wing ensnared, plummeting to the ground, its fierce instinct for survival igniting a struggle with the serpent. Observing this, the other beastman, showed no hesitation and turned to depart. He was not foolish enough to assist the golden eagle, fully aware that these two had previously been allies. As Air arrived, he beheld the sight of the obsidian serpent tightly coiling around Ada. Once again, a piercing scream echoed as the immense eagle lunged, its powerful beak grasping at the wings of the golden eagle while a dark serpent struck. Chapter 76, The Return of Father. Xiaohe, Yunxi, are you all right? Fortunately, Yuhi had not ventured too far with Bai Qing. As Yunxi led the two younglings away from the battlefield, he was relieved to see Yuhi and another youngling still present, although surprised that she had not been taken by other beastmen. Yunxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing his gaze upon Kong, Yuhi hurried to his side and provided an explanation. This beastman claims to be from the Qingke tribe, named Kong. I intended to bring Qingqing to find you, but he stopped me here. However, he did not harm me or Qingqing. After listening, Yunxi responded with a soft hum, handing the two younglings to Yuhi. In turn, Yuhi set Bai Qing down and struggled to embrace the two frightened female younglings. Yet, they were still too heavy. With Yunxi's assistance, she crouched down, managing to hold both Shuju and Chu-Chu, who sought comfort in her arms. However, the three little ones meeting only made soothing them more challenging. Shuju and Chu-Chu yearned for Yuhi's comfort, while also wanting to cry to their brother about their grievances. As the commotion ensued, Yuhi simply sat down on the ground without pretense. Yunxi, who had been observing Kong, quickly bent down to help her up upon seeing her in such a predicament with the three younglings. Yuhi shook her head at him, saying, I'm fine. They are all frightened. I will calm them. At that moment, even with Yunxi and Ye's arrival, her words held more weight than theirs. 3 young cubs, coddled since their infancy, were utterly unprepared for the events of today, seeking solace in their mother to express their grievances. There, no need to cry. Shuju and Chuchu have been exemplary, haven't they? They've caused no trouble for their adoptive father, right? And Qingqing has also diligently protected mother. You 3 are truly remarkable. Wu, that is not true. Mother, Wai is injured, and his wounds are severe. Shuju feels utterly useless, unable to assist. Wu. Chuchu sobbed even more earnestly, despite possessing a divine gift of healing. Yet both Yunxi and Wai had declined her offers to mend their injuries. She was bewildered by their refusal, feeling a deep sense of injustice and distress. Baiqing lamented his own frailty, relying on their mother for protection. Yuha found herself overwhelmed yet endeavored to comfort the 3 cubs. It's all right. It's simply because you are still young. In time, you will grow and be able to assist your mother, as well as Wai and Yunxi. You all performed admirably today, didn't you? You didn't run around recklessly and distract your mother and Wai, correct? You listened attentively to what your mother and Wai told you, didn't you? However, the little ones still felt aggrieved, each burrowing into their mother's embrace, seeking her warmth to feel better. Yuha, feeling a pang of sympathy for the cubs, too wished to shed a tear. Where was her partner now? Shouldn't he hurry and offer his assistance? Outside the small valley, could you find no one? I'm afraid not. Bai Lan's expression darkened as he glanced at the fallen beastmen on the ground, disregarding the inquiry, and instead asking, have they all been dealt with? The snow wolf beastman nodded slightly, stating, a few fled, but they did not get far. Bai Lan's voice was low and resolute. Then let us depart. As soon as the words left his lips, a majestic white tiger materialized in the vicinity, swiftly darting off in a determined direction. Qingke tribe? The Nada forest is quite distant from the northern plains. I am curious how you managed to send someone here. Yunxi, having assessed that Yuha was in no distress, turned his gaze towards Kong, a feigned smile adorning his face. Kong heard the distant calls of the sculptor. Although the situation remained unclear, the presence of beastmen protecting the goddess reassured him. He chuckled softly. For what reason? The news of the goddess venturing into the Nada forest has already spread far and wide. You 2 are a male from outside. How could you be unaware that the goddess once resided in the Blackwater tribe, drawing a purple-tier beastman to join their ranks? Yunxi furrowed his brow. Is that all? Is there anything more? Kong retorted. Before Yunxi could respond, Yu emerged from the side. Upon seeing his grievous injuries, Yunxi's expression shifted instantly, rushing to support him. Kong frowned, then turned to leave, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Although he was aware that the elder of the underworld snake tribe would not genuinely kill Ada and Aer, he knew well that once in the clutches of He Yao, survival was uncertain and perilous. Despite having cautioned Ada against impulsiveness, the elder of the underworld snake tribe had no intention of taking lives. He merely wished to orchestrate a grand spectacle using their hands. How could he not have restrained himself? Sighing heavily, Kong pressed on, soon arriving at the scene. The 2 carved figures were stripped of numerous feathers by the black serpent, and upon witnessing this, Kong nearly succumbed to rage. Feathers hold great significance for avian beastmen, and the act of plucking them is akin to enduring 1,000 tortures. Indeed, how formidable is this obsidian creature? It has genuinely embraced the intent to kill, leading both parties to depart with injuries after unleashing their true strength. After He and the others departed, they did not venture far, for Yu leaned against a support, collapsing as soon as Yunxi found a resting place. He busied herself comforting the 3 younglings while also caring for the injured and unconscious Ye, who had visibly lost weight in just 2 days. Howl, it's a wolf. Do not fret. I shall prevent them from approaching. Remain here and keep watch over Ye and the younglings. Yet, before she could tear apart the foremost wolf, a familiar tiger's roar erupted from the distance. Yunxi immediately lifted his gaze towards the wolf pack, and behind him, several excited and juvenile tiger howls joined in. Ye glanced at the 3 younglings, who were eager to mimic their father's majestic howls, and reminded the younglings. Oh, right, the younglings must not be permitted to rush out. He hastily rose to restrain the 3 little ones, who were calling out excitedly to their father. Qingqing, Shuju, Chuchu, cease your cries. Wait for your father to arrive, and then you may converse with him properly, all right? The 3 little ones widened their eyes, obeying their mother's command to remain silent. Yet they refused to leave the cave entrance. They were situated in a semi-exposed cave on the mountainside, where the 3 younglings stood in a row behind Yuhi. eagerly gazing at the leopard, the white tiger, and a snow wolf emerging from the pack. Chapter 77. Rival's Father. Father. The three little ones, upon seeing their father approach, could hardly contain their excitement and immediately leaped towards him. Bailon looked down at the trio clinging to his leg, his gaze softening. He bent down to embrace them all. Chu-Chu and Shu-Shu nestled on either shoulder, while Bai-Ching yearned to press his cheek against his father, just as he felt a tinge of disappointment at being confined to his father's embrace. His perspective suddenly shifted upward. Bailon had lifted him and his sister Shu-Shu together, cradling him securely to prevent his fall. She was so frightened. If the orcs from the Qingke tribe harbored any ill intentions towards her and Qingqing, would they have perished outside that day? The female nestled in by Lan's arm sobbed, her shoulders trembling. Yunxi, trailing behind, let out a long sigh, reflecting on how terrified Xiao He had been these past few days. Though he himself was weary, he could manage, but Xiao He, frail in health and perpetually anxious, had to care for Ye and the three cubs. Over time, he worried she might not endure the strain. I have arrived too late. Observing her distress, Bailon wrapped his arms around her waist, softly reassuring her, "It's all right now. You and Yunxi have worked hard these days." Yuhi continued to weep, and after a considerable time, she lifted her head from Bailon's embrace, wiping her tears as she spoke. "Ye has awakened, but the medicinal supplies in my pouch are insufficient." Ye's injuries were primarily internal. External wounds were manageable due to the orc's remarkable self-healing abilities. However, the internal injuries required additional herbal remedies, which she had already exhausted, and to avoid any lasting consequences, she would need some other herbs. Bailon raised his hand to gently tousle her hair. "I understand. I will find a way regarding the medicinal herbs." The cubs also needed proper consolation, and he still had to discuss with Ye and Yunxi the events that transpired after their departure from the valley over the past 2 days. Yuhi nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. At that moment, the snow wolf beast man, who had been silently observing, unexpectedly spoke up. "I have some. I can provide it for you." Upon hearing this, Yuhi furrowed her brows slightly as she focused her gaze on the snow wolf beast man. His masculine features and remarkable demeanor had caught her attention the moment he arrived, though she had initially dismissed it, preoccupied with thoughts of her partner. Now, seeing his generous offer of medical supplies, she glanced at Bailon. After a moment of contemplation, Bailon nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. If it were something as vital as green crystals, he would not accept on behalf of you, as the debt would be too significant, and you might not even utilize it." Once Bailon acquiesced, the snow wolf beast man unhesitatingly removed several pouches hanging from his waist and handed them all to Yuhi. She displayed a hint of confusion as she inquired, "So many?" "Yes," the snow wolf beast man replied, observing her take the pouches. A subtle warmth crept into his pointed ears. As his fingers fell behind him, they curled slightly. He was uncertain of what the goddess favored, but at present, it seemed she did not harbor any dislike towards him. Unaware of his fleeting thoughts, Yuhi expressed her thanks upon receiving the items. Yunxi seemed to sense an undercurrent in the air. He cast a glance at Bailon, who remained silent, seemingly having anticipated the snow wolf beast man's overtures of goodwill. A peculiar feeling stirred within Yunxi, yet he quickly suppressed it. As the three cubs perched momentarily upon their father's shoulder, they soon found themselves unable to remain still. Particularly the white cub, supported by their father, felt that this position was far less comfortable than being cradled in his embrace. Of course, he surreptitiously cast a glance at his father's head. Yet it was evident that their father had never allowed even his 2 sisters to rest there, let alone himself. Upon returning to the cave, Yuhi retrieved the medicinal salves from her satchel. With the assistance of the snow wolf beastmen, she discerned the various remedies, ultimately selecting a particular pouch from which she administered 2 pills to Ye. "The medicine you carry is superior to what I concoct. It appears I need not prepare any additional remedies for Ye. I shall simply need to be more attentive to his diet." Listening to the gentle words of the goddess, the snow wolf beast man lowered his head slightly, responding with a soft murmur. He yearned to engage in conversation with her to learn more about her, yet it seemed she was reluctant to draw closer. Contemplating this, Mu Fei's gaze fell, and an inexplicable melancholy enveloped her. In the evening, when Bailon found himself alone with Yuhi, he recounted the altercation with Mu Fei and the subsequent deal he had struck. "Pursue me? Why?" Yuhi's immediate reaction was to feel as though Bailon had betrayed her. However, as he elucidated the circumstances leading up to the incident, she recalled that he had previously inquired whether she had any intentions of seeking other males. It dawned on her that he had been subtly preparing her for this moment all along. Was it truly just a chance he sought to offer her? He is also a purple-tier orc. What if he changes his mind later? Wouldn't that put me and the young ones in a precarious situation? Bai Lan mentioned that he had a confrontation with Mu Fei. Although he narrowly triumphed, Mu Fei seemed indifferent to whether he was the foremost beast husband. Hence, he subsequently proposed a chance to pursue the goddess. If Bai Lan grants him this opportunity, regardless of whether the goddess decides to bond with him, he would ensure the safe passage of the goddess and her offspring to the White Tiger tribe. However, this arrangement sounded like an absurd fantasy to Yuhi. Just as her concerns were about to escape her lips, Bai Lan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Ahit, do not worry. Everything will be fine. Just follow your heart. He would be by her side, ensuring that she would not act against her own desires. Yuhi fell silent, wrestling with the question of whether he truly would not mind if she developed affections for another male. What if she grew fond of another male and no longer cared for him? Yuhi wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his embrace. Her voice muffled as she confessed, having you is enough. She was not greedy. Having a partner who treated her with utmost kindness was already sufficient. The thought of introducing another orc into their lives was beyond her imagination. Chapter 78. A brief separation surpasses a new marriage upon hearing her words. Bai Lan felt a swell of emotion in his chest. Yet, reality dictated that he could not remain by her side perpetually. Had there been another partner with her during his previous absence, she would not have been so distraught upon seeing him, reduced to tears. Thus, he leaned down to kiss her forehead gently and murmured, I am very happy. Ahi, you hold a place for me in your heart. In his embrace, Yuhi secretly smiled, but after the fleeting joy, thoughts of Mu Fei, who would be joining them, caused her smile to fade slightly. Yuhi felt a turmoil within. Honestly speaking, setting aside her moral compass, the masculine figure was undeniably unforgettable, and she found herself irresistibly drawn to his countenance. That night, in her dreams, Yuhi envisioned herself carrying Bai Lan, covertly gazing at Mu Fei for an extended period. In her dream, Mu Fei said to her, let us be partners. I shall allow you to behold me every day. As he spoke, his gaze was gently lowered, his expression exuding an indescribable tenderness. Yuhi's heart raced at the sight of such a Mu Fei, but upon turning, she was startled awake by the sudden appearance of Bai Lan. In the dark, the male noticed the female in his arms had abruptly awakened, mistakenly believing she was still haunted by the events of the previous days. He tenderly patted her back, reassuring, do not fear, I am here. A wave of intense guilt and unease surged within Yuhi. Just moments ago, she had declared that one was enough for her. Yet here she was, dreaming such dreams. Indeed, she was a superficial woman, indulging in the present while casting glances at the future. After silently scolding herself, Yuhi resolved to maintain her distance from Mu Fei the next day. Bai Lan treated her with such kindness. She could not simply abandon her old affection for the allure of a new one, for that would render her no different from a fickle-hearted woman. However, Yuhi found herself ensnared in a silent turmoil as she contemplated Bai Lan's tacit acceptance. Given Bai Lan's disposition, should her misguided thoughts spiral out of control, what difference would it make if her affections waned? If only he possessed the fortitude to refrain from instilling false hopes. Secretly, Yuhi reached out to caress the male's chest, yielding to the allure of his exterior, seeking to counter temptation with temptation. Bai Lan, sensing the female's wandering hands, felt a twinge of helplessness. He flipped over, pinning her down, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a low murmur, Yunshi and the others are present. Can you truly remain silent? Should she manage to stifle her sounds, he would not object to alleviating his partner's cravings. Yuhi pondered. Is it so wrong for me to merely touch? Moreover, with the heightened hearing of beast men, even if she restrained her voice, their heavy breaths would betray them, prompting inevitable speculation about their activities. Yuhi discreetly bit down on Bai Lan's chin, and with that singular act, her restraint crumbled, leading to further impulsive gestures. The night watch, Yunshi, had anticipated a peaceful slumber, but upon hearing the rustling from within, he sighed and rose to step outside. The slumbering Yi seemed to catch a hint of disturbance and instinctively encircled the 3 cubs beside him, attempting to shield them from sounds unfit for their ears. Mu Fei thought to himself, I cannot possibly sleep. Thus, he too ventured outside. While Yunshi sought refuge in the treetops, he ascended to the peak of the mountainside cave, gazing at the crescent moon on the horizon throughout the night. Bai Lan chuckled softly as she ruffled the girl's hair, intending to inform her that Yunshi had not slept in the cave at all the previous night. However, considering the girl's delicate sensibilities, she refrained, fearing that such a revelation would only serve to deepen her embarrassment. Yuhi mumbled a subdued acknowledgement, nuzzling against the male's embrace a couple of times before venturing out to search for Ya and the three cubs. Upon hearing the promise of breakfast, the cubs eagerly scampered to her side. Yet, the absence of Mu Fei cast a shadow of concern over her. She turned to Ya and inquired, "Where is Mu Fei?" Ya gestured towards the upper part of the cave. Yuhi squinted in that direction, but alas, her eyesight was not keen enough to discern the presence of another beast-man perched above. "Mu Fei, it's time for breakfast," she called out. A hint of worry flickered across her face. "What is the matter?" Ya shook his head, replying, "He is coming down." He had been pondering the likelihood of Xiaohe and Mu Fei being together, yet felt it somewhat cruel to the young master. After all, it had been less than half a year since the young master and Xiaohe had formed their bond, and now another male was poised to intrude upon their relationship. If Mu and Meng were present, the young master would not have to face his rival directly in front of his partner. As he had implied, Mu Fei was indeed descending. He leaped directly from the summit, but to Yuhi, he seemed to materialize suddenly behind her, startling her. The three cubs, however, were wide-eyed with excitement. Bai Qing, unabashedly bold, dashed to Mu Fei's side, playfully tugging at him just as he had seen Xiaohe do with Yunxi. Eager to learn how to leap so gracefully from such great heights, Mu Fei glanced at the excited cub resting on his lap. Although he felt a twinge of confusion, his primary concern remained with the goddess. "Are you frightened?" he murmured. "I apologize for not paying attention." Yuhi, taken aback by his earnest and sincere gaze, replied, "Oh, I'm fine. Qing, please don't cling to him. You might ruin his boots." The 4-month-old tiger cub's claws had become increasingly sharp. If it scratched his boots, they would be obliged to compensate for the damage. Bai Qing let out a playful growl, asserting that he had not harmed Mu Fei's boots. He merely wished to be taught how to leap down from such heights, as he yearned to learn. Although Shu Shu envied Mu Fei's effortless descent from lofty places, she was endowed with the divine gift of spatial teleportation. She believed she could accomplish it too, but her father had always forbidden her from undertaking perilous feats with her divine abilities. On the other hand, Chu Chu simply thought she must have been seeing things. For how could a beast man fall from such a height without a scratch? Each time she tumbled from a tree, it resulted in considerable pain. Thus, the two cubs merely trailed behind their brother, watching him interact with Mu Fei, without daring to join in. But you can't cling to Mu Fei like this. How can he walk? Understanding Bai Qing's thoughts through Ya, Yui found it somewhat amusing, yet felt compelled to bend down and gently advise. You can ask Ya and your father to inquire if Mu Fei is willing to teach you, but you cannot resort to such tricks. Insisting that Mu Fei must be your teacher, do you understand? Chapter 79. Living in the eyes of others, Bai Qing gazed at his mother with a bewildered expression, struggling to comprehend why his sister Chu Chu could cling to Yunxi for food, yet he was not afforded the same privilege. Ya, listening to the cub's confusion, raised an eyebrow slightly. After all, Chu Chu was a female cub and therefore received preferential treatment. However, he refrained from voicing this, knowing that such a statement would only incite Xiaohe's ire. He explained that Chu Chu behaved similarly, so why was he not allowed to do the same? Because Yunxi and Ya are your adoptive fathers, whereas Mu Fei is not. Therefore, Qing, you may ask your adoptive father and Ya if Mu Fei is willing to teach you his skills, but you cannot cling to Mu Fei as Chu Chu does. Do you understand? Yuhi earnestly elucidated to her cub. Nevertheless, after hearing her words, Bai Qing continued to whimper, refusing to let go. He insisted that since Mu Fei was also his adoptive father, he should be able to do the same. You relayed this sentiment to the cub. Yuhi responded, "You cannot casually acknowledge an adoptive father. Can Yunxi and you be compared to other beastmen? They have cared for the three of you since your very birth, tending to your every need. Then what constitutes as not casual?" Bai Qing queried, his eyes reflecting his confusion. Yuhi fell into a brief silence, unsure of how to articulate a definitive standard. At the very least, it requires a genuine affection for you three, and it must be sanctioned by both myself and your adoptive father. Bai Qing loosened his grip slightly, yet sat at Mu Fei's feet, still somewhat unwilling to relent in his inquiry. Doesn't mother and father disagree? Bai Qing grasped the first condition, but selectively chose to inquire only about the second, eager to ascertain their parents' stance. Faced with her child's obstinacy, Yuha's smile began to wane. She crouched down and gestured to Bai Qing with a slight wave. "Disagree. Qing, did you skip breakfast today? Why does mother disagree?" Baiqing's expression revealed a desire to hide her face, as communication seemed to falter. The child had an insatiable curiosity. Yet you have found it challenging to elucidate every matter. Mother and father have only just met Mu Fei. How can they be certain he genuinely cherishes the three of you? Baiqing stood up, exclaiming loudly, he does like us. Wai remained silent, observing the exchange. Baiqing then turned to Mu Fei, and Yuha glanced at Wai, who also remained quietly contemplative. He stated, Mu Fei cares for them. While this assertion held some truth, it was rare for a beast man to harbor true disdain for young ones, with the exception of particularly mischievous offspring or those of others. Yuha sighed. What a self-assured little one. At that moment, Mu Fei softly affirmed, I do like them. Noticing the goddess's astonished expression, Mu Fei assumed she was doubtful and insisted, truly. I care for them as one would for their own young. Ah, that is unnecessary, Yuha thought, wishing to cover her face further. How could this male be so straightforward? To liken his affection for Qingqing and the others to that of his own offspring, were they truly his children? The offspring of the young lord are naturally cherished by both him and their mother. Thus there is no need to trouble the young lord of the Snow Mountain tribe with such concerns. Wai casually remarked from the side. Upon hearing this, Mu Fei cast a slightly surprised glance at Wai, inquiring, do you know me? As a beast man from the White Tiger tribe. Accompanying the young lord of the White Tiger tribe on his journey, it was not surprising that he was aware of the Snow Mountain tribe. However, he had never disclosed his identity as the young lord of the Snow Mountain tribe. Wai bent down to pick up 2 female cubs, his voice steady and devoid of much inflection, stating that the chieftain had once sent him to the Snow Mountain tribe, where the number of cubs is indeed scarce. Mu Fei fell silent, his gaze shifting to Yu He, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Indeed, the number of cubs in the Snow Mountain tribe is limited. Thus, for the future of the Snow Mountain tribe, he had journeyed to the Nada Forest. Wai did not understand how the scarcity of cubs in the Snow Mountain tribe was related to seeking the goddess in the Nada Forest. After expressing his confusion to the young lord, Bailan glanced at Mu Fei, who was clumsily trying to win over Yu He, and lowered his voice to say, it is not just the Snow Mountain tribe. Other major tribes are also experiencing a significant decline in the birth of cubs. Wai immediately frowned. How could that be possible? This was news to them. Bailan spoke steadily. 20 years ago, the 8 great tribes gathered in the Red River Valley for a grand hunt. A tribal priest noted that the number of young males brought to participate in the hunt from each tribe had notably decreased compared to previous years. He took note of this and investigated the birth rates of cubs across the tribes. Why? So it was discovered back then. It is also implausible for the various tribes to divulge the number of their offspring to one another. Only that vigilant tribal priest, seizing the opportunity during the grand hunt when all the tribes gathered, sought a pretext to investigate, yet it would be impossible to ascertain an accurate result, unless that priest continued his inquiries afterward and uncovered some clues. Bailan cast him a glance and said, you are not mistaken in your thoughts. The purple-tier orc who joined the Blackwater tribe was indeed tasked by the leader of the Qingqing tribe to investigate the birth rates of the offspring across the major tribes. However, as examining the offspring of the larger tribes proved to be quite cumbersome, he opted for an alternative route, probing into the birth rates of smaller tribes and even those within cities. After several decades of diligent effort, he finally discovered the evidence of a declining birth rate over the years. After hearing this, Ya's brows knitted even tighter. So, the situation with the Ueha tribe was not a mere coincidence? The goddess of the Ueha tribe had only just begun to attract the attention of nearby male orcs, who were initially merely performing various courtship dramas. Yet, somehow, it escalated to involve orcs from larger tribes, ultimately leading to the entire Ueha tribe being consumed by the Blackwater tribe. The actions of the Qingqing tribe leader and that purple-tier orc. Bailan pondered for a moment and responded, it is likely that this was also orchestrated by that leader. The rumors of declining offspring across the continent began to spread after that purple-tier orc joined the Blackwater tribe alongside the goddess. Initially, Bailan did not realize that this was the handiwork of the leader of the Qingqing tribe, as he was unaware of the connection between the purple-tier orc who had joined the Heishui tribe and the Qingqing leader. It was not until he encountered Mu Fei, the young master of the Shueshan tribe, who possessed a wealth of information, that they began to share insights regarding the goddess, thus uncovering the extensive machinations of the Qingqing leader behind the scenes. Upon realizing that it was indeed the Qingqing leader orchestrating everything, Yo expressed his astonishment before solemnly stating, as our leader has asserted, although the Qingqing leader is the youngest among the 8 major tribes, His cunning and strategic prowess are certainly on par with those of seasoned orcs who have lived for decades. Chapter 80. Encountering the Black again, however. It is somewhat regrettable for the Outwit tribe, as they have become pawns in another's game. In response, Bailon shook his head, asserting that as long as the goddess remained within the Outwit tribe, it was only a matter of time before they were swallowed by other tribes. The goddess serves as a testament to the blessings of the beast god, and some tribes tend to sanctify the goddess, seizing her as a trophy to flaunt before outsiders. As the 8 major tribes began to notice a decline in the birth of newborns, those tribes that previously did not concern themselves with the whereabouts of the goddess would inevitably start vying for her attention. Upon hearing the young master's words, Yi turned to Yu-He, suddenly grasping the implications. The young master feared he could not protect Xiao-He. The young master of the Shueshan tribe not only has a formidable background, but also possesses considerable strength. If he were to become Xiao-He's partner, there would indeed be few capable of influencing her across this continent. Bailon remained silent for a moment, neither affirming nor denying, observing what he meant. If she were unwilling, he would spare no effort to ensure her and the cub's safety. As if sensing Bailon's gaze, Yu-He flashed him a smile before resuming her task of feeding Shu-Shu with meat broth. Among the 3 cubs, Bai-Ching delighted in meat at every meal. Never tiring of it, Shu-Shu enjoyed both meat and soup, while Chu-Chu favored the tart sweetness of wild fruits, requiring only the tenderest cuts of meat. Otherwise, she would be picky and refuse to eat unless coaxed. "Oh, whoa, I'm full," Bai-Ching exclaimed, ready to dash off, followed closely by Shu-Shu and Chu-Chu. Yu-He called out helplessly from behind, "Slow down, don't run too far." Mu Fei whispered, "I will take good care of them." Yu-He smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude. She was quite courteous to him, unlike her casual demeanor towards Yunxi. Mu Fei contemplated the goddess's attitude towards him while pondering how to become better acquainted with her. He had ample time to gradually learn her preferences, yet, what if the goddess truly did not favor him? Having lost his mother at a young age, Mu Fei lacked experience with females. The thought of such a possibility left him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, He Yao, having sustained an injury, had casually sought a place to recuperate. Unfortunately, the location he chose was not far from the cave where Yu-He and the others resided. As the 3 cubs were brought out for some fresh air by Mu Fei and Yunxi, he was in the midst of transforming into his beast form. Coiled around a tree, eyes closed in meditation as he awaited the passage of prey. "Oh, look over there, a little flying insect. Oh, I caught a butterfly. Oh, I caught a snake." The serpent beast man opened his eyes beneath the great tree, gazing down at the 3 familiar younglings, and fell into a profound silence. Driven by an inexplicable emotion, Heiyue transformed into a semi-beast form atop the tree, employing his divine invisibility to perch upon a sturdy branch. He glanced around and discovered aphids upon the tree. Utilizing a slender silver thread from his wrist as a weapon, he ensnared the aphids and, upon the approach of the younglings, released them. "Oh, well, what is that?" Heiyue's aim was impeccable. The first aphid he caught attracted the audacious Shuju, who, driven by curiosity, pounced at the sudden appearance of the creature above her. The moment she touched the silver thread, it swiftly ensnared the small cub. Before long, Shuju, bound by vines, appeared before the other 2 younglings. "Ah, Yunxi, come quickly. A tree is stealing the cubs," Chu-Chu cried out in a shrill, piercing voice. Not far behind, Mu Fei and Yunxi immediately sprang into action, utilizing a swift teleportation that left only afterimages in their wake, as if swept away by a tempest. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Bai-Ching and Chu-Chu. Mu Fei drew a long whip from her waist, aiming it straight at the tree, while Yunxi conjured several blades of wind, which swiftly severed the vines binding Shuju. With a thunderous crash, leaves scattered in the air, catching Heiyue off guard as he realized a purple-tier beast man was below. Reacting swiftly, he flicked his fingers, causing the silver thread in his hand to whirl outwards. As the long whip became entangled, Mu Fei's instinctive reaction was to pull it free. However, the lurking orc remained utterly unfazed by his strength. On the contrary, as the silver threads coiled around the whip, the friction produced a persistent sound that surprisingly drew Mu Fei forward a step. "Humph, concealed and exposed, come forth." With a wave of her hand, Yunxi summoned a tempest. The 3 cubs below, though not swept away, were tossed about chaotically by the gale until Yunxi, with her quick reflexes, whisked them into her embrace. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the whip cracking soon reverberated behind Yunxi. A chill suddenly enveloped her from behind, and with the wind at her feet, she propelled herself and the three cubs skyward. The sharp whoosh of the whip slicing through the air echoed again, as it seemed to lash at the very atmosphere, ceaselessly flailing in all directions. Yunshi alighted atop a tree, cradling the three cubs, and observed the battle below, her expression grave. How? Mother, Mu Fei is so formidable. How? He drove that wicked orc away. How? Mother, can we acknowledge Mu Fei as our adoptive father? Let him teach us his skills. The three little ones chattered excitedly, each vying to speak, leaving Ye unable to keep up with their enthusiastic translations. Ultimately, it was Bai Lan who took all three cubs into his arms, soothing them and allowing Yuhi to exhale in relief. What have Qing Qing and the others encountered? Yuhi inquired of Yunshi, who had never witnessed the cubs so animated before. This morning's sight of their father had only evoked similar wild enthusiasm. After circling Bai Lan a couple of times and nudging against him, they settled quietly upon his shoulder. Unlike now, when Bai Lan excitedly coaxed them to eat meat, they were all howling with enthusiasm. They encountered the serpent beast man from before. Yunshi's expression exhibited a hint of peculiarity. The serpent beast man was injured, and it seemed that Shenxiai had cloaked himself. Mu Fei had engaged him for over an hour before finally driving him away. Not exactly driving him away. Mu Fei stated with a calm demeanor, adhering to the facts, that it was the serpent beastman's own decision to withdraw. Of course, Mu Fei did not hold back when the beastman chose to leave, inflicting another wound upon him. Consequently, before departing, the serpent beastman revealed his vertical pupils. Chapter 81. Entering the city, it remained uncertain whether the serpent beastman was deterred by his injuries, ultimately deciding to leave. Could he truly render himself invisible? If he harbored further intentions, He furrowed her brow, and before she could articulate her concerns, Ye spoke in a grave tone, suggesting that they take the initiative. Strike while he is vulnerable, seize his life. While the true motives of the adversary eluded them, the fact that he persistently targeted their young posed an enduring threat. Thus, in the next moment, Mu Fei found himself the focus of their collective gaze. Yuhi followed Ye and Yunshi's lead, but she felt utterly uncertain. After all, this matter was fundamentally unrelated to Mu Fei. It was merely that he had reached some accord with Bai Lan, forming an alliance. Yet, in situations where one could easily offend others, it was unlikely he would involve himself without substantial benefits. However, after a brief contemplation, Mu Fei nodded. Very well. As Yuhi gazed at Mu Fei, her expression became increasingly complex. When Ye and Yunshi went to assist Bai Lan in feeding the three cubs, she turned to the still-seated Mu Fei and inquired, "Aren't you going to reconsider?" Suddenly, an orc, addressing her as goddess, appeared beside her, inexplicably eager to demonstrate his goodwill. Such unsolicited attentiveness often masks ulterior motives. One cannot help but suspect deceit. Yuhi accepted only the most casual assistance offered by others, yet the orc, approaching her with undeniable hidden intentions, conjured thoughts of various terrifying incidents in her mind. Mu Fei observed the goddess, who cautiously sought his reassurance. Her thoughts seemed to radiate from her countenance. He blinked his eyelashes gently, uttering a soft and, as anticipated, he noted a flicker of relief cross the goddess's face, quickly followed by a hint of embarrassment. "Oh, do take care," she remarked. Yuhi felt a twinge of shame, albeit not significantly. Perhaps, in her heart, she believed that Bai Lan's delayed return was partly Mu Fei's responsibility. Moreover, Mu Fei's solitary pursuit of the serpent orc did not necessarily imply an intent to eliminate him. The objective was merely to drive the individual away, ensuring he would not reappear before them. Surely they would not insist upon his death, especially upon realizing he had spared the serpent orc. After the goddess uttered her words, she swiftly cast her eyes downward and turned away, prompting a glimmer of amusement to flicker in Mu Fei's gaze. Unbeknownst to the goddess, now that she had taken her first beast husband, any future suitors would not only need to win her heart, but, more crucially, attain the approval of her first beast husband. Without his consent, even if the goddess herself were willing, their clandestine rivalries would persist, likely intensifying once he entered the fold. However, Mu Fei had no intention of challenging Bai Lan's position as the foremost beast husband. Rather, he sought his acknowledgement and understood that he must exhibit appropriate actions to demonstrate his sincerity. Engaging in activities that pertained to the safety of their young ones served as a tangible manifestation of his goodwill towards Bai Lan. This notion was clear to him, as well as to Ye and Yunshi. Mu Fei announced his intention to seek the serpent beast man and departed that very day. Yet, Upon his arrival, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Bailon was in discussions with Yuhi about the prospect of leaving with the young ones to venture into the Nada forest. Should they wait for Mufei? During the day, Yuhi entertained the young ones with exuberant play, and her transformation into a tricolored cat had gradually sculpted her figure into a smooth and defined silhouette. Of course, this was merely her illusion, nevertheless. The consequences of her daytime antics left her feeling quite fatigued. Upon hearing that his female companion seemed to be referring to a rival, Bailon experienced a fleeting moment of discomfort. Fortunately, this rival was not particularly bothersome and conducted himself with a commendable sense of propriety. Thus, he suppressed his slight unease and gently caressed her back, soothingly whispering, "There is no need to wait. He will find us. If he cannot, then it is simply a matter of fate between him and Ahi." Though Bailon had tacitly accepted the presence of a rival pursuing his female companion, he could never bring himself to actively assist in such matters. "Oh, I see." Yuhi, lulled by his tender touch, found her eyelids growing heavy. She assumed that Bailon had already left clues for Mu Fei to locate them, and with this knowledge, she soon succumbed to slumber in her male companion's embrace. The following morning, just as the first light began to break on the horizon, the day dawned anew. Bailon cradled a three-colored cat and a male cub, while Yuan-Shi held two female cubs, accompanied by the transformed beast, Ya. The trio and their beast swiftly darted into the jungle. 10 days later, outside Half Moon City, for beastmen, weary from their journey, entered the city, bearing 3 cubs. Wow, mother, so many beastmen. In stark contrast to the outside, the city bustled with life. While the outskirts occasionally revealed solitary passers-by, the streets within thrummed with activity, where one could hardly take a few steps without encountering clusters of beastmen. For the 3 cubs, it was their first encounter with such a multitude of beastmen, and they could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Yet, upon witnessing the astonished and benevolent smiles of the beastmen directed at them, the cubs quickly emerged from the embrace of their father or guardian. Yuhi, observing the curious little heads of the cubs as they gazed around, could not help but chuckle. "Ching-ching, do you wish to bring your sisters down for a stroll?" Watching them peer inquisitively from Bailan's arms, her heart melted. Woo. Yes. Shu was the first to express her eagerness to descend. Bai Qing, unwilling to be outdone, leaped down the moment their father released his grip. At nearly 5 months old, the tiger cubs had grown to a height that reached her knees, making their descent from Bailan's arms quite effortless. However, Yui found herself unable to lift any of the 3 cubs now. Woo. Wait for me, brother and sister. Chu, cradled by Yuan-Shi, called out anxiously as she watched her siblings leap down. Yuan-Shi affectionately ruffled Chu's head before finally setting her down. He had been with Chu for the longest time, and the more time he spent with her, the more uneasy he felt about her wandering amidst so many beastmen with her brothers and sisters. Yuhi and the others arrived at Half Moon City in the afternoon. Thus their immediate concerns were to address the issues of dinner and accommodation. However, while there were stalls selling various goods in Half Moon City, there were no inns available for rest. Noticing Yuhi's anxiety over where they would stay for the night, Bailon reassured her that Ye had gone to find a place to lodge. There were indeed small tribes within the city that offered accommodations in exchange for some crystal cores. Chapter 82. The Butching Siblings. Nevertheless, the lodging conditions provided by these small tribes were generally limited, and food would need to be brought along or exchanged for additional crystal cores. Therefore, Bailon and Yeo intended to seek alternative options, especially since they were accompanied by a female and 3 young ones, and there was no need for them to endure the same casual living conditions they had when they first arrived. Before nightfall, Bailon and Yuan-Shi, along with Yuhi and the 3 young ones, approached a courtyard that appeared more splendid than the other beastmen's residences. He was waiting for them in the yard, accompanied by 2 beastmen who seemed to be a pair of siblings. "Master Bai, it has been a while," the unfamiliar male exclaimed upon seeing Bailon, rising from the stone bench to perform a warrior-esque salute, his right fist placed upon his chest, a gesture traditionally made by those of lower rank to show respect to those of higher status. Bailon nodded slightly, acknowledging him with a simple greeting of Lord Bo. It was at this moment that Yuhi suddenly realized that there were no elaborate titles as one might find in the modern world. The most common were simply patriarch, young master, or lord. In the city, there was also a city lord, but generally, people addressed each other by their names. Of course, within 3 generations of blood relations, specific familial terms were used, such as father, mother, brother, sister, grandmother, and grandfather. "Ah, I cannot presume to call you Lord Bai," she remarked. The unfamiliar male, upon hearing Bailan refer to him as Lord Bai, could not help but chuckle and wave his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze to Yuhi, inquiring if this was indeed the companion of young Master Bai, along with the 3 little ones. All were white tiger cubs, clearly indicating they were the offspring of a male. The stranger's face was alight with envy. Young Master Bai was truly fortunate to have 3 cubs at once. Why had he not been blessed with the same fortune, to encounter a divine maiden favored by the beast gods and be granted several cubs in one go? Indeed, my luck is rather remarkable, Bailan mused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he introduced them. This is my partner, Yuhi. As for the 3 cubs, they were still too young to transform, and revealing too much might invite unnecessary jealousy. Goddess Yuhi, I am Bo Qing. I had heard of you long ago, but I never imagined you would be the companion of young Master Bai. It seems the ambitions of those beastmen are destined to be thwarted. He continued, casually adding that many beastmen were merely a group of males who did not regard females as proper beings. It is perhaps best that you have not encountered them. Yuhi smiled in response. I suppose my fortune is indeed quite favorable. Biao Qing smiled and nodded, remarking that they were quite a match. The charming female, who had not been introduced until now, could no longer contain herself and tugged at Biao Qing from behind. Yuxiang turned to Bailan and Yunxi, offering them a sweet smile. Young Master Bai, Lady Yunxi. She glanced at Yuhi, preparing to speak, but Biao Qing interrupted her with a friendly smile. When you came to find me, he happened to run into my sister. Since she had some free time, she decided to join us. But rest assured, this courtyard was purchased by my father and his brothers long ago. Upon hearing that you would be staying in Half Moon City for a while, I immediately instructed my beast servants to tidy it up. You can comfortably reside here for the next few days. No other beastmen will be dropping by. As Biao Qing spoke the last part, he subtly cast a glance at his sister, silently conveying a sense of assurance. As a local authority in Half Moon City who discreetly held considerable economic sway over several tribes, Biao Qing knew that even his sister could not hinder his efforts to befriend a purple-tier beastman. Moreover, this beastman was associated with a significant tribe, and his partner was a divine maiden, which implied that today's alliance would yield unimaginable connections in the future. Upon hearing this, Bailan responded with a calm acknowledgement, finding Biao Qing's arrangements quite satisfactory. Yuhi, with her eyes crinkling in delight, smiled and linked her arm with Bailan's. Thank you. This courtyard is quite spacious. I appreciate your efforts. Biao Qing laughed heartily. He has compensated me generously. As long as the divine maiden is pleased with the courtyard, that is all that matters. The provisions in this residence need not concern you. I shall have the beast servants deliver meals daily. Alternatively, should you desire anything specific, as long as it is available in Half Moon City, I shall endeavor to accommodate your wishes. Very well. However, there is no need to address me as goddess continuously. Yuhi spoke gently, suggesting that you may call me Xiaohe instead. Xiaohe, Bo Qing replied amiably, understanding that referring to her as goddess might invite trouble. It is already quite late. I shall not disturb your evening rest any further. Dinner will be delivered shortly by the beast servants. Beast servants? This was the 3rd instance Yuhi had encountered this unfamiliar term. Could it possibly denote what she suspected? When Yuya was pulled away by Bo Qing, she did so with great reluctance, shaking off her brother's hand and glaring at Yuhi with indignation. You are hardly appealing. How is it that you merit the title of goddess? She believed that Yuhi's appearance was inferior even to that of the vile Mou. The thought that Yuhi might receive the same preferential treatment from the city's male beastmen only served to intensify Yuya's envy. Upon hearing someone seemingly insult their mother, the 3 cubs immediately lunged forward, yowling, "Do not speak ill of our mother." Taken aback and alarmed, Yuya retorted, "Get off, you filthy little cubs." She instinctively attempted to kick at the cubs, but Bo Qing, with a stern expression, swept her up in his arms. Silence. Bo Qing was tempted to cast his sister aside. Her ineptitude was more detrimental than beneficial. While she may be insulted, disparaging her offspring was entirely unacceptable. You are not particularly remarkable either. Despite my shortcomings, I am well liked by the males. After speaking, Yuhi shot a fierce glare at Yuya. Bo Qing, although innocently caught in Yuhi's ire, readily concurred, remarking that Yuya was indeed unremarkable in appearance. Despite being an adult for over a decade, only 2 male beastmen had shown interest in forming a partnership with her. With such unattractive features and a dubious character, it is no wonder she attracts no male suitors. Yunxi coldly mocked. He typically refrained from engaging with females in disputes, yet when it came to the welfare of the three cubs, his restraint in not physically tossing her out was already a considerable concession to Bo Ching. Ye's eyelids subtly lifted, though he remained silent. His gaze briefly darkened as it passed over the Bo siblings. Bai Lan's voice was monotonous. Indeed, she is quite ugly. Upon hearing this, Yuya burst into tears. Startled by the sudden assault from the three cubs and further wounded by the relentless jibes about her appearance, especially from her own brother and Yun Shi, she felt as if struck by 1,000 arrows. Having been pampered since childhood, she was ill-equipped to bear such criticism. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, yet Yu He, who had just managed to soothe her three cubs, felt no sympathy upon hearing her cries. Instead, she was thoroughly exasperated. Suppressing her anger, she grumbled to Bo Ching, "Take her away. We need to rest." Chapter 83, Commotion. Once the Bo siblings departed, Yia immediately began to weep in earnest. How dare she judge my appearance? What does my looks have to do with her? I am absolutely furious. Yui has always struggled to comprehend why the female protagonists in television dramas endure their grievances with stoic composure, while the antagonistic second female leads unabashedly display their own sorrows. One cannot merely attribute this to the protagonist's profound sense of righteousness, maturity, emotional stability, or swift reactions. When such indignities befall Yu-Hee, she finds herself utterly unable to bear the injustice. Is her beauty truly the crux of the matter? Even if she is indeed attractive, what relevance does that hold for me, who is less fortunate in appearance? Why must she approach me with such absurdities? Who does she think she is? As Yu-Hee weeps, her sobs interspersed with gasps for breath, she lashes out at Ching and the others, lamenting that had it not been for her inexplicable outburst directed at me, they would not have reacted so vehemently. It is utterly excessive. If she is unwell, she ought to seek help. The three little ones are bewildered, unable to grasp the reason behind their mother's tears. They had already chased away the female who spoke ill of her. Why, then, does she continue to cry? It's that female's fault. You are wonderful, they reason. Bai Lan gently embraces the sobbing female, soothing her with tender words. Ahi, please do not cry. What she said was untrue. You are indeed beautiful. In my eyes, you are the most exquisite female. Yui cannot help but smile at his final words, her brows instinctively softening. Yet, the inexplicable grievance resurfaces, and her expression oscillates between laughter and tears. Am I truly beautiful, or are you merely saying this to console me? Although Yu-Hee considered her appearance to be rather acceptable, especially in comparison to the ordinary visage of her past life, she found herself lacking confidence in the presence of the extraordinarily handsome Bai Lan. She pondered whether, had she not borne these three young ones, Bai Lan would truly have settled his affections upon her. Following the revelation of the divine maiden, Yu-Hee felt not elation when pursued openly by a male as distinguished as Mu Fei, but rather an indescribable trepidation. Various signs indicated that their affection for her was fundamentally rooted in her formidable reproductive capabilities. What would happen if that were to vanish one day? Yu-Hee was not particularly inclined to bear more offspring, even though Ching and the others were undeniably delightful, rendering her grateful for their existence. The thought of other males seeking her solely for the purpose of siring their young filled her with a desire for sterilization. To endure the agony of childbirth repeatedly? Who would willingly subject themselves to such pain? Males were indeed akin to clumsy oafs. Yet, Bai Lan's sentiments were not merely flattery. In his eyes, there existed a distinction solely between his female and others. Naturally, his female was the most beautiful, even if her temperament was somewhat sensitive and fragile, which he found to be her most endearing trait. Upon hearing this, Yu-Hee could not help but break into a smile through her tears. She was not entirely oblivious to her own shortcomings. She recognized that her beauty did not rival that of breathtaking enchantresses. Yet Bai Lan's words served as a soothing balm to her agitated spirit. When a female feels wronged and distressed, what she fears the most is for others to present her with facts and rational arguments, for in her moment of grievance, what she truly desires is to know whether the other person understands her plight. Is she more beautiful, or am I? At this moment, Yu-Hee's demeanor resembled that of a young girl in the throes of love, although the words of her companion had completely alleviated her feelings of grievance. An insatiable desire compelled her to seek further affirmation of the sentiments she longed to hear. In simpler terms, she was being unreasonable. Bai Lan exhibited remarkable tolerance towards Yu-Hee's feminine emotions, gently stating, Ahi, you are beautiful. No one can compare to you in my heart. Yu-Hee pressed her lips together, her heart swelling with bashful delight at his words. You are wonderful too. There were bolder sentiments she refrained from voicing, mindful of the other beastmen in proximity. Coughing softly, Yunxi, who had been silently observing, raised a hand to her mouth. Let us allow Qingqing and the others to go in first. The two single males were not particularly keen on witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, yet even playfully patted by Qing's head, tugging at the nape of his neck to signal him to follow. The two female cubs, reluctant to depart, were effortlessly lifted by Yunxi, who carried one in each arm and headed into the room. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Yui boldly embraced Bai Lan's neck and whispered in his ear, Lan, you are the most handsome, responsible, and formidable male I have ever known. Bai Lan's gentle gaze and delicate features made the words uttered by the female seem like the most enchanting of love declarations. Despite the mention of the males she had known, what was so remarkable about it? The male did not inquire aimlessly. Rather, he was intrigued by the female's unexpected boldness in matters of intimacy, which starkly contrasted with her usual timid demeanor. In such matters, as long as she was not unwell, she was typically quite proactive. Yu-He, standing half a head shorter than him, felt a faint blush rise on her cheeks upon hearing his words. She rose on her toes and whispered softly into his ear, that place is the most remarkable. Her words were barely audible, almost lost to the air. But upon comprehending them, Bai Lan felt a surge of emotion, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Their lips and tongues soon entwined in a fervent kiss. The following day, when Yu-He awoke, her body ached all over, a reminder of last night's indulgence. The memory made her want to hide her face in embarrassment. Given the lack of suitable places to rest during their journey, once they arrived in Half Moon City and found themselves in private quarters, her desires could no longer be restrained. Even Bai Lan, who usually maintained his composure, found himself swayed by her seductive words, leading to a night of passionate entanglements that lasted until dawn. It had been reckless. As Yu-He realized she could hardly get out of bed, regret washed over her, and she buried her face in the sheets. When Bai Lan entered to check on her, seeing him unharmed ignited a surge of frustration within her. Unable to contain herself, she wrapped her arms around his neck and bit down playfully. Why are you completely fine? It's not fair. Under normal circumstances, males would also be exhausted due to such matters, and it would be utterly impossible for them to be unaffected the following day. Bai Lan gently lifted her as if cradling a child, positioning her on his lap, before bringing over a bowl of meat soup to feed her. I am a purple-tier beast man, and it was merely one night. This statement held significant implications in Yu-He's ears. After she indignantly consumed the soup, she playfully reached out to pat his waist. Humph. The female huffed at him. Chapter 84. The Trading District. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Bai Lan's eyes as he pressed his fingers lightly against her waist. In response, he received a charming rebuke from the female. In truth, Yu-He shot him an annoyed glance, but it had no intimidating effect on Bai Lan. Once Bai Lan finally finished feeding her the bowl of meat soup, Yu-He leaned against his shoulder, unwilling to move. Bai Lan gently stroked her back and inquired if she wished to go out for a stroll. If they were to venture out, he would be more than happy to massage her again. Yu-He softly huffed, unable to walk. Will you carry me? Bai Lan chuckled. I can certainly carry you. However, he feared she might feel embarrassed and refuse to be held. Yu-He indeed nudged him with her elbow, her voice sweetly soft. No. Won't being held attract the attention of other beastmen? Not at all, Bai Lan reassured her. I have visited the trading district on East Street, where many females were out and about, all carried by their males. Some even transformed into their beast forms, allowing their females to sit upon them. This is not an unusual sight. As they traversed South Street yesterday, they encountered such a situation. However, he was solely focused on the three cubs, paying little heed to the surroundings. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yu-He hesitated for a moment before unreservedly embracing his neck. In that case, I shall venture out. But who will keep an eye on the three cubs? It's certainly unwise to let them roam freely, for the orcs lurking in the knot of forest, seeking the goddess, may arrive at Half Moon City at any moment. If they frequently wander about with the cubs, it won't be long before Yu-He finds herself surrounded by those orcs. But Yaya and Yunxi will stay here to play with them. Bai Lan had other plans for the three cubs. After all, when the quartet entered Half Moon City through the south gate with the three white tiger cubs, numerous orcs had taken notice. Should any orc delve into inquiries, it would not be long before news of the goddess bringing cubs into the city spread. Thus, before the orcs could react, he intended for Yaya and Yunxi to disguise the three cubs, allowing them to venture out without drawing undue attention. with the assistance of Bo Ching, a local expert. Bailon was quite confident that he could ensure the orcs would not disrupt he and the cub's life in Half Moon City. Yui recalled their efforts to evade the orcs searching for them, yet her absolute trust in Bailon led her to believe that he had orchestrated everything meticulously. Then please assist me in tidying up, we shall depart shortly. As for merely drinking soup, it had not fully satiated her hunger, but Yui chose to disregard it. Knowing that her male counterpart would not allow her to go hungry, Bailon softly acknowledged this with a hum. Bringing over the warm water that had been simmering on the stove, she meticulously wiped Yuhi's face and hands, and then applied a mud mask to her skin for an extended period. Once everything was tidily arranged, Bailon quickly carried her out the door. The dwelling lent to Yuhi and her companions was situated nearer to West Street, a locale predominantly inhabited by solitary males, resulting in a somewhat desolate atmosphere. During this time, Yui became acutely aware of the distinctions between Half Moon City and modern urban environments. There were no towering skyscrapers, nor were there the quaint, low-tiled roofs that sometimes persisted in towns evolved from rural origins. Instead, there were expansive front courtyards accompanied by several adjoining stone houses at the rear, featuring roofs that were either round or square. The windows were invariably positioned on the second floor, allowing for ample ventilation and light without the risk of obstruction. The only inconvenience arose when windows were not constructed with one-way transparent materials, as this would enable outsiders to easily observe the activities of the inhabitants on the upper level. Furthermore, due to the territorial instincts of the beast folk, it was rare for two stone houses to face one another directly across a wall. Typically, siblings from the same family would reside together for convenience, merely occupying adjacent stone houses. This arrangement of upper and lower living spaces constituted the fundamental structure of residences in Half Moon City. As for commercial stalls, whether on South Street or East Street, as long as they were established within the designated planning area, the nature of one's stall would not attract any attention. Thus, there are those who build elevated platforms, those who spread hides upon the ground, and even those who have constructed wooden huts, and some have even erected stone houses in the courtyard. In short, the trading area appears quite chaotic in Yuhi's eyes, lacking the modern, unified planning that would render it aesthetically pleasing and orderly. When Yui peruses the herbal stalls, she often finds something appealing at one booth, only to proceed to another location to settle the payment. My apologies, my apologies. The stall owner hastily explained upon noticing Yuhi's furrowed brow. Our stalls frequently shift locations for the sake of secure transactions, and we must conduct our dealings here. In the East Street, stalls can be seized at will, provided one possesses sufficient strength. The most prominent and advantageous stalls belong to those who are boldest. Consequently, the beastmen refrain from conducting transactions in plain sight, opting instead to finalize their deals within a stone house in the trading district, exchanging crystal cores for goods hand in hand. This has been an unspoken rule in the trading area for decades. Any transaction completed within the stone house is not subject to envy from other beastmen. Should anyone dare to disrupt a deal made inside the stone house, they would face the wrath of the crowd, leading to a merciless beating. As for transactions conducted outside the stone house, should malicious beastmen ruin or pilfer the goods, no one will intervene. Yuhi, linking her arm with Bailon, expressed her exasperation. Could we not establish a new rule that all transactions within the trading area are protected? Must we always scurry about like this? Don't you tire of it? Upon hearing Yuhi's words, the stall owner let out a wry smile. It's not that simple. Even the city lord would find it impossible to enforce such a change. Moreover, not every transaction can truly be deemed as such. When the stall owner uttered those words, a flicker of relief was unmistakably visible on his face. Yui's expression shifted to one of confusion as she pondered the meaning behind his statement. However, the stall owner chose to remain silent, hastily diverting the conversation. It's nothing. 3 stalks of sanshang grass, a handful of mu-kue grass, and a bundle of nyo-jiao flowers. If you believe that 10 shards of qi jing will suffice, then feel free to take them. Can we not reduce it to 8 shards? Yuhi inquired. You see, 2 of the sanshang grass have decayed roots, and the mu-kue grass and nyo-jiao flowers were merely picked at random. The truly usable herbs are quite limited. If 6 shards of qi jing is acceptable, we can finalize the transaction immediately. As soon as those words left Yuhi's lips, the stall owner's mouth twitched involuntarily, initially suggesting a reduction of 2 shards. He now found himself contemplating the sale of numerous herbs for merely 6 shards of qi jing. Chapter 85. The gift 6 shards is far too little, the stall owner remarked, gazing at Yuhi in disbelief. 8 shards. Yuhi furrowed her brow slightly, but many of these are unusable. The stall owner was taken aback by her relentless bargaining. If he yielded to her demands, he would undoubtedly forfeit 4 shards of Qi Jing. Observing Yuhi's hesitation, he chose not to press further, instead gathering the herbs on the stone table, preparing to depart. 7 shards, and I will take them. The stall owner did not pause. As he reached the entrance of the stone house, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by this female. With a hint of irritation, he tossed the herbs before Yuhi. 7 shards, take them. In response, Yuhi smiled and glanced at Bailan. Bailan removed a leather pouch from her waist and extracted 7 crimson crystals, handing them to the stall owner. All right, these are all yours. Upon receiving the crystals, the stall owner's expression finally bore a hint of satisfaction. However, the realization that he could have sold 10 crystals for the herbs, but had to settle for 3 due to this woman's haggling swiftly darkened his mood. With a pained look, he emerged from the stone hut, while Yuhi requested Bailan's assistance in selecting the finest herbs, dismissing any that were spoiled or had decayed medicinal parts. After meticulous selection, what had initially been a bountiful assortment of herbs was reduced to a small bundle in Yuhi's hands. The 3 healing herbs were delicately wrapped in thin animal hide along with other herbs, then hung at Yuhi's waist. The herbs in the trading area were poorly preserved. After exiting the stone hut, Yuhi and Bailan approached a stall that offered to safeguard their herbs, exchanging 2 crimson crystals as compensation. Bailan then lifted the neatly bundled herbs with one hand. On their way back, Yuhi lamented the poor condition of the herbs gathered by the orcs in the trading area. If they had been preserved better, we wouldn't have wasted so much time selecting herbs. An entire afternoon had passed, and after spending over 50 crimson crystals, they had acquired only this meager amount of herbs. Yuhi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Bailan gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. If we didn't find what we sought this time, we shall return another day." He did not inform her that many orcs, apart from a few who could identify healing and detoxifying herbs, were largely ignorant of other plant varieties. Consequently, those who specialized in selling herbs in the trading district were primarily suppliers to nomadic tribes. The quality herbs had long been provided to these tribes, leaving only mediocre ones behind. Upon hearing this, Yuha merely shook her head, feeling that there would be no better herbs next time. She decided not to return. After exiting the Nada forest, she found herself without a source for herbs. She had hoped that the trading district in the city might offer some, but the outcome was disappointingly bleak. Bailan, observing her despondent demeanor, furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you not find anything you liked in the trading district today?" Yuha, having been exposed to a myriad of splendid goods in modern times, found the items in the trading district rather ordinary. Although she was somewhat astonished by the presence of porcelain, reflecting the external productivity, she recalled that Bailan and the others possessed garments made of silk, making the existence of porcelain seem less surprising. Another reason for her indifference towards the wares in the trading district was that her male counterpart could craft many of the needed items. Thus, if the need arose, she could simply ask him to create them for her. That said, Bailan did notice some items in the trading district that were suitable for females. In the Nada forest, the conditions had not allowed for many items to be shared with her. However, now that they were out, what other females possessed, I should also have access to. As night fell, Yuha saw that Bailan had acquired 2 strings of jade pendants, and her eyes instantly brightened. "Are these for me?" She is certainly not of a dull disposition. Before Bailan and the others ventured into the city, they carried with them not only a few changes of clothing and crystal cores, but also all the essentials needed for herself and her young. "Well, do you like it?" Today, time was rather limited, so I only managed to create 2 strings of jade pendants, which would serve as decent adornments alongside her shell, pearl jewelry, and wooden hairpins. "I like it. I adore whatever you create," Yuhi exclaimed, planting a kiss on Bailan's cheek, her joy palpable. Bailan is generous with what he can provide her, and even when he cannot, he often finds ways to compensate, just like those 2 silk garments, which he utilized entirely without her knowledge, prioritizing her comfort during childbirth. The blood had seeped so thoroughly that it did not leave a trace on the animal hide, and they were later discarded and buried. As for what she possesses, none of it was crafted by Bailan. Yet, exquisite pieces like the jade pendants are a first for Yuhi. There is no denying that beautiful stones can be found and polished in the rivers of the forest, but none compare to the luster of jade. Bailan crafted just a couple of these, but instead turned to opening numerous river clams. stringing together several pearl necklaces and bracelets for her. Observing her delight, his expression softened. Ow! Mother, I want one too. Both Bai Qing and Shu Shu, along with Chu Chu, expressed their fondness for the jade pendants through their actions. Previously, Bai Lan had made pearl jewelry, but he had not witnessed such enthusiasm from them. They merely circled Yuhi in curiosity before returning to play in the water. After Bai Lan opened several more river clam shells, Yuhi urged them to stop, prompting them to finally cease their activity. It was crafted by your father. Let us inquire whether he could create 2 more for you, shall we? How delightful! The 3 little ones responded in unison. When Y and YNX noticed the jade pendant at her waist, a hint of surprise flickered across their faces. However, this trivial matter paled in comparison to the astonishment they felt when YH suggested that, if BILN had conditions, he should simultaneously craft a pendant for all 3 little ones. The young cubs, still in their infancy, would soon forget such trinkets. Y gently reminded YH of this fact. YH was exceedingly indulgent towards the 3 cubs. One might surmise that, were it not for the limitations of her and BILN's abilities, she could very well be the kind of beast man who would grant her cubs stars if they desired them, yet deny them the moon. Chapter 86. The wealthy young master BIYH looked up at Y, perplexed, and remarked, "What difference does it make? If they forget, we can simply put them away." The jade pendants given to them by their father, if preserved well, could accompany them when they transformed. Should they still cherish these little tokens? Moreover, she added with a spark of excitement, when Qing grows up and finds a female he admires, he could gift this jade pendant, which has been with him since childhood, to her. I find it to be a beautiful memento. As she spoke, YH cast a hopeful glance at BILN. Although he believed it would be more meaningful for BIQing to craft such a pendant with his own hands for his beloved female, he could not resist the earnest gaze directed at him and nodded in agreement. Yin and Yunshi exchanged a glance, both perceiving that Yuha's notion was somewhat impractical. However, since the young master did not shatter the enchanting illusions of femininity, they deemed it unnecessary to dispel them. Today, they had only managed to procure a few jade stones from the trading area. Tomorrow, if time permitted, they would revisit the market. If they chanced upon more jade, they would craft some for them. Bai Lan spoke, crouching down to comfort the 3 young cubs. The jade was primarily intended for adornments for their own females. The cubs were still too young to appreciate such treasures, which is why Bai Lan believed it prudent to postpone the crafting until the following day. Listening to their father, the cubs were easily soothed. As they had yet to transform, they could not fathom the allure of wearing jade pendants. Their desire was merely a fleeting fascination. Thus, with gentle reassurances from their father, the 3 little ones soon diverted their attention to Bai Lan's affectionate head pats, nuzzling against her and engaging in playful antics. Observing Yuha surrounded by the cubs, who were all smiles, Bai Lan's eyes sparkled with mirth. He then turned to Yin, saying, "Tomorrow, seek out Bo Qing and procure some jade stones along with other items favored by the females and cubs." Having just settled in the previous day, these matters had not crossed their minds. Yin nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would remember. Yunshi, upon hearing the young master's words, seemed to recall something. As Yuha called the cubs to wash up, he exchanged a brief farewell with Yin and stepped outside. Before long, a bonfire flickered to life in the courtyard. As the 3 cubs emerged from the wooden tub, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, causing them to ignore Yuha's call to dry off with animal skins. The aroma was delightful, as the playful little ones scampered eagerly into the yard after a day of outdoor adventures. Yuhi lagged behind, casting a disapproving glance at the swift retreating figures of her 3 offspring. They had just finished bathing, and soon enough, their joy would lead them to roll around in the yard, rendering them dirty once again. Bai Lan approached and wrapped his arm around her waist, his gaze lingering on the damp spots on her attire, his eyes darkening slightly. "Shall I have dinner first or take a bath?" A glint of mischief flickered in Bai Lan's eyes. "Then I shall prepare hot water for you." Yuhi responded with a soft acknowledgement, detaching his hand before ascending to the 2nd floor to fetch a change of clothes. However, once she stepped through that door, returning would prove to be a challenge. In a state of drowsiness, Yuhi was unsure whether she had eaten dinner or simply drifted back to sleep, for upon waking the next day, she felt no hunger whatsoever. The following day, you sought out Bo Qing. Thus, that morning, the 3 little ones who had yet to venture out were exploring the yard. Circling several wooden boxes, Yunshi uncovered some delightful playthings from one of the boxes. A beautifully crafted kicking ball was tossed out. instantly pursued by the three eager little ones. Additionally, there was a simplistic wooden slide, a small wooden figure that could jump when pressed, and a mechanism that sent a small bird soaring with a turn of its lever. When Yuhi finally awoke and beheld the scene in the yard, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. The little ones had an abundance of toys scattered about, yet several wooden figures and mechanical birds lay strewn on the ground, evidently gnawed upon multiple times. At this moment, the three cubs were engaged in some playful pursuit. Yuhi noticed that the long rod was held in Ya's hand. She approached Bailan, who was busy processing and polishing jewelry taken from a wooden box, and with a somewhat dazed expression, inquired, "What is he doing? Is he fishing for the cubs?" Bailan gently guided her to sit on a nearby wooden stool, explaining that is a teasing stick for the tigers. Once they tire themselves out, we shall tidy up the toys in the courtyard. Yuhi gazed at the array of toys scattered about the yard, then glanced at the two wooden boxes not far away, asking, "Are all these gifts from Bo-Ching?" "There are quite a few," Bailan affirmed with a nod, stating, "Previously in the forest, I had not prepared anything for you and the cubs. Now that we have provisions, I intend to replenish everything one by one. The conditions in Half Moon City do not compare to those in the White Tiger tribe. Had we been there, all necessities would have been provided on the same day." A sweet warmth blossomed in Yuhi's heart as she wrapped her arms around Bailan's waist. Bailan paused momentarily in her task, deftly placing a finely crafted jade hairpin in Yuhi's hair, and then handed her a box containing a silk hair ornament. "Among the items sent by Bo-Ching, this one is quite acceptable. The others will require further refinement before I can move them upstairs for you. For instance, the delicate mirror made from the wings of the crimson firefly is adorned with exquisite patterns, which I plan to meticulously recarve and polish. The wolf teeth, feather wreaths, and various ornaments crafted from gold and silver, in my eyes, fall short of being worthy. They must be reworked, otherwise it would not suit you well." "Do you intend to refine all these items?" Yuhi asked, her curiosity piqued. Yuhi recalled that such matters consumed considerable time. Although she was touched by Bailan's willingness to invest so much time for her, she realized that there were simply too many items for her to carry away. Thus, she gently advised Bailan not to overdo it, suggesting that a few fresh pieces for the next few days would suffice, for once they departed, they could not take these items with them. If there were things he cherished, he could have Bo-Ching store them away. When the nomadic tribe arrived, they could arrange for the dedicated couriers of the nomadic tribe to escort the items to the White Tiger tribe, requiring only some high-grade beast meat and crystal cores as payment. Bailan had already contemplated these arrangements before taking on such tasks. Along the way, they would encounter other treasures, and at that time, they could acquire the jewelry she favored. Yuhi was momentarily taken aback by Bailan's descriptions. She had considered that as the young master of a major tribe, Bailan must have experienced a life of considerable comfort. Yet his wealth seemed so vast that it left her bewildered. Did the warriors of their great tribe possess not only riches, but also exceptional craftsmanship? Did this imply that she was lacking, unable to fight, and merely clinging to Bailan's sleeve for protection in times of trouble? Chapter 87. Crafting clothing. Noticing Yuhi's silent contemplation, Bailan furrowed his brow ever so slightly and inquired, "Do you not like them?" He believed the hair ornaments were quite appealing from his perspective. Could it be that the tastes of females differed from those of males? He thought they were acceptable, yet Yuhi seemed dissatisfied. Yuhi shook her head. "No, I truly like them." At this, Bailan nodded gently. "If you dislike something, just tell me. Have you had breakfast yet?" Yuhi shook her head, noticing Bailan was about to set down the items in his hands. She hurriedly pressed him, insisting that she would fetch her breakfast herself, as he had already been busy all morning. Just as she finished speaking, Yunshi's voice drifted over from a short distance, mentioning that Ye had told her he was awake and that she had placed lunch on the table for him. Upon hearing this, Yuhi couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Her breakfast had already turned into lunch. She resolved to ignore them. Observing her reaction, Bailan furrowed his brow slightly and embraced her gently, casting a glance at Yunshi that conveyed a silent reprimand for his indiscretion. In response to the young master's gaze, Yunshi wore a subtle smile, raising his brows innocently, as if to say he had not said anything too scandalous. With the sun now high in the sky, they had indeed missed breakfast. What he had brought was not merely lunch. Yuhi felt averse to social interaction. Having spent the last 2 mornings in slumber, everyone could easily deduce what she and Bailan had been up to during that time. Once Yunshi had departed, Bailan leaned down to comfort the bashful Yuhi. He suggested that after breakfast, they could take Ching Ching or Shu Shu out for a stroll. Yuhi instinctively declined, mentioning that the herbs she had purchased yesterday were still not sorted. "Have you assist you with that?" Bailon advised, not missing her momentary distraction. He surmised that her concern stemmed from the fact that she only possessed a headpiece as her adornment, which caused her to fret about how to wear it. Thus, he encouraged her to venture out and explore. "You didn't find anything worthwhile in the trading area yesterday. Now that you have the time, let Yunshi take you and Ching Ching to other places to look around. There's no need to skimp on crystal cores." Although he had brought only a limited number of crystal cores for his training, he was always willing to provide her with whatever she needed. A male who cannot even support a female is indeed a source of ridicule within the tribe. Yuhi aspired to enhance her shamanistic skills, hoping to avoid appearing utterly inept. Having ventured out yesterday, she yearned for a day of repose at home today. She was never one to relish daily excursions. However, she was caught off guard when Bailon, with his gaze lowered, seemed lost in thought. With a subdued voice, he inquired if she was feeling unwell that morning. Yuhi, feeling a rush of embarrassment and irritation, retorted, "Are you not aware of what you did? What discomfort could I possibly have? You are the one most at ease." Bailon, left in a state of helpless amusement, resumed his task of selecting jade ornaments from the wooden chest and continued his meticulous crafting. In the afternoon, Yuhi ultimately ventured outside. Accompanied by Yunshi and Shu Shu, the trio headed to a household recommended by Bo Qing, known for crafting garments for adults. Yunshi opined that Yuhi's attire could be significantly improved. Otherwise, she appeared as though she were mistreated by her master. Stunned by this remark, Yuhi fell silent. Were their clothes not all rather similar? Nevertheless, the prospect of new garments was enticing, and she refrained from uttering any discouraging words. After all, the male had purchased the core for her. Why shouldn't she wear it? The garment makers turned out to be a household of 2 females. Yuhi was already aware that some female beastmen could absorb orange crystals to gain strength, similar to males. Yet this was the first time she had encountered 2 of them together. One was of the green tier, and the other of the blue tier. These 2 females were not sisters. Rather, they had come from different places to forge a life together. Due to their formidable strength, coupled with one female possessing exceptional skills in garment making, they have been living quite comfortably in Half Moon City. "Who are you? What brings you here?" A short-haired female, clad in a dull, fitted outfit, confronted them at the door upon seeing a male and female accompanied by a young child. Her brow furrowed, and her voice was icy. In response, Yunshi stepped forward to negotiate. "We were sent by Butching. You must be Lian Lian, correct? Is Huarong at home?" "Yes." The short-haired female's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing Butching's name. She nodded lightly and said, "Butching informed us of your arrival, which is why she hasn't gone out these past few days. Please come in." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the child trailing behind Yuha. "I'll fetch some water. You can sit in the courtyard for now. Huarong is dyeing fabric and will be out shortly." Yunshi smiled and nodded, glancing at Yuha, who returned the smile and expressed gratitude before stepping inside. The door closed behind them. Shuju, having arrived at a new place, was evidently curious. Yet she understood that this was not her home. She looked around but refrained from wandering aimlessly. Yuha gently stroked Shuju and inquired of Yunshi, "Are we here to view ready-made garments, or shall we have something crafted on the spot?" When they departed from Half Moon City, they would certainly not be walking to their next destination as they had before. Otherwise, the 3 males might manage, but Yuha, being a delicate female with 3 young ones, would certainly struggle. Therefore, if there were means of transportation, it would be quite acceptable for her to carry extra jewelry and clothing. As Yuhi contemplated his words, she pondered how long it would take for them to complete the garments. She recalled that modern bespoke tailoring often required several days for a single piece. If all went well, perhaps 2 to 3 days would suffice for delivery. Both Yuhi and Yun, she turned their gaze as a long-haired woman in a light green gown approached them. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead. She regarded Yuhi and Yunshi with a cursory glance before finally fixing her eyes on Yuhi. "Are you the one seeking ready-made garments? My skills are exceptional, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Yuhi observed the woman's gown, reminiscent of ancient styles, and nodded. "I can see that. However, I am somewhat concerned that having it made on the spot may take considerable time." Huarong smiled gently. "Then let us first examine the ready-made options." She refrained from assuring Yuhi about her speed, recognizing that for a newcomer, crafting a few garments was as effortless as eating and drinking. "Very well," Yuhi agreed, eager to inspect the garments she had already created. If nothing particularly captivated her, she could always request a custom piece later. Just then, A short-haired woman named Lian approached with a wooden tray bearing several ceramic bowls filled with clear water, which she placed upon the stone table. Chapter 88. As long as you are not ashamed, he took a bowl and sipped the sweet water. A similar bowl was placed before Shu, who took a couple of sips before losing interest. Shu was not fond of sweetness, while Chu relished it. Noticing Shu's aversion to the sweetened water, Huarong bent down and softly inquired, "Are there any wild fruits you particularly enjoy? Our home is abundant with fresh wild fruits. If you fancy some, we can wash a few for you." Shu has a fondness for wild fruits. Glancing towards Amu and Yunxi, Yua, with a gentle voice, expressed her preference for the slightly sour varieties. Yunxi nodded slightly, mentioning that Shu particularly relishes fruits like ginkgo and longan. Huazhong, with a playful gleam in her eyes, agreed, noting that they still have plenty of longan, and she would fetch some. In the presence of beastmen, it is customary not to present food to guests, as sustenance holds great value for them. However, exceptions are made for the young. Most beastmen exhibit a nurturing attitude towards their offspring. Lian spun around faster than Huazhong, declaring her intent to retrieve some. Huazhong, witnessing her return to the stone house, shook her head in resignation and then turned to Yuha, complimenting her and her male partner on how well they have raised their cub. She speculated that by the time the cub reaches a little over a year, it would likely transform smoothly. Yuha smiled, appreciating such auspicious words. However, she felt it was still early, estimating that the transformation would occur after the rainy season. By that time, they should also have arrived at the White Tiger tribe. That day would come swiftly. A year passes in the blink of an eye. Seated opposite Yuha, Huazhong gently initiated a conversation about the cubs. They grow so quickly. As a mother, do you sometimes marvel at how they have grown so much in such a short time? This struck a chord with Yuha, who could not help but respond to Huazhong, affirming her sentiment. Indeed, when they were born, they were no larger than the palm of our hand. After 3 months of nursing, they gradually began to eat meat, transforming from such tiny beings into what they are now. Time seems to pass swiftly. They have grown so much in an instant. This year, they are set to undergo a transformation, and the young ones will have the opportunity to explore even more places. The mere thought fills Yuhi with a profound appreciation for the present days. Huarong's gentle smile remains unchanged, yet she cannot ignore the gaze of the male beside her. However, his attention holds little significance for her. She is a female herself. Would she really be envious of his numerous offspring, wishing to endure hardships due to the dark intentions of male beastmen? Such a notion is a grave insult to Huarong. It seems you are quite content. But having young ones around certainly brings more joy than just the two of us living here, Huarong remarked. Just as these words left her lips, Lian's voice, tinged with exasperation, echoed from the other side. If you truly adore young ones, perhaps we should each find a male for a night, and then we could raise a child together. Lian bent down to wipe the juice-stained corner of Shu's mouth. In their small tribe, beastmen place great importance on the young. It is likely that no male would refuse. It would be more convenient to find a single male and conceive. If you fear being pursued by a male, perhaps I should take the initiative. Casting a glance at Yunxi, who sat quietly sipping water with a smile, Yuhi silently regarded the three of them with admiration. Their psychological resilience is remarkable. She is the only one feeling the awkwardness on their behalf. Yet her role in this discomfort was short-lived, for soon she found herself on the receiving end of a question that made her wish to hide. Lian, in a serious tone, asked Yuhi, "May I inquire how you and your male came to have offspring? Have you ever tried a position that no one else has?" Yuhi nearly choked on her drink at Lian's unexpected question, coughing several times, her throat stinging from the irritation. Huarong cast a disapproving glance at Lian, who seemed oblivious to her own lack of decorum. "What sort of question is that? It's Yuhi's first visit. How can you ask something so personal?" The openness of the Beastman society notwithstanding, not all of them possessed such audacity. Lian immediately felt remorseful, realizing her words had crossed a line. "Apologies. I shouldn't have asked that on our first meeting." Seeing Yuhi's reaction, Lian felt a pang of guilt. She often overheard the more established females casually discussing intimate matters, sharing tales of their evenings and the prowess of their mates, and had assumed that such boldness was commonplace among them. However, Yuhi did not take offense. Perhaps her prior conversation with Huarong had fostered a sense of ease, and Lian's evident regret softened her heart. Yuhi smiled as she picked up a wild fruit offered by Lian, saying, "It's all right. I might just be a bit too bashful." In modern society, the attitude towards sexuality is often shrouded in shame. And Yu-He's response reflected the influence of contemporary thoughts. I spoke without thinking. After all, this is our first encounter, and such inquiries are hardly appropriate. Huarong made no attempt to alleviate Lian's embarrassment, ensuring that at least the atmosphere remained comfortable for Yu-He. After all, Lian's blunders should not tarnish the goodwill of Yu-He's visit. Yet, Yu-He's spirits remained undampened by their candid acknowledgement of the faux pas, even managing to chuckle. So, if I come over a few more times, we might be able to chat about such things? She teased, lightening the mood. Yuha pressed her lips together to suppress a smile, but ultimately failed, covering her mouth and casting a playful glance at them. I feel embarrassed. My skin is too thin to discuss this with you. Lian regarded her with a gaze full of regret. Yuha shot her a sidelong glance. If you genuinely desire a little one, I could provide you with fertility medication. However, bearing children is no trivial matter, should you truly wish to conceive. Substantial preparations are necessary. It is not merely a matter of finding a male and spending a night together, expecting everything to fall into place thereafter. Lian looked at Shuju with a contemplative expression, nodding slightly. I will give it serious thought. Huarong, both amused and exasperated, remarked, you really are considering it. Yuha is right. Raising a child is not an easy task. As long as the two of us can lead our own fulfilling lives, that suffices. She merely observed Shuju's fleeting whimsy, not realizing that Lian took it to heart. Lian smiled softly at Huarong. I will heed your advice. Huarong's smile deepened in response. Seeing them like this, Yuha gently patted Shuju's head. Shuju exclaimed, Mother, I am easy to care for. Chapter 89. Moju indeed, Shuju is the best. Yuha squatted down to affectionately nuzzle against Shuju. Mother doesn't he understand, and is just rambling. Yet Shuju contemplated this for a moment and deemed her mother's words accurate. She truly was her mother's dearest treasure. Observing that their light chatter had consumed quite a bit of time, Yunshi, who had been silently watching them converse, finally spoke up. Huarong, our conversation has nearly run its course. Shall we proceed to view the ready-made garments? Had it not been for the rare opportunity to engage in conversation with Yu-He, Yunshi would not have been foolishly sitting there, doing nothing. The garments were stored in another stone house, which appeared to be specifically designed for clothing creation. The ground floor housed numerous rolls of fabric in a variety of colors, rivaling those of the modern era. However, most of the materials were made of linen, with silk products being quite scarce. Upon ascending to the second floor, Yu-He beheld a captivating blend of ancient and modern styles in the dresses, crafted from flower velvet. Unlike the retro styles of contemporary fashion, these garments accentuated the figure without excessive exposure. Noticing Yu-He's rapt attention, Huarong's smile deepened. The appreciation for her creations validated the effort she had invested in them. They are all splendid, Yu-He complimented Huarong, then pointed decisively at the few garments hanging at the highest point on the wall, but I am particularly fond of those. These pieces resembled traditional wrap skirts and waist-length dresses, with one ensemble comprising a top layered over modern trousers. They were practical for movement and appeared light and ethereal, albeit in rather subdued colors. Given that many of the beastmen favored vibrant hues, Huarong had placed these items at the top to prevent them from being overlooked. Observing the garments, Huarong chuckled softly. Aside from these, has he set her sights on any other clothing? Yu-He keenly sensed the shift in the way Huarong addressed her. However, she could not immediately discern the reason behind this newfound intimacy. Instead, she directed her gaze toward other garments and pointed to two dresses that resembled modern frocks, adding, let us take these two as well. One was a vibrant fuchsia, the other a warm orange. Huarong smiled slightly. Understanding, I shall prepare them for you shortly, Lotus Lian. I would also like to have two more made on the spot. Yunshi, please take Shu outside for a while. Yu-He wished to inquire further with Huarong about the availability of smaller sizes, as she had not spotted any similar to the fitted attire worn by Lotus Lian. Yunshi refrained from probing deeper. She simply patted Shu on the head and let her out. You wish to inquire about smaller sizes, correct? We keep all the smaller garments on the first floor. As soon as Yu-He called for Yunshi to depart, Huarong surmised her question. And regarding the fitted attire like that worn by Lotus Lian, I would appreciate it if you could find a few pieces. Yu-He glanced at Lotus Lian, expressing, I would like a red one, something more vivid. Huarong exhibited a hint of surprise, remarking to Lotus Lian, such clothing is typically worn by males. It is rare for females to don them. However, some adventurous and robust females do favor them for their practicality in travel and combat. Do you have any available? Yu-He inquired. Huarong chuckled and nodded. Yes, I do. In fact, I have had females inquire about them before, and Lotus Lien also enjoys wearing such outfits. I have made a few, though not many, and they are stored in a wooden box. Lotus Lien, please go fetch the clothing. She took Yuhi to the first floor to select some garments. After choosing the outfits, Yuhi, prompted by Harem, decided to customize several pieces of fabric into clothing. She did not forget to make 2 garments for Bailan, but hesitated for a moment regarding the attire for Yunxi and Ya, eventually opting to inquire with Yunxi. Yunxi glanced at her in surprise and replied, "Naturally. Ya and I will have 2 pieces each, and the young master will also have 2. You need only select for yourself." As for the garments reported by Harem, the total reached over 20 pieces, with Yuhi's share amounting to 18. He did not elaborate further and simply provided the crystal core. Before they departed, Lien informed Yuhi that in a few days, a beast slave would deliver the clothing. What is a beast slave? Are there still slaves outside? She spoke gently. They are slaves. When certain tribes are annexed, the females and young become the new tribe's beast men, while the males are turned into beast slaves. Of course, females can also become beast slaves, but that usually happens to those who have committed grave errors and are heartlessly discarded into slavery. If the parents of a young one are beast slaves, that young one will remain a beast slave for life, with little chance of rising above their station. Yuhi momentarily appeared taken aback, her mood inexplicably dampened for a brief moment. But she soon became engrossed in her surroundings as Yunxi and Shu Shu led her to another location. This was a residence of exquisite decoration, with a deep wooden door, adorned on either side with pendants strung from shells, and at the top, a large stone tablet inscribed with 2 prominent characters. Perhaps due to their abstract nature, Yuhi discerned that one of the characters was reside. Yunxi mentioned a name, Emoju, which Yuhua silently noted was originally a character of Mo. Bailan had taught her some characters from this world. Yet for Yuhua, who was encountering pictographs for the first time, learning proved to be an arduous task. Often, she would forget what she had learned by the afternoon after being taught in the morning. Thus, after such a lengthy period, Yuhua had only managed to grasp a handful of commonly used characters in daily life, such as leave, business, and hunt, among others. Despite her limited vocabulary, which scarcely exceeded 100 characters, Ya and Yunxi regarded her as remarkably intelligent. At that time, Yuhua was oblivious to the immense value of written language to the beast men, leading her to wonder why, in addition to Bailan's compliments, Ya and Yunxi gazed at her with such astonishment. Upon entering, Yuhua was further captivated by the architectural design of the surroundings. The courtyard walls were adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, which was merely one aspect of its charm. More remarkably, the 3-story wooden house at the rear of the courtyard harmonized beautifully with the lush greenery enveloping it. It appeared that the topmost floor was already inhabited by beastmen. As Yunxi guided Yuhua and Shuju inside, a charming young boy emerged to greet them. "Are you the esteemed Yunxi and the divine lady? Our elders have been awaiting you for quite some time." The boy swiftly escorted the trio to the 3rd floor, where they settled in a cozy corner, pouring tea for the 3 of them. Although referred to as tea, it was not quite so. Rather, it contained leaves reminiscent of tea, which the beastmen called fragrant leaves. When steeped in clear water, these leaves imparted a delightful sweetness to the liquid. Chapter 90. Nothing compares to Shuju's importance. Shuju nestled beside Yuhua, her eyelids growing heavy with the desire to sleep. "Goddess, my name is Mo Chung. Please indulge in the infusion of fragrant leaves and see if it pleases your palate." Although Mo Chung appeared to be in his 30s, Yuhi perceived a tender affection in his gaze, akin to that of a beloved elder observing a cherished junior. She took a sip of the fragrant infusion, indeed finding a hint of sweetness, yet it was the captivating aroma that truly captivated her senses. It is no wonder it is called fragrant leaves rather than sweet leaves. "Quite delightful," she remarked habitually. Mo Chung, with an enigmatic smile, regarded her and said, "If you enjoy it, I could have my servant present you with a few jars." However, Yuhi preferred milk tea, those indulgent and less wholesome fruit beverages, or perhaps even a light sweet wine. It seemed her enthusiasm was somewhat lacking. As Mo Chung spoke, his smile remained, and thus Yuhi felt no embarrassment at being seen through. She merely offered a shy smile in return and then inquired, "Yunxi mentioned you wished to see me. May I ask why?" He did not appear to be seeking a companion. Yet if Yunxi had brought her to meet a suitor for the goddess behind Bailan's back, she would surely consider departing immediately. To her, it felt akin to betrayal. "You are a goddess. It is entirely natural for beast men to seek an audience with you," Mo Chung observed, his lips pursed in apparent disagreement. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Do not doubt my words. In due time, you shall witness those males pursuing you. Half Moon City is not an exceptionally large town. Sooner or later, they will undoubtedly seek the goddess Yuhi still residing therein. Upon hearing these words, Yuhi furrowed her brow slightly and turned to Yunshi, inquiring if Bailan had mentioned when they would depart. Regardless of the timing, she would adhere to Bailan's suggestions. Yunshi shook her head, stating that they must remain in Half Moon City for at least 7 days, waiting for the completion of their custom-made carriage before they could leave. 7 days was merely the minimum. The carriage was designed with the utmost consideration for the safety of females and their young, necessitating meticulous planning in various aspects. The overall strength of Half Moon City was rather limited. Otherwise, if they were in a larger city, they could simply purchase a beast mount such as a pterosaur or a lion-tiger beast for immediate departure. Mo Cheng's voice was calm and steady, adeptly filling in the gaps in Yunshi's explanation. Yui pondered why, if Half Moon City could custom-make carriages, there were no readily available ones. The reality was that while mounts existed, carriages were scarce. Carriages needed to be specially crafted, as the beastmen could transform and travel at any moment, rendering the need for such cumbersome vehicles minimal. Even nomadic tribes traversing the continent would seldom require carriages. They relied on specially designated beast slaves for transport. Although Yuhi's inquiries were addressed, her concern deepened. What if the beastmen pursuing them arrived? Xiaohe, this is Half Moon City. There were certain matters that Yunshi deemed necessary to clarify further. In the Nada Forest, the reason they dared to abduct individuals was that news of such an event would take several days to reach the outside world. However, we currently find ourselves within the confines of the city, where vigilant sentinels abound. Regardless of the magnitude of events that may transpire, it is but a fleeting moment before the entirety of the continent becomes aware. Most notably, many of the orcs maintain a benevolent disposition towards the goddess. Their fervent pursuit, driven by an innate desire for procreation, can be quite ardent and intrusive. In the Nada Forest, Bailan and her companions are particularly wary of the orcs they encounter, primarily due to the presence of a few whose intentions may not be pure, seeking to exploit the situation and secretly abduct Yuhi, subjecting her to suffering unbeknownst to her allies. Yet here in Half Moon City, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, especially with the uncertainty of which tribes of orcs or their allies may be present, any misfortune that befalls the goddess would swiftly reverberate throughout the continent. It is pertinent to revisit the circumstances surrounding the goddess of the Yuhi tribe, who was so brazenly taken. This was largely due to the tribe's own imprudent actions, holding a competition to select a mate for the goddess, thereby inviting danger into their midst. Upon hearing Yunshi's elucidation, Yuhi finally comprehended Bailan's reassurance regarding the relative safety of Half Moon City. It was not merely that they had arrived earlier and made various preparations. It was also that those orcs, upon discovering her presence in the city, were deterred from overtly coercing the goddess. At most, they could only pursue Yuhi through various means outside their courtyards. Behind the scenes, however, they must still weigh their actions against their reputation on the continent. Thus, the goddess need not harbor concerns. Even with the orcs in proximity, there is no necessity for her to remain sequestered within her home. Mo Cheng discerned that he was not one to engage easily with outsiders, yet he inadvertently disappointed her. The goddess, regardless of her location, was an exceedingly cherished entity. Naturally, the short-sighted orcs, who perceived the goddess merely as a tool, were the exception. Such orcs were unworthy of her affection. Mo Cheng wore a gentle smile, but his words inexplicably startled Yuhi. My lady goddess, forgive my boldness, but what manner of male orc do you truly prefer? If one were to consider a powerful orc akin to young Master Bai, such beings may be scarce on the continent, yet with diligent searching, a few could still be uncovered. Yuhi was puzzled by his inquiry, uncertain if she had previously misjudged her own thoughts. After a brief silence, she replied, I have not contemplated seeking other orcs for the time being. In her current existence, she felt a sense of contentment. Is that so? Your perspective, my lady goddess, is rather intriguing. Is it not customary for females to seek out stronger and more numerous male orcs? Mo Cheng's observation was not without merit. It reflected the prevailing mindset among females on the continent, save for a few exceptions, those females strong enough to dismiss the need for male protection. Yuhi found the question somewhat tiresome after repeated inquiries, sighing, I simply wish to nurture my young. Raising my offspring is far more significant than pursuing male orcs. Upon sensing her sentiment, Shushu seemed to grasp that her mother prioritized their upbringing over the matters discussed by this uncle, promptly sitting up and nuzzling against her mother. In Shu-Shu's heart, her mother held paramount importance, with only her father, brother, and Chu-Chu standing on equal footing. As her young one nestled against her, Yui's eyes immediately brightened with joy. Taking good care of our dear Shu-Shu is of paramount importance. Indeed, I am the most significant. Shu-Shu, with an air of modesty, lifted her chin and cast a glance at Emo-chan. Whatever he had just inquired about was inconsequential. It could never rival the weight we three held in the hearts of our mother. Chapter 91. Farewell to Kong. Emo-chan observed the interaction between Yu-He and the cubs, particularly noting the way the cub proudly raised its chin, silently flaunting its essence before him. Suddenly, he sighed, lost in thought. How delightful it is. The cubs are nurtured to be so lively and adorable. It is evident that this goddess is indeed a wonderful mother. Yet, one can only hope she remains unchanged in the future. Not all females can withstand the relentless pursuit of males seeking to propagate their lineage, who employ various means to woo them. Having lived to this age, he had encountered more than one or two goddesses. Human hearts are often swayed. As the number of males surrounding a goddess increases, the attention available for her cubs diminishes correspondingly. While she appears to be a loving mother now, what if more cubs were to arrive? The neglected cubs would be of lesser value than a mere weed by the roadside. As night gradually fell, and he watched Yu-He depart with the cubs, Emo-chan caught a glimpse of a male emerging from the shadows and remarked softly, "You mentioned that her divine gift is nirvana. However, I have not observed any anomalies indicative of memory fragmentation. The divine gift of nirvana often leads to a hazy recollection of memories prior to accidental death, creating a foggy veil that obscures clarity, yet the knowledge of their existence remains undeniable. Thus, those orcs endowed with the divine gift of nirvana often find themselves questioning the authenticity of their memories, doubting whether they are indeed the entities they recall." This revelation was shared with Emo-chan by an orc who previously possessed this divine blessing, with whom he had formed a modest camaraderie, granting him some insight into this divine endowment. However, the precipice from which she fell was one we later visited. It was undeniably a height from which even an adult male could not survive. If it were not for the divine gift of nirvana, could it possibly be a new divine endowment? The male orc approached him and took a seat. He furrowed his brow. If it were indeed the divine gift of healing, then why did she? Perhaps the accumulated healing energy she had stored over the years was depleted in that moment of near death. Emo-chan's voice turned somber as he remarked, "It is highly probable that offspring inherit their parents' divine gifts. You, and by law, should be more aware of this than I. Or do you genuinely wish for her divine gift to be nirvana? Of course not. Yeah, I still believe you are being overly cautious." Having witnessed a friend succumb to madness due to the burden of multiple memories, Emo-chan instinctively defended Yu-He, even attempting to persuade you to accept the notion that Yu-He indeed possessed the divine gift of nirvana. Was it truly my overthinking? The unwavering conviction in Emo-chan's stance began to sow seeds of doubt within you, yet he soon seemed to grasp something. For the young master was resolute in his belief that Xiao-He's divine gift was indeed nirvana. Emo-chan's lips, which had secretly curved upwards, gradually fell. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the folly of your young master. Is it not enough to doubt the healing gifts bestowed upon his female companion? Must he insist on placing the divine blessing of rebirth upon her? He seems unafraid of the day when the tribes might retaliate against his female. However, the young master did assert that Lord Emo-chan, being well-versed and knowledgeable, would certainly have a clearer understanding. It seems we three have misjudged Xiao-He's divine gift. As soon as Yu's words fell, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. Does your young master intend for me to serve as a lookout? Yu regarded Emo-chan with calm composure, suggesting that there must be someone behind Lord Emo-chan. Otherwise, given his tendency to conceal his whereabouts, how could the beast slaves in the city have delivered a message to us so promptly after our arrival? I suspect you have been waiting in Half Moon City for quite some time. Emo-chan listened in silence as you spoke, and after a pause, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. You young beastmen are all quite astute. Yet, is it not somewhat unfair to single out this old beastman for your cleverness? You remained silent. Before him stood a man of the Treeman race, a lineage known for its longevity. In other races, a beastman of 200 or 300 years would certainly be considered old, but within his kin, such an age merely signifies youth, a prime of life. Sensing Ya's disapproval of his remark regarding being an old beastman, Emo-chan's lips curled into a smile. In light of your chieftain's past kindness towards me, I shall agree to serve as your lookout. However, I sincerely hope that you will protect the goddess, for my friend is still alive. Should he discover that another orc, apart from himself, possesses the divine gift of rebirth, I fear he might die once more. At that point, even the snow-capped mountains would not be able to contain him. You cast a deep glance at Emo City. This was only natural. Furthermore, Xiaohe cherishes her life as well. After spending 2 days wandering in Half Moon City, Yui found herself utterly weary. At this juncture, Bailan had completed the crafting of the jewelry from the wooden box. To facilitate the storage of her adornments and for her convenience at home, all the jewelry was organized into dedicated boxes categorized by type. Additionally, at Yuhi's suggestion, the garments sent from Huarong were hung on a floor-standing drying rack. Thus, this temporary dwelling increasingly resembled a home. The longer Yuhi resided there, the stronger her reluctance to leave became. Just as she was smiling and contemplating a friendly greeting towards the goddess, Kong had a fleeting moment of doubt about whether his appearance had become unattractive, especially upon sensing the reproachful gazes from Ada and Aer. Kong felt even more disheartened. Was he truly so unsightly? Had he frightened someone away? Ada and Aer exchanged glances, both silently shaking their heads. Aer directly inquired, "Did you bully the goddess? Otherwise, why did she run away the moment she saw you?" Chapter 92. The one behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, the corners of Kong's mouth twitched as he replied, "How would I know?" Ada exclaimed, "It must be your first encounter with the goddess. You must have foolishly teased her, causing her to fear you so." Kong thought to himself that he only ever jested with innocent females who held a slight fondness for him. Yet the goddess had regarded him with a strong wariness since their initial meeting. He was not a fool. Under such circumstances, why would he dare to tease the goddess? "Silence, will you? No one takes you for a mute unless you choose to speak." Typically reticent, he now found his voice. Noticing Aer's incredulous expression, Kong inhaled deeply. Gritting his teeth, "I have already stated that I did not." Aer replied nonchalantly, "Were you not a mere spectator at that moment?" Aer's voice was calm. "I only witnessed the goddess clutching her young, adamantly refusing to let you approach." Kong was rendered speechless, a hint of resignation crossing his face. "Did you hear me tease the goddess?" Aer replied, "I only remember the goddess being terrified of you. The rest eludes me." As soon as Aer uttered this, Ada's expression shifted to one of triumph, as if to say, "See, even Aer concurs." Frustrated, Kong chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Wai, who had been observing their quarrel, finally interjected, "Take your bickering elsewhere." He did not recall having met Kong before, but the presence of the two males behind him felt somewhat familiar. Noticing Y's scrutinizing gaze, Kong smiled and said, "We were introduced by Lord Mo Chung. Which tribe do you hail from?" Wai pondered where he might have encountered them before, and with the context of their earlier argument, he began to formulate a few guesses. Except for that one occasion. The moment he recalled the serpentine beast man and the subsequent appearance of the two avian beast men. Ye's gaze immediately fixated on Ada and Aer. Kong seemed to be aware of the unethical nature of their previous actions, subtly positioning himself to shield the two tall figures behind him. His voice carried a note of composure as he stated, "We three, including Lord Mo Chung, are all dispatched by our chieftain from the Chinke tribe." Ye's expression revealed no hint of surprise. Upon deducing who the two avian beastmen were and hearing Kong proclaim their affiliation with the Chinke tribe, he felt an undeniable sense of inevitability. The chieftain of the Chinke tribe had indeed made thorough preparations, sending the three of them to the Nada forest while retaining Lord Mo Chung in Half Moon City. After a moment of contemplation, Ye decided against allowing them entry, merely saying, "I will seek out the young master. You may wait here." Regardless of the chieftain's intentions, as long as the young master was unwilling, no amount of reinforcements from their tribe would prove fruitful. Kong gestured for them to enter, then clasped his hands behind his back, patiently waiting at the door. During this interlude, they noticed the scattered toys for the younglings in the courtyard, alongside various climbing poles, large bones, and wooden stakes designed to train the young one's abilities. Observing these items, Kong quietly remarked to Ada and Aer, "This young master has truly gone to great lengths for the three younglings." Ada could not help but interject, if the chieftain also had three younglings, the entire Chinke tribe would undoubtedly rely on them, granting them whatever they desired. Before he could finish his words, Aer interrupted him with a nudge, stating that the chieftain had yet to arrive, and they were nowhere near the goddess. Noticing Ada's discontented expression, Kong nodded in agreement. While it was true that the chieftain stood unrivaled among the orcs on this continent, One must also consider that the goddess had the presence of young Master Bai by her side. Young Master Bai was not only a purple-tier orc, but also possessed exceptional beauty and physique. Although they held confidence in the chieftain, it would be foolish to assume that the goddess would be utterly captivated by him upon their meeting. Upon hearing this, Aer nodded solemnly. Indeed, the prowess and reputation of young Master Bai on the continent were formidable, had it not been for his astonishingly brilliant brother, who had gained fame earlier. It was likely that the most renowned young male among the 8 major tribes would not be their chieftain. In truth, the chieftain's good looks and amiable disposition, coupled with his esteemed position, were what placed him in comparison to young Master Bai. Otherwise, it could very well be that the young females among the 8 major tribes would yearn to wed young Master Bai. Ade found himself questioning whether the relationship between the goddess and the chieftain would indeed proceed smoothly. Inside the house, Bailan had just calmed the flustered Yuhi, who was anxious about the unexpected male visitor, and was about to suggest that she check on the 3 cubs upstairs when you entered. I will handle the matter with that orc. You go and keep the 3 cubs company. Knowing that Yuhi was not fond of the visiting orc, Bailan would not insist on dragging her to meet him. Upon hearing the masculine voice, Yuhi nodded without hesitation and ascended the stairs. She was not particularly inclined to engage with a stranger of the opposite sex, as she was naturally not an extroverted person. However, with Bailan's presence, it was a fortuitous circumstance that he was willing to handle such social interactions. The envoy from the Chinke clan, Lord Mo's associate, was likely connected to that individual. You observed Bailan and articulated both the information he had just received and his own conjectures. It was not difficult to speculate on the identity of the orc behind Lord Mo. Boqing was an orc personally vetted by Bailan. Had he been the type willing to recklessly expose their whereabouts for trivial gains, he would not have taken the initiative to present Yuhi and her 3 young ones before him. Therefore, the only ones aware of their residence with Yuhi and her 3 offspring were Boqing and Lord Mo. Other orcs had merely caught wind of the goddess's presence in Half Moon City. However, aside from the initial entry into the city when the 3 young ones walked together, they had been disguised and taken out separately on all other occasions. Thus, identifying the exact residence of the goddess would require time, ranging from 4 to 5 days at the least, to 7 to 8 days at most. This estimation was contingent upon those orcs possessing various peculiar divine gifts. Without such divine assistance, merely questioning one orc after another could lead to misdirection if one lacked discernment, potentially resulting in being led astray. After all, not everyone was willing to divulge information about the goddess. Bailan lowered his gaze in contemplation. Are they at the door? You nodded affirmatively. Yes, let them in. Since the chief of the Chinke tribe has dispatched someone, it is unlikely that we can easily dismiss them, particularly since even Mo City has been summoned. The chief may indeed have intentions of uniting with the goddess. Should this be the case, it would pose a significant complication. However, it remains uncertain whether his thoughts align with such notions. Thus, I can probe the orc he has sent to ascertain more. Upon receiving a signal from Bailan, you nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to depart. Chapter 93. Protecting oneself is the duty of males. Outwit. What is mother watching? The 3 cubs, upon waking and seeing their mother nearby, joyfully surrounded her. They observed their father conversing with several guests. Yui found it impossible to confide her inner fears to the 3 cubs, whether in the modern world or in this life. All she yearned for was a sense of stability. Yet in the present, her parents constantly entangled her due to her younger brother, and in this life, matters concerning the goddess invariably brought about unforeseen disruptions, shattering her tranquil existence. Yui felt a surge of frustration within her. Outwit, is mother unhappy? Baiqing nuzzled against Yuhi, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. No. Sensing that her cubs were mirroring her emotions and becoming restless, Yuhi suppressed her worries, smiling as she gently patted the 3 cubs. In a soft voice, she emphasized, Mother is not unhappy. She is merely pondering how you 3 will look when you transform. I wonder if you will resemble your father more or take after me. Outwit, like father and mother. Chuchu was resolute in her decision, wishing to embody the essence of both her father and mother. On the other hand, Shuju yearned to resemble her mother, possessing a more delicate temperament. She had long sensed the distinction between male and female since Yaya and Yunshi had refrained from bathing her and Chuchu. If she were indeed a female cub, it would be best to emulate her mother. Baiqing, from a young age, recognized that his father surpassed both Yaya and Yunshi in prowess. Therefore, whenever the topic of transformation arose, his thoughts invariably conjured the image of his father. He aspired to be like his father. believing that only then could he adequately protect his mother and sisters. Yuha remained oblivious to the musings of the three little ones, her gentle gaze falling upon them, embracing them regardless of their inclinations, for all the cubs were indeed delightful. As she spoke, she affectionately tousled their heads, and they nuzzled against her. After nuzzling, Shuju nestled beside her mother, determined to remain close to her. Chu-Chu, basking in her mother's affection, even revealed her soft belly, inviting her mother to caress it. Observing this, Yuha felt no discontent. Surrounded by the males and the cubs, her worries dissipated. She reached out to stroke them, unable to resist burying her head among them. Chu-Chu emitted a soothing purr, and seeing their sister so content, Baiqing and Shuju were equally eager for their mother to stroke their bellies. Thus, the three cubs eagerly displayed their bellies before Yuha, wishing to capture her attention. Yuha beamed with joy. However, no matter which cub she petted, the other two would express their displeasure by nudging her or nuzzling against her. It dawned on her that perhaps the cubs were being overly clingy, leading to a competition for affection. Alas, Yui had no choice but to transform into her human form, patiently explaining to each of them in turn, starting with the eldest, Baiqing, and concluding with Chu-Chu. This afternoon, the three of them took turns carrying her out to play. With their mother's intervention, the three young ones finally ceased their playful bickering. However, both Shu-Shu and Chu-Chu felt a twinge of unfairness regarding the fact that their brother was the first to carry their mother out. Yui could only reiterate time and again that, since he was the first to emerge during her delivery, he was also the first to carry her this time. Just as when she gave birth to them, they had no understanding of how to come forth. The brother would demonstrate first, allowing them to learn from his example. If he faltered in any way, they would be able to glean lessons on how to properly carry their mother. This explanation took some time for Shu-Shu and Chu-Chu to comprehend, after which the three little heads huddled together, whispering among themselves. They concluded that their mother's words implied that if the brother did not perform well, then Shu-Shu would take her place, and if Shu-Shu faltered, it would fall to Chu-Chu. Yes, that was their agreement. Unbeknownst to Yu-He, the three young ones had reached their own consensus. Bailon, not dwelling on the matter, interrupted his conversation with Kong and approached the trio of young ones. Before Baiqing could boast to their father that he too could carry their mother around just like him, he felt a sudden lightness atop his head. Ouch! The young one gazed incredulously at their father, who had actually taken their mother from him. This was an opportunity he had fought with his sisters to earn. And how could their father simply snatch her away? Baiqing felt a sense of grievance swell within him, prompting him to instinctively leap forward. Understanding his words, Bailon grasped the nape of Baiqing's neck and tossed him backward. You are still young. It is not your place to carry your mother. Wait until you have grown before you assume that responsibility. The others were present, and his own female offspring did not require his filial piety just yet. Baiqing was thrown out, bewildered. Initially, he intended to throw him farther, considering the cub was already 5 months old and could withstand a fall. But the calico cat in his arms was so agitated that it seemed ready to scratch his face. Thus, Bailon gently placed him on the climbing post and said, When you can defeat your father, then you may protect your mother properly. As soon as Baiqing was set down, he lunged forward again. The two female cubs also approached, but they were there to compete with their brother for their mother's attention. Observing their father holding their mother while casually suppressing their brother, the two female cubs grew anxious. Father, let mother down. Brother cannot protect her, we will protect her. Baiqing felt a sting from their words, intensifying his assault on his father. You are too small. It is my duty to protect mother. Bailon was taken aback that his two female cubs were vying for the role of safeguarding Ahi. It troubled him that they entertained such notions at such a tender age. He pondered whether, once they grew up, Ahi would no longer need him as a male protector with 3 cubs to defend her. A sense of displeasure welled within him. He recognized their good intentions, but protecting their mother was his responsibility. As long as he was present, there was no need for the 3 cubs to concern themselves. How can it be, he thought, if father will not relinquish mother to brother or to them? They had agreed that they would carry mother and protect her. The 2 female cubs cried out in distress. Chapter 94. Worrying too early, Yuhi observed Bailon bullying the 3 cubs over such trivial matters and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. They merely wanted to play by carrying me. Why was he taking it so seriously with them? Bailon was well aware that his female was not sensitive to such issues, but as her male counterpart, it was his duty to impart this knowledge to the cubs from a young age. It was not a matter of being overly serious. Protecting one's female was inherently a male's responsibility, and they ought to acclimate to this truth early on. Otherwise, as they grew older, the cubs would incessantly provoke him, attempting to take mother away right under his nose. Even more insidiously, they might vie for her affection by introducing new males to her. In the world of beast men, cubs recognized their mother rather than their father. This was not mere rhetoric. Upon hearing this, Yuhi felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. If he were to communicate this to them and continue such antics in front of the cubs, would he not fear that they would remember this as they grew, only to mock him later? Such possessiveness was excessive, not even permitting Ching, being a cub, to carry her. Bailon raised an eyebrow, asserting that if they were to mature and become sensible, they should understand that they must pursue their own paths in life rather than remaining attached to their mother. Yuhi felt that he could no longer reason with him and urged him to set the matter aside. Noticing that the three cubs were on the verge of tears from his bullying, Bailon decided to relent, realizing that if he caused the cubs to cry, his female would undoubtedly impose a ban on him sleeping in bed, and that would be a significant loss for him. Mother, father is bullying us. Shu felt that her father was being unreasonable. After all, her mother was not solely his responsibility. Why should he bear the burden alone while they could not? Indeed, Chu believed that their father was merely causing a fuss. He had carried their mother countless times. What harm would it do for them to do so just once? Bai Qing fervently vowed to Yuhi, "Mother, rest assured, when I grow up, I shall surely defeat father and carry you for the rest of my days." Upon hearing her son's words, Bailon felt an inexplicable urge stirring within her. Was he truly intending to carry their mother for a lifetime, forsaking the possibility of bonding with other females? Bailon had once struggled to comprehend why her father was so attached to her mother, often needing to safeguard their young ones. However, once she had a female partner and children of her own, she immediately grasped her father's sentiments. Having a female companion signified a lifelong partnership. No matter how wonderful the children were, they could not remain by her side eternally. A female partner would always be there, understanding your joys and sorrows, leaning on you, embracing you in the stillness of the night, listening to your musings, calling your name tenderly, and quietly sharing her joys and sorrows. One could sense that she introduced a new possibility into life, one that perhaps fulfilled the childhood longing for a steadfast friend who would never part ways. As the young ones grew, they would inevitably develop their own thoughts and aspirations. No matter how harmonious the relationship, there would come a day when they would venture forth to explore their own paths, just as Bailon would, from time to time, leave her father to pursue her own adventures. The only one who would remain by her side in the tribe day after day would be her mother. However, Ahe is quite different from his mother. His mother possesses a formidable temperament, having taken 3 partners, all of whom predominantly heed her. In contrast, Ahe is more inclined to rely on his own masculinity, which in turn imbues Bailon with a profound sense of accomplishment as a powerful male. Surrounded by 3 cubs seeking solace, Yuhi, though unable to comprehend their words, instinctively realizes they are lamenting their grievances due to their father's bullying. While comforting the trio, she firmly yanks Bailon over, delivering a few playful tugs in front of the young ones. "It is indeed wrong for your father to bully you. Shall I avenge you now? Is this truly an act of retribution? Or is it merely an exhibition of affection before the cubs?" Kong observes this scene, feeling that the goddess is excessively partial to her male companion, despite her cubs being so mistreated by him. Why does she not transform and claw at him a few times? But wait, the goddess's beast form is that of a calico cat. Should she cultivate her powers, she might inflict some scratches, yet she has not practiced at all, so even clawing would yield little effect. It is likely that if she were to become a beast and claw it by Xiaozhu, it would be akin to playful affection. Ye watches Kong and Ada, their faces brimming with envy and jealousy, and with a tone laden with implication, remarks, "The young master and Xiao He share a remarkable bond. Even Xiao He's cubs must take a step back in his presence." This statement serves to inform them that the goddess harbors deep affection for their young master, and their clan leader's aspirations to intrude are fraught with difficulty. Yet, despite the challenges, witnessing the goddess's tender care for her cubs and her evident favoritism towards her male, Kong concludes that regardless of the hurdles, their clan leader must strive for his place. A worthy female is always worth the pursuit. If the divine maiden harbors affection for their chieftain, would it not imply that he too is capable of cherishing a female? It is evident that the esteemed divine maiden is indeed a commendable female. Not only does she fiercely protect her offspring, but she also possesses the capacity to empathize with her male counterpart. Should our chieftain encounter the divine maiden, he would undoubtedly recognize that she surpasses all other females in worth. With a smile that belies her intent, Kong praised Yuhi, all the while subtly hinting at their chieftain's unspoken sentiments. It is high time for the chieftain, who has reached an age suitable for seeking a mate, to pursue the finest candidate available. The divine maiden is certainly exceptional. While it is true that Xiaohe possesses a commendable disposition, there is no need to draw comparisons with other females. You interjected with a calm demeanor, asserting that Xiaohe has no desire to compete with others. Much like how the young master treats her with unwavering devotion, a fact she never boasts about. It is clear that the young master's singular affection for Xiaohe leaves little room for the chieftain to vie for her attention. However, Ye's observation holds merit. Yuhi is indeed a female who prefers to lead a tranquil life, eschewing competition with other beastmen. Otherwise, how could she endure the dreary days of winter without ever mentioning her experiences with other small tribes? Moreover, during their travels, she never complains about hardship, expressing her contentment with remaining in the tribe. Upon hearing this, Kong's impression of the divine maiden only grew more favorable. Since she is so admirable, I must surely relay these sentiments to our chieftain. A humble soul, she embodies the essence of a grounded and industrious female. Regardless of what Yin says, Kong chooses to hear only what he wishes to hear, even yearning for him to elaborate further so that he may glean more of the lady deity's preferences, thereby assisting their chieftain. Are you truly unable to comprehend, or merely feigning ignorance? Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly. Xiaohe has our young master. What business does your chieftain have in this matter? Does your chieftain intend to refrain from competing for the title of the foremost beast husband? Much like the young master of the Snow Mountain tribe, he and Yunshi were not particularly concerned about the young master acquiring romantic rivals. Yet should such a rival possess an exceptional background, being a purple-tier beastman, Yin felt that even their young master would need to exert considerable effort to maintain his position as the foremost beast husband. In response, Kong smiled at Yin. That is beyond our purview. If your young master possesses true capability, our chieftain will undoubtedly retreat in the face of difficulty. Moreover, our chieftain has yet to arrive. Is it not premature to be anxious now? Chapter 95. She requires tender care. Yan's brows finally knitted together as he suddenly inquired. Does your chieftain genuinely harbor intentions of forming a bond with Xiaohe? Kong seemed taken aback by the question but quickly regained his composure. What do you think? A smile adorned his face, concealing his true thoughts. Yin refrained from making any hasty assumptions, responding calmly. If the chieftain of the Qingke tribe arrives, we shall inevitably meet. At that time, the truth of your words will be made evident. The smile on Kong's face faltered slightly. He indeed felt emboldened to speak so freely in Yan's presence only because their chieftain was absent. In truth, the patriarch remains oblivious to whether he would value the goddess, willing to form a union with the goddess of the Qingke tribe. The patriarch, that orc, is often praised by every orc who encounters him as a paragon of virtue, a gentleman of remarkable grace, a truly splendid male. Yet, only those who truly understand him are aware of the inherent coldness and indifference he harbors within. Kong swiftly lost interest in further probing the goddess, yet his smile remained unchanged as he remarked, the young master should prepare himself, for the patriarch is already en route to Half Moon City. Should the goddess cross paths with our patriarch, what do you reckon are the odds that she might not be enamored with him? His brow furrowed even deeper, clearly troubled by Kong's words. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the reality is that nearly every female who has encountered the patriarch of the Qingke tribe has found herself captivated by him. Even those formidable females, who instill a sense of trepidation in males, adopt a more demure demeanor in the presence of the Qingke patriarch. The young master would not grant him the opportunity. No sooner had you spoken than Kong erupted into laughter. How could he not? Even those orcs surrounding the young master had to concede the patriarch's excellence. Particularly amusing was Ye's slightly sullen expression following his statement, which only added to Kong's delight. Let us await the outcome, he thought, and see if the esteemed goddess will continue to keep us at bay once our patriarch arrives. Ye regarded him coldly and dismissed him, stating, It is getting late. If Lord Kong has no further matters, I kindly ask you to take your leave. With a smile, Kong nodded. You may wish to deliberate further on our previous proposal. After all, having an orc guardian accompanying the goddess and her offspring along the journey would indeed enhance their safety. Acknowledging this, Kong nodded in agreement, stating that they would visit again tomorrow. I shall bring the young ones. There is no need for you to come, he added. Yuhi, who had transformed into a calico cat perched upon Shu Shu's head, possessed keen hearing, allowing her to overhear the final exchange between Ya and Kong. Upon learning that they would return, a hint of displeasure crept into Yu's heart. She leapt down from Shu's head, rolled about playfully, and then transformed back into her human form, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze upon Kong and the others. Kong instinctively reached out to catch the goddess as she rolled on the ground, yet was met with a sharp glance from Ya, who silently questioned their actions. Ada and Aer, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew their hands, internally chastising by Xiaozhu and Ya for failing to catch the goddess who had leapt down from such a height. In reality, the height of an adult orc's knee was merely a short distance, and Yuhi's small leap, followed by her rolling, was a consequence of Bailan and the others having fed her generously, despite her slight weight loss during their travels. Ultimately, the goddess was not at fault. The blame lay solely with Xiaozhu and Ya. As Yuhi noticed their averted gazes, directed instead at Bailan and Ya with a hint of reproach, she felt a surge of frustration. "What are you looking at? I am speaking to you," she exclaimed. Kong quickly turned to her, smiling as he replied, "We shall come by first thing tomorrow. It is too late today. I shall not disturb the esteemed goddess and the young master by in their rest." Upon finishing this statement, without waiting for Yuhi to erupt in anger, Kong swiftly departed the courtyard with Ada and Aer. Observing their abrupt exit, Yuhi felt a sense of frustration and turned to Bailan, her tone laden with irritation. "They do not comprehend my words. I instructed them not to come tomorrow." It was baffling. Who was this male, and by what right did he come and go as he pleased? Did they even know him? Yuhi's sudden outburst of anger seemed unfounded, as Kong had remained perfectly respectful since his arrival, not overstepping any boundaries. Yu was perplexed by her vehement rejection of Kong's presence. Bailan, however, could discern a hint of the underlying issue. He patiently allowed Yuhi to calm down, reassuring her about the anxious young ones, concerned for their mother's well-being. Later that night, as they lay in bed, Bailan leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, and inquired, "Do you truly despise Kong and his companions?" Yuhi found herself at a loss for words, shifting slightly in Bailan's embrace before ultimately resting her head against his chest. "Yes, I harbor disdain for Kong. But what I loathe even more is his sudden declaration of my status as a goddess, especially when you were not by my side at that moment. I was holding Qing, and fear gripped me. I had almost forgotten that incident while in Half Moon City, only for him to come knocking once more." In truth, Yuhi was not afraid of Kong the Beast Man, but rather of his intrusion, which threatened to shatter the tranquility of her existing life. The notions of goddesshood and the adoration of multiple males held no significance for her amidst the stability she cherished. Perhaps Yu's sentiments may shift upon encountering other formidable males rivaling Bailan in the future. However, for the present, her words resonate with sincerity. The tone of grievance and helplessness in her voice pricked Bailan's heart akin to a gentle needle, not painfully, but rather leaving a numbing sensation that rendered his breath somewhat labored. The unfortunate events of that day would not recur. Bailan distinctly recalled the moment he reunited with Ahe after a separation of 7 or 8 days. She appeared so fragile that she seemed on the verge of shattering. Unlike Yunsi and Ya, who had endured perilous experiences and developed considerable psychological resilience, Yuha was merely an ordinary female, unacquainted with the treacherous realities of the outside world. It was only natural for her to feel fear and trepidation. Sensing the slight tremors in her body and the moisture upon her chest, Bailan's heart swelled with compassion. He gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "Do not fear, my dear. What frightens you shall not come to pass again." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Bailan discerned the steady rhythm of her breathing against him. She was indeed afraid. Bailan acutely recognized the extent to which his female required his protection. Chapter 96. Brazen? Unbeknownst to Yuha, following their heartfelt conversation the previous night, Bailan had taken certain measures in her absence. The following day, as she ventured out with Chu, she did not encounter Kong and the others. Yu trailed behind them, occasionally stepping forward to settle the vendor's payment with Jing. Having already explored Dong Street and Nan Street, Yuha and Chu decided to visit Bay Street today, an area predominantly inhabited by small to medium-sized tribes, frequently hosting transient beasts seeking shelter. The stalls here are densely packed, and the orcs passing by display a range of attire, clearly distinguishing the affluent from the impoverished. Thus, Yuha, accompanied by her golden-haired cub, garners considerable attention from the stall owners. This is partly due to Yuha's evident possession of crimson crystals, but also because the lively and adorable cub endears herself to the orcs, who respond with heightened warmth towards her. Regardless of whether they intend to purchase anything, the stall owners cannot help but cast their gazes upon Choo-Choo, leading her to exhibit even more vivacity than she does at home. Even aware that the stall owners may not comprehend her feline language, she continues to cheerfully vocalize at them, embodying an extroverted spirit. Observing the interaction between the stall owners and Choo-Choo, Yuha cannot suppress her amusement, while Ya's eyes soften with affection. In front of a stall, two females who had hesitated to purchase a wolf tooth pendant now smile as they watch Choo-Choo's playful exchanges with the stall owners. Noticing that Choo-Choo accepts a garland offered by a vendor, she adorably tilts her head to present it for their admiration. The females' faces reveal an unmistakable delight, prompting one of them to speak. "Little cub, do you not fancy the garland? How about we gift you this stone pendant instead?" One of the elegantly dressed females points to a notably lengthy stone pendant, crafted from a multitude of colorful pebbles shaped into beads, complemented by an irregular oval deep brown stone. Its appearance is rather unremarkable and quite inexpensive. Choo-Choo glances at it briefly before shifting her gaze away, turning to the stall owner with an inquisitive awoo, seemingly inquiring if it suits her. The stall owner chuckles, affirming, "It looks lovely, indeed." Regardless of what the youngling is currently expressing, it is evident that he comprehends the admiration in the gazes directed at him, and thus, he deserves the praise. The floral wreath he crafted brings him joy, and that is sufficient. As for the neglected female, a hint of disappointment and embarrassment flickered across her face. Observing her plight, the female clad in a leather skirt quickly interjected with a smile. The youngling is still quite small. He simply does not yet understand that adornments enhance one's beauty. This statement served as a balm to the disheartened female, especially when Yuhi offered her a gentle nod of apology. The female managed to smile and address the vendor. "I shall take this stone pendant and this wolf fang pendant, along with 4 red crystals, if you please." While the stone pendant could be obtained for just a couple of red crystals or perhaps a small amount of food, the wolf fang pendant commanded a price of 4 red crystals. The vendor shook his head, remarking that such wolf fangs are not easily gathered, and notably, the principal fang was obtained from a fierce beast. It would require at least 50 red crystals. In truth, 50 was a modest estimation, for any item associated with a ferocious beast naturally commands a premium, were it not for the limited spending power within Half Moon City. This pendant could easily fetch a price exceeding 100 red crystals. 50? The female gasped, her tone swiftly turning sharp. "Who could afford 50 red crystals? You cannot possibly look down upon me and be attempting to deceive me." The vendor furrowed his brow, replying, "Deceive you? Do I possess such leisure? Moreover, if you cannot afford it, what makes you think others can?" In a moment of excess, he refrained from speaking further, considering her gender and the fact that it was her first time perusing his stall. After all, 50 crimson crystals were indeed quite costly for many females. Yet, he had not spoken falsely. These were wolf fangs extracted from a beast, hence their impressive size. Ordinary wolf fangs could scarcely match such dimensions, resembling small daggers instead. The female's face flushed deeply as she stammered, "You." Her eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. The one clad in a hide skirt quickly comforted her, saying, "Aning, if it's too expensive, we simply want to buy it. Please don't cry, Aning, Aning." Despite this, the one named Aning continued to weep, her gaze fixed on the radiant Yuhi. Even though she were only a couple of shell ornaments and a silver hairpin, it was evident that her life was more prosperous than Aning's. Just moments ago, Aning had expressed her desire to purchase a stone ornament for her offspring, but now, her feelings of inferiority surged to an overwhelming peak. She sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. "Ami, I just adore that wolf fang ornament, woo, but I can't afford it." With merely 20-odd crimson crystals to her name, gifted by her males to ensure she had a joyous outing, she had hoped to acquire a cherished ornament this time, only to find herself unable to afford it. Overwhelmed by this blow, Aning cried until she could scarcely breathe, prompting Ami to cast a pleading glance at Yuhi. Yuhi, although perplexed, felt the matter did not pertain to her. However, she had noticed Aning's affection for her offspring, so she gently patted the head of the tearful child, encouraging her to console Aning, who continued to weep uncontrollably. However, just as Choo-Choo received a glance from her mother urging her to approach, she began to step forward. Suddenly, that Amy interjected, "I apologize for the interruption, but might I request a favor? You appear to have an abundance of red crystals, and Aning truly adores this wolf tooth pendant, so what?" A peculiar thought flashed through Yuhua's mind. Surely this female does not expect her to purchase something to present to Aining. I wonder if I could borrow some red crystals from you to help Aining acquire this wolf tooth pendant? I realize this request may seem presumptuous. Yet considering Aining's recent desire to gift your offspring a pendant, would you? Before Amy's pleading could finish, Yuhua gently interjected, I sincerely apologize, but we are strangers, and it would be inappropriate for me to part with the red crystals that my male partner has diligently earned. Such an action would surely chill the heart of my male companion. All her crystals were gifts from him, while they now belonged to her. Why should she give them freely to a female she had scarcely met? The term borrow seemed misleading, as they would not linger long enough for her to know when they might repay her. It's not a gift, it's merely a loan, just a temporary need. Amy insisted anxiously. Aining, with tears brimming in her eyes, turned to Yuhua and said, Amy, I only have 20 red crystals. How could I possibly borrow so many from her, especially since She herself felt the impertinence of such a request. Please, Aining. This is the first time I have ever liked something so much. 20 red crystals shouldn't be too much for you. Amidst the scene, Ami observed Yuhi furrowing her brow, hesitating to speak, her expression laden with sorrow, as though Yuhi's refusal to lend her the 20 crimson crystals would result in her demise. 20 crystals, insignificant as they may seem. Why must she feel compelled to lend them? Was it her audacity or merely the pitiable sight before her that stirred such emotions? Yuhi found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming, yet she gestured to the youth beside her, maintaining a gentle smile as she spoke. I apologize, but I cannot help but perceive you as unwell. If that is the case, I would advise consulting a shaman regarding your mental state. It is quite peculiar for a stranger, an orc no less, to approach me for a loan of 20 crimson crystals. This is a first for me. They do say that travel broadens one's horizons, and indeed it has. With a puzzled shake of her head and a playful pat on the head of the Navi one beside her, she turned to leave. Upon hearing Yuhi's words, Ami appeared utterly crushed, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. And Ning, wiping her tears, could no longer restrain herself and called out to Yuhi, Hey, even if you refuse to lend, must you go to such lengths to humiliate us? This is truly excessive. Excessive, you say? Pray tell, do you believe that because you possess crimson crystals, others are indebted to you for their own? Perhaps you should consider being even more brazen and plead with this vendor to give you a wolf fang ornament worth far more than 50 crimson crystals. After all, if one merely asks, they shall receive. If not, it is the fault of others. Why bother with crimson crystals at all? Would it not be simpler to have others simply give? Ning felt her face flush crimson at Yuhi's words. We are not that brazen. She stammered. Yuhi chuckled lightly. So it is not you who are shameless. It is I who am petty. I sincerely apologize if my stinginess has impeded your purchases. However, my male counterpart has bestowed upon me but a meager amount of red crystals, and I have yet to procure anything substantial. My offspring also remain unprovided for. You are all mature females, are you not? How can you still covet the red crystals intended for the young? How disheartening. She paid no mind to the reason behind Ami's words. Rather, it was Ami's actions that truly repulsed her. Thus, before departing, she felt compelled to utter something that would unsettle them. While the identity of being female may afford certain privileges in the presence of males, it held little weight in front of the young. How amusing. As soon as Yuhi departed, Ning and Ami noticed the peculiar glances directed at them by some beastmen. The vendor adorned with wolf-tooth trinkets hastily concealed his wares. A beastman who had intended to approach and examine the stall inquired, Why did you put that away? I wanted to take a look. The vendor replied, I encountered a rather audacious female who, lacking any crystal cores, expected to borrow those meant for the young in order to purchase this item. It felt rather ill-fated. You might consider perusing other items. Initially, the vendor refrained from speaking, as a dispute had arisen among the females, and interjecting might have appeared as though he were aiding the female with offspring and bullying the other two. However, at present, he merely conveyed the truth as he perceived it. Upon hearing the vendor's words, the orc who had just witnessed an impressive performance merely smiled without responding. Orcs of sound mind understood the rarity of crystal cores. It was rather embarrassing to beg for a loan when others were unwilling to lend. Amy, whether it was due to the vendor's remarks or the strange gazes of those around her, suddenly fainted, prompting Aining to burst into tears. Amy, please don't scare me. Is there anyone who can help? Upon returning, Aining, bewildered, recounted the day's events to her male companion. Despite the minor incident that transpired during their outing, Yuha and Chuchu remained unperturbed, continuing to browse the stalls for items of interest. Chuchu spotted numerous exquisite ornaments crafted from beast fangs at one of the stalls. She recalled how her father and Ya often ventured out for hunts. Why hadn't her father made such gifts for her mother? In response, Yuha tenderly ruffled her hair and explained, "It is simply because your mother does not favor them. She adores glimmering jewelry, such as pearls and jade ornaments. The wooden hairpin was chosen solely for its beauty. However, she feels that ornaments fashioned from beast fangs do not quite align with her style. Perhaps she truly does not appreciate jewelry made from beast fangs, as it lacks a certain delicacy." Chuchu, though somewhat confused, seemed to absorb this information, understanding that her mother did not favor ornaments made from beast fangs. Subsequently, she emulated her mother's tastes, selecting exquisite accessories for her father, a bone necklace for her brother, and red cord bells for her sister and herself. Ya and Yunshi are also to be presented with gifts. Yuha encouraged her to ponder what Yunshi typically delights in. Upon hearing her mother's words, Chuchu's gaze was immediately drawn to a certain stall displaying feathered crowns. This vibrant and ornate item, in Chuchu's eyes, would surely captivate Yunshi. Yuha confirmed her choice twice before allowing Ya to settle the payment, though a peculiar expression lingered upon her face. After all, in her perception, Yunshi was akin to a dashing young gentleman. Yet, her own offspring seemed to regard Yunshi as somewhat of a flamboyant figure. For Ya's gift, Chuchu meandered for a moment around a stall that crafted weapons from beast fangs, but ultimately turned towards another stall offering knee and elbow pads, as well as armor. Was she truly selecting protective gear for Ya? Yuha was astonished by Chuchu's choice for Ya's present. Chuchu blinked, nodded, and let out a soft "Owa." Ya often ventured outdoors, making him susceptible to injuries. It had been said by her elder siblings that donning knee and elbow pads would prevent harm. Ya's face softened as he squatted down, his voice low and filled with warmth, expressing gratitude for Chuchu's concern. Chapter 98. The late return of Mu Fei. At that moment, Ya's heart was a tumult of emotions. He recognized the intelligence of the three little ones, yet their cleverness astonished him profoundly. No need for thanks. Ya must take good care of himself, Chuchu insisted, nuzzling her palm against Ya's hand. In Chuchu's heart, while her affection leaned towards Yunshi, Ya remained an exceedingly significant member of her family. Thus, like her elder siblings, she harbored a fervent wish for Ya's safety. Although the words exchanged remained a mystery, witnessing Y's gentle demeanor as he retrieved the items brought a subtle smile to YH's lips. Her beloved CH truly was the most precious treasure in her heart. Y's hands were laden with numerous belongings, yet fortunately, most of the items YH and CH had previously purchased were small enough to fit into a handcrafted wicker basket, with knee and wrist guards placed atop. Amused internally, Y refrained from contradicting the youthful remarks. The transition from the Azure tier to the Cerulean tier was no trivial feat. However, Y felt no trepidation, for he had amassed ample energy. Meanwhile, YNX observed his feathered crown, exchanging innocent glances with CH outside his stone abode. Just as Y mused. The gift chosen by CH did not entirely resonate with him, yet the notion that she believed it looked best on him elicited a chuckle. After all, why quarrel with the child? At least she still regarded him as the most handsome of all beast men, even outshining little H. YH couldn't help but think. Such a young age, yet so sweet-tongued, capable of charming beast men. That evening, she recounted the incident to BILN, stifling laughter at the thought of CH gifting Y protective gear while presenting YNX with a peacock feather crown. Initially, YNX seemed rather speechless. However, it was unclear what CH had later communicated to him. When Y offered an explanation to YNX, to her surprise, he appeared delighted. Although BILN had not witnessed the scene firsthand, piecing together CH's words to her siblings, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, CH claims YNX is the most handsome beast man. Does that imply I am not? Bailan possesses a strikingly handsome beauty, with features so perfect that flaws are imperceptible, and a physique that is both tall and elegant. How could one possibly deem him unattractive? The notion seems implausible, especially since he captivated her so swiftly, compelling her to willingly bear 3 offspring for him. Truly, he is the most handsome. Yui cupped his face and gave him a fervent kiss, before offering an explanation regarding Chuchu. However, do not forget, Chuchu has been cherished by Yunshi since childhood. Her feelings for him are no less profound than those of us, her biological parents. When she declares Yunshi the most handsome, it is merely a testament to the depth of her affection for him. After contemplating for a moment, Lan responded affirmatively, acknowledging that it is quite normal for young Chu Chu to harbor such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yuhi assumed he was feeling jealous, given that their daughter praised Yunshi's looks instead of his own. Are you envious of Chu Chu? Lan gently tousled her hair and replied, no, in my eyes. You are the most beautiful. He refrained from disclosing that some male beastmen, having grown up alongside female cubs, naturally develop deep bonds that lead to partnerships. In that fleeting moment, he pondered whether Yunshi might eventually become one of those cases, but such considerations seemed premature, especially since Yunshi has his own romantic interests. Lan was not inclined to entertain thoughts of Chu Chu in that regard. Should the day come when he does, Lan would not permit it. It is not that Yunshi is undesirable. Rather, he is acutely aware that Yunshi is a beast man who shies away from complications. If he were to hold a steady affection for a particular female, it would be well, but otherwise, should Yunshi become heartless, it would undoubtedly cause great hurt. You certainly have a way with words. As Yuhi felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, she could not resist and placed a gentle kiss upon his chin. A mischievous thought crossed her mind as she playfully nibbled at his Adam's apple. Lan, being a typical male, could not remain unaffected by such flirtations from his female companion. He promptly rolled over and pinned her beneath him. The night was filled with joyous intimacy, a tender springtime essence lingering in the air. Outside Half Moon City, two males entered the town, one following closely behind the other. Upon their arrival, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous females within the city. Some bold females approached, eager to offer them gifts. Should they accept, it would imply the possibility of a fleeting romance. A clump of mud fell to the ground as one female instinctively tried to shake it off, only to be met with a series of hissing sounds. Upon witnessing this, she shrieked in terror, glancing at the male who still smiled at her before fleeing in haste. Forgive me, but I have my sights set on another female. Mu Fei's rejection had yet to escape his lips when he noticed the female before him had already been frightened away by He Yao's earlier actions. A hint of amusement danced across He Yao's face. Indeed, many of these females were both foolish and dim-witted. Mu Fei spoke calmly. The poison you just unleashed would have been fatal had that female come into contact with it. He Yao chuckled lightly. Is that so? Perhaps. Where is the goddess? He inquired, walking ahead. Even though he was unaware of her whereabouts, he had no intention of falling behind. Mu Fei lowered his gaze slightly, remaining silent as he followed, occasionally offering gentle guidance on whether to turn left or right. This morning, Yuhi received word that they could depart the day after tomorrow. Initially, she believed they would not wait for Mu Fei, and that only the 3 orcs from the Qingke tribe would accompany them. To her surprise, Mu Fei not only arrived today, but also brought along an unfamiliar orc. Shu Shu, Chu Chu, that is Mu Fei. Upon seeing the 2 female cubs rush towards the door, growling at Mu Fei and the stranger, Yuhi was momentarily taken aback before quickly admonishing Shu Shu and Chu Chu not to behave in such a manner. Ah, mother, he is a bad orc. Shu Shu and Chu Chu, perhaps influenced by their first encounter with such a terrifying figure, did not heed their mother's warning. They still vividly recalled the presence of that malevolent orc. As soon as he entered, they sensed it. Ah, bad orc, get out. Hearing her younger sisters, Bai Qing instinctively charged forward, growling threateningly at the dark figure before Mu Fei. He Yao regarded the lively cubs with a click of his tongue. You want me to leave? Then let me see you do it. A cool voice resonated from behind him. He Yao, they are merely cubs. Should they have offended you in any way, direct your ire towards me. They are just cubs. Seeing this elegantly poised and handsome orc address her 3 young ones in such a manner, Yuhi slightly furrowed her brow. She grasped the nape of Bai Qing's neck, gently pushing him behind her. Then, she turned her gaze to Mu Fei and inquired, Mu Fei, who is he? He did not seem to be a guest, but rather someone who had come to meander through the garden out of sheer boredom. He Yao, the elder of the Serpent tribe. Yuha had heard Lan speak of the 8 major tribes, one of which was the Serpent tribe, notorious across the continent for being composed entirely of cold-blooded beastmen, making it the most formidable tribe by common consensus. He Yao? Is he here as a guest? Yuha repeated He Yao's name. Yet her gaze merely brushed past the name's owner before she turned to ask Mu Fei. He Yao raised an eyebrow and inquired, why do you not ask me instead of him? Yuha frowned slightly. I do not know you, but I am acquainted with him. Under normal circumstances, one would naturally inquire about someone familiar first. Unfortunately, He Yao was not one to adhere to conventional behavior. He stepped closer, observing Yuha's furrowed brow without retreating. and extended his hand. Mu Fei frowned, seemingly contemplating something, and attempted to intervene. However, he quickly noted that Heyao's palm was open, revealing a green crystal resting within. Yuha gazed at Heyao in confusion as he presented the green crystal before her. I wish to stay here for a while. Will this green crystal suffice for my accommodation? Upon hearing this, Yuha's brow relaxed, and she took a couple of steps back, her tone becoming less amicable. There is no need to offer us this green crystal. This courtyard is not ours. She then turned to Mu Fei, her voice softening. You must be weary from your journey. Please, come in and have something to eat. Chapter 99. The Serpent Beast Man, Heyao. Mu Fei cast a glance at Heyao, gave a slight acknowledgement, and then walked past him to stand behind Yuha. Wu, bad beast man. You are not permitted to come to our home. As Heyao attempted to advance, the three cubs remained vigilant, determined to prevent his entry. Yuhi, exasperated, grasped one cub in each hand, while gently scolding the third, Chu-Chu, who stubbornly clung to the ground, insisting that he was a guest. Chu-Chu protested with a growl, urging Yuhi not to be deceived, declaring him a wicked beastman who had caused injury to you. Chu-Chu's recollection was vivid. However, Yuhi, unable to comprehend her words, felt a deep frustration at her cub's obstructive behavior. She could only respond with a gentle tone, acknowledging Chu-Chu's assertions, yet stressing that they could not allow him to stand there indefinitely. When faced with insurmountable challenges, how did your father and I guide you? She inquired. Chu-Chu echoed with a growl, suggesting that if their mother could not resolve the issue, they should seek their father. Thus, spurred on by her siblings, Chu-Chu bolted away. Yuhi observed as, despite Chu-Chu's escape, the eldest and second cubs broke free from her grasp, positioning themselves protectively behind her. A fleeting expression of helplessness crossed her face, yet an indescribable emotion stirred within her heart. She ceased to impede her two cubs and, with a hint of apology, explained to Mu Fei, my cubs are not particularly fond of him. Only when Alon arrives will they be manageable. Mu Fei nodded slightly, conveying her understanding. Heyao, though reluctant to grasp the situation, recognized that in another's territory, any attempt to confront their young or female would be tantamount to courting disaster. Therefore, he stood there, his gaze openly fixed upon the goddess. While she might not be regarded as a great beauty, her well-nourished complexion and bright eyes, a testament to a life well lived, rendered her undeniably charming. Why do you gaze at me so? She inquired. Yuhi furrowed her brows slightly under his gaze, but surprisingly, Heyao chuckled softly and remarked, are you contemplating what the newly emerged goddess might look like? Yuhi pressed her lips together, wishing to maintain a stern demeanor. Yet Heyao's alluring countenance was exceedingly deceptive. With just a hint of gentleness in his tone, it became quite difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him. That would indeed disappoint you. I cannot be considered a beauty, she retorted, while her appearance was passable. The thought of boasting about her looks in the presence of an unfamiliar male felt utterly daunting to her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a trace of pride lingered in her tone as she spoke. Clearly, she did not perceive any flaw in her appearance. Observing the seemingly modest goddess, who was, in reality, quite self-assured, Heyao's tone remained nonchalant. Females often spoke contrary to their hearts, and the goddess was no exception. This indicated that her inner thoughts were not as she professed. Yuhi silently scoffed, pondering, what does that have to do with you? Her disingenuousness posed no concern for him. Heyao seemed to sense her discomfort at having her facade pierced, prompting Mu Fei to quickly divert his gaze from Yuhi and remind the male, do not forget our agreement. Heyao glanced at him before responding with a casual, agreement? What agreement? Yuhi inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes as she surveyed the two of them. Noticing her interest, Mu Fei softened his expression and spoke gently. The journey from Half Moon City to the White Tiger tribe is still quite long. After exchanging blows with him, we remained evenly matched. Thus, I made a pact with him. If I safely escort you and the cubs to the White Tiger tribe, I shall engage him in another battle. However, that encounter transcended mere probing and tentative exchanges. It was a fierce contest of life and death. Yet, upon hearing this, Yuhi paused thoughtfully, noting that the Qingke tribe's beastmen were now also intending to join us. Mu Fei's face briefly registered surprise, but then Heyao interjected, inquiring, the Qingke tribe? Those three beastmen, do you know them? As soon as the words left his lips, a realization flickered in Yuhi's mind. Mu Fei was pursuing the snake beastman, and he had fought with Heyao before. Thus, Heyao was the very snake beastman who had stalked them and had nearly harmed the three cubs. Before Yuhi could fully comprehend Mu Fei's motivations for bringing forth the snake beast man they had previously vowed to hunt, Yu casually remarked, "We have collaborated before." These 3 words instantly ignited Yuhi's indignation. Collaborated? Did that mean collaborating to treat her as spoils of war? Outrageous. Yuhi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She glared at He Yao and, without sparing a glance at Mu Fei, turned and fled. Mu Fei felt as though he had become the target of her misplaced wrath. Watching her storm away with a look of confusion, He Yao, observing this, silently smirked. What happened? Bailon, who had just come from the warehouse, noticed Yuhi's reddened eyes, but she seemed too enraged to hear his words. She swiftly entered the stone house, followed by the sound of her hurried ascent up the stairs. Bai Qing, witnessing his mother's distress, was about to rush forward but was restrained by Bailon, who held onto his tail. In a state of agitation, he howled at his father. Bailon lowered her head and instructed him to summon Ya, as she intended to have Shu Shu and Chu Chu accompany their mother shortly. Bai Qing responded with an affirmative howl, expressing his understanding that he would visit their mother first. Thus, could their father be at ease? The cub's thoughts were evidently fixated on their mother, seemingly oblivious to his own words. Nevertheless, Bailon relinquished her hold, observing Bai Qing darting inside. She was soon confronted by 2 cubs rushing towards her to lodge a complaint. "Oh, the wicked beast man has arrived. Father, quickly drive him away." Indeed. Mother has been frightened away by him." Bailon crouched down to gently pat the heads of the 2 female cubs, reassuring them. "All right, I understand. Let us ascend and check on Mother. We must not allow her to shed tears in solitude." Upon hearing that their mother had been so upset as to cry, Shu Shu and Chu Chu quickly emitted a howl and hurried into the room. "Will, Mother, do not cry. The wicked beast man has already been chased away by Father." Bai Qing gazed at their mother, who sat with her head bowed, although she did not weep as their father had described. He inexplicably felt that her current demeanor was even more sorrowful than tears would convey. "Oh, Mother, what troubles you?" The cubs, bewildered, encircled their mother. Seated upon the fur carpet, they could not fathom her distress, yet her sadness resonated with their own hearts. "I am fine. Indeed, Yuhi was unharmed." She merely felt repulsed and distressed at the thought of being treated as an object to be snatched away by unfamiliar beast men, despite being a beast man herself. Chapter 100. Mu Fei's isolation. Fortunately, her mate, Bailon, was sufficiently strong, ensuring her relative safety for the time being. However, as she contemplated the entanglements with the 3 orc members of the Qingke tribe and the unexpected visit from He Yao, she lowered her head in thought. If a single Bailon was insufficient to ensure her protection, it was indeed time to seek a second beast husband. "Oh, whoa, Mother, we have arrived." 2 female cubs rushed upstairs a step behind, catching sight of their mother with her head slightly bowed, one hand gently caressing the brother seated before her, who also hung his head. "Oh, whoa, has Mother been crying?" They approached to comfort her. The 2 female cubs leaned in, eager to see if their mother had shed any tears in secret. Under their attentive gaze, Yuhi couldn't help but pull them close, burying her head against them and inhaling deeply. This was not at all pleasant. Shuju was somewhat more accepting than Chu Chu, as she always felt that her mother loved her dearly. Among the 3 cubs, the brother often received guidance from their father on being a good older sibling, while Chu Chu, being the youngest and the most mischievous in her early years, naturally garnered more attention from Ya and Yunxi. Only Shuju seemed to relish being held by her mother, believing it to be a true testament of her mother's love. Chu Chu was not fond of this notion, prompting Yuhi to release her hold. However, Shuju leaned forward again, and instantly, Yuhi joyfully buried her face in Shuju's. "Oh Shuju, how wonderful you are! Is Chu Chu not lovely?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Chu sulked. She did not appreciate being nestled against her mother's bosom, but that did not imply she shunned her mother's affection. Thus, she nuzzled closer to her mother, yearning to roll over and display her belly in a playful manner. However, Mother's constitution was too delicate. As soon as she leaned down slightly, she was unintentionally pushed to the other side. Yui found herself contorted by the gentle nudging of her, and with one arm tightly embracing Shu Shu, she used her other hand to helplessly ruffle Chu Chu's hair, saying, "Mother cannot bear such pressure from you. Would you mind lying beside Mother, Chu Chu?" Yet, Chu Chu refused. She desired to be close to Mother as well. She nestled against her, while Shu Shu lay on the other side, exposing her soft belly to Mother. Yuhi was thoroughly amused by her 2 affectionate little ones, and she noticed the eldest, influenced by her younger siblings, also rolled over to show her belly. At that moment, thoughts of a second beast husband had completely escaped her mind. Merely tending to the 3 clingy cubs consumed much of her time and energy. Yet Yuhi found joy in it. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window. Upon ascending the stairs, Bailon was greeted by the sight of the 3 cubs dispersed in slumber, while his partner, Yuhi, sat nearby, her forehead resting against the wall, her head drooping. Why didn't she go to bed if she was tired? The 3 cubs, gathered together, were quite boisterous, and Yuhi must have been quite disturbed by their antics. The masculine aura enveloped him as Yuhi instinctively opened her eyes, only to see Bailon cradling her as if she were a child, carrying her toward the bed. Have they left? What did you say to them? She heard herself inquire. Yuhi had seldom asked him such questions in the past, for Bailon had provided her with ample reassurance, allowing her to trust him completely. The matter of her being a goddess remained a latent concern. Mu Fei came here due to her identity as a goddess, and so did He Yao. The clandestine agreement they reached may involve more than what Mu Fei has disclosed. If that is the case, Yuhi finds it increasingly difficult to trust even Mu Fei. It would be best for both of them to leave this place. They plan to stay here for a couple of days. Noticing a sudden clarity in her femininity, Bailon gently kissed her brow and asked, Mu Fei, do you doubt it too? Just because the attempt failed doesn't mean they would bring that serpent beast man into our home. Isn't that akin to delivering her and the cubs directly into He Yao's presence? Are you afraid that He Yao might pose a threat to us? Bailon, having gained experience in soothing Yuhi, understood that without clear communication, her mind would surely wander to darker thoughts. Yuhi, comforted by his touch along her spine, felt her previously feigned vigor wane even further. No, He Yao is an elder of the Ming snake tribe. The 8 great tribes have a pact. He would not dare harm you or the cubs. On the contrary, Bailon perceived that He Yao had little interest in the so-called goddess. He was merely bored and seeking amusement. Yuhi only registered the 2 words no, and before she could grasp the rest, she had already drifted off to sleep. When she finally awoke, her stomach growling with hunger, she found the 3 cubs had vanished. Beside her bed lay a plate of freshly washed wild fruits and a bowl of meat soup that seemed to have been sitting for a while. After consuming the soup and several wild fruits, she felt a significant relief in her belly. As she set down the earthen pot that contained the soup, a slender figure could be seen downstairs, grilling meat. Upon hearing a sound, Mu Fei lifted his head and inquired, Divine Lady, are you still hungry? Yuhi shook her head, setting down the earthen pot, remaining silent. Mu Fei sensed a considerable distance in the way the Divine Lady regarded him. Yet he could not fathom the cause of this shift. Thus, he cautiously asked, I have prepared some roasted meat. Would you care to try it? Yuhi continued to shake her head, her demeanor seemingly uncertain as she averted her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering delicately. She replied, I am not accustomed to having unfamiliar beasts in my home. Although we have met before, we are still not well acquainted. Earlier that morning, the Divine Lady had acknowledged him, speaking gently, but by afternoon, her demeanor had altered dramatically. Mu Fei found himself perplexed by Yuhi's transformation. Yet he noted her aversion to him and nodded, apologizing, I was unaware of this. I am sorry. Given that Bailon had permitted him to stay in pursuit of the Divine Lady, he had assumed she might feel hungry after her midday slumber. After searching, he found this dwelling to be the only place suitable for roasting meat, unaware that it would displease the Divine Lady. Mu Fei felt a wave of despondency wash over him, watching as the Divine Lady departed without casting a glance in his direction. He extinguished the fire in the stove and utilized divine teleportation to leave, leaving behind the roasted meat, which was later discovered and devoured by the returning Yunshi. In the courtyard, He Yao and the members of the Qing Ke tribe gathered, engaged in conversation, while the 3 cubs and her father were nowhere to be seen. Yuhi furrowed her brow, suppressing the rising panic within her, and approached them, asking, Where are Alon and the cubs? Chapter 101. The Quest for the Divine Maiden. The young master and Yunshi accompanied the cubs to the rear pond. Yin noticed her disdain for He Yao and Kong, yet they were all at home. Xiao He seemed to harbor an excessive wariness towards these 2. Upon hearing this, Yuhi nodded and turned to head towards the rear pond. Originally, this pond was a space designated by the owner of the courtyard for transforming into beast form to swim and bathe openly. After the arrival of the 3 cubs, it had become their playground. Yuhi was well aware of its location. However, just as she was about to turn, a voice imbued with amusement echoed from behind. Divine Maiden, it appears you are not particularly eager to see us. Have we committed some transgression that displeases you? Yet those two gazes remained fixed upon her until she rounded the corner of the stone dwelling and no longer sensed their scrutiny. Only then did Yuhi's top body begin to relax. It was absurd to think she would wish to see them, especially when they were so comfortable observing her. Their own master. Splash. The three cubs were frolicking about, splashing water and engaging in playful banter. Yunshi had transformed into a snow leopard, lying at the pond's edge, occasionally lifting her head to ensure the cubs did not wander into the deeper waters. After all, when this pond was constructed, it could accommodate 3 or 4 adult beast men in their beast forms. Although the 3 cubs had grown considerably, they were still smaller in comparison to the adult beast men. Yuhi's gaze swept over the trio, and seeing them reveling in joy, she chose not to interrupt. Instead, she approached Bailon, who at that moment was also in beast form, resting with closed eyes in the shallows of the pond, as if sensing a familiar scent. The white tiger opened his eyes and emerged from the shallow waters. Yui inexplicably felt a pang of discomfort, her gaze unwavering as she watched Bailon don the outer garment he had placed by the pond, the rest of his clothing draped over his arm, before striding towards her. "Have you eaten the food placed by the bedside?" Bailon was well aware that his female's gaze lingered on his Adam's apple and chest. But she was his mate, and if she wished to gaze, let her do so. Was he merely seizing the opportunity to flirt with her? He was far too shy. If Bailon dared to behave so in front of the 3 young ones and Yunshi, he would likely find himself at the mercy of his female, transformed into her beastly form, nursing from him that very night. Yui let out a soft hum, her eyes struggling to shift from his physique to his face, perhaps ensnared by his alluring wetness. Her thoughts were now clouded with indecent fantasies. Bailon's expression softened as he observed his captivated mate, feeling an urge to chuckle. It was not the first time she had seen him drenched. Why was she staring at him in such a daze? He reached out to gently stroke her head, reminding her that they were all engaged in play, and she ought to transform into her beastly form to join them. Yui certainly would not venture into the pond. The fur of a calico cat was not as easily drenched as that of a white tiger, and it had a slight waterproof quality. If she were to get wet, it would likely require Bailon to rescue her. No, isn't Yunshi with them? She pondered. If only He Yao and Kong were not home, then they could indulge in some mischief without the prying ears of outsiders. Humph. Oh well. Father, we want to go too. Chu-Chu had been frolicking in the water with her sister Shuju when she overheard her father announcing his intention to go out with her mother. Instantly, she ceased her playful antics, yearning to accompany her parents. Shuju gazed eagerly at their father. Bailon cast a glance at Yuhi, who was clutching his hand. With the responsibility of caring for 3 young cubs, his time alone with his mate was scarce. Now that rivals were encroaching upon him, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. Hence, he resolved to leave the cubs behind today. "Chu-Chu dear, your father wishes to take your mother out for a stroll," he said. "Tomorrow, Yuhi and I will take you 3 on an entire day of play outside." The promise of an entire day of fun immediately captivated the 2 young female cubs, and they joyfully exclaimed, "All right, father always keeps his word." Bailon's voice carried a hint of mirth, affirming, "Indeed, your father is a man of his word." Upon hearing their father's assurance, Bai Qing joined in the excitement, cheerfully exclaiming, "Wonderful! We can play all day tomorrow." The thought of spending an entire day of adventure sparked a jubilant cheer among the 3 cubs, who began to celebrate in the pond. The splashing water filled the air with jubilant sounds as the flower leopard observed the exuberance of the 3 cubs, letting out a long, resigned sigh before plunging into the water. Seeing this, Bailon and Yuhi felt a sense of ease as they exited through the back door. Although Bailon thought it inconsequential to leave via the main entrance, Yuhi was reluctant to let their outing be scrutinized by others. What if the likes of He Yao and Kong decided to follow them? Having traversed the eastern, southern, and northern streets of Half Moon City, this time, Yuhi and Bailon ventured to the western street. The western street serves as the residence for the city lord and the prominent clans, and Bo Qing, being a notable figure in Half Moon City, naturally resides there as well. However, upon receiving news from the beast slaves regarding the goddess's rendezvous with the young Master Bai, Bo Qing chose not to intrude. Thus, Yuhi and Bailon, their fingers intertwined, leisurely strolled through the western street. As it is currently the rainy season, the food supplies of the tribes have largely been depleted following winter. On sunny days, there are indeed few beastmen remaining at home in this area, unless they are elderly or caring for young ones. Nevertheless, even the elder beastmen, while watching over the youngsters, would not allow them to wander freely outside, as straying too far would complicate matters when it comes to locating them. Hence, One might occasionally spot a couple of hurried females. Upon seeing Yu-hee, who was accompanied by her male counterpart for a leisurely outing, they could not help but cast surprised glances. However, the affairs of others are of no concern to them. Though some may feel a fleeting envy for Yu-hee's leisurely demeanor, it is evident that such sentiments are but momentary. As Yu-hee and Bailon continued their stroll, they exchanged a few words. Bailon had previously mentioned the matter of He-Yao, but she had fallen asleep at that time. Now, when she inquired again, Bailon displayed no signs of impatience. I cannot divulge the details of the alliance among the 8 great tribes, but I have confirmed He-Yao's identity, and he will come to Nada Forest to seek the goddess, as it is a task assigned to him by the Mingxi tribe. Chapter 102. Departing from Half Moon City, what significance does the goddess hold for you? Yui found it somewhat perplexing that, even if the birth of multiple offspring was deemed a blessing from the beast god, the faith in the beast god in this world was overshadowed by reverence for sheer power. If the sole intention was to seek the beast god's favor, was it truly necessary for several major tribes to send emissaries? Yui could not believe that. Despite the 8 great tribes having stood firm on this continent for over a millennium, none of them possessed their own goddess. Perhaps it held little meaning in the past, but the future remained uncertain. Bailon pondered for a moment and resolved to elucidate matters to Ahi with greater clarity. Otherwise, when the day came that more beastmen sought them out, she might be swayed by their honeyed words. Historically, the goddess had served as a testament for many tribes, symbolizing the good fortune bestowed upon them following various tributes made to the beast god. After all, the birth of an additional child signified the gradual strengthening of that tribe. However, the title of goddess had always been fleeting, as many goddesses who bore offspring in multiples rarely did so again, with some ultimately becoming infertile. Only a select few goddesses would bear multiple litters, yet should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the title could swiftly fade from the memory of the beastmen. It was primarily the offspring born to these goddesses that captured the attention of the great tribes, as among them, there would invariably be 1 or 2 blessed with innate divine gifts, while the likelihood of the other offspring possessing acquired divine gifts was also notably high. However, it is unprecedented for all 3 cubs, like Yu-hee, to possess innate divine gifts. Currently, the other beastmen remain unaware of this matter, should they become aware. Even Bailon, the young master of the White Tiger tribe, would find it difficult to deter those formidable beastmen who wished to bond with Yu-hee. Yu-hee furrowed her brow, pondering the distinction between possessing innate divine gifts and acquiring them later in life for beastmen. One must recognize that having innate divine gifts is not necessarily a boon. After all, some beastmen are born with such gifts. And if the tribe that raises them lacks strength, revealing their innate gifts could easily incite jealousy from other beastmen. This could lead to dire consequences, such as assassination or being captured as a beast slave. Viewed from this perspective, possessing acquired divine gifts could indeed be advantageous. Furthermore, beastmen with innate divine gifts must consume the flesh of exotic beasts from a young age. Otherwise, if they cannot control the repeated use of their gifts during childhood, even if they survive, they may find their bodies in a state of habitual collapse as they mature. This predicament would imply frequent bodily issues, leaving them vulnerable to untimely demise in the outside world. Bailon regarded Yu-hee with a glimmer of admiration before elucidating that, based on the experiences of elder beastmen, innate divine gifts are generally more powerful than acquired ones. Moreover, beastmen endowed with innate divine gifts find it easier to ascend to the purple rank. The former may be subject to debate due to the influence of certain formidable acquired gifts in the eyes of beastmen. Yet the latter is a universally acknowledged truth among all tribes. For millennia, the 8 great tribes have harbored a considerable number of orcs bestowed with both innate and acquired divine gifts. These orcs possess the ability to identify their innate divine gifts, and as long as they remain alive and consume the flesh of extraordinary beasts daily, their ascension to the purple tier is merely a matter of time. At this moment, Yu-hee immediately thought of the 3 cubs, each endowed with innate divine gifts. Bailon calmly nodded, indicating that it was only a matter of time before other tribes would send envoys to entice her once they became aware of this situation. Their actions were merely a preemptive strike. Yu-hee found herself fixated on Bailon's words about enticement, feeling somewhat speechless and then a twinge of anger. If they truly come to entice me, and you remain in this indifferent demeanor, I will be quite upset. Observing his nonchalant attitude, Yu-hee felt an uncontrollable urge to scratch him. Bailon halted his steps, and before Yu-hee could react, He pulled her into his embrace and fiercely captured her lips in a passionate kiss. Compared to his earlier calmness, she undeniably preferred this side of Bailon, for it made her feel cherished. As for what lay ahead, Yuhi dared not make any promises. Embracing the present was of utmost importance. The pair, oblivious to their surroundings, indulged in a fervent kiss, causing a female who had just walked past from a friend's house to flush with embarrassment. It was not due to her innocence. Rather, such a scene easily evoked thoughts of more fervent matters. Given that her male partner was preoccupied with tasks at home, it had been a long time since they had shared such passionate kisses as this couple. Witnessing another female so indulgently attended to by her male, Ning felt a desire to suggest to her own male the idea of a date. However, the female figure seemed somewhat familiar. As Yuhi was concealed by Lan's body, it was only when a side profile was inadvertently revealed that Ning caught a glimpse, though the memory eluded her. Just as she was about to hurriedly depart, Yuhi, panting, released her grip and leaned against Lan's embrace, glancing at the flustered Ning. Unlike Ning's forgetfulness regarding Yuhi, the latter held a vivid recollection of Ning and a me. After all, it was the first time encountering a female who pitifully solicited a loan upon their initial meeting, which was rather disconcerting. Thus, even a mere silhouette instantly reminded Yuhi of Ning. Did they know each other? Yuhi shook her head, feeling as though she had seen that female before. Yet they could hardly be considered acquaintances. Upon reflection, it struck her that the female seemed to associate with individuals of dubious intent towards her. Whether this was merely her own misperception remained uncertain. Ultimately, it bore little relevance to her. Yuhi mentioned it briefly before shifting her focus, playfully requesting Bailon to carry her as she feigned exhaustion. Bailon chuckled softly, the sound resonating in Yuhi's ears as she leaned against his chest. She playfully scratched his hand, only to be effortlessly lifted by him, cradled as if she were a child. Yuhi observed that he genuinely relished holding her in such a manner, whereas being carried on his back or in a princess hold occurred far less frequently. Was it uncomfortable? Noting Yuhi's affectionate nuzzle against his face, Bailon inquired, his gaze flickering slightly, his tone gentle. Yuhi, of course, felt no discomfort. He held her securely. However, the closeness of their position stirred a mischievous desire within her. She often felt an urge to bite him when he was not paying attention. Bailon chuckled softly, relieved that there was no discomfort. Ahi's little hobby was not difficult to discern by merely moving about in her presence. He could clearly understand which aspects she cherished most about him, his visage and physique. However, carrying her or cradling her like a princess did not satisfy her curiosity. And the bashful Ahi often found himself quite passive in certain matters. Thus, Bailon had to devise a means to encourage her initiative. The following day, Bailon fulfilled his promise, taking the three little ones out for an entire day of amusement. As for Yuhi, having stayed up too late the previous night, she could only emerge in the afternoon, clad in a high-necked dress, under the watchful gazes of the little ones who sensed their mother's reluctance to rise. Together with Bailon, they meandered from west to east, then northward, traversing the city. Yuhi glanced at Bailon and inquired, "Are we leaving now? Was it supposed to be tomorrow?" "We shall depart this evening," Bailon explained, gently ruffling her hair. "We've already circled Half Moon City today, and the beastmen have confirmed what they wished to know. The carriage has already been taken outside the city by ya, and our objective tonight is to exit the city." Chapter 103. The Malice of the City Lord's Mansion. Leave the city? Yuhi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Why must we do so at night? Can we not exit in broad daylight? While they strolled with the three little ones, could they not pretend to be merely enjoying the outskirts of the city before quietly departing? The divine lady remained rather naive. Upon hearing Yuhi's questions, Kong sighed inwardly and smiled as she explained to Bailon, because leaving the city during the day with so many of us makes us a conspicuous target. After all, not everyone can afford to have someone waiting in Half Moon City like the Chinke tried. Thus, the orc's ability to promptly deduce that the goddess had exited the Nada forest and pursued her indicates they must possess some form of assurance. Cannot we split up? Yuhi furrowed her brow, but as soon as the words left her lips, she realized that even she found this notion unfeasible. She pressed her lips together, her expression somewhat dimmed. Bailon, noticing her unease, spoke gently. "We cannot separate. Your safety and that of the cubs is paramount." Yuhi silently nodded, aware of her limitations, and refrained from saying more. However, Bailon guided her to sit at the stone table and, while discussing future arrangements, made it clear that she would not be kept in the dark. The three cubs were taken by Yunshi to the stone house for dinner. Yuhi was served a creamy fish soup and roasted meat by a Da of the Chinke tribe. Although the orcs primarily consumed meat and occasionally indulged in exotic game for health benefits, Yuhi still found herself disliking meals consisting solely of meat. Thus, she gazed at the food before her, choosing only to sip the fish soup, pushing the roasted meat toward Bailan. "Isn't this little for you, goddess? Won't you be left hungry?" As she offered the roasted meat to Bailan, she was discussing with him the recent inquiries made about the goddess's whereabouts when Kong's brow arched in curiosity. Yui glanced at him, stating, "My appetite isn't that large." Upon noticing the wild fruits on the platter, Kong frowned. It seemed that Bai Xiao Zhu had little in terms of delicious offerings. Having brought forth only the red carrot fruit and crystal fruit, which were typically consumed solely by elder beasts. As he spoke, Yuha took a bite of the red fruit he mentioned, savoring its sweet and sour flavor, soft and easy to chew, reminiscent of modern apples, which she greatly enjoyed. Upon hearing his words, her gaze towards Kong grew increasingly displeased. Why should her preferences matter to him? She relished this fruit. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, she varied the types of wild fruits she consumed daily. What was so special about the red fruit anyway? Besides, crystal fruit was rather sticky when bitten into. Kong struggled to comprehend Yua's taste, suspecting that she had likely never experienced more exquisite flavors, which led her to find such ordinary wild fruits appealing. "I recall that Half Moon City also has glutinous fruit," she remarked disdainfully. Bailan responded calmly, "Glutinous fruit has a white, grainy flesh." Yua had tasted it before, but found it lacking in sweetness. She gently nodded in agreement with her companion's assertion, acknowledging that glutinous fruit was not particularly delicious. However, due to its health benefits for females, coupled with her limited intake of roasted meat, consuming 1 or 2 glutinous fruits was quite filling. Consequently, Bailan and the others had prepared a considerable quantity at home. What about coconut milk? Do green pomelo and black scab fruits not appeal to the divine lady? Kong inquired. Undeterred by the goddess's outright rejection of the fruits he had suggested, Yuha furrowed her brow at him. "What I enjoy eating has nothing to do with you." Observing her evident annoyance at the topic, Kong shrugged and refrained from further questioning. The divine lady had always been cordial towards Yao and the others, yet she had never extended such courtesy to him. He was uncertain as to why. After all, Kong later confirmed that his appearance had not diminished in attractiveness, leading him to conclude that the divine lady simply did not favor his visage. Yuhi indeed harbored a certain aversion towards Kong's face. Despite it being the quintessential visage of a youthful heartthrob, his smile was disarming, compelling one to lower their guard and join in the merriment. Yet, the recollection of their initial encounter lingered in her mind, casting a shadow of suspicion over this orc, whom she perceived as a smiling tiger with ulterior motives. Bailan discerned her disdain for Kong, gently squeezing her hand beneath the table as if to offer solace. "Let us discuss the matter at hand," he stated, casting a glance at Kong and Heiyao. "The orcs you mentioned pose little threat to us. They hail from smaller tribes. Among them, there is but one blue-tier orc, while the rest are primarily green and yellow-tier. Their menace is minimal, yet should they choose to pursue us, we cannot simply annihilate them all, which complicates matters." Kong, surveying the 3 cubs inside the stone dwelling, continued, "They are not foolish. They are well aware that several male orcs are already guarding the goddess. Lacking knowledge of your true strength, they would not recklessly charge forward. However, what if this information leaks? The male orcs mingling during courtship, can we truly expel all orcs?" Bailan maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "Yet they did not act in such a manner. Thus, they devised a plan that was even more advantageous than divulging the goddess's presence in Half Moon City." Upon hearing this, Kong smiled subtly, suddenly turning her gaze to Heiyao. "I have heard that during the search for the goddess, Lord Heiyao was accompanied by the orcs from the Half Moon City Lord's residence. Yet, how is it that the orcs from there are now nowhere to be found?" In response to being singled out, Heiyao merely lifted his eyelids, succinctly replying with a nonchalant, "I do not know." Kong's expression slightly darkened. He was tempted to mock him with a light taunt, to jest at his cowardice for not daring to end his life. However, this notion was swiftly quelled, for the reality was that Heiyao was a purple-tier beastman, while he himself was merely of the blue tier. The disparity in their strengths rendered him hesitant to truly provoke Heiyao. Bailan, having overheard their exchange, pondered for a moment. Did the Lord's Manor possess a purple-tier beastman? The attitude of the Lord's Manor in Half Moon City towards the goddess had been exceedingly harsh. When the previous goddess had appeared nearby, the manor had dispatched beastmen to the Yui tribe, demanding the surrender of the goddess. and had even injured several of the tribe's members. This was a significant reason why the Yui tribe sought to host a selection of beast husbands for the goddess. Otherwise, the hard-won goddess within their midst could easily be seized by the Lord's manor. Kong shrugged, uncertain, but it was likely that the manor was already aware of the goddess residing in the courtyard prepared by Bo Qing. Perhaps they had received some intelligence that indicated the potential danger of provoking them, which was why they had refrained from sending anyone thus far. In truth, Kong wished to suggest that the Bo Qing they were seeking might have divulged some information. Chapter 104. Undercurrents. By Lon nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell further on this matter, and instead began to make arrangements for their departure that evening. The beastmen from the Lord's manor were entrusted to Mu Fei, while the others would follow He. Yun Shi and the twins, Ada and Air, would care for the 3 cubs, and in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, she would act as their rearguard. Yui furrowed her brow, her hand gripping Bai Lan's tightly beneath the table. She harbored doubts about He Yao and Kong. As if sensing Yuhi's wariness and vigilance towards them, Kong sighed helplessly and proposed, "How about I stay behind?" In truth, as a purple-tier beastman, it would be most prudent for He Yao to take on the rearguard role. However, given that He Yao was entirely preoccupied with his pursuit of the goddess, the fact that he could follow them without causing disruption was already a cause for gratitude. Bai Lan regarded Kong with a probing gaze. "Are you certain? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, no one will come to his aid." Naturally, in a small place like Half Moon City, the likelihood of misfortune was minimal, yet exercising caution while venturing out was indispensable. Kong smiled, a hint of pride lacing his tone as he replied, "Though I am not of purple tier, I have broken through the blue tier several years ago. Even if a purple tier beastman truly exists in Half Moon City, as long as he does not target me, I believe I can depart unimpeded." Furthermore, the fact that a blue-tier beastman from the Blackwater tribe had successfully taken the goddess from the Moon He tribe indicated that the strength of Half Moon City was not as formidable as one might imagine. Their primary concern should indeed be the other major tribe's beastmen. After all, with Bai Lan, Mu Fei, and He Yao, there were already 3 purple-tier beastmen surrounding the goddess. The arrival of another would hardly be shocking. With this in mind, they decided to set forth. After arranging their plans, no one voiced dissent. Bai Lan took Yuhi's hand and entered the stone house, where the 3 cubs were being fed dinner by Yun Shi and the others. Upon their entry, Yuhi intended to gather her personal belongings upstairs, only to discover that the second floor was completely bare, with only a bed remaining. Even the wardrobe and coat rack had been removed, unbeknownst to anyone, during the brief absence of both her and Bai Lan. The place had been thoroughly cleared out in a single afternoon. Yuhi pressed her fingers against her temple, retrieving a small wooden box concealed in a hidden compartment. Inside were a dozen vials of pills, meticulously prepared for convenience during her travels. These were primarily intended for herself and her young ones. As their physical constitution was inferior to that of Bai Lan and his kin, there were indeed healing potions, though limited in quantity due to scarce raw materials. Comprising only 2 vials. Better to have them than to lack them entirely. With a quiet sigh, Yuhi cast one last glance at the room before descending the stairs with her small box in hand. At the Lord's residence, upon receiving the sudden news of the goddess's departure, the Lord himself exhibited little reaction. Being merely at the blue tier, he understood well that the goddess was accompanied by a male, the young lord of the White Tiger tribe, yet he foolishly desired to approach them. However, while he remained passive, others among the beastmen were not so restrained. He relayed the news to the 2 beastmen residing within the Lord's estate. "My lord, shall we not dispatch a few guards to follow her?" One subordinate, surprised by the Lord's nonchalance in allowing the goddess to depart so easily, expressed his concern. The previous goddess had been abducted, and the Lord had not displayed such a demeanor then. Accompany her for what purpose? Are you suggesting that the beastmen of our estate have not suffered enough losses? The Lord cast a disdainful glance at his subordinate, his voice tinged with irritation. After the Blackwater tribe had taken that goddess, they subsequently sent beastmen to Half Moon City to wreak havoc upon the Lord's residence, although few had perished. Those who did included 1 of blue tier and 2 of green tier. Due to this, the power of the Lord's manor has significantly diminished, allowing even the profit-driven orc named Witching to flaunt his might before him. Moreover, when the young Master Bai arrived at Half Moon City, not only did he fail to relay any message to the Lord's manor, but he also deliberately showcased his own abilities by arranging accommodations for young Master Bai. This thought brought a fleeting shadow to the Lord's eyes. He waved his hand and inscribed a single character on a stone tablet, tossing it to his subordinate. The matter of the goddess's appearance in Half Moon City, it seemed, was well known among the orcs. However, their impending departure tonight had likely gone unnoticed by many. Go. Spread the news. Since she cannot fall into my hands, let her not find peace in the hands of those orcs either. The previous goddess had humiliated the Lord's manor and caused significant losses thereafter. Now, finding himself unable to act against this current goddess, the Lord struggled to swallow this bitter pill. Thus, he wished for his subordinate to deliver the stone tablet, hoping to create unexpected surprises for this goddess. Meanwhile, two orcs emerging from the Lord's manor immediately dashed towards the city gate. However, midway, they encountered an obstruction. An orc with a beard quickly exchanged glances with a shorter orc beside him upon spotting Mu Fei, before charging forth. None of you can leave. Mu Fei, unfazed by their antics of dragging one another, quickly assessed the situation upon realizing they were two blue-tier orcs. With this understanding, he swiftly resolved to end the confrontation decisively. You are a purple-tier orc? Suddenly intercepted by Mu Fei, the short orc cast a glance at his already departed companion, his voice betraying an overwhelming astonishment. Is this deity truly endowed with such formidable power? Or could it be that the rumors hold a kernel of truth, that the offspring born of this divine being possess a significant likelihood of being inherently blessed? After all, how could a violet-tier orc, who could easily dominate in any realm, suddenly materialize in this humble town? These thoughts flashed through the orc's mind in an instant, prompting him to decisively call out to his companion, urging a retreat from confrontation. Although blue-tier orcs could indeed contend with their violet-tier counterparts, they had come seeking to invite the goddess to their tribe, who would willingly risk their own life for such folly. Responding promptly to the short orc's command, his companion hesitated not, and together they cast smoke bombs, intent on a swift escape. Mu Fei observed their hasty retreat with a furrowed brow, but soon turned away. Recognizing that once the goddess left the city, she would encounter far more challenges along the way, and it was unwise to carry any injuries. Bang! On the other side, Yuhi and Bailan were faring relatively well, having injured the guards at the city gate in their attempt to stealthily exit, albeit creating a bit of a commotion. Yet, it seemed that this disturbance had drawn the attention of others. Several orcs emerged from the shadows, appearing as two distinct groups. Oh, so the goddess truly intends to leave the city tonight. Indeed, my decision to keep a watchful eye through the beast slaves has proven to be sagacious. My lady goddess, are you hiding in the back, too afraid to show yourself? We have been searching for you for quite some time. Three orc figures stood to the left, their keen eyesight penetrating the inky darkness of the night. The leader, bearing a scarred visage, was the first to notice the hem of a skirt peeking out from behind the male figure ahead. Yui furrowed her brow. Indeed, she was concealed behind by Lan. With Kong and Yunshi positioned in front of her, three youthful cubs encircled Yuhi, remaining silent but sensing the peculiar atmosphere. They nuzzled against her anxiously, occasionally moving forward to rub against Bailan and Yunshi. They were truly three young cubs. A youthful voice interjected, belonging to the taller of the two younger males on the right, who frowned slightly as his gaze fell upon Bailan's back, obscured by the three orcs. The male he addressed, seemingly indifferent, chuckled lightly, dismissing any concern. What is there to fear? We are not here to steal the goddess. Upon his utterance, the three orcs to the left responded with a disdainful snort, clearly unconvinced by his words. However, Kong's gaze swept over the faces of these two young males, his brow slightly furrowing, before he leaned in close to Bailan and whispered, "Be cautious, they are orcs from Wanlu City." Thus, the goddess was not permitted to have a companion. She was to be perpetually safeguarded and cherished by her devoted followers, allowing her to focus solely on propagating the lineage of the continent. Upholding this belief, the orcs of Wanlu City exhibited extreme friendliness towards the goddess, enduring insults and blows without retaliation. However, it is uncertain whether this distorted master-servant relationship is the reason for Wanlu City's excessive friendliness towards the goddess, which seems peculiar in the eyes of the great tribes. As Wanlu City continues to thrive and expand, this peculiarity has transformed into a heightened sense of vigilance. Thus, upon hearing Kong's warning, Bailan subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He then raised his gaze and coldly commanded, "Step aside." A sinister grin spread across the scarred face of his opponent as he retorted, "I will step aside, but you must leave the goddess behind." Words exchanged and hostility escalated, and before he could react, Yunshi and Kong charged forward. By the time she realized what was happening, Only Bailon remained standing before the three beastmen. Without hesitation, Bailon delivered a powerful punch to the scarred face. With a resounding thud, Bailon exerted force, his body visibly taut as he stepped back. In contrast, the scarred face staggered repeatedly, his shirt bursting apart. "Purple Tear Beastman, from which tribe do you hail?" As soon as the words left his lips, he seemed to recall something. Ignoring his bleeding arm as he abruptly turned, shouting for his comrades, "Elder brother! Second brother!" Thud, thud. With injuries sustained and still managing to flee swiftly, he bellowed, "Get lost!" Before the other Purple Tear Beastman could make an appearance, the group of beastmen attempting to seize the goddess had already been subdued by Bailon. The scarred face helped his two brothers up, casting them a fierce glance as they prepared to exit the city gates. The male beastman on the right chose not to engage, prompting Bailon and his companions to remain watchful as they hurriedly escorted Yuhi and the young ones out of the city. Once outside, Kong deliberately lingered at the rear, as providing cover was not merely a saying. "You two are beastmen from Wanlu City, are you not? The goddess is already accompanied. She shall not go to Wanlu City. How can you know her willingness when you are not her?" Two males were obstructed, their expressions darkening. Kong chuckled lightly, stating, "If the goddess were unwilling, why would she accompany us? If Wanlu City truly cared for the goddess, why would they prevent her from forming bonds with outsiders? Humph. Who does not know that you regard the goddess merely as a vessel for progeny, to be utilized and then discarded? In Wanlu City, the goddess is the entity that all male beastmen are sworn to protect, and their young are equally under the safeguarding of all beastmen. Only in Wanlu City will the goddess receive the utmost protection, ensuring she is not deceived by those with ulterior motives." The slightly shorter male, upon hearing Kong's words, immediately scoffed. "How could you, raised in a great tribe, genuinely care for what the goddess thinks? How do you know that I do not care? We pursue the goddess with the intent of forming a bond. Yet, for you in Wanlu City, the goddess forming a bond with a male is viewed as a grievous error." Kong laughed derisively, adding, "And protection?" Asked the other beastmen on the continent. Who does not know that Wanlu City is merely a gilded cage disguised as protection? Only someone like you, a young male barely out of adolescence, could believe the words of your lord to be infallible. Dare you insult our lord?" At this, the male's temper flared, and though another male attempted to intervene, he was unsuccessful. One could only watch helplessly as he transformed into an enormous black cat, charging forward with great force. Wai waited on a narrow path 20 kilometers outside the city, and as dawn broke, he finally spotted the white tiger emerging from the thicket, carrying the calico cat upon its back. The three cubs followed pitifully behind, while a leopard and a half-beast snake humanoid ambled leisurely at a distance, appearing more as if they were on a stroll than on a journey. Oh, how exhausting! The three cubs climbed onto the cart, panting heavily. Though they were accustomed to running about, it was evident that this particular night's exertion had left them somewhat unprepared. After all, in the forest, Bailon had never pushed them to run for such an extended duration. Their mother would transform into her beast form, and their father would carry them, but now, they could only keep pace with him, unable to stop as he pressed on relentlessly. They were undeniably weak. Heiyue observed the three cubs sprawled out like exhausted little tigers and gently delivered a critique. Bai Qing, as the elder brother, immediately sprang to his feet and feigned ferocity, roaring at Heiyue, though the growl lacked any real force. Heiyue merely ruffled his head with a hand, causing him to be pressed back down, and soon, feeling the comfort of the gesture, Bai Qing sprawled his belly, seeking further affection. Yunshi, witnessing this, kicked lightly at Bai Qing, exclaiming with irritation, "He is not a benevolent beastman, so why reveal your belly to him?" Bai Qing, caught off guard by the kick, began to comprehend the shifting demeanor of their father and Yunshi during their journey. It felt as though they had been raised with a certain freedom, but now, as they grew, new expectations were being placed upon them. "Ah, Yunshi, do not kick your brother." Upon witnessing her brother being kicked, Chu-Chu hurriedly got up, tugging at Yunshi's little leg, her head nuzzling against it. Unbeknownst to her, she lacked the awareness of training, as Yunshi would secretly assist her along the way. She was simply too fatigued and would often rest alongside her sister before continuing their journey. Thus, she unabashedly clung to Yunshi's leg, playfully whining and even requesting that she refrain from kicking her brother. Naturally, Yunshi, who had nurtured Chu-Chu with utmost devotion, was utterly indulgent. He affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "You see, your brother is tough and resilient. He is certainly not so fragile." Ah, Shushu immediately expressed her discontent with Yunshi's words. asserting, "But Mother would be heartbroken too. Mother says that the three of us are her beloved little ones, and she would feel pain for anyone who gets hurt." Chu Chu chimed in, "Yes, yes. Yunshi, you must not bully brother.